The family of swordsmen that ruled over more than half of the world was called Randell, a family that was born with strong bodies and excellent talent. This allowed them to rule the world with their overwhelming power. Every battle they took part in ended with their victory. In any conditions, this family stood at the top, above their enemies. Thanks to this, they had absolutely everything. They enjoyed life and did it with joy. All this briefly described the lands where power rules, in which the strong devour the weak. And this is the family into which he, Jin Rungkandle, the youngest son of the Rungkandle family, was born. Jin was a child who chose the family sword in a selection ritual that could predict his future. He was the child who would receive his family's destiny. The guy always believed that only success and fame awaited him in the future. However, everything was not nearly as sweet as he could have imagined. As it turned out later, he had no talent for wielding a sword, and his family's blood was enough for minimal skills in handling a sword. Shame, dishonor, someone who is worse than the average representative of the Rungkandle family, all this was about Jin. One day, the boy's brothers came to his training and immediately noticed that he was aimlessly waving a wooden sword. They kept laughing at him the whole time and saying that the balisade, the sword he had chosen as a child, was not something he should play with. Jin couldn't answer them and fight back, because deep down he understood that they were actually right, and he had not lived up to the hopes that were placed on him. But the older brothers clearly didn't like that Jin continued to ignore them, so they asked him to answer the question again. Well, for motivation, one of them decided to hit the guy so that it would be easier for him to think, and he would find the answer to their question faster. They kept calling him useless, and that everything he did was useless. Jin decided to reach for his sword to fight them back, but this attempt was also successfully stopped. The older brother continued to assure the guy that he would never succeed and that it would be better for him to stop right now so as not to disgrace their glorious family anymore. They started going through his pockets and found a small notebook that contained basic sword fighting theory, and this caused even more laughter for these guys. It was funny for them to realize the fact that the guy thinks that he can achieve something just by studying theory. No matter how much Jin asked them to stop and give him back his things, they didn't listen to him and continued to break his things, saying that he shouldn't have been given a chance. It seemed to them that because he was once given a chance, the guy now doesn't know his place, and worst of all, that he has hope. Jin tried to tell them that there was no point in breaking his things to get that across to him. But these words only angered his brothers even more, and they took him on. They told him this for his own good, and he simply has no right to contradict them. And given that he continued his disobedience, they decided that they needed to teach him some manners. Their bullying and his absolutely worthless talent, he felt it every day. But this did not stop him at all, and he believed that if he continued to work and try, then one day the family would recognize him, and he would finally be able to become a full-fledged member of Rungkandle. Jin really believed this until his family decided to expel the guy from the family. When he was 25, he was expelled from his family and became a miserable nobody who wandered aimlessly. It was hard in that period of his life, but there was one positive moment. He met a master, and then Jin found out that he had talent too. But more importantly, it was a talent that was forbidden in his family, the art of magic. Exactly 3 years have passed since then, and Jin was not going to stop developing his abilities as a magician. Moreover, he planned to combine the magical power that exists in nature and the magical power of a wizard. It seemed to him that in this way he would be able to strengthen his power. But at some point these experiments went too far, and the guy ended up in a place unknown to him. Jin spent some time in this place and at some point heard an otherworldly voice, which he introduced as Soldred, and according to this creature, he is the master of all shadows. Soldred, as it turned out, it was not for nothing that Jin was called here. As the god of shadows, he intended to offer him a contract. According to this creature, if Jin makes a contract with him, he will be able to use shadow technique, which means that he will be able to destroy any curse. Soldred noticed that it seemed like the guy had been accumulating hatred from other people since childhood. The Shadow King immediately realized that it was because of this primitive curse that he was unable to show his talent. Jin didn't understand what Soldred was trying to tell him, so the Shadow Lord explained to him that this curse was called the Blade Illusion, which suppressed his sword skills. Especially this curse was terrible for the guy because he was from the Rungkandle family. Soldred decided that this was why he was so drawn to the guy and why they were talking now. He decided that from that moment on there would be no more curse that brought him pain, and after these words, he broke the magic chain that was around the guy. But the Lord of Shadows decided not to stop there and decided that now he needed to make Jin an unprecedented magician. According to Soldred, he will be very pleased to watch him. A few seconds later, Jin found himself back in his room and just stood there for a while, recovering from the shock because he sincerely did not understand what had just happened to him. But this did not last long, and as soon as he came to his senses, the first thing he decided to do was take his sword in his hands and try to remove the curse. Jin ran out into the street, removed the protective cover from his sword, and was able to deliver a crushing blow. Everything was as Soldred said. The guy finally began to feel the strength in his hands. As soon as he raised the thing again, he began to feel new things with each new second. It literally made the guy crazy in this regard. It seemed to him that this sword had no weight at all. Jin felt like he was just waving his hand. The weakest boy of the Runkandel family will finally be able to show what he is capable of. After the curse was lifted, he finally saw the fruits of his hard work. Moreover, he understood that he could add magic to it, and then his title of the weakest would miraculously disappear. But after some time, after another battle, he lay on the ground and heard only screams. Jin felt that his body was very heavy, and apparently his life was coming to its logical end. He tried to call his master and Soldred, but unfortunately no one answered him. Jin understood that unfortunately there was no one here. He couldn't even imagine that he would die as a nobody. It seemed to the guy that this was all because nothing was supposed to work out for him. The magic and power of Soldred that he finally received, he didn't even have a chance to use it. But most of all, he didn't understand why he was given a chance at all, if everything was supposed to happen this way. After which he lost consciousness, but not for long. Jin woke up again and saw his childish hands in front of him. And when he raised his head, members of his family stood before him. And around him there was a huge number of swords. Jin did not understand what was happening here at all, because he was sure that he was dead. But his thoughts were interrupted by Jilly, who asked the guy not to lose heart, because he was the young master Jin. The guy simply didn't understand what was happening until he saw that very sword. Barisada, the sword he chose as a child but was never granted the honor of using. Now little Jin realized that he was about to undergo a selection ritual. In other words, he went back in time, back into the body of 1-year-old Jean Runkandel. As a child, he accidentally picked up this sword, which led to great surprise on the part of his family. But in this life, Jin chose it consciously, even though he understood what it meant for him. The family members did not understand how this could even happen. After all, according to the rules, this was the head of the family's sword, and if the laws were followed, then now the head of the family is young Master Jin. At this point, the selection ceremony ended and everyone gradually dispersed, although they could not stop thinking about it. But this story did not end so easily, and one of the heads of the family ordered to send the youngest of them to the Thunder Castle, and 6 years have passed since then. During this time, Jin learned to read and managed to read quite a few books from the first row, so he decided to move to the second, although his small height did not allow him to do this yet. According to the family's rules, he has to stay here until he turns 10, so there are only 3 years left. But all this time lasts too long because the guy was so bored and lonely in this castle. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the screams of his maid, who was afraid of something. The girl stood in place and tried to recover from the shock of what she had just seen. There was a rather large bird lying on the floor, although it most likely won't fly anywhere again. Jin was absolutely calm, because he understood that the only ones capable of such an outrage in Thunder Castle were his old acquaintances. And his thoughts were confirmed. These were his 2 older brothers, who in this life also behaved disgustingly and humiliate Jin. One of them was named Daytona. He was the 11th of the 13 Runkandel brothers, and he was most sorry that the bird was found first by the maid and not by their little brother. His friend Hayton, who was the 12th brother, confirmed that they would personally bring it so that he could look at it. Looking at their brother, they hoped that he liked their gift. They so wanted him to shed a tear. Jin did not forget that when these brothers became commanders in their past life, they became famous for destroying everyone. And in this life, as you can see, nothing has changed. Now they are at most 9 years old, and just for the sake of tormenting Jin a little, they destroyed this bird. While Jin was thinking about this, they continued to ask him not to cry, because it irritates them very much. But the guy continued to ignore them, and this began to irritate them. They decided to remind him that he had chosen the Barisada, and essentially chosen the fate of the head of the family. And now it seemed to them that he was behaving so badly. Jin tried to answer but didn't have time because Hayton decided to teach him a lesson for his brother speaking so quietly. But his blow was successfully blocked by Jin, who was clearly tired of enduring all this bullying. Hayton clearly didn't expect this turn of events. Fear of his younger brother was clearly visible in his eyes. And it was not in vain, because Jin looked quite frightening. Besides, Jin considered his brother too noisy, and therefore politely asked him to shut his mouth for now. Hayton didn't intend to do this and wanted to say something, but he didn't have time because Gina couldn't stand it and hit him right on the head. This made Jin's older brother even more angry, so he started shouting. Jin couldn't stand it and hit him again so that he finally closed up, after which he added to them that up until this point he had tolerated them, but they had irritated him too much and therefore he was tired of doing this. And from that moment on, he warned them that the less he saw them, the better for them. Suddenly, one of the elders entered the room, saw this picture, and immediately wanted to ask Jin what happened here. The man saw Hayton and Dayton lying unconscious on the floor and began to visibly panic about it. Jin decided to tell everything as it happened, and said that these two suddenly had a fight and knocked each other out, and he just happened to be near this incident. This man did not doubt Jin's words for a second, because he actually knew very well that the children of the Runkandel family were distinguished by their cruelty, even towards each other. Khan, that was the name of this man, and he decided that he needed to take the Jin brothers to the doctor, but little Jin thought differently and immediately told the man that they should be taken to another place where they needed to be. They went outside, where at that time it was raining heavily, and it was even difficult to move. The genie asked to put his two brothers near the tree and dug a small grave next to them. Khan was quite surprised that the little boy decided to leave his brothers here. Moreover, their condition is not so stable, and the storm will only get stronger over time. Jin turned to him and said that he was doing all this only so that the brothers would finally learn to be responsible for their actions. Khan was only acting as a servant, so he couldn't argue with the young master. Although no one forbade him to think that when he looks at Jin, he sees a strange energy around him, which clearly does not look like an aura. It began to creep into his mind that it might be magic, and if this is so, then he is sure that this was clearly not just a fight between brothers. Khan decided that the head of the family should know about this situation, so he immediately ordered one of the servants to bring him a horse. Jin carefully watched what was happening below, and of course saw that Khan asked to bring him a horse. The guy understood that the man was clearly going to report this to his father. Khan was their guardian knight, but for a common knight, Jin thought he was too attentive. Jin assumed that Khan would first inform the head of the family that he thought the young master had used magic. All this energy around the guy is proof that their deal with Soldred is still in force. Moreover, he had the bonus of their connection with him. He had immunity to curses, and in this life, Jin managed to get rid of the illusion of the blade. The loser Jean Runkandel no longer exists, and from that day on, Jin decided that his life would be radically different from the past. Now the only thing left for Jin to do was meet his father, who at that very moment was listening to what Khan was telling him, and was slightly surprised that the younger one could do such a thing to his brothers. Therefore, hearing such things, he ordered Khan to gather all the commanders. After a few hours, all the commanders began to gather around the chief, and after some time, the chief was informed that 7 Runkandel commanders and 200 knights had been gathered. The head of the family was grateful to them for getting ready so quickly, and now they all went together to the formidable castle. Mary Runkandel, who held the position of the 7th captain, decided to ask her interlocutor why they had all been gathered here so urgently. Deepis, who was the 4th captain, said that he also did not fully understand. It seemed to him that it was somehow connected with the magicians, but he quickly threw this thought away, because he remembered that they were going to attack them next year. Therefore, he discarded all such thoughts and assumed that they were going there only to see the younger one. Mary didn't understand this at all. Why would they go so far just to see the youngest? Although, on the other hand, she remembered that it was he who chose the ceremonial sword, and apparently no one was against him becoming the next head of the family. Although looking at their father, they understood that they could not even guess what the man intended to do. Luna, who held the position of 1st captain, turned to Mary and Deepis and asked them to be quiet because they were talking too loudly about this. From this, Mary concluded that it really was important, since her father was eager to see everything in person. And apparently they have high hopes for the younger one, since they all decided to go to him together. The maid Gina was so glad that the Lord would soon come in person, It seemed to her that he wanted to meet the young master because he missed him very much. So without thinking twice, she decided to dress up the young Gina. At that moment, the guy was thinking that Khan had most likely reported everything in detail. Although he knew that Khan was a very straightforward person, it still seemed to the guy that he would hardly have directly told the head that he had used magic, and most likely, he reported everything exactly as he saw it. Jin assumed that he did it in the following way. The youngest of the Run Candle used an unknown power that did not resemble either magic or aura, and therefore his father would personally come to see what it was. The guy clearly realized that he would want to find out in detail what kind of power Jin used against his brothers. And most importantly, the father will decide whether this power will be useful for the prosperity of the family or not. My lord and all his commanders arrived at the formidable castle, and the first thing he did was order the brothers Heighton and Dayton to be called to him. First, he told them that he heard that they had a fight with Jin and wanted to know whose fault it was. Daytona immediately assured his father that they had not actually done anything wrong, and Daytona completely agreed with him, saying that Jin had hit them first. Moreover, they told their father that the younger one did this using a force about which nothing was known. It seemed to them that it was clearly not an aura. And one of the brothers, at one point in the story, nevertheless decided to suggest that it was more like magic. They both understood perfectly well what would happen to the younger one if it really was magic, because it was forbidden in their family. Hayton and Daytona continued to claim that it was magic, and they furthermore believed that Jin needed to be interrogated before he covered his tracks. But their father stopped them in time and told the boys to keep it all a secret, after which he looked at them and added that one cannot survive here with the truth alone. He then sent Hayton and Dayton to rest and asked to call Jin, who was already ready to go into his father's room. At that moment, the thought was in his head that his father was Shirin Runcandle, and he was stronger and more cold-blooded than everyone he knew. The most powerful being of this era who reached the level of a demigod, and in other words, he was called the Knight of Genesis. He used to be an ordinary human, but the price he had to pay for gaining godlike power was human emotions. A being who was left with only a blind obsession with his family and its prosperity. So it was obvious that Jin was much weaker than his father. And for this reason, the man simply did not notice his son. Jin always remained in the shadow of his brothers and sisters. But he understood that in this life, everything would be completely different, and absolutely no one would dare to ignore him. Jin walked in with full confidence and bowed to his father, thereby greeting the leader. Sharon didn't understand why his youngest son called him his leader and not his father. Jin answered him that more than 100 members of their family had gathered here, so he decided that it would be more correct to be the head here, and that is why he addressed the man in this way. This was a satisfactory answer, which pleased the chief, but he immediately moved on to why he was there in the first place, so he asked the boy to call him father. And now he decided to ask Jin the same question that he asked his brothers, in which he wanted to know who was to blame for the quarrel that broke out between them. Without thinking twice, Jin put his hand on his heart and declared that it was actually revenge, after which he added that if he was from the Runcandle family, then when someone did something to him, it was his duty to repay the debt, and it didn't matter whether it was help or insult. After such an answer, the head of the family suddenly ordered everyone to leave the hall and asked only young Master Jin to stay. After a few minutes, absolutely everyone left the hall, and so the leader started talking about the fact that he needed to ask the guy something. So he told everyone to leave the hall, and at that moment he finally started talking about the fact that the Heighton and Daytona brothers told him that Jin had some kind of special power. He also did not forget to add that Runcandle strictly forbids any use of magic, and therefore if the guy owns it, he will not be able to exceed the limits. And now, taking into account everything that was said, the head of the family wanted to ask the guy what kind of power this was. But before the guy gave him the answer, he decided to once again point out the fact that if this was magic, then he convinced the guy that he wouldn't get off that easy. Jin understood perfectly well that since his father knew about this power, he most likely would not miss the opportunity to learn more. Because it was known that Soldred's power was not magic or an aura, the guy himself didn't know exactly what it was. Therefore, Jin decided without thinking twice to demonstrate to his father what power he possessed, and what was the man's surprise when he saw the power of the first head of the family. Shirin couldn't believe that this guy really had the soul of a Barasada in him, and that he was truly destined to become the head of the house. Considering all this, The father came to the conclusion that this was the power of the shadow god Soldred, and he was absolutely right. Jin pretended that he didn't understand what his father was talking about. This caused the man to tell him that Soldred had made a pact with the first head of the Runkandel house, Lord Timar, and that this god had since become the patron of the family. But after Lord Timar's death, Soldred no longer appeared before the members of Runkandel. Chiron didn't fully understand why, but apparently Soldred had returned to watch them through Jin. Then the guy had a question in which he wanted to know whether God Soldred was stronger for him. Chiron couldn't answer him that question because he had never fought with the gods, so he didn't know. This clearly made Jin smile. The mere thought that he could become stronger than his father made the boy incredibly happy. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the man placed his hand on his head and said that Jin had asked him a very good question. The guy understood that in this way he was giving him a reason to think, and Chiron himself believed that coming here personally was the right decision, and finally, he decided to ask his son how he plans to use the soul of the Barasada. Without thinking twice, Jin immediately said that his plans were quite simple. He was going to use her for the good of his family. The man's reaction was quite unexpected. He suddenly started laughing loudly and telling Jin that it was quite a funny lie. He thought so because just recently the guy beat up his older brothers, then left them lying on the street during a storm, and after all this he tells him that he wants to use this power for the good of the family. Jin knew that it wouldn't be that easy to fool his father, so he had to think of something to say, and he decided to tell the truth this time. So he said that he planned to use her to his advantage. Although the face of the head of the family changed, he still answered the guy that such an answer more than suited him, after which he was about to leave. But before that, he told his son that from that moment on, he would be under his supervision. And as soon as the man left, Jin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had managed to survive this. It was enough to use this power as he pleased, but now his father would be watching him. Jin could not even imagine that everything would go so well. And now it seemed to him that his new life would be radically different from the past. Sister Mary gave the boy a small gift before they left. According to her, it was a special gift that she had prepared especially for him, so the maid would take it, because it was quite heavy. The only hint she left him was that Mary told him to cook it and eat it, after which she added that he needs to become strong quickly. Jin didn't fully understand why she gave this gift to him, but as soon as he opened the box, he realized what was going on. Inside this box was a phoenix heart, an extremely rare item. Jin couldn't quite understand why Mary would give something like that to a 7-year-old child, but he couldn't say he was particularly upset. Mary Runkandel, 7th Captain and 6th Rank Knight, is known as Storm Mary, and she also has a lesser-known nickname. But not many people knew this nickname. Only those who managed to survive, and called her the crazy woman of the southern lands. Thinking about it, the guy came to the conclusion that his crazy sister had given him such a valuable thing, and that the words in which she asked him to grow up faster, she had put a certain meaning into them. Jin decided that if he ate the heart of a phoenix at such an early age, he would most likely increase his resistance to fire and, of course, speed up his growth. And if you think about it, the heart of a phoenix is required by experienced mages to safely summon phoenixes. Jin did not deny the fact that perhaps in this life he would be able to summon his phoenix, which would obediently carry out his orders. Jilly distracted his thoughts when she brought him the prepared heart, for which Jin was very grateful. The maid thought that Lady Mary had given him a wonderful gift before leaving, so she asked him to eat it while the soup was still warm. But the guy was haunted by his brothers, who were watching him, and at one point Jin could not stand it and asked them to immediately talk about what they wanted from him. Dayton answered him that in fact nothing like that. It just seemed to them that there was too much food for him alone. They noticed that Jilly was running around with such a huge pot, and they thought that maybe there was enough food for them too. Jin realized that they apparently wanted to eat this soup so much that they were ready to do anything to get it. Then the guy decided to let them do it, but first he wanted to ask them to fulfill one of his requests. After some time, the brothers did not understand at all why they were doing this, because there was nothing there. Besides, they were worried that something might happen to them when someone found out that they were digging here, but on the other hand, they understood that this shouldn't bother them, because if someone gets into trouble, it will be the little ones, and they will still get this soup. When both brothers returned back to the castle, Jilly was slightly surprised at what had happened to them. They were in a terrible state, and Jin even managed to make fun of them. saying that he had been waiting for them for so long, but they did not want to listen to this and wanted to immediately get their portion of soup. Jin didn't understand who he was not to leave them some soup, so he got up from the table and said that they could start eating since they wanted it so much. But the plate was absolutely empty and the brothers did not understand where he left it for them. But then they realized that he left them 2 teaspoons, and it seemed to them that this was too little for them. But Jin did not understand why they were complaining, because he said that he would leave them. He just did not specify how much it would be. The guy thought that he had fulfilled his promise, and therefore was about to leave, and of course before leaving he did not forget to wish them bon appétit. He went down into the tunnel that he had asked his brothers to dig, and was extremely surprised that they took his request quite seriously and did everything as he asked. Jin first knocked on the walls and determined that for such thickness, a first-tier spell would be more than enough for him. He couldn't wait for this moment anymore because he was extremely bored saving up all this mana and not using it, but finally he could do it. The guy used one of his most powerful spells, which allowed him to get into a secret place, and it was about none other than the secret library of Randell. In his past life, he never managed to get here, so he felt a little strange. It seemed to him that his older brothers were saying that a special phrase was needed to open it, and Jin knew what phrase to say, so he said in a quiet voice, "The child of Randell came to console Murakan." After these words, the doors in front of him immediately opened, and finally Jin could enter this library. The Randell Secret Library is a place that holds many secrets from the clans that the Randell have exterminated over the last 1,000 years. Only Randell commanders were allowed to enter, and it was truly enormous in scale. In his past life, his brother immediately said that it was useless for him to know about this place, because Jin was never able to become a commander. But he still managed to learn something useful, and, as was evident, he made good use of this knowledge. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted after his short walk through this library, when he saw a man who was locked in a transparent prison. Looking closer, Jin noticed that the man had scales visible on his face. That's why it seemed to him that he was simply not a person, but some kind of animal that his family had caught and put in this prison. Suddenly, he remembered the words he needed to say before entering this library. That's why he suggested that perhaps this is the Black Dragon Murakan. Jin heard that he lost to the first head of the house and fell into a deep sleep, but Jin never thought that it was really true. In any case, he didn't have time for this now. He needed to find the clan's secret materials as soon as possible. After a few minutes, Jin still managed to find the secret tomes of other clans. To begin with, he decided to read a tome from the once famous Kungan swordsman clan. But the content of this book was clearly difficult for him to understand with his knowledge of third-rank theory. He decided that it would be a good idea to take this book with him, but he was aware of the fact that he could be caught. So he decided that it would be best if he came here from time to time and rewrote the book little by little. And Jin did this for quite a long time, until someone distracted him with their noise. It seemed to him that at this time no one would go to the library of the formidable castle now. But apparently he was wrong, because as soon as he opened the door to see what was happening in the corridor, he saw a man in front of him who immediately wanted to ask the guy what was going on here. Jin immediately realized that Murakan was standing in front of him, but he didn't understand how this was even possible. In his past life, nothing was said about him being able to wake up, so the guy didn't pay attention to it. But apparently it was a mistake. He tried to mentally force himself to calm down, because it was worth remembering that Murakan was the guardian dragon of their family. So if he was polite and pretended to be an ordinary child, then perhaps he wouldn't do anything to him. So the first thing he decided to do was to greet the guardian of their family once again, as the child of Randell. But for some reason this made him very angry, and he literally went berserk in 1 second. Murakam started yelling at the guy because he thought that Jin called him a pathetic guardian. He still didn't understand why they, people who don't know anything, treat him like some kind of guardian. According to him, he hated the Runkandells, and he did not understand at all how they dared to say such things to him. It was obvious that Murakam wanted to take out all his anger on this poor guy. But he was still able to come to terms with it and calm down, after which he added that he woke up because he smelled a good smell for the first time in a long time, but only this scoundrel was there. Murakan didn't understand why this guy smelled of spiritual energy and tried to sniff the guy from all sides, and it looked strange, to put it mildly. He went on to say that although he had slept for 1,000 years, He still remembered that smell very well, that thick aroma of spiritual energy. Such a smell can only be found in those who have made a contract, like Temar did in his time. Jin did not expect that the reason why Murakhan suddenly woke up was his spiritual energy. Murakhan couldn't believe that this smell was coming from the little guy, so he carefully began to look around, trying to find where this smell was coming from. Jin was watching carefully at this time and thinking that perhaps it wouldn't hurt for him to check something. So he turned to Sir Murakamu, and he was sure that the guy clearly knew something, so he turned to him. Jin created a small ball in which a lot of energy was concentrated, and added that his father said that this was the power of the shadow god, Lord Soldred. Murakam immediately began to shake with fear and asked the guy to tell him that it was just a joke. But looking at the expression on Jin's face, he understood that it was clearly not a joke. After which he fell to his knees and began to say something about the treaty promised 1,000 years ago. Jin didn't understand what this guard was talking about, but he still continued to listen to him attentively. Suddenly Murakam looked up and told Jin about the promise he had once made to Soldred, in which he will be obliged to help a person his whole life, and apparently this person turned out to be Jin. Murakam then said that he would tell him all the details a little later, because he had just woken up, so he was still a little confused. And besides, it would be difficult for a child his age to understand everything. But still, he did not forget to formally introduce himself to the man whom Soldred had chosen. His name was Murakam. He was Soldred's confidant, his friend and the last descendant of the original Shadows, and following his 1,000-year promise, from today on he would be on his side. Apparently, Jin really would need a little more time to digest this information, because it was difficult to believe that such a giant would help him. At this stage, Murakam only wanted to know the name of the person Soldred had chosen. Jin happily introduced himself to his new friend as the 13th and youngest child of the Runkandel family. The name of the black dragon Murakhan comes from the famous mountain on which the Thunder Castle is located. It was a powerful creature that ruled these lands for a long time. However, 1,000 years ago, the dragon fell at the hands of the first head of the Runkandel family, Temar, after which the legend says that having abandoned his lands, Murakhan fell into a deep sleep. Now Jin understood that he was not their enemy. On the contrary, Murakhan was the guardian and good friend of the first head of the family. A man who has made a pact with God is accompanied by a guardian dragon, but nothing was known about Soldred's guardian dragon until now. Now the guy understood why no one knew about Murakhan. The next morning, Jin came back to Murakana with the thought that he would have a personal guardian dragon, and so he decided to get to know his keeper as best he could. So he decided to start with a small gift for him. He brought him some food that Jilly had prepared. After his awakening, Murakhan did not leave the library for several weeks, and the first question Jin decided to ask him was why he fought with Temar. In response to this, the dragon told him that it was 1,000 years ago and, as it turned out, he did not remember the reason for their fight. The only thing Jin could learn from Murakhan that day was that he was madly in love with strawberry pies. At one point in their dialogue, Murakhan decided to ask the guy what he was always doing there when he came, to which Jin told him that he was copying books to take them with him, because if he took the originals, then they could find out about his visits to the library. Murakhan was surprised that the guy even understood what they were talking about, but Jin assured him that this was not entirely true. According to him, he understood about 30% of the entire material. But the dragon decided to cheer him up and said that for his age he was doing great. Other children wouldn't even try, that he was doing well. Regarding the other children, he of course agreed with Murakhan, but in his family this was only the average level. According to the guy, there are 12 more children in the family, in addition to the father, mother, and elders. And if he wants to surpass them all, then he must work much harder. That's why he suddenly became interested in asking Murakhan how much he thought the first head of the Temar family would understand if he read this book. Jin wanted to compare himself to the strongest known being in history. He wanted to know what level he was in comparison to him. Murakhan thought for a bit and said that in fact, at the same age, Temar could not understand absolutely a single word from this book. But the Black Dragon hastened to assure him that the theory was in fact very different from the real battle, and Temar had once fought well, even without reading it. Although it still seemed to Murakhan that Temar had talent, and Jin definitely had it, though not as outstanding, these words made Jin think that he might never become as strong as the first chapter. In response to this, Murakhan told him that he had made a deal with Soldred, and that he had enough brains to read such books. So all the Black Dragon could advise him was that he just needed to train hard and be patient. Then if he followed his advice, he could become as strong as Timar. Murakami did not deny that perhaps little Jin would even surpass his distant relative, which Jin himself had little faith in. But the Black Dragon asked him not to lose hope, because he at least had the strength of Soldred, whose nickname had always been Limitless. And this can only mean one thing. Since Soldred has unlimited power, then he, as the Chosen One, has the same potential. So Murakami forbade him from getting upset ahead of time, and also promised him that he would teach him a new skill so that he could feel better. This skill was called Spirit Release, and Murakami believed that the guy had to be able to use this skill. According to him, everyone who uses the energy of the soul must master this skill. It is the basis of everything related to its use. But he immediately warned him that it was extremely dangerous, and if used without proper training, there could be problems. So he immediately asked Jin not to rush and carefully study this skill. Jin understood him and quickly wanted to know what he needed to do. According to Murakami, he first needed to master the mana emission. Jin didn't quite understand why he needed to do this, because he had done this hundreds of times in his past life. Murakami explained that spirit release involved mana emission and mana transfer, so he needed to master these skills to a proper level. But the worst part was that the Black Dragon felt like it would take about 2 or even 3 years to learn. Listening to all this, Jin immediately realized that it was too long for him. Murakami kept talking about how he couldn't teach him anything worthwhile until he mastered the basics, and while he was saying all this, Jin decided to try releasing his mana right now. And he managed to do it the first time, which shocked Murakami. The Black Dragon spent some time trying to figure out how the guy did it at all, but according to Jin, he knew how to do it before. Murakami asked him not to say that the boy also had the ability to transfer mana, but before he could say this, Jin demonstrated this skill. The Black Dragon could only say that only geniuses were capable of such things, and apparently the boy really had enormous talent. That's why he finally agreed to show what the release of the soul looks like, and finally Jin can breathe a sigh of relief. And Murakami began by saying that the talent of the shadow spirit is ultimately drawn from the shadows. Every shadow in this world is born by the will of Soldred, so he owns all the shadows. And Jin, as they have already found out, is the only chosen one of Soldred, so the guy can become the master of all shadows. After Murakami showed him what the release of the spirit is and immediately wanted to ask him how he felt, Luna destroyed the huge monster, and her assistant immediately ran up to her and informed her that the area was cleared and there were 5 more areas left to clear and the mission would be completed. She was glad to hear this and immediately said that 4 months should be enough for this, so she asked to tell all the knights to rest. But while he was still there, she suddenly decided to ask him what, in his opinion, 9-year-old children like. 6 months after meeting Murakami, the Tona twins turned 10 years old and left Thunder Castle. And a few days later, Jin turned 9 years old. Jilly and other subjects in this castle congratulated him on this, and the guy in turn asked to share the cake among everyone. That day, Kan also came to visit him, and the first thing he did was ask for forgiveness for the unexpected visit. Jin thought that something had happened, so he started to get a little nervous, but as it turned out, the thing was that the guy's sister Luna had come to visit. The guy clearly didn't expect such a meeting, because they had never been close to her. Why would she suddenly decide to visit him? The first commander of the Randell family and a knight of the 9th rank, the eldest of the 13 Randell children, the white whale, Luna, the strongest of the current siblings, who at one time clearly stated her position that she does not want to be the head of the family, also does not participate in the disgusting war for the inheritance of Randell, which is why she is called the white whale, which seems to swim alone. For this reason, she never took an interest in her younger brothers and sisters, to such an extent that she seemed to him like a stranger in her past life, and not a member of the family. They were so different from each other. That's why Jin was so surprised that she suddenly decided to come to him at Thunder Castle. Apparently something happened, since she was here, and the first thought that came to him was that the girl found out that John was visiting the library. Luna came closer to her little brother, and the first thing she said was that he had grown quite a lot. Jin told her that if she had told him in advance, he would have worn something more appropriate to meet her. She put her hand on his head and said that it sounded pretty cute, but she still thought it was weird that she had to warn someone just to see her little brother. She also noticed that he looked quite bad, and it seemed to her that he was sick, but that was far from the case. He decided to tell her straight out that he was a little nervous because it was his first time talking to her, so he couldn't help it. At that moment, Luna was thinking that crushing and taking everything from each other was the custom of Randell, but still, it was strange for her to see how Jin thought that she had come to intimidate him. In any case, she said in a quiet voice that apparently he simply didn't understand her. She then added that he might still be young, but even in that case, he was still a member of the Randell family. Then she actually knelt down and asked her younger brother for one request. She would very much like them to be left alone because she would like to talk to him. Jin couldn't even imagine why she needed to talk to him personally. But he decided that such an opportunity could not be missed, so he agreed without any problems, although he did not know the reason. But it seemed to him that she did not want to do anything bad to him. As soon as they were alone with him, she told him that the reason she had come to him so unexpectedly was that she needed to tell him something. After which she started talking about how when his father came to him personally, he became the center of attention for the whole house. This means that when he leaves the Thunder Castle, then all his brothers and sisters will try to control him. But she immediately said that she didn't want him to get caught up in this family's squabbles and feel unhappy. She also clearly wouldn't want the Randell family's dirty customs to harm him. Now Jin began to understand why the girl had abandoned the idea of becoming the head of the family. But he couldn't understand. If she didn't want him to suffer from the showdown within the family, then why didn't she warn him about it in his past life? Was it really just because he wasn't worthy of her attention? Or is it because his brothers and sisters didn't see him as a rival before? He had different thoughts in his head, but he still decided to thank his sister for warning him. But still, he already has a reason why he doesn't intend to participate in this. Luna immediately began to tell him that this was all serious. She was telling him this not because she considered him a threat to herself in the future, but before she could finish speaking, Jin interrupted her and said that he already knew this very well. According to him, he understands all this so well because there had already been an attempt on his life, which surprised the girl. This literally made her go into shock. She couldn't believe that someone in the Thunder Castle had already tried to destroy the guy. She immediately began asking him to tell her who it was, but Jin was not going to do this, and to be honest, he himself did not know. He also added that they tried, but it didn't work, and he was still fine. So it seemed to him that there was clearly no need to worry. In response to this, she said that she was very glad that the guy helped her understand that not all her brothers and sisters hate her. After which she decided to hug him, which Jin clearly did not expect. But she is still very saddened by the news that he got caught up in their family's squabbles. At that moment, Jin was thinking that he couldn't even imagine that Sister Luna would be such a sensitive person, so he tried to calm her down a little and tell her not to be so sad. Luna agreed with him and added that one shouldn't only talk about the bad on such a wonderful day. After all, she didn't forget that today was his birthday. And in honor of this, she came here today to give him a gift. She took a small box out of her pocket, inside which was a pendant. After which she asked Jin to turn around so that she could put the pendant around his neck. And while she was doing this, she told him that only once, when he was in a hopeless situation, he could break the blue stone in this pendant, and then no matter where he was, the moon would immediately come to his aid. So she asked him not to forget about it and to always carry it with him. In this way, she congratulated her brother on his 9th birthday. Jin was clearly pleased to have such a gift and such a sister. After a short get-together, Luna decided that it was time for her to leave, and after congratulating the guy once again, she said goodbye and headed towards the exit. Jin was very happy to talk to her, and in response could only wish her a good journey. That same evening, Jin went down to the library again to continue his studies, and the first thing Murakami decided to ask the guy was what was hanging around his neck. Jin was surprised that the black dragon even noticed this, but still told him that it was a birthday present. Murakami immediately began to say that he does not know who gave it to him, but apparently this person cares about it very much, because it is a very special pendant. And according to Murakami, it belonged to the Beast King Orgel. 1,000 years ago, countless people died trying to get this pendant. Besides all this pendant gives him resistance to any magical attack below the 5th rank, enhances the wearer's magical skills, and Murakami assumed that it also has a summoning function. Jin was surprised that Murakami knew so much, but the black dragon asked him not to be surprised, because at that time it was the peak of his activity. In any case, he assumed that this gift was given to him by the person with a strong aura who came here. Jin confirmed that it was his older sister, and the guy was very surprised that he was able to feel her energy. Murakami confirmed this information and, moreover, added that his sister should have also felt it. Jin immediately began to worry because he thought that she might tell everyone else, but Murakami assured her that the guy had nothing to worry about. After all, he considered that she was an older sister who gave him such a valuable gift as if it were a trifle, so it seemed to him that after that she would hardly go and inform on her younger brother. Luna really did feel a strong energy when she came out of the storm castle, which clearly had not been there before. She decided that she should pretend that she didn't know anything yet. But in her mind, she told her brother that it didn't matter what he did or who he became, because she was going to support him always. He thought that the time spent in Storm Castle would be extremely useless. But on the contrary, he received a lot, such as the recognition and expectations of his father, the phoenix heart he received from his older sister Mary, the support of his older sister Luna, and most importantly, he met his guardian dragon Murakami. He could not even dream of all this in his past life. Soon he turned 10, and he finally began preparing for the trip home. He began to spend a lot of time with his knight companion Khan, who taught him the basics of combat. During training, Khan often thought that Jin was the type of person the boss might be interested in, and that he usually assessed such people. But with each training session, he became more and more convinced that it was Jin who was assessing him. And after another such training session, as soon as Khan finished it, he told Jin that they had something to talk about with him. The guy didn't even guess what could have happened, but his first thought was that something was wrong with their training. But to his surprise, Khan suddenly bowed down to Jin and told the boy that it was an honor for him to train the boy. He then added that he would soon be leaving the Thunder Castle, and then Khan promised that he would make every effort to teach him as much as possible by the end of this period. Jin was pleased to hear such words, so he answered Kanu that he would count on his knight. After another training session, Jin decided to play with fire a little and tried to stick his finger in there. And as soon as he did this, he realized that he did not feel any pain at all, and finally the effect of the phoenix heart began to work. The guy's maid, as soon as she saw this, tried to stop the guy because it seemed to her that it should be very hot and painful. But Jin assured her that everything was indeed fine. It now felt like he was dipping his finger into warm water. She was glad to hear that Lady Mary's gift had already had a positive effect. She had only heard about the effect of the phoenix heart, and was seeing it for the first time in reality. Jin was not much different from her, and was also experiencing how it worked for the first time. But even in this case, he considered that this was not the maximum, and it seemed to him that he had only learned half of it so far, and he was thinking that most likely in a few years he would fully receive all the effects from the heart. His thoughts were interrupted by the maid, who once again reminded him that they were leaving the castle tomorrow morning, and therefore she asked him to warn her in advance if he needed anything. In response to this, he suddenly said that he urgently needed to go out for a short while, and this was really quite unexpected. He decided to visit Murakami and remind him that they were leaving the castle tomorrow, but the Black Dragon did not forget about it even without him, because he had actually been waiting for this day for an eternity. But Jin was still worried, because he couldn't even imagine how the Black Dragon would follow him. Murakami immediately told the guy that there was no point in worrying about it, because he was at least a legendary shadow dragon. And at the moment, it doesn't matter at all how much he has weakened. For him, it's still as easy as pie. According to him, he will take care to follow the guy carefully so that he can't be noticed. Jin didn't understand why he was telling the guy such important information only now, but Murakami told him once again that there was no point in worrying about it, because he had been sleeping for the last 1,000 years, and it was normal that he was not in perfect shape yet. The guy suddenly began to wonder whether his guardian would be able to regain his former strength, and according to Murakami, he would do it, moreover. With the guy, he would become even stronger. After all, the whole point is that he is his guardian dragon after all. So Jin also needs to hurry up and become a powerful mage swordsman like Timar. Hearing this, the guy decided to ask again if his family was originally mages and swordsmen at the same time. The guy knew about this because in his past life, Soldred told him about it. Initially, the Randell family only had magical swordsmen, and the first head of the house was the strongest of them. But almost no one knows this, and this upset Jean a little. Murakami added that the reason why the current Randell rejected magic and began to study only swordsmanship is because of the humiliating pact made 1,000 years ago. According to the Shadow Dragon, people still called him the guardian of the family, but he was sure that they would be very embarrassed if he appeared in front of them. And if this had happened 1,000 years ago, he was sure that then everyone would have run wherever their eyes looked and would have been horrified by the fact that he was next to the most respected creature in the world. Jin was very doubtful that his family would do such a thing, but he still continued to listen to Murakami. The Shadow Dragon was not surprised that the guy doubted it. In any case, there was no point in proving it now, and he only asked the guy not to worry about him, because he would hide very well. Jin believed him, but he didn't know what to do with the capsule that contained Murakami, because his family members could come in at any moment and notice that the Shadow Dragon was not there. Murakami thought that this issue was too easy to solve with the help of dragon magic, with which he would create a copy of himself. For him, creating a copy of himself is such a trifle that he can do it with his eyes closed, so he assured Jin that there was no need to worry. But still, he did not forget to note the fact that he had not yet regained all his strength, so maintaining it for a long time would be quite difficult. But he was ready to continue in the same spirit until Jean grew up. The guy was pleased to hear this, so he immediately thanked his guardian for his care, and Murakami asked him to respect him more after that. And just in response to that, Gina told him that he brought him something special today. The guy was talking about a pie that was made from the first batch of strawberries this year and wine that he stole when Jilly wasn't looking. Some kind of gift to Murakami. But Jin had one condition. He asked Murakami not to make a bad copy while drunk. The Shadow Dragon's joy knew no bounds, and he immediately declared that he would do everything perfectly for such a gift. After some time, Jilly was already helping Jean get dressed, and while she was doing this, she told him that when he returned home, he clearly should not expect quiet days, even if he had trained hard. After all, she thought that there would be more work there, and it would clearly be much more difficult for him, and she would no longer be able to cook pies whenever he wanted. Jean assured her that there was no reason to worry about this because he intended to work very hard when he returned home so that he would not have any problems. Jilly was very happy to hear this. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by two knights named Jerome and Holtz. Today their task was to help Jin get home safe and sound. They would accompany him until he reached the safe zone, and Jin himself was not against such good protection, so he did not say a word. After this dialogue, Jin and his comrades finally left the storm castle, and the next stop of the young master was the main monastery of Randell, which was called the Garden of Swords. At one point on their journey, Jilly noticed that the snow had become very heavy, and she immediately suggested that Jean wait out the blizzard in the nearest village. She felt like they wouldn't be able to get through the teleportation gate in this weather, and Jin eventually agreed with her. Suddenly, their carriage began to shake, as if it had been caught in the middle of an earthquake. Two knights immediately began shouting to them that there was an ambush, and that it would be best for them to stay inside the carriage, which is what they did. At that moment, Gilly tried to calm the young master down as much as possible, saying that Jerome and Holtz were 7th-rank knights, and that she was also next to him, but looking at her, it was clear that only she needed support. She saw that they were attacked by 20 magicians and the same number of warriors. Perhaps there were archers, but she didn't know for sure. Jin, hearing this, realized that he and Jilly needed to get out of the carriage immediately. After which, he began to talk about how the Randell guards would never just abandon a child from a family without protection, and at least one of the two should be with him. Based on this, Jin decided that these two knights were either fake escorts or simply traitors. In any case, the guy thought that it was not so important now, because some device could be installed in the carriage and therefore they needed to escape urgently. Although the girl was incredibly scared, she still agreed with the young master's idea. And from that moment on, she decided to show her true face, and she, as a servant of the Randell family, would protect the young master as long as necessary. So she immediately warned him that she might be a little rude to him. As they ran away, Jilly told him that she should receive due punishment for this incident upon arrival at the family estate, but John felt that now was not the best time to worry about it. After which he asked her to go to those two knights because he needed to check something. Jilly didn't quite understand why they were doing this, so the guy explained to her that those attacking guys could possibly be their allies. And if he had been their target, then as soon as they ran out of the carriage, they would have immediately tried to destroy them, but it was suspiciously quiet around. As soon as they came closer, just as Jin had expected, they saw a coat of arms with a leaf and a pattern with a black beast. This is the Yuta family, a clan of magicians from Middle, and next to them were the mercenaries of the Black King. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the magicians, who shouted that he saw Jilly McCrolin and also confirmed that Jean Runkandel was alive. And as soon as he said this, the head of the magicians immediately gave an order to all the squads that their main goal was to protect Jin Runkandel. A few seconds later, a man appeared in front of them, who introduced himself as Murkayo, and he is the vice-captain of the 3rd Squad of the Black King's mercenaries, and at the request of the Runkandel family, they will protect them. Looking at these two knights, Jin understood that most likely this was not a betrayal. Rather, they were initially fake escorts, and if they were actually 7th-rank knights, then dealing with these troops would not be difficult for them. Jilly couldn't help but start screaming at them because she immediately wanted to find out who they were and what their purpose was. For one of them, it was funny that they actually thought that they would tell everything to the Runkandels. The girl tried to talk to them, but suddenly Jin asked her to destroy one of them. He then asked Jilly to try and cut off the other man's arms and drag his body to him. The girl, hearing this, immediately went into battle and was ready to carry out the order of her young master. She was able to complete the first task in a matter of seconds, and one of them died immediately. The second one also did not wait long for his turn and lost his hand in the same way. And then, without thinking twice, Jilly took his other hand away. Then, as Jin had asked her, she took him by the head and dragged him to Jin, while telling this knight that it seemed his masters had greatly underestimated them. After she brought the body of this knight to her master Jin, she finally told him that in order to become a servant of the Runkandel family, one must be at least a 7th-rank martial artist. Jin completely agreed with her, and added that in order to destroy a child from the Runkandel family, they should have sent at least 3 or even 4 8th-rank knights. The knight, who could still speak, began to shout and ask not to make him laugh, because in his opinion this was just a warning, after which he added that the era of Runkandel's rule would soon end. Jin did not understand why he was shouting like that, but he still agreed with this knight and moreover added that he was also striving for this. Instead of the era of the Runkandel family's rule, he would like to see the era of Jin Runkandel's power come. At these words the knight shouted again, but this time only 3 words. He shouted glory to the great Zippels. The Zippels are a clan of mages that rule the rest of the world. They are essentially the opposite of the Runkandel family, and while some strive to reach the peak of swordsmanship, others do the same with magic. 1,000 years ago, when the first head of the Runkandel house died, the Zippels forced the Runkandel family to enter into a humiliating pact that forbade its members from using magic, which is the reason for the suppression of magical abilities in the Runkandel family. Considering all this, it was not difficult to guess that for the Runkandels, the Zippels were literally enemies of 1,000 years ago, and Jin was quite interested to know who would dare to take such a step. But now, thanks to this stupid knight, he knows everything. After which he asked Jilly to throw him away somewhere nearby, because he believed that there was simply no point in interrogating him further. Of course, even for the Zippels, Runkandel are sworn enemies, although they constantly terrorize Runkandel. But today's incident is different from their usual antics. It clearly looks more like an attack by independent extremists. He carefully examined the crime scene and was sure that something was clearly wrong, but it was really difficult for him to find what exactly. Jin knew that no matter how skillful his disguise was, it would still be extremely difficult to fool a 7th-rank martial artist. So, considering all these facts, Jin began to think that it might be the interference of that same guy. Jilly approached her young master and said that she had done everything as he had asked, in response to which Jin praised her and said that she had done her job well. After which he approached Murkayo, who held the position of vice-captain of the Black King's mercenaries, if Jin remembered correctly. In any case, the guy approached him to tell him that thanks to the fact that they distracted them, he and Gilly managed to escape, and therefore, as soon as they get to their estate, Jean will immediately report on their exploits, and the family will repay them in full. In the meantime, he asked the man and his men to take care of him until they reached the gate. Murkayo, after such words, was ready to do anything for Jin, so he assured the young master that they would try to do everything possible. Although he thought mentally that despite the fact that he was a descendant of Runkandel, who left the castle for the first time, and that he was only 10 years old. All these facts were surprising, because he was already confident in himself and behaved with dignity. So he began to wonder if perhaps the things he had said earlier about the Jean Run-Candle era had been more than just childish chatter. After these reflections, he approached his people and said that until they reached the gates, he asked them to control themselves and think about their actions. The mercenaries did not understand what kind of strange order this was, and such a sudden one at that, because they had absolutely not cared all this time. But he once again asked them to shut their mouths and do what he ordered them to do. Jilly interrupted their not-so-nice conversation and told Murkayo that they could move out. Murkayo listened to them without any problems, and at the same time put his heart to his heart, which greatly surprised his subordinates. On the way, Jilly was a little worried that they had just abandoned those impostors there, but Murkayo assured her that everything was actually okay, because it didn't matter whether they were found alive or not, they would still serve as a good example for their comrades. Jilly was glad to hear this, and she was also pleased by the fact that in about 2 hours there should be a village. Jean suggested waiting out the storm there. And since they were already talking, the guy decided to ask Jilly not to be upset about the incident with the escort, because she should understand that it was not her fault in the first place, because even the Knight Khan, who has the 9th rank, did not notice it. And for a warrior of the 7th rank it is even more difficult, and for Jin it will not be difficult to tell her what a guardian knight should do. The Run-Candle family's nannies share the fates of the children they care for. Jilly was Jin's nanny in his past life, and the family looked down on her because of him not having any abilities, but despite this, she never blamed the guy for it. When he was expelled, she was also ordered to leave with him, and even then, she asked him for forgiveness for not being able to serve him worthily. This is how she was then, so Jin most of all did not want to be rude to her in this life, but now everything will be different, and therefore the guy believed that Jilly should become stronger. While he was thinking about this, Jilly came up to him and said that she was ready to accept any punishment that he considered necessary for what happened. Jin got tired of putting up with her constant apologies, so he started yelling at her, and as a result, he ordered her not to blame herself anymore. After which he added that perhaps she was his nanny, but he also asked her not to forget that she was the only guard he had now. And if even now such trifles throw her off track, then in the future, there may also be problems with support. So he asked her not to make him repeat it again, and he hoped that she understood him. Jilly told him that she would try her best to improve. In her mind, she thought that the young master cared about her so much, so she decided that she needed to be on guard so as not to cause him any more trouble. Looking at Jilly, Jin immediately noticed that his words clearly raised her spirits, even a little too much, but he was still glad about it. While Murkayo was booking 2 rooms for Jean and Jilly, the guy was thinking that the man wasn't that clean. And if his guesses are correct, then most likely Murkayo is also involved in the situation with the imposters. At that moment, Jin was thinking about the reincarnator Bubar Gaston, who was an excellent master of transformation. This skill is a kind of feature of dragons, but the problem was that not all dragons can transform perfectly. Moreover, it could be said that Bubar was the only one who was capable of this, and he also knew this. So he used this ability to commit many crimes and thereby plunge the world into chaos. So given all this, Jin understood perfectly well that if Bubar was really behind all this, then it would be a real thorn in his side. But so far the guy really had no reason to think so, because he hadn't done anything to give it away. Jin remembered very well that in his past life, he was arrested by the Special Squad Beamant when he was about 20 years old. But Jin planned not to allow this, because he understood very well that if such a character became his ally, it would be extremely useful. But on the other side of the coin, he had no reason to trust a man who had already attacked him. So he decided that before Bubar got himself into even more trouble, the guy decided that he needed to find out if anything was different from his past life. Jilly turned to the young master to tell him that she would be outside, and if he needed anything, he could call her. But before she could finish speaking, she noticed that Jin had already fallen asleep. So she decided to be quieter and not disturb the young master. But Jin never managed to sleep, because over time he was awakened by some noise from the street, which literally forced him to get out of his bed. He sat down and didn't even remember when he fell asleep, but the culprit of the noise was immediately noticeable. The guy thought that even despite his persistent training in the Thunder Castle, Such loads were still too much for the body of a 10-year-old child. But then he decided to turn his attention to the one who was screaming, and it was a black cat, whose appearance made it seem like he urgently needed help. Although at that very moment the guy thought that perhaps it was not just a cat. He remembered Murakan's words, who told him that he would hide well and that Jin had nothing to worry about. The guy was sure that this was his friend the Shadow Dragon, and apparently this is what he meant when he said that he would follow him. Jin was surprised that Murakana was so good at transforming. Until the end, the guy thought that he would turn into a servant or a rider, but definitely not into a cute kitten. But as soon as he returned to his appearance, he was no longer so cute, and immediately began to shout that if he had done this, the knights from his family would have immediately understood everything. He decided to approach the guy to tell him the next plan, but he tripped over a piece of wood on the floor and, to put it mildly, did not land very well. Jilly immediately ran into the room, frightened for the young master. She saw a strange man next to Jin who was screaming in pain. Therefore, she immediately turned into a not-at-all kind servant, who did not understand how this worthless thing dared to threaten the young master. It took her only 1 second to put him on the ground and start demanding information from him. Who is he, and what does he want? Jin tried to stop Gilly and explain everything to her, but Murakan continued to lie with a very strange smile. After which he stood up and realized that Jilly was the same maid who baked those wonderful strawberry pies, and how glad he was to meet her again. Jean was a little ashamed to hear this, and Jilly agreed with him. But she still stopped, and no longer wanted to destroy this man and was even ready to listen to him. To begin with, Jin decided to introduce this man and told Gilly that he was the guardian of the Run-Candle family, the Black Dragon Murakan. After which he wanted to introduce Gilly, but Murakan interrupted him and said that he already knew her. She was his strawberry pie. Gilly decided to ask him for forgiveness for the fact that she showed disrespect to the guardian of the family, but Murakan clearly did not intend to be offended. Moreover, he said that he would gladly forgive her. The girl decided to ask him why he calls her that. Murakan happily explained to her that it was because she makes these wonderful, amazing, and simply perfect strawberry pies. Jilly was shocked when she heard this. She literally couldn't believe that Jin asked her to make these pies every day just because of Lord Murakan. The guy asked her to sit down so he could explain everything in detail, and after a few minutes of explanations, she realized that a lot had actually happened without her knowledge, and Jin was sorry that he had been deceiving her all this time, but she was only surprised by how outstandingly talented Jin was. All these things, magic, the contract with Soldred, and even the dragon as a personal guardian, all this amazed her. But considering all this, she could certainly say that she was incredibly happy to be his nanny. Jin was glad that she reacted that way, but still did not forget to tell her that in any case, she was now an accomplice in this story, and at his request, the family should not know that Murakan had awakened, and they were closely connected to him. But he was interrupted again by Murakan, who asked his strawberry pie not to be so nervous, because everything would be fine. This was very strange for her, but still she was very grateful to him for this. Jilly still asked Jin to step aside for a minute, because she wanted to check with the guy whether they could trust Murakan, but the young master himself was not really sure about it. The next day they reached the teleportation gate, and Gilly and Jin were very grateful to the Black King's mercenaries, and they did not forget to say that the Run-Candle family would soon repay them for their work. Murakayo was grateful in return because he thought it was a good experience for them. He also said that they were eager to see what the future held for young Run-Candle, whom Gilly served. But before leaving, the man decided to ask Jilly one question, in which he was interested to know why someone with such outstanding abilities as hers left the McCrollin family to become a nanny for a child from another family. Immediately after this question, she turned around and told him that there was really no reason worth mentioning, and that was her answer. The man realized that he had asked a rude question, so he decided to apologize for it. After which they entered the building where the teleportation gate was, and the first thing they were asked to do was present their identification. This was not a problem, and they immediately showed their badge, and the employee of this department immediately understood that they were from the Run-Candle family, and they needed to get to Callan, the Hufestra Union. It was an honor for this employee to meet him, so he asked them without any problems to follow him so that he could lead them to the teleportation site. But everything was not so simple, because in order to move to the desired place in an instant, they had to wait here for 2 whole hours. However, they decided that it would be better to wait than to go there on their own feet. At that moment, Gilly decided to tell the young master that she was actually very worried about him, and specifically about the fact that they might find out about Murakana or something else, and then they wouldn't be able to keep silent about magic. After all, she knew very well that this was the only thing that was forbidden in the Runkandel family, but Jin assured her that there was really nothing to worry about, because he also knew about it very well, and therefore would carefully hide it. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from behind. And the first thing Jin noticed when he turned his head was the coat of arms with a golden dragon. This coat of arms represented nothing other than the Zippel family, among which was a boy and 2 guards. He decided to sit down opposite Jin and his comrades, and he immediately felt a little pressure. The guy tried to discreetly assess the person he saw in front of him, because all these faces looked quite familiar to him. Then suddenly this guy from the Zippel family spoke up and said that he knew it was not worth going to Hoofest today, and all because he met these scum who were sitting opposite him. The only plus he noticed while sitting there was a cute kitten, which he immediately wanted to pet. The kitten himself was not against approaching this guy to be petted. At least that's what it seemed like at first. After all, then Murakana suddenly went wild and scratched Zippel's hand. His guards immediately ran up to eliminate the threat, but this guy stopped them and said that everything was fine, because it was just the animal's day off. Apparently it was just an attempt to start a fight, which caused him trouble. Besides, he thought that it would be very stupid to draw a sword in front of the Runkandel family members. This guy, looking at Jin, thought that he wanted to piss him off out of curiosity, but he didn't react even to direct insults. This could only mean that Runkandel's youngest son was very cold-blooded. The guy liked it, so he decided to come closer and introduce himself. His name was Zippel, and he would like to apologize for his rude behavior. Jin had heard of this name, the general mage and a worthy contender for the position of head of the Zippel family in the future. He was very popular among young mages, because he had a noble character coupled with brilliant skills, and in his past life, there was a huge gap between them when Jin was engaged in magic. He couldn't even imagine that he would meet this guy at such an early age. He even felt a little awkward. In any case, he decided to answer him, and told Veridin that he was also curious about what kind of person he was, and considering that he apologized, Jin was glad to see that he was not just an idiot. Veridin decided to clarify why he decided so, and Jin explained to him that if after his antics, his men had drawn their swords, then in the end he would have had to wander around Hoofester without protection, and perhaps even lose 2 more of his fingers. With these words he made Veridin laugh quite a lot. It seemed to him that this was a very creepy joke. Jin put on his most serious face and let him know he wasn't joking. Veridin still didn't stop smiling and at some point decided to give Jin some advice. After which he said that if he ever met Zippel again and found himself in a similar situation, he asked Jin not to get excited and not to cut off anyone's fingers or something like that, because in the future this could bring a lot of problems to both families. In response to these words, Jin said that now this is a really funny joke. The boy found it funny that he actually thought that his father Chiron Runkandel and his father Keliak Zippel would start a war between their families over a child's fight. Veridin couldn't really disagree with the guy, and said that even if he lost a few fingers, it would all end up with a small amount of money as compensation. Considering all this, Zippel decided that Jin had taught him something today, so he promised that he would repay him one day. Jin, hearing these words, told him that he would not need to return it later and wanted Veridin to do it immediately, and according to Zippel, he would do it with pleasure. The guy asked Veridin to remain silent and not say a word until the gate was activated, and he especially asked not to disturb him. It was an unexpected request for Veridin, so he thought that in a few years, Jean Runkandel would become a good guy. Veridin even thought that if it weren't for the feud between their families, he would have asked the guy to become his friend, but now he can only become his sworn enemy, because he is Runkandel. Jin, looking at how Veridin was acting, simply did not understand how he could act like that if he had recently almost lost his fingers, so he assumed that perhaps the Zippel family was all like that. In any case, 2 hours passed rather quickly, and they were invited into the teleportation room, where they were immediately warned that due to the teleportation wave, they could feel pain and fatigue, but these were normal sensations. And while Veridin was teleporting, he still decided to tell Jin that it was a pretty fun meeting, and that's why he wanted to offer the guy to meet again. Without thinking twice, Jin immediately told him that he was out and suggested not to do it. As soon as the guy arrived at his palace by carriage, he was immediately met at the entrance by the deputy chief butler, Peter. He understood that the guy had a long and rather difficult journey, so he happily congratulated the guy on arriving at the main estate of the Runkandel family. The Garden of Swords is the place where only those who have reached special heights and contributed to the prosperity of the Runkandel family were allowed to leave their sword. It symbolizes all the dreams and honor of the Runkandel family, and while Jin was passing by this place, he thought that there was a time when he also wanted to leave his sword after his death. In his past life, he was weak because he had no abilities and he had no leadership qualities or intelligence, so when he tried to do something, he obviously looked very stupid. But in this life, living in this hole seems quite expedient to him. The first of the Runkandel family to speak to the boy was the Black Panther, Rose Runkandel, who was the mistress of the Runkandel estate. She was glad to see her son again, and the boy reciprocated her feelings. The first thing his father wanted to know was what kind of cat was on his shoulder, and Jean couldn't think of anything better to say than that he had tamed it. But the father clearly didn't believe him, and this was evident from the expression on his face. After which he added that he liked the way Jin responded cheekily, because Runkandel always expressed themselves like that when they received something. The cat immediately approached Rose and wanted her to take him in her arms, and the woman herself wanted to ask Jean what he called this cat. Jin expected this question, so he confidently said the name Nabi Runkandel, which translated means butterfly. And as soon as he said this, one of the brothers of the Runkandel family began to shout that he, of course, understands that Jin is still young, but this still does not give him the right to give the surname Runkandel to some animal. The father asked him to stop shouting. First, he would like to know from Jin himself why he gave the cat his last name. The boy didn't understand why they were making such a fuss about the cat, but he assured his father and other family members that he did it to be responsible for it. He also believed that it might just be an animal, but it was the first living creature he had managed to tame, so he wanted his name to have some meaning. This was a worthy answer in the father's opinion, but he still decided to clarify once again whether Jin understood what such a decision entailed. Jin understood this perfectly well, and decided to say out loud that if someone harms a Nabi, then it means that he must respond in kind. The man believed that Jin simply had a talent for making enemies, and to confirm these words, one could only look at how his brothers and sisters looked at him. Jin wasn't going to argue with him, but he thought it wasn't that bad, since it would allow him to learn how to get rid of his enemies much faster. This kind of insolence never ceased to please the father. He believed that since they all had to put up with their younger brother, then everyone was already on the edge. 4 years later, Jin was already 14 years old, and by this time, he had managed to obtain the rank of a second-rank knight. Today he finished another training session, and his coach told him that he has made noticeable progress, and at this rate he is quickly rising in rank. His instructor Garen Altamiro also reminded the boy that he also had training planned with Lady Luna today. Jin actually forgot about it, so he decided to go eat and return to Luna. Garen decided to tell the guy that it would be better for him not to eat with other knights, because his mother doesn't like it. But Jin thought that everything was fine, because he just doesn't want to start a silent war with his relatives. Garen actually understood the guy perfectly and didn't even intend to judge him. Belob Schmitz was a primary school cadet who was aiming for the position of Runkandel Guardian Knight, and it was he who decided to help the young master today, and therefore brought him food. Jin was very grateful to him, and while they were eating, the guy thought about the fact that Belob Schmitz was an ordinary 13-year-old boy who would soon be kicked out of the Runkandel family. At least that was how it was in his past life. The guy still felt sorry for him, because he was deprived of his cadet rights and simply expelled without regret, which Jin clearly didn't like, but then he couldn't do anything about it. But Belob is actually a good and kind guy who was just unlucky. He also always talked about how grateful he was to the Runkandel family for giving him the right to eat meat quite often, and he was also very grateful to the young master for always sharing meat with him. Jin noted that he says this every day. Has he really learned this phrase by heart? The young master tried to convey to Belob that he sometimes needed to be more laconic, because people despised him because he chatted too much, something the cadet clearly did not expect to hear. Jin confirmed this once again and asked him to raise his nose and gather the rest of his dignity. He asked him to be proud of the fact that he is a cadet of the Runkandel family's guardian knights. Belob noted that it was hard to think like that because his grades were below the plinth and he hadn't even reached the first rank. But according to Jin, being a cadet of the Runkandel family was already a heavy burden. What he was trying to tell him was that even if Belob was at the bottom here, he was elite compared to the rest of the 13-year-olds in the world. During the conversation, Jin understood why the family abandoned him, because this guy is too submissive. But in the future, he joined the Heron family, another swordsman family, and became a loyal dog of the Bement Empire, walking the true path of a heartless butcher. In his past life, Jin was more than surprised to learn that he had become part of the Imperial Guard, and was soon saddened by the news that he had committed suicide, which is why the boy so badly wanted to intervene in Belob's fate so that history would not repeat itself. Jin decided that this time he would do everything possible to avoid being expelled from the Runkandel family. He thought that this guy didn't deserve to live such a bad life twice. As Jin walked to his second training session of the day, he tried to calculate what he had already achieved. His soul release was at rank 2, his mana mastery was at rank 4, and his sword mastery was at rank 2. It seemed to him that everything was going quite smoothly, and at this rate he would be able to become a third-rank swordsman in just 2 years. In the meantime, he has yet another training session with his sister Luna, who promised him that today's training would be similar to yesterday's. But she immediately told him that he should perceive the same workout differently every day. She asked him to follow the call of his heart, and then she believed that he would definitely succeed. Jin understood that today he would probably have to come up with a way to get through this training that he had never heard of. He repeated in his head that he needed to follow his heart, and that learning this skill was very important for those who walked the path of the sword. Before the training began, Luna asked him to concentrate and under no circumstances to open his eyes. In this way, she wanted him to concentrate. The guy had thoughts in his head that the call of the heart is a stage of enlightenment for knights of the 7th rank, and above, and his sister is clearly trying to teach him, despite the fact that he is only 2nd rank. It was nice to realize this, but will he succeed? Moreover, he was well aware that this skill was very similar to the emission of aura, but Luna did not use aura during training, so he slightly did not understand it. But on the other hand, he had already told her that he trusted her, and so he was sure that she had some kind of plan, so he just needed to concentrate on training, and one day he would be able to understand what the essence of this training was. After some time, Luna announced that their training for the day was over, and she praised him, saying that he tried hard today. Luna had always expected her little brother to be good at it, but she was also happy that he always exceeded her expectations. 680. The girl immediately noticed the fact that he had amazing concentration and stance that you wouldn't see among other 2nd-rank knights, so she was sure that in a few years his potential would definitely be recognized. She just mentally asked him not to stop and to continue to grow as quickly as he does. The next day, at cadet training, everyone was on edge and couldn't help themselves. After all, the point was that today's sparring would bring the most points for the final assessment, and a good final result would help them all quickly become the guardians of the family. All this was told to Jin by one of the cadets, who also added that today was also a special day for the young master, because Mrs. Rosma said that if he could defeat the 10 strongest people among the cadets today, then next year he would be able to get into the advanced group. Jin heard about this for the first time, but it was still great news for him, although it was not noticeable from his facial expression. The thing was that he was worried about Belob, who was again in very bad condition, and apparently this time he was nervous before the fight. Although the young master still thought that it was not that important since he would make sure that he was not kicked out, it still wouldn't hurt for him to be more confident in himself. Their instructor also told them all that today, each cadet would have 3 sparring sessions, and after each fight, they would change partners. Also, the top 10 fighters will fight against young Master Jin in a one-on-one fight. A few minutes after the instructor told them all this, the guys started sparring. Jin watched them closely and immediately noticed that they were all not so bad, and it seemed that the right to be a cadet of the Runkandel family was not given for free. After some time, the instructor was able to select 10 people who would fight with Jin, and he asked the rest to return to their places. The first fights for Jin went quite successfully. He quickly dealt with the first guys who decided to go into sparring with him. During sparring, he thought that the record for consecutive sparring was 8 people, so he would need to win 2 more. And to do this, he only had to be wary of Mesa Milcano, who was a primary school cadet for the position of Guardian Knight. She is an elite fighter who will complete the cadet training course in the future and immediately become a Guardian Knight. The girl hadn't changed a bit from her previous life, and she was still just as sharp-tongued. And the first thing she did after she went out to spar with Jin was to assure him that she would definitely win. The guy himself understood perfectly well that sparring with Mesa was the most important fight in this place for endurance, but still this did not frighten him at all, and he happily answered her that he was looking forward to her attempt. These words smoothly turned into a fight, and Jin immediately had to defend himself from all the blows of the girl, who was clearly fighting with full force. As soon as the fight began, Jin noticed after the first blows that Mesa had become much stronger, but it still didn't seem like he could lose to her. Besides, she was only the second opponent, and after her, he would need to defeat 8 more people, meaning he needed to finish her off as quickly as possible while using as little energy as possible. During their fight, Mesa couldn't understand why the guy was only using basic attacks, because before that, she had seen him use various combinations of attacks. She couldn't believe that he was doing this on purpose. But even if so, why would he do it? But then it dawned on her that the guy simply thought she couldn't beat him. He literally looked down on her. These thoughts made her angry, so she decided to show the young master everything she had learned at the academy. The other guys didn't expect to see such a strong battle between these guys. Maya continued to attack one after another, and at this time, she thought that she simply could not lose to him this time either. But her overconfidence at some point played a cruel joke on her, and Jin was able to catch her and thus broke her sword. The girl clearly didn't expect this, so as soon as Jin did this, she literally froze and didn't know what to do next. And the guy understood perfectly well that their fight was over, and all he could tell her was that they had just had a great fight. After this fight, the guy thought that he needed to change his sword, because it was all cracked and would soon fall apart into pieces. And then it dawned on May that all this time their swords had clashed so many times, but the guy still managed to hit the same spot all the time, and apparently that was the only reason he used basic attacks. She understood that they did not have a big difference in strength and endurance, which meant that she lost only because she lacked persistence and accuracy, and this led the girl to think that the guy really was a descendant of the Randell family. But she wasn't going to leave it like that. So she immediately told the young master that she would train even harder, and thanks to that she would definitely be able to defeat him next time. The fights continued, and as Jin had guessed with his current skills, sparring with 10 opponents in turn was no easy task. But Mesa's defeat drove it into the heads of the other guys that a one-on-one fight with him would end in their defeat. And over time, his plans did come true, and he was able to defeat 10 cadets, and everything went as he had planned. After the guy won the last fight, the instructor immediately approached him and said that he did a great job, and that it would clearly help him join the advanced group earlier next year, so he congratulated the guy in advance. Garen also added that lunch was in 10 minutes, so here he suggested finishing the training. But Jin asked him not to rush so much and said that there was actually someone here with whom he would still like to spar. And after he took his sword in his hands, he shouted that he was going to spar one-on-one with Belob Schmitz. Poor Belob clearly wasn't expecting this, so he was even more scared than the rest of the guys. But Jin kept telling him to come out here because he wanted to fight him. The guy was very worried about whether he should go out for this fight, so Jin had to tell him that at this rate, he would never survive in the Randell family. And in order to prove to everyone, including himself, that he is capable of something, he must come out here right now and fight him one-on-one. These words finally made the guy leave the crowd, but Jin didn't stop the whole time, and continued to say offensive things to Belob, like that he would crush him like a bug. At that moment, Belob did not understand at all why the young master wanted to fight him so much. Was it really because he was very weak, and he wanted to get him into shape in this way? Before Jin started sparring with the guy, he turned to him to tell Belob that he was clearly tired after sparring with 10 cadets, which clearly could not be said about Belob. But even despite all this, Jin believed that he was stronger than Belob, which is why he wanted to fight him. Belob didn't quite understand this logic and why they were fighting at all, but there was no time to think because Jin had already gone on the attack, and he had no intention of sparing Belob, so he dealt him blows that were received by the best cadets with whom he fought. Even after that, he continued to ask Jin why he was doing this, because he himself said that he was stronger than him. But Jin didn't answer him, but simply continued to attack no matter what. Belub was able to block Jin's blow at one point, and the young master was happy to praise his sparring partner, who thanked him for the praise in a trembling voice. After which, Jin jumped back a few steps and used his sword to throw several particles of earth right into Belub's eyes. And he did it not just like that, but in order to inflict another attack on him, only this time he was going to knock the guy off his feet. The plan worked without any problems, and a few minutes later, Belub was lying on the floor and literally screaming in pain. The guy tried to stop the young master, because he thought that this sparring was useless. But his words were interrupted by Jin. He told Beloba that he had called him to a difficult sparring match. He had said that he wanted to fight him, and these words meant that he could destroy the guy now, so he ordered the guy to immediately get up and start fighting with all his might, because the young master would spare him only once. Beloba now realized that he probably wouldn't be able to avoid a fight just like that, so he decided to join it, but he would clearly do it for a reason. The other guys immediately realized that his sword didn't just start glowing for no reason. Most likely, Beloba had learned to emit an aura and was using it right now. Maisie immediately turned to Instructor Garen and told him that they must immediately end this fight, because if this was a real aura, then the young master could be in danger. But before she could finish speaking, Jin himself turned to the instructor and told the man that he should keep something he saw here a secret. It was a kind of order. Garen realized that he had no other choice, so he agreed with the young master. Beloba once again asked the young master if he really wanted to do this before going on the offensive. All Jin told him was that if he knew how to use aura, he only asked him not to hold back and attack him with all his might. These words made Belub angry and say that the young master clearly made a mistake when he wanted to fight the guy. Beloba thought that Jin should have done it before he fought 10 people. Now it was up to Jin to block the attacks, and it became much more difficult to do so. These attacks were incredibly powerful, so much so that one such attack simply destroyed Jin's sword in an instant. The guy realized that he had slightly underestimated his opponent, and he clearly did not expect Beloba to be so strong. In fact, Jin knew that Belub was a very experienced cadet, because when he watched his sparring, Belub analyzed the opponent's movements and skills. He lost, but was always very close to winning, although all these defeats gave him much more benefit than victories did to his opponents. And all this led to unimaginable results. At least the fact that he already knows how to use aura should have amazed everyone. And now, with the help of this aura, he split Jin's sword into 2 halves, and the next target was the young master himself, who eventually managed to launch a counterattack that Belub was unable to block. This blow stopped the guy and brought back all his fear, which is why he stopped and could no longer continue to fight. And Jin took advantage of this, and placed his opponent in a hold from which he would hardly be able to escape. But still, the guy stopped at one point and did not strangle him, which surprised Belub, because he thought that the young master was going to fight for real, and he clearly should have brought all this to a logical conclusion. The boy thought that the young prince was just having fun playing with him, although Jin himself did not think so, and in response received a shout from Belub, who did not understand why Jin started this at all. According to the young master, he himself found it very unpleasant to resort to stimulation methods there, and he really didn't want to do exactly that. But there was simply no other way out. After which Jin once again repeated Belob's words, who said that Jin didn't know him at all, and therefore didn't dare to say that. But he still knows one thing for sure, that such determination can only be shown when a person is strong. Jin told Belob that he was a very kind person, and he liked that about the guy, but he asked Belob to understand that in this world, you can't survive by relying only on kindness. So from this moment on, he will only hope that one day he will become strong enough to protect this character trait as well. Besides, he couldn't help but say that he and everyone else at this academy were very sorry that they had been so strict with him all this time. By this time, the cooks had already arrived to start preparing dinner, but when they entered, they began to assume that the training was not over yet, but Gina assured them that they could already start cooking. At that moment, Beloba was thinking about the words that Jin had spoken to him and decided that today the young master would go get his own food. Jin completely agreed with him. Moreover, he was ready to bring Belob something to eat. Report this whole story to the head of the Runkandel family that same day. And this caused him to laugh strangely, which ended with a phrase about how this was apparently the credo of this young man. Even when he dominates others, he still looks after the weak. He then decided that he needed to check if this route was worth anything, so he asked Khan to come back and pass on something. The boss was about to send the boy on his first mission, so he asked Khan to convey the news to him personally. A year later, Jin was able to reach the 3rd rank at 15 years old, and during the first vacation, the cadets either returned to their homes or worked on themselves using their own methods. And once the cadets moved to the advanced group, instead of wooden swords, they must use more suitable ones. So some cadets ordered swords that they liked. And Jin, in turn, needed to find a suitable sword in the family vault. But his sister Luna decided to help him with this, according to whom it was very difficult to find a sword that would suit him perfectly. Jin was sure that at least she knew more about weapons than he did, so she would probably choose the best of the available options. But he clearly didn't expect Luna to pull out a huge sword that was almost as big as Jin himself. From the expression on the guy's face, it was clear that he clearly expected to see a different sword. But Luna assured him that this sword was previously known as Bales's cleaver, and she used it often at his age, around the time she came up with this axe-like sword. So she could safely say that this was the prototype of her Randell, the sword she currently uses. Jin immediately told her that he was simply huge, and that was putting it mildly, after which he added that he was very grateful that she had chosen such a sword for him, but he still felt that it would be difficult for him to handle it. It was immediately obvious from Luna's face that she was upset, although she tried to say that it was just a joke. But the guy understood perfectly well that it didn't look like a joke at all. She still tried to convince him once again that Bales's cleaver was an excellent sword. Perhaps it was a bit heavy, but she believed that it was not really such a big obstacle. But the guy's silence made it clear to her that he didn't like this sword, so she nevertheless agreed to show him another one. On the way, she told him that she had thought about it for a long time, which sword would be better to choose, because she wanted to find the sword that was intended specifically for the guy. And at some point it dawned on her. She thought that since he chose the Barisada in the selection ritual, she decided that this sword would suit him perfectly. The sword that Luna took out was very similar to the Barisada, the sword used by the head of the Bradamante family. Jin immediately liked this sword, and it could be seen with the naked eye. The boy immediately told her that it was an amazing sword, even compared to many of the legendary swords that their family owned. Jin believed that this was the weapon that he had to get no matter what. He couldn't even imagine that she would personally give him Bradamante. Everyone in the Rundakandal family knew that Bradamante and Barisada were the swords that were best suited for using spiritual energy, and if Jin had chosen it, it would have soon had to be given up due to the protests of his siblings. The guy told his sister that this was the sword that the rest of the relatives wanted to get, and she still chose it for him, so he didn't even know how to repay her for such kindness. But Luna immediately made it clear to him that he clearly didn't need to do this, and also noted that apparently he hadn't yet decided how he felt about her. And these thoughts make her very sad, but Jin immediately tried to assure her that in reality everything is different. Luna leaned towards him and said that there was no point in telling her anything anymore, because she was already sad, so he would have to console his sister's sad heart. He didn't quite understand what she was talking about, but according to her, he didn't need to understand, after which she asked him to close his eyes so that they could begin another training session. After which she said that she would teach him something else, and if her words are to be believed, then among Jin's brothers and sister who are engaged in continuous feuding among themselves, there are also those who unconditionally love him. That's why she asked him to remember this well and not to make his sister sad anymore. Now Jin understood everything. She also decided to tell him that before he was born, she was alone among their kind, but he should not share her fate, so she helps him and hopes that he understands her. He told her once again that he understood everything perfectly, and would not do it again, and since he was so sure of it, Luna suggested that he continue training, and first he needed to use the call of his heart. After another training session, Jin returned joyfully to his room, where Murakan was already waiting for him. But as soon as the guy entered the room, the first thing Murakan asked was to put this sword back in place, because he believed that the guy did not yet control spiritual energy so well. Because in order to use Bradamante for its intended purpose, he needed to master the control of spiritual energy of the 3rd rank. And as they both knew, at the moment Jin was at the 2nd rank, and therefore Murakan was sure that he would not be able to even have a pitiful semblance of awakening this sword. but the guy himself believed that he was very close to getting the third rank, which meant that he would soon be able to use it. But as soon as he said these words, Murakami closed his book with great aggression and asked this scoundrel to listen to him carefully. After which he immediately began to talk about how Barisada and Bradamantine were simply swords that could not be used indiscriminately, and that control of third-rank spiritual energy was the bare minimum. And so Murakami believed that until the guy reached at least the 5th rank, he asked Jin to use this sword as a normal one. Jin removed Murakami's hand from his head and immediately told him that he was not so patient, so he wanted to ask him what would happen if he reached the 5th rank before the end of the year. But this made Murakami even more angry, so he started talking about how even if some kid won first place in a spiritual energy competition and ate only that instead of regular food, he still wouldn't be able to use that sword. Murakami asked him to stop talking nonsense that would make dogs laugh, and if that was all Jin had to say, he asked the guy to stop being so stubborn. But apparently Jin wasn't going to end it there, so he grabbed Murakami's book and asked the Shadow Dragon to repeat what he said about the scoundrel. Their sport was suddenly interrupted by Jilly, who entered the room at a rather inopportune moment, and Jin immediately thought that perhaps something had happened. According to the girl, Instructor Garen is looking for him. She also added that usually he always came in person, but this time he asked to tell Jin that he needs the guy, so that he can explain the plan and show everything in detail on the map. Jin didn't understand at all what was being discussed, and Murakami didn't even try because he was very nervous about his book, which the guy had quite unexpectedly snatched from his hands. Gilly explained to the guy that apparently the matter was that Instructor Garen gave him his first assignment. He says that Jin is leaving as soon as the holidays are over. It was quite unexpected for the guy, but he still thought it was about time, considering that he had become a third-rank swordsman, although leaving at the end of the holidays was quite strange. Gilly thought it was because the assignments were quite difficult, and were usually assigned to those in the advanced group, while Jin thought it was most likely because his transfer was approved. The young master wanted to check this out, so he asked Gilly to stay here with Murakami. The first thing Jin did was go to Garen's office to tell him that he had been given a message that he had been assigned a mission. Garen confirmed this information and added that the task was also given to the 9 remaining junior cadets. He also mentioned that they would be divided into 2 groups. This is a reconnaissance mission in the districts of the southern border with the Kingdom of Zhan. This is near the lands of the Beastmen, and the marked territory belongs to the possessions of the White Wolf tribe. Jin listened carefully to the meaning of this task, and with each passing second, he became more and more convinced that this was not really the place where junior cadets would be sent. And he didn't even take into account the fact that they were assigned a task earlier than usual, and this seemed difficult to him, as for the first mission. In addition, the guy saw in his group cadets with below-average grades and Belub, whose grades were not stable. Having put all these facts together, the guy came up with the idea that everything looked as if someone had deliberately distributed people this way. Jin began to suspect that his father found out about his fight with Belab and that he wanted to test him in this way. And if this is so, then Jin was absolutely ready to show everything he was capable of, and that there was no hesitation in his choice. 4 days later, at the southern border, Jin announced the purpose of the mission to everyone. According to him, they needed to find the heir to the Gene Kingdom from the Bill family, Sember Bill, and upon arrival, they would set up a camp in the central part of the border. Also, when the preparations are finished, each group will begin to search, and once a day a person must be sent back to the camp with a report, and the most important thing is that from now on he is not a young master for them, but a captain. Therefore, they must follow his orders without question. Those who are injured will remain in the camp until they recover, and that's where he ended. They stopped at a small pass, and one of his group approached Jin to report that they had seen a water tail from the Beastman's territory nearby. Jin knew very well that these guys avoided predators and were short creatures themselves, so they would not encounter the White Wolf tribe here. He then turned to Belab and told him that their progress would be slowed by the snow, so he asked the boy to head back to base 2 hours early, after which he would need to head to Zone 13. He ordered the rest to search the 13th zone, to which they all quickly agreed. At this time, Jin couldn't help but think that something was clearly wrong here, because he guessed that this task was assigned by order of his father, but so far everything was going too smoothly. The guy thought that this task would be a test for him, but so far everything is leading to the fact that he was simply mistaken, and this task is real. He understood that if they went beyond the boundaries of the 13th zone, they would most likely end up in the territory of the Beastmen, and considering that they were low-ranking cadets, a fight with them was clearly beyond their capabilities. So he decided that they didn't need to spend too much effort to achieve results. He was going to finish inspecting this territory in the next 4 days. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Belob, who ran back in a hurry. As it turns out, the second group was ambushed, so he's here to report it. Jean immediately ordered everyone to get ready and immediately told them that they needed to move out. Belob also added that it was known that the second group had retreated and they had split up, and one of the escapees had reached the main camp and reported the situation. Belob saw that they were attacked by ordinary people. It is also known that there are only 3 of them. But even with such a number, they would not have just attacked, and most likely they had more people. At least that is what Jin thought. So the captain decided to order his subordinates to return to the camp and comb the area, and if they saw the enemy, he forbade them to engage in battle. Instead, they were to quickly report this information to him. He understood that it was too dangerous here to plan a counter-ambush, so it was difficult for him to understand what their goal was and why attack the second group instead of the one he was in. In any case, whoever they were, he made them pay for interfering in Runkandel's affairs. But when they arrived at the place where the attack had taken place, Jin realized that they had already finished, and that there was blood and traces of strangers everywhere in that place. Belob simply couldn't believe it. Was the second group really destroyed? But Jin assured him that there was no reason to panic yet, because the blood was still fresh. Moreover, the captain saw no corpses or pieces of flesh, only traces of blood. It seemed to him that a battle had begun here, and the second group had begun to retreat, and judging by the tracks, it could be said that there was only one attacker. Suddenly, one of his squad said that she found used bandages, and they were similar to their medicines from Hufester, and she found them on the western side. Jin immediately realized that this meant that the second group was attacked, and here they were trying to heal their wounds, after which one of the attackers found them, so they began to run away to the west. After these thoughts, he decided to ask Sierra, Eddington, and David to go back to base and report on the situation. And he took Belob with him, and they set off on the fresh tracks of the second group. After some time, they were still able to catch up with them, and Belob saw the second group, but they didn't want to rush the guy. The thing was that there were still attackers there, and the battle was not over yet, and he could not help but notice that Mesa was not among them. In any case, Jin thought that they needed to do something, so he asked Belob to close his eyes for a while, and once he was ready, he would need to deliver a strong attack to the man on the left. At that moment, Jin's mind was filled with thoughts about the spiritual essence that Murakan had told him about. Everything that was enveloped in spiritual energy would cut better and have greater destructive power. Therefore, he was able to destroy one of the attackers with lightning speed, and Beloba was going to deal with the second. But his opponent, unfortunately, was able to cope with this attack at the last moment and blocked it. Fortunately, Jin was nearby, who helped him destroy this opponent. And as soon as they freed the guys, they immediately told us that there were still attackers who, unfortunately, took Mesa with them. One of the attackers suddenly began to beg the guy for mercy. Jin, looking at him, understood that since he was asking for mercy, it meant he was not just a stupid dog of the Zippel family. So Jin decided to give him a choice. He tells them their affiliation, their goals, and the location of the base, and in that case only one of them dies or they keep their mouths shut, and everyone who is connected to them in any way dies. 928. The guy also decided to add for confidence that he is indeed a man of his word, because his name is Jean Runkandel, and he swears by the name and honor of his family. This bandit understood him perfectly and believed the guy, but he still wanted to get a guarantee that his family would still be able to survive. After Jin promised him this, the man revealed that he was a member of a revolutionary group called Kinzello. Jin suddenly realized that he was talking about a terrorist organization that had been around even before his death in his past life. He is sure that it was they who destroyed the head of the kingdom, Jean, and became known to the world thanks to the atrocities they committed in the cities of the kingdom. They called themselves the Revolutionary Organization of Kinzello. More than anything in this world, they wanted to achieve that their leader would become the king of the world. so they believed that everything would be fine for them. Next, Jin wanted to know why they attacked the Rungkandel family cadets at the border. But this man was just an ordinary soldier, so he didn't know much. He didn't even have a clue where their main base was. According to him, the camp he was assigned to was located near the entrance to the Beastmen's territory. There were about 20 mages and the same number of 4th-rank knights. Then Jin was interested in another question, in which he wanted to know why they took Mesa. According to this bandit, it was done for celebration. His superiors said that they needed them in honor of the announcement of the beginning of their revolution, so they ordered them to take all the girls alive. At this point, his story ended, because he didn't know anything else, and Jin answered him that he would keep his promise. After which he turned to his charges to find out how much time had passed since they captured Mesa. According to the guys, about an hour had passed, which meant that they would still be at the entrance to the Beastmen's territory. So he asked his people to recover a little, after which they would need to go back and ask for help from the main house of the family. They couldn't believe that he was going to go there alone, because all the attackers were knights of at least the 4th rank, and there were about 20 of them there, so they tried to convince him that he couldn't handle it alone, and they also thought that they were ordinary cadets, and it was stupid to risk so much for them. Jin obviously disagreed with him. He believed that since one of them was taken hostage, the son of the Rungkandel family could not sit idly by. Moreover, he immediately made it clear to them that he was much stronger than they thought, so he ordered them to immediately carry out his order, because further disobedience would be regarded by him as an act of insubordination. After which he turned to Belob and told him that, considering that everyone from the second group was wounded, he was the strongest of the remaining cadets, so he asked him to pull himself together and do everything that depended on him. These were Jin's last words before he set off for Mesa, and the rest of the way he thought only about making sure it wasn't too late. He had thoughts in his head that there were about 20 enemies, and all of them were 4th-rank martial artists, and he, in turn, was a 3rd-rank swordsman with a 4th-rank mana level and a 3rd-rank spiritual energy emission. Jin understood that even though he was quickly becoming stronger, he still didn't think he could fight them openly, and his main goal was to save Mesa. To do this, he needed to avoid unnecessary battles and focus on finding Mesa. So he decided to use one of his skills that he hadn't used before. This skill was called Seismic Sense. But Jin wasn't going to stop there. So in addition to this, he also used Wind Search, which significantly increased the search speed. And after a few seconds, he knew that they were heading towards the plains. That's why he immediately set out on his journey, because he understood perfectly well that they definitely wouldn't be able to go far. Suddenly on the way, several hunters started shooting arrows at him and shouting that he was a cadet of the Rungkandel family. This clearly interested them, so they wanted to grab him as quickly as possible. But they definitely won't be able to do it that easily, if only because this guy used magic, which is forbidden in his family. In any case, this is not the main thing now, and the hunters just wanted to finish him off so that he would not interfere with them. At this moment, Jin clearly did not lose his head, and quite in time he took out his sword and struck the body of one of the hunters. This provoked the mage of this group to enter the battle, and for this he decided to use fire magic, which allowed him to tie Jin's hands and thus immobilize him. At least that's what it seemed to them, because Jin destroyed one of the attackers with one movement, and with the second movement, he got out of this fiery prison. But the magician wasn't going to stop there, so he dealt the guy another fiery blow, which was already more difficult to dodge, but Jin was still able to do it. After which, without thinking for long, he went on the attack on this magician, who could not believe his eyes that his fire did not work on this guy. Then he decided to try to pierce the guy with ice. He believed that this attack would definitely benefit him. But unfortunately for him, this attack did not work. Jin, with the help of his sword, was able to destroy all the ice arrows that flew in his direction. The magician tried to understand how the guy was able to dispel his spells so easily, but apparently it was too late to think about it now. Jin dealt him only one blow, which helped him finish off this magician, after which he looked around carefully and found tracks. So he assumed that these guys from Kinzello did not even intend to cover their tracks. Thus it could be understood that they looked down on the Rungkandel cadets, only because they had no experience in real battles. But Jin had a great skill at reading tracks, and looking at this pile of tracks, he immediately realized that they had met up with the others and continued on their way in a cart. He also didn't forget that Kinzello was an organization with a clear hierarchy, so he believed that there was a high probability that the loot they managed to get was distributed according to rank. Considering they won't touch anything that's meant for high command, this is the only chance to save Mesa before they do anything to it. Looking at the map, he realized that he was approaching the territories of the Beastmen, which meant that their camp should be nearby. In that case, he decided to distract them, and for this he would use the confusion to save Mesa. Using magic, he set fire to a huge area of the forest, which would clearly cause panic. Jin was counting on the fact that when they saw such a huge fire, they would have to come to put out the flames, and then the guy would take advantage of this. A few minutes after the guy set fire to several houses in this camp, people ran out of them and immediately began trying to put out the fire. One of these bandits started shouting that they were all stupid because they couldn't put out even such a small fire, so he had to tell everyone what to do. He tried to convey to the magicians that they needed to use ice and water magic and put out a bigger fire. He ordered everyone else to take water and put out what they could. Jin realized that apparently this guy was the main one here. It's not for nothing that they call him the boss. In any case, he was the most savvy, because he immediately said that in such weather a fire was simply impossible, so those who started it should be nearby. So he ordered them to find him immediately, but apparently it was already too late. Jin was already too close, so the big guy couldn't block the guy's blow, and the young master was glad that he finally found a way to get inside. He was a little scared to walk around these places, but still, he was here for Mesa, so he had to, when suddenly he discovered the entrance to the basement. And as it turned out later, this is what he needed, because there he was still able to find Mesa. She clearly didn't expect to see him here, because it was so dangerous here. Jin immediately told her that she didn't have to worry about it, and the first thing he wanted to know from her was whether she could walk. According to the girl, she could walk, but she immediately said that she could not run. In any case, Jin didn't expect her to be conscious at all, so at least that. But as soon as they decided to leave, suddenly there was too much noise above them. After that, Mesa asked the guy to promise her something, although Jin did not want to listen to her, because now was not the best time for this. But she still asked him that if his situation got out of control, then she asked him to leave her, because he definitely shouldn't die here. In response to this, Jin remained silent, and then asked her to get up and finally get out of here. But as soon as they went outside, they noticed that there were bodies of their enemies lying around, which someone had clearly destroyed. Jin, looking at their injuries, immediately thought that perhaps the Beastmen did this, because only people from the fighting tribe could do this. And when they finally turned around, they saw a huge wolf, and now Jin had no doubt that the White Wolf tribe had been at work here. The girl tried to say that she could buy him some time to run away, but before she could finish, Jin hit her. This wolf immediately turned to the guy because he believed that it was he who made such a fire, and therefore he was not going to leave him alive for such behavior. Jin was not going to run at that moment. He confidently stood up on his feet and told that wolf that he was the son of Sharon Runkandel, Jin. And before they started this fight, he wanted to know the name of this beastman, but the wolf enjoyed what he had just heard. He really liked understanding that in front of him were the offspring of the Runkandel family. A few days before the mission, at the Runkandel family's main estate, Jin tried to use all his strength to gain some mastery over his new sword. But he was unable to finish it because at one point he was interrupted by Murakan, who jumped on him, after which he began to tell the guy that it was very dangerous, and that he shouldn't do it unless he wanted to die. He had to repeat to the guy again that his level was not high enough, so if he thoughtlessly awakened the sword, then he would most likely get stuck in the flow of spiritual energy. So he looked into the boy's eyes again and told him that if he didn't want to die from this, then he shouldn't even think about trying to awaken the sword anymore. At present, Jin stood before a huge wolf, who told him that the day had come when the greatest prey in the form of Runkandel's son had finally fallen into his hands. And this wolf's name was Quasito Truca, and he came from the Truca tribe, White Wolf tribe. It is said that they are a tribe whose members are born only for slaughter and battle. The skill of an adult white wolf is approximately equal to the 6th rank. The White Wolf tribe is also known for their hatred towards the Runkandel family, and the reason for this is because the first head of the house destroyed the great White Wolf Javier, whom they revered as their god. Therefore, taking all this into account, Jin understood perfectly well that it would be simply impossible to escape from this monster with Mesa. And while he was thinking about this, Quasito was already shouting that he would sacrifice his body on Javier's altar and thereby make his soul happy. But before that, he offered the guy a choice, whether they would clash in a fair fight, or whether he would simply tear him to pieces when he decided to run away with his tail between his legs. Jin didn't think about it for long and almost immediately said that they would fight one-on-one. Quasito was glad to hear this answer, because it meant that today he had come across a guy from Randell who knew about honor, and it was especially pleasant for him to destroy such people. After which he launched his first attack, and along the way asked the guy to show him what a real fight was. As expected of a member of the White Wolf tribe, blocking even one attack seems to be quite a difficult task. And this is just the beginning of the battle. Jin understood that he urgently needed to come up with something, otherwise he would definitely lose this fight. He had thoughts in his head that he could still win. It seemed to him that he had aces up his sleeve, that his enemy knew nothing about, and it was the very same pendant that his sister gave him. But then he suddenly realized that the pendant should not be used for such a minor problem, because if he could not overcome even such an obstacle, then he would definitely not be worthy of rising above the rest. As we know, he also cannot use magic, because fourth-rank magic is not capable of penetrating the skin of a white wolf. Besides, he understood that if his family sent a detachment to investigate Kinsello's camp, the night guards would find traces of magic, and then he would be exposed, and the family would find out that he had violated their ban. So, considering all this, Jin came to the conclusion that he had only one option left, and that was to use spiritual energy. The guy was going to awaken his new sword, which would help him destroy this wolf. But for now it was quite difficult to do this, and he had to block his opponent's attacks. And he constantly repeated that Jin had a very bad sword, and it was not worth resisting him with such a weapon. Besides, it did not really suit the emblem of his family's black sword. Before Jin could answer him, he suddenly saw a huge hammer above him that would literally crush him if he couldn't dodge the blow. At that very moment, he was visited by the feeling of the awakening of the sword that he felt that night. And while the guy was trying to do at least something, the beastmen literally went crazy with the idea and thoughts about how he would sacrifice the guy on the altar of Javier. But Jin wasn't going to give up just like that, and was going to do everything to defeat this monster, and remember how he tried to subdue the sword. Suddenly, Quasito's confidence disappeared, and fear could be seen in his eyes. And this, to his great regret, was the last thing he saw before Jin dealt him several dozen blows at once. After which the guy started talking about the fact that he himself didn't know until recently why the sword emblem was black, but now it seems he understood. Quasito couldn't believe his eyes, but it was too late to change anything, and all that was left to tell Jin was that it was a good fight. But apparently the price of victory was too high, and as soon as Jin finished with Quasito, he literally began to crack. He began to hear the voices of people shouting at him that he was useless, and with such talent he had no right to use such a sword. He was just a disgrace to the family, who had problems with understanding reality, and in general, they were ashamed that they were of the same blood as him. These words literally destroyed the guy morally from the inside, until at one point he heard Murakan's voice, which reminded the guy of what he had already told him about the consequences of this sword. According to him, if a child who lacks spiritual energy awakens the sword, then he must pay the corresponding price. Considering all this, he couldn't believe that the guy was going to die here, in the flow of spiritual energy. But if he still didn't plan to do this, then Murakan asked him to finally wake up, because if his mind leaves his body, then everything will be over forever. Murakan had already told the guy several times what he needed to do in such a situation, and Jin remembered very well that he only needed to throw out a particle of spiritual energy, although it turned out that doing this was not so easy. He couldn't use this skill fully because of the spiritual energy floating around, but he kept convincing himself that he couldn't let himself be consumed and needed to try again. So he put all his efforts and tried to do everything right, but first he needed to calm down, although it is quite difficult to do this in such a situation. After several attempts, he still seemed to be able to do it. Jin could not fully believe that he managed to get out. The pain inside him disappeared so suddenly that he even became a little nervous, and his body seemed to be filled with spiritual energy. After a few minutes on the ground, he began to think that there shouldn't be any problems with movement, so he decided that he needed to go back with Mesa. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some strange noise that came from not far from him. As it turned out, it was a simple resident who was watching everything carefully and was trying to hide all this time, but he realized that it was apparently useless to do so, so he decided to try to ask for mercy. Jin initially thought that he might be a survivor of Kinsella, but the man assured him that this was not the case at all. The man immediately introduced himself and said that his name was Sember Bill and that he was from the Bill family, which was located in the kingdom of Jin. Jin didn't expect to hear this because it was him they were tasked to find. As soon as Sember heard this, he immediately began to rejoice and scream with happiness, because he understood that in front of him was a member of the Randell family, and he managed to survive all this horror, although in fact, because of the mess with Kinsella, Jin completely forgot about his original goal. While they were walking back home, Sember repeated several times in a row that he was in his debt to him, so Jin had to ask him not to worry about it, because they were paid for this work, and now they just need to go back. But before that, Jin wanted to ask the guy how Kinsella managed to kidnap him, and the answer was quite unexpected. According to the man, he simply went here for his beloved. Although this was not the essence of his story, because as it turned out, he went not just for his beloved, but for a girl who died 2 years ago. Although he was still sure that her face, voice, even 2 moles on her wrist, all of this was exactly the same as in life. He understood that perhaps this sounded crazy, but he repeated once again that this was the pure truth, because he would never confuse her with anyone else. Jin listened to him attentively, and thoughts crept into his head that it seemed like these were the tricks of Bubar Gaston, the reincarnator. Most likely they kidnapped Sember for money, but Jin did not fully understand what connected Kinsella and Bubar, because this was the second time that he came to mind. So Jin had a bad feeling, and he wanted to meet him personally to understand what he was really planning. The first thing the boy thought about was the workshop he runs, which is located in the capital of the Kurano Duchy, and he decided that he needed to find a way to get there while he was a mid-rank cadet. After which Jin added that his family would soon send reinforcements, so they should return quickly. Sember was surprised that even knights were called for him. Jin decided not to tell him that it was not for him. But apparently Sember was really very grateful, because he repeated that he would remember today's meeting forever, so he was ready to help Jin in any way he could at any time. Jilly was so happy when she finally saw Jin after he returned from his first mission that she immediately began to congratulate him on his first successful completion of the mission. She knew he would most likely be very tired, so she made sure to prepare a bath for him in advance, which was good news for Jin. Although before that he still decided to approach Murakami to pet him a little. But this was definitely a big mistake that the guy made, because as soon as he came closer, Murakami immediately bit him with all his might. Jin couldn't resist and immediately threw this impudent cat against the wall so that he would think about his behavior. After which they started yelling at each other. Jin yelled because the cat bit him, and Murakami yelled because he threw him into the wall. But their quarrel did not stop there, and the cat continued to climb up to the guy and beat him for using the release of spiritual energy. Although he repeated to him that this could not be done, he did not even want to listen to the guy, although he clearly had something to tell. Murakami wasn't going to listen, because he didn't understand what the guy was thinking, because what could be more important than the life of the person Soldred chose? Gilly tried to stop Murakami, but he asked his strawberry pie not to interfere, because it was a man's conversation. The girl realized that it was better not to interfere and made the right choice, because the Shadow Dragon Guardian began to torment the guy even more and tell him that he was a stupid boy who could not even use the pendant that his sister gave him, although he knew perfectly well that it was not just to hang around his neck. Jin was clearly fed up with all this, and he started shouting back that all this was just some kind of circus, because no one knows what kind of opponent he might meet in the future and how strong he will be, so he decided to keep this pendant until worse times. Because of these words, Murakami almost lost consciousness. He thought that the guy clearly did not understand what he was talking about. Jin decided to get off topic and therefore decided to ask Murakami how he found out that the guy had awakened the sword. According to Murakami, he noticed that the rank of his spiritual energy had suddenly jumped from 3rd to 4th, so it was hard not to notice. But the guy himself really didn't notice it. He just had the feeling that his body was overflowing with spiritual energy, and it turns out that he had increased his rank by 1 level. Murakami thought that he should thank Soldred for the fact that the guy was still alive, because it was worth mentioning that out of 10 people who fell into the flow of spiritual energy, 9 of them died. But instead of paying attention to this, Jin wanted to know who the second person was who was able to survive this. Jin thought that this was the first head of their family, but Murakhan was forced to upset him because, according to him, Temar would have died even if this second person had been Murakhan himself. Based on this, Jin concluded that in fact they were not so different anymore. But in order for Murakhan to calm down, the guy decided to assure him that there was no reason to worry, because the guy himself had no desire to experience such pain. But this did not suit Murakhan at all, so he began to tell Gilly that she should deprive him of food until he learned this lesson. But she also did not intend to listen to him. Besides, she just had to go to prepare food for the young master. The older siblings couldn't understand how the young third-rank knight Jin was able to defeat a member of the White Wolf tribe, so they began to assume that it was just a bandit who had donned a wolf's skin. Anne Randell, who held the position of ninth captain, believed that there was a theory that might be true, and perhaps the one Jin was fighting might be particularly weak. Mu Randell, the eighth captain of the family, believed that even in this case, nothing worked out. And what alarmed him most was that their mother so easily believed this whole story. And Hayton and Daytona, who stood peacefully nearby and nodded, completely agreed with Mu. Although Daytona still decided to check with his brother if this was true, it seemed to them that although Jin was strong, this was too much even for him. Moreover, Hayton believed that the main problem was not that he had destroyed a member of the White Wolf tribe, but that he was already moving to an advanced group, and this was what angered them the most, because they knew they would be finished if he managed to pull this off. And this was depressing them too much, when suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by Anne, who called them. She wanted to ask them what they were whispering about. Were they really worried about Jin moving to the advanced group? They immediately gave her the answer that they didn't care. But Anne was not going to let them go so easily and asked them not to lie to her, because more than anything in her life she dislikes being lied to, and it makes her want to rip the tongues of such people out of their filthy mouths. They realized that it would be easier if they told everything, and when they did this, Enna offered to help them a little. Haytona and Daytona were roughly speaking not against it, but did not understand how she would do it, until she said that they would lend them their slaves for a while. In the Rungkandel family's advanced cadet group, only the strongest survive. This group was made up of cadets from rank 3 to rank 5. It trains both newly arrived cadets and those who have not been able to move on to the next group for more than 10 years. Mu and Anne managed to get to several of the stranded cadets in the group and make them their slaves. So they were willing to give these slaves to Dayton and Hayton to use against Jin, since they had a bad feeling about him too. But she also immediately warned them that if they failed to properly handle this task, then there would be consequences. So she immediately asked them to prepare for this. Jin was getting out of the shower at this time and was thinking that since his first mission was successful, his transition to the advanced group was guaranteed, and he had also managed to raise his spiritual energy to the 4th rank, so it seemed to him that there was only positive news around. He also understood very well that in order to properly manage his spiritual energy, he needed to reach the 6th rank in swordsmanship, at least within the next 5 years. This level means that he has become an excellent swordsman, and starting from the 7th rank you receive the title of Sword Master, but this designation is only for ordinary people, because starting from the 8th rank, a person receives a special status, and this changes everything, while there are no more than 100 people of the 9th and 10th rank out of 2 billion on the entire continent. And only one person in the whole world was able to rise head and shoulders above the rest. He was called the Knight of Genesis, equated to the demigods. But what's most important is that Jin was going to reach that rank in this life, and maybe even surpass it. This means that his first obstacle is promotion, because he knew very well that the twins Hayton and Daytona are already in the advanced group. Jin already knew, even though it hadn't shown up yet, but once he joined the advanced group, not only the twins, but also his parents would try to keep him in as much tension as possible. The initial groups were full of kids of similar ranks, so there was a friendly atmosphere. But in the advanced group, being soft is not an option. In a place where skill and brute force decide everything, he has only one goal: total domination over the advanced group. And Jin planned to do this with the help of a force that he thought would be enough. Before continuing his studies, Jin entered his mother's room at her request. The first thing she started with was that she heard that the guy was able to successfully complete his first task, and she thought that this was an excellent result. But she called him here because she read the head butler's report, and judging by it, Jin refused her offer to change rooms. Therefore, she decided to personally call him to him and remind him that living in this room is only allowed for those who may become the head of the family in the future, and it has been empty since Joshua left. And considering all this, she once again decided to ask him to settle in this room. Jin was very grateful to her, but still he immediately told her that he was forced to refuse such an offer. She wanted to know the reason for such a refusal, and according to the guy, perhaps it really is a great room, but in the end it is just a room, and to the guy it seemed too big for him alone, so he was forced to refuse. Rose asked him again if he really didn't want to live there, and Jean once again confidently answered her that this was his final decision. After this answer, she decided to let him go, and as soon as he left the room, she began to discuss whether her son lacked greed or whether, on the contrary, it overwhelmed him. After all, she offered him the eldest's room, a room that only the one who will be responsible for the entire family in the future is allowed to live in, and Jin most likely knows that as soon as he steps in there, everyone will treat him properly, but at the same time, he will become the #1 target for the children who were not given such an honor. But she still leaned towards the option that the guy simply realized that it was a test, which he successfully passed. Now she just wanted to see how he would cope in the advanced group that Jin was moving to tomorrow. The guy knew that there were many different groups in it, and since Jin would not be there alone, but with his friends, he decided to tell them right away that together they would have to endure any ridicule and dirty tricks from the other guys in this group. But he immediately decided to calm them down, and therefore said that he would not leave it like that, and all these jokes and dirty tricks would end when he conquered the advanced group. Until then, he told them that they were to stay in groups of at least 3, even outside of training hours, and to refrain from walking alone, which they clearly understood. Jed Runkendell, the elder of the Runkendell family, he was an 8th rank knight and the younger brother of Shiron Runkendell. He was the one who introduced the advanced group classes. And before the start of the next lesson, he announced in front of everyone that this year 10 new recruits had joined them and 27 students had left them. The first thing he said was that all newcomers should learn the advanced group's procedures from their elders, and his main task was to teach and evaluate their sword skills. He also told them that any situation other than destruction should be resolved only between them, and none of the senior knights would interfere. And now he asked the older guys a question. He wanted to hear from them what he always told them. And they all shouted in one voice that Runkendell doesn't need weaklings. Jin noticed that they were shouting so loudly and with such great anger, as if they were doing it in order to immediately break the will of the newcomers who had just arrived here. The first thing Jean decided to do was to take a look, and the first people he saw were the Hunton and Daytona brothers, who were no exception, and were also shouting this slogan. And the man standing next to them looked like he had been a cadet for a long time, so Jin doubted that they hired him without help from their dear sisters and brothers. Jin almost immediately thought that it was Sister Anne who decided to help them. The guy thought that their plans probably included shaking the will and confidence of the newcomers, but Jin immediately decided that the first thing he would do would be to show that they would not succeed. So Jin walked straight towards his brothers without any hesitation. Hayton and Daytona sincerely did not understand why this patient was coming to them at all, although on the other hand, they also believed that they had nothing to fear, because from today on, they were under the protection of Sister Anne and Mew. But Jin didn't even think about stopping, and as soon as he came closer to the man who was standing next to him, he immediately took out his sword, as if he wanted to challenge him. Jed didn't really understand what Jin was doing, but he still didn't stop his nephew. Jin cut off the guy's hand without much hesitation, causing him to scream madly. In this way, he made them all understand that if anyone should be afraid, it was only them, after which he turned to this cadet and wanted to know his name. The guy, through his anger, introduced himself and said that his name was Cajun Romero, after which Jin wanted to know his opinion. What did he think Jin cut off his hand for? While he was talking to Cajun, Dayton approached him and asked the same question several times, but Jin continued to ignore him until he raised his sword and ordered Jin to answer his questions, after which he nevertheless turned around and asked them to look carefully, because at the moment he was talking to Cajun and not to them, and he would gladly accept their challenge later. But for now, he asked them to be quieter. Hayton couldn't help himself and shouted at Jin, "How dare he speak like that after he cut their cadet?" But then he immediately closed his mouth, because he realized that he had said too much, but it was already too late. After all, Jin immediately understood that this Cajun was from their group, and according to the guy, he cut off his hand only because he felt the bloodlust with which he looked at him. The other guys immediately realized that they were now watching brothers essentially fighting for dominance. Jed was watching all of this closely at this point, and thinking that instead of breaking their little brother, they had to learn a lesson from him, and it brought him joy that everything turned out far from how it initially looked. Also considering what one of the twin brothers said, Cajun was publicly recognized as one of the Tan brothers' group. So it was perfectly clear that Jin's actions could not be called an accident, but could definitely be regarded as part of the Runkandel family's eternal tradition. The battle for dominance in any case, he believed that it was a daring act. But that wasn't the end of it. Jin asked for the attention of all the cadets, after which he began to talk about how they could point their swords at him or try to ambush him. But he asked them then to immediately understand that if they showed even the slightest hostility towards him, then he would, without any hesitation, cripple them, as he had just done with Cajun. He finished his speech and heard Jed's voice asking him a question, in which he wanted to find out from the guy, or does he really think that he's allowed to do such things in front of him? Jin didn't understand what the point of this question was, because he believed that he could do this without any doubts. After all, he believes that he showed his fangs not only to Tan's brothers, but also to him as an elder. Jed thought this was quite an interesting idea, but he still asked Jin to explain himself now, because then, depending on his answer, he might cut off his head here and now. Jin realized that now he had a serious choice before him, either continue on his path or bend over to Jed so that he wouldn't cut off his head in front of all the cadets. After which the guy decided to say that despite the fact that he was also a cadet, the man still ordered the entire advanced group to try to intimidate them. So, as it seemed to the guy, it was an ordinary challenge, which he successfully responded to. Jed still landed his blow, but he only gave Jin a small scratch. But the most important thing is that the guy didn't even move from his place. The man decided to ask the guy again, did he really want to say that he made a fuss just because he didn't like the fact that he wanted others to keep him in constant tension? Jin, without much fear, answered him that, except for the fact that he didn't like it. Then yes, that was absolutely true. Then Jed didn't understand why he cut off the cadet's hand and didn't point his sword at him. But it seemed to Jin that the answer to this question was quite obvious, because he couldn't defeat the man. Besides, if he thought he had even the slightest chance, instead of hurting Cajun or the Tan brothers, he would have done it to Jed without a second thought. After these words, the man concluded that the guy apparently did not value his life very much, and it seemed to him that Jin was overestimating himself only because he was the son of the head of the family. Jin thought that this was not entirely true, because it seemed to him that not reacting just because his opponent was stronger than him did not quite fit the values of the Runkandel family. Listening to Jin, Jed at one point concluded that the guy believed that life could be taken in an instant, but honor would remain forever. But the man himself thought that this was just another stupidity, but on the other hand, he was glad to hear it, because this stupid reason amused him, although he still didn't mind admitting that Jin was worthy of bearing the name Runkandel. After which he turned to the other cadets and asked them not to forget what they saw here, because today they were lucky to see a real member of the Runkandel family, because what this brat showed them all today is their true essence as sword demons. That's why they have to fight every day, and none of them even have the right to forget who they are. At this point, his speech ended, and he allowed them to disperse, and the training would begin tomorrow. The Tona brothers were clearly not in the best of spirits after one of their friends was destroyed, but Jin still decided to give them advice as their younger brother. He wanted to tell them that he understood them perfectly well when they thought that their older brothers and sisters were frighteningly strong, but he asked them to think again, or would everything really remain like this in the future? Jin asked them not to look only at what was right in front of them. He asked them to think about the future before they took any action. Jilly was a little surprised that Jin had returned from training so early today, but the guy said that she could take her time with dinner. After all, he wanted to tell her first that he had started a battle for dominance with the Tona brothers. But today, Jin found out that it looks like the sisters Anne and Mai are behind them, and they are helping them a lot. In any case, the guy did not forget to tell about the fact that he cut off the hand of a cadet who was under the wing of the brothers, but he also understood that if you think about it, he was more likely one of the sisters' henchmen, and now, thanks to his brother's mistake, he has become part of their group, so Jin is currently confident that Anne and Mu will not like this at all. Exile assumed that it seemed to Jin that it was unlikely that the Tan brothers could have a fifth-rank assistant, because they usually deal with someone weaker than them. Jilly understood everything perfectly, but she couldn't help but notice that the ladies had already received the title of captain, which meant that the unspoken rule of the family could be applied here, which stated that captains could only compete with other captains. Jin thought that even considering all this, he was still okay, because the fact that his sisters were trying to keep him under control was a very good thing, because today he managed to cause them serious damage, and they couldn't personally try to deal with him, since they were captains. As far as Jin was concerned, the only thing they could do was use their powers to change his mission schedule and the difficulty of his missions, thereby simply increasing the risk of his injury or death. But on the other hand, he understood that most difficult missions were solo, which meant that no one would be watching him, and this in turn meant that during their execution, he would be able to use all his skills. Jilly listened attentively to the guy, and at one point it dawned on her that in fact all this played into Jin's hands, which is what the guy wanted to convey to them. He also promised not to forget that he would thank his sisters when he reached new heights. He also planned to take his beloved cat with him, who would obviously be useful to him. Jin immediately told Murakhan that he was not going to take him on missions, he would just need him to do some things. But the guy will tell them about this later, but for now he would like to ask them to keep a low profile. The next day, the three Rungkandel brothers were approached by Jed, who told them that from now on, after the morning training, he would train them with methods that only pure-blooded Rungkandels could know. According to him, this was a special privilege for them, but they should not expect everything to be easy. The first thing he told them was that the sword-wielding in their family could be compared to tyranny. Just as destructive and merciless, fighting and plundering, the whole essence of the Rungkandels was reflected in their handling of the sword. It is also worth noting that they do not have a special form of combat, but they do have secret techniques and finishing blows, but to learn them, they will first need to become captains. Jed believed that their unearthly swordsmanship had no rules, no step technique, no specific form, and this is what distinguishes them from other military families. After which he asked them a question in which he wanted to know if they knew why they did not have a specific form of sword fighting, and Jin immediately decided to answer this question, saying that the Rungkandel family had special physical abilities and a sense of battle. The answer was correct, because the Rungkandel family is truly blessed. The bodies of this family cannot be compared even approximately to ordinary people, and all are born with incredible talent as a swordsman. Jed assured them that there might be differences in personal abilities, but he believed that every Rungkandel was born with this power, and now he wanted them to learn one simple thing, and for this each of them should take a stone ball. As soon as Jin took this stone ball in his hands, he immediately realized that there was clearly something inside it. According to Jed, they are called cleaning stones, a nickname given to them because they can produce a clear sound if handled correctly. And now he will show them 3 different sounds that this stone can make, so they must listen very carefully. He hit the stone with his sword, and it made the boys cover their ears in pain because the sound was incredibly unpleasant. He didn't stop there and hit the stone again to demonstrate another sound to them. This one was of a completely different nature. At least the guys didn't have to cover their ears from the noise. After this blow, Jed began to tell them that, as they could notice, this stone makes different sounds depending on how hard they hit it. When they hit it weakly, it makes a dirty sound, but if they hit it with a certain force, they get a pleasant ringing sound. Jin understood everything perfectly, so he immediately thought about the fact that he needed to make it produce a clear sound when hitting, which meant that this training was aimed at power control, muscle memory, and concentration. The guy also thought that if you think about the physical abilities of the Rungkandel family, then this is an excellent but simple training. After all, it only required repeatedly hitting the stone, so he felt that it was not dangerous enough to classify it as the Rungkandel family's secret training yet. But he did not forget about the third sound, from within which a metallic clang could be heard. Although when Jed struck again, In order to show them the third sound, Jin and his two brothers froze in anticipation. But they didn't do this for long, because Jin suddenly jumped up and ran towards his brothers in order to tell them to immediately duck, although these two did not understand at all why he was telling them this. Although understanding did come with time, when the ball that Jed hit with all his strength suddenly exploded. After the explosion, the guys lay on the floor and did not move, and they actually had a good reason for that. But Jed found it quite funny, and as soon as they had recovered a little from the explosion, the man praised Jin for his excellent intuition. Afterwards, he told the other two brothers that pure stones explode if you hit them too hard. And now that the man had shown them all this, he assured them that now they knew what they needed to do, so they began their training. He also did not forget to add that they were the first after the moon who were not affected by the explosion. And considering that all their brothers and sisters had studied with him, they could consider this simple demonstration a kind of rite of passage, although he himself would never have thought that another child would manage to escape unscathed after this. Jin suddenly became interested in knowing how Luna was able to dodge the explosion, so he came to his uncle with this question. Jed hung his head and said that the boy would be upset if he told him, because according to the man, it undermined the spirit of all his older brothers and sisters, but Jin assured him that everything would be fine with him. Well, if the guy is so sure, then Jed still decided to tell Luna that, to be honest, she was unable to dodge since they and their sister, like everyone else, were still hit by the explosion. But she simply did not suffer, because she had within herself an extraordinary power that did not allow her to allow this to happen. In any case, the three of them will be striking clean stones every evening from today onwards, and according to him, they will do this until a clear sound is heard every time they hit a stone, regardless of the direction of the blow and other circumstances. Meanwhile, Luna was resting in her chambers when suddenly her peace was interrupted by her nanny, who brought her tea. And the woman suddenly decided to talk about what Luna told her, about how their relatives wanted to destroy Jin. The nanny believed that the sisters Mew and Anne could have done it. According to her, it was very likely that they were behind this. Considering how much they were interested in young Master Jin lately, Luna could not believe that they were so mad as to attempt destruction in the formidable castle. Moreover, Luna noted that the battle for dominance was forbidden with Randell, who had not yet left the Thunder Castle. She also believed that if this had reached her father, he would most likely have turned the entire estate upside down, and in that case even their lives would have been in danger. In response to this, the nanny decided to ask a question in which she wanted to know from Luna whether they could consider the possibility that young Master Jin had lied or made a mistake. Luna responded to this by saying that he was only 10 years old at the time, so she believed that both scenarios were possible, but to be honest, they investigated for 5 years after that incident, but they have no evidence. But she still didn't think that Jin could lie, because at that time the younger one was still afraid of her, so it seemed to her that he was afraid to lie. Luna understood that perhaps he was not afraid of her, but human nature would not allow him to do this either. Then the nanny suggested that Luna learn more about the affairs of Lady Mu and Lady Anne, and the girl agreed to this without any problems, but she had some kind of bad feeling, so she asked the woman to try in this matter. But the woman assured the girl that she should worry about Luna because she thought that the girl's relatives might try to harm her again, but the girl believed that there was definitely no need to worry about this. Now she is more interested in how things are going with Jin, so she decided to go to him so that he can show her the result of his heart's call training. She believed that the explosion from the pure stone would be a very useful lesson for him, although she did not rule out the possibility that he could handle it, and that at this point in her life, she was most interested in watching her younger brother grow up. The next day, Jin had a 4-hour workout, which he thought was the hardest he had ever had. She made him feel really bad. The only thing that saved him and the Tan brothers were 5-minute breaks, which were very rare. Jin thought in his mind that the purpose of training was to learn how to control physical strength, willpower. But he was clearly wrong, because from the very beginning, he needed to focus on increasing the destructive power of the aura. Since he clearly saw how his uncle was able to break a pure stone without using aura, but he still had to train his aura to compensate for his lack of physical strength. He knew he had to train her until he could hear a clear sound and break stone. Mentally, he tried to calm himself down and constantly repeated to himself that there was no hurry, and in order to do this, he first needed to calm down, because he did not forget that even his immature brothers managed to do this in their past life. So he believed that he was guaranteed to succeed. Jed was watching the trio closely at this time, and he immediately noticed that they were doing quite well with control. Moreover, they were still able to do something after so many hours of continuous work. But still, of the three of them, he couldn't help but single out Jin, whom he considered a special specimen. Uncle was so confident in him that at some point he thought that this guy could even break the moon's record. After the training was over, the two Tun brothers collapsed unconscious, and Jed called them worthless, and also asked Jin to tell them tomorrow that if they did the same thing, they could never come here again. In any case, when they left, Uncle thought about the fact that they fell later than he had expected, and in the end, even in their case, Randell remains Randell. But as for the younger one, thoughts about this guy made the man very nervous, because he did not understand why this particular guy had achieved such success. The mere thought that if only this guy had been born 10 years earlier, he would have had a talent that could outshine the entire Randell family scared Jed very much. So he didn't understand what to do with this guy, although on the other hand, he understood that in fact, it wasn't that important, and it was better for him to forget about it. A month later, at the training ground of the advanced group, the first tasks that had already been distributed this year were announced. Therefore, whoever the guy on the stage calls, he asked the cadet to step forward, and to begin with, he decided to hand out the escort task, in which they would have to guard the newcomers of the Blacksmith Association. Time passed, and the tasks were gradually distributed, and time smoothly reached the third task, in which the cadet would need to tame monsters, and the first targets would be orcs. He also mentioned that the mission would take place in the unprotected area of the Korano Duchy, and they sent Mesa, Belob, Scott, Taimont, Kiko, Jushen, and a few other guys who would come later on this mission. According to the curator, there were 25 orcs in total, who tend to move in groups. They also regularly move from place to place, and this must be taken into account, so he asked them to prepare and try to complete this task. This clearly surprised the other cadets, who had been in the advanced group for several years, since none of them had been tasked with taming orcs in their first year of training. Some guys even said that they should probably prepare coffins for these guys, because they clearly wouldn't be able to handle such a task. The other guys actually started to make fun of him, saying that they should probably go and ask their young master Jin for help to save them, because they were scared. Mezi decided to ask her friends to ignore these statements, because she soberly assessed the situation, and she believed that they clearly did not have enough strength to compete with these guys, and since the task had not yet begun, it would be a big problem if any of them got hurt. One of them didn't really want to listen to her, so the girl had to raise her voice so that he could understand everything. She believed that they should accept the task they were given as a fact and return after it safe and happy that they were able to complete it. Only in this way she believed they could raise the rest of the cadets to the ground, but no other way. Meanwhile, Hayton and his two brothers continued to train hard and hit the stone. Then suddenly, at one fine moment, he managed to strike this stone so hard that it began to explode, which at first made the guy happy, and then he realized what he had done. But not only did this stone explode, it also released a beam of light that had an insanely strong energy that flew past Dayton. And in the end, it hit Jin, who clearly didn't expect such a blow. Hayton was completely fine, and even for a second he felt sorry that because of him Jin received a blow. But the young master assured him that everything was fine with him, although he still asked Hayton to do the exercise away from him. It had been a month since they started training with pure stones, and his brothers also started to explode them. Jin was surprised, because he thought it would take them much longer. But at that moment, he was more interested in what he had just felt. The guy just had the path of this wave's flight drawn in his head, and he saw it so well, as if the trajectory of a flying arrow had been drawn in front of him. Considering all this, he began to understand that if something like this ever happened again, he would be guaranteed to be able to dodge the explosion of this ball. He wondered if this feeling was directly related to Luna's training. In any case, he understood that before he forgot this feeling, he urgently needed to repeat it. But just as Jin was about to hit that stone, Jed interrupted them and told them to listen carefully because they had been assigned a task. The Tona brothers, as soon as they heard their assignment, immediately began to cry because they already felt sick and tired, because for the assignment they would have to wear banquet clothes, and they were so wooden, even Jed sympathized with them. But the uncle believed that thanks to them, the older brothers and sisters would not have to dance at the ball. Jed got tired of these sighs, so he changed his face to the most serious and told the guy that he has no right to sigh when he has a task, and immediately warned him that if he sees such an attitude again, he will make sure that he wishes for death instead. Haytona and Daytona realized their mistake, so the first thing they did was ask him for forgiveness. At that moment, Jin was thinking that the sisters, Mew and Anne, were extremely cruel, and so he understood that they would not miss the opportunity to punish the younger ones by sending them to a social event in the Beaumont Empire. Jed thought that this was a big event that even the Rung Candles would not be able to refuse. Other powerful families would also be present just for fun. But the task for Jin was much more interesting. According to his uncle, he was assigned to eliminate a high-ranking person, and his target would be the toy Talaris, who was the owner of the Ice Palace and, in short, one of her many lovers. Jed hoped that the guy himself knew very well about the Ice Palace and its owner. Ice Palace, that is what they call the big tower in the middle of the Western Sea on the continent. The owner of the Ice Palace is the one who owns the tower. The 51st person to be awarded this title is Talaris Endorma, who calls herself the Spider of the Abyss and is known for her boundless ruthlessness towards those who dared to touch her lovers. Jed immediately warned the guy that the Ice Palace was an independent force outside the influence of the Runkandel and Zippel families, and the owner of this castle was a very strong woman. But fortunately, Jin will need to destroy not her, but the woman's lover, whose name was Alcaro Chendero. At the moment, the man is under the custody of people from the Ice Palace, and he himself is in Mamita, an area where there are no laws. The Tona brothers immediately realized that if the goal was in Mamita, then this meant that they wanted to test everything that Jin was capable of, and it seemed to them that this was too much for him. Looking closely at the case, Jin noticed that the clients were the Chendero family, and it wasn't hard to guess that the family themselves hired them to destroy their own child. Jed confirmed this information without a doubt, and added that they did everything in their power to bring him back, but nothing was successful, so they decided that it was better for him to die than for outsiders to find out the family's secrets. Jin thought for a bit and decided to accept this task, because it seemed to him that he was capable of completing it. It was strange for Uncle to watch how this boy knew about the mistress of the Ice Palace and Mamita, but still accepted the task so easily. He was more expecting to hear from Jin something like that it was unreasonable and that he would not go on this task. But in any case, he likes the guy's answer much more. Directness in this matter is good. Their missions begin at the same time and they will set out in 2 days. But the brothers still could not believe that Jin would actually go to Mammoth. Jed said once again that the guy himself wants to go there, so there is no reason to contradict him. Before the start of the mission, their training with him is cancelled, and he immediately asked to ensure that their personal training does not affect the outcome of the mission. The brothers suddenly decided to take care of their youngest, and told him that if there was an emergency, then Jin would only need to say that he was from Runkandel, and then no one would touch him. Jin was surprised to hear that they wanted to take care of him, but he still asked them to make a balanced decision before he returned, who they liked more, Jin or the older sisters. After that, Jed immediately approached them and said that they both really needed to train more, because they were both not strong enough yet, and they clearly shouldn't go against Jin unless they wanted to die early. 2 days passed rather quickly, and now the guys were already seeing Jin off on a mission to Mammoth. The first thing they reminded him was that his hair color was not suitable for this mission, because it would immediately show everyone that he was Runkandel. That's why he later uses his disguise so that no one would guess about it. Jin understood perfectly well that his task was different from theirs, so he would need to go to another teleportation gate, because as the young master knew, they had been given the task of subordination. Looking at them, he immediately noticed that they looked quite worried, but according to Mesa, they were fine. They just came to say goodbye to him before he left. Jin didn't quite understand why she was saying the word goodbye, since they were clearly not meeting for the last time, but the girl noted that if one of them was unlucky, then someone could die. The guy responded by saying that nothing would change just because they were worried, so he simply asked them to concentrate on the task at hand. And he, in turn, promised them that he would return safe and sound, and they could not worry about it. Jilly noted that Jin had some really cute friends. Jin agreed with her. So he asked Murakami to look after them. He also immediately added to the cat that he should not be caught or exposed. But these words clearly angered Murakami, and he responded by telling the guy to watch himself. And he also asked the guy not to behave recklessly just because he was wearing a disguise. After Murakami left, Gilly remarked that since he left, it would be quiet here for a while. Jin told her that she could take it as a vacation, and he also promised her to grab some souvenirs upon her return. But the girl couldn't just relax because she believed that Jin was going on a very dangerous mission, during which he would need to destroy the lover of the mistress of the Ice Palace. So she was very worried, although she knew that the young master was not an ordinary mid-level cadet, but Mamit seemed to her a very dangerous place. All he could tell her in response was that he would be on guard and would behave as carefully as possible. Mamit is a lawless area where the worst criminals are known to gather. It was a haven for criminals of all kinds, and the people here are said to exude an incredibly terrifying aura. And everything was so bad that even plants refused to grow in this place, and it was here that Jin was sent. The guy decided to go into the first bar of this place and throw a coin, for which he wanted to get cold water and something to eat. The owner of this bar immediately realized that this guy clearly had fortitude because he would not have come here. Jin was immediately approached by one of the local villains, who thought that the guy was behaving too brazenly for a newcomer, so he immediately wanted to ask the guy who he was anyway. After which he recommended the new guy to study the rules of Mamit, if he had not been here before, and for his stupidity, this big guy ordered the guy to slowly kneel down so that it would be convenient for him to clean his feet. But before he could finish speaking, Jin immediately took out his blade and struck at this impudent fellow. After which he again turned to the owner of the bar to clarify how long he would have to wait for his drink and food. At first, all the criminals went silent because Jin destroyed one of the locals, but then they pretended that nothing happened and continued to have fun. Jin, looking at all this, simply confirmed for himself the words of his mentor, who told him that this place was full of experienced psychopaths. She also told him that in order for these criminals to accept him, he needed to demonstrate skills and an iron will. She had helped him a lot in his past and this life, so he could only hope that one day he would be able to repay her. As soon as the man gave Jin his food, he immediately assured the guy that he had not poisoned anything. Although Jin knew that poison was prohibited in this city, at least he had that information. The man thought that for a boy he knew a lot, so he was interested to know if his family lived nearby. Jin told him without any doubt that it was none of his business, and the man realized that it was better not to talk about it. So he decided to offer the guy drugs or something like that. But from the expression on the guy's face, he realized that apparently he was just looking for someone. The guy was glad that the man was so quick-witted, so he decided to ask him if he knew someone named Hister. The man immediately shook his head and said that he had not heard of such a thing. Then Jin asked him to recommend a place to spend the night. And it would be desirable if this place were not teeming with bugs, like those that had just approached him. According to the bartender, there was one that fit Jin's description, and he was talking about a tavern called the Moonwell, which was located to the west of the city. According to him, this is where the elite of Mamita spends the night, so he won't have to put on a show like this. Jin understood perfectly well that Alcaro Chendero was the spoiled son of a count who grew up with a roof over his head. Happily ever after, this man was clearly obsessed with pleasure and fun. There was nothing in him except noble blood and a cute face. He was a typical scum who groveled and humiliated the weak. The guy believed that the only reason he was staying in this dangerous city was most likely to attract the attention of the mistress of the Ice Palace, who was currently busy with another lover. So Jin decided that this scoundrel could only be in this tavern. The man told him that there was a new drug in town, so there was a good chance that he was high in his room right now. And considering that he is the lover of the mistress of the Ice Palace, he must have bodyguards, whom Jin will also have to neutralize. But first, he decided to go inside this tavern and assess the situation in the lobby. And as soon as he went inside, he noticed a young guy yelling at a man because he couldn't get him a little more. Jin immediately realized that this was his client, and he couldn't even imagine that he would be so lucky. The man who spoke with this impudent man tried to calmly explain to him that he could not help him in any way and that he needed to understand this, because his job was first and foremost to protect him and not to indulge all his whims. These words obviously made the guy even more angry, so he started shouting even more and asking his security guard to shut up. After which, he added that if he doesn't get it for him right now, he will remember it in the future, and then they will get into trouble. He screamed until one day he was hit right in the stomach. One of the guards was already tired of suffering with this runt. He wanted this guy to die from an overdose, because he sincerely did not understand why she kept this worthless thing. Jin watched everything carefully, and therefore almost immediately noticed that his guards were at least 6th-ranked knights. So he understood perfectly well that destroying Alcaro was a simple task. But problems came immediately after, and he believed that he needed to figure out how to eliminate him and get out of here so that the guards would not catch him. He understood that the use of poison was prohibited in Mamita, and if he destroyed it in this way, the whole city would rise to its feet and start hunting him, but on the other hand, the guards prevented him from going head-on. So Jin had to come up with some other hidden way to destroy Alcaro in the Moonwell. Milady wanted to know how many bodyguards they had, and according to her assistant, there were only 6. As soon as she heard this, she immediately decided to ask them for forgiveness for having to work so hard because of a scoundrel who forgot his place. One of them hoped to hear that today everything would end, and the girl came here personally to make their work easier. In response to this, she immediately said that in fact she could destroy him whenever she wanted, and since he was in the Moonwell at the moment, she suggested hurrying there and dealing with him. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a strong wave that came from the Moonwell. Apparently, someone tried to deal such a strong blow. The girl immediately realized that she had apparently chosen a rather unfortunate day to visit her friend in the Moonwell. Jin thought for a bit, and still decided to use magic in his room to sow panic among the guests, although he only had the 4th rank. But if he added spiritual energy, it seemed to him that he could cast a spell with a power of at least the 6th rank. This made them think that there was at least a 6th-rank mage going on here, and since he was a brat, no one in their right mind would think that he was the one doing this. He also understood that due to the peculiarities of using spiritual energy after casting the spell, there would be no traces that it was Jin who did it, so I would not be able to reveal it. He was going to make it look like they were attacking from the outside, so he decided that summoning lightning would be the best option in this case. By gathering all his strength into his hands and concentrating, Jin was able to release as much spiritual energy as he needed. At that moment, all he could think about was that he had actually managed to come up with an incredibly sinister plan that could work. Cirrus Endorma, captain of the 7 Swords of the Ice Palace and daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace, was at that moment in the very epicenter of this explosion, and her guard immediately began to say that it seemed that someone in the Moonwell had incurred the wrath of a high-ranking magician. But Cirrus wasn't going to listen to her assistant, because she felt like this attack might be aimed at the Ice Palace, so she immediately rushed into battle without any doubt. She thought so because she only had to remember that there were 6 of their people in the tavern, and that didn't include her mother's lover, Alcaro. So she ordered her men to go there immediately, and she didn't care at all what happened to Alcaro. She just wanted to focus on finding their soldiers. When they got closer to the Moonwell, they saw ruins and they had no idea who could have done this. But that wasn't the worst news, because as soon as they took a step towards the Moonwell, they had to hold on to anything to keep from flying away from the blast wave. Cirrus understood that the force of this blast wave must be the last attack, and it would be relatively safe from now on. And she could only hope that everyone who was inside was able to survive, although she had doubts about this. Jin himself did not expect that he would be able to deliver such a powerful blow. It seemed to him that perhaps this was due to the fact that the last lightning was completely saturated with his spiritual energy. In any case, this spell was similar to the 7th rank, and only thanks to his sister's pendant, he managed to avoid serious injuries. He also noticed that all the guards of the Ice Palace were able to survive, but he was more interested in Alcaro, who was nowhere to be seen. The guy understood that if this scoundrel survived, then now was the best moment to destroy him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Cirrus, who was extremely surprised that she saw someone else the same age as her in Mamita. Jin didn't expect to see a girl here, and while she asked how he was feeling and whether he was badly hurt by the attack, the guy just remained silent and looked at her. In any case, she suggested that he get out of here as quickly as possible, and at that very moment, one of her people approached her, who was happy to report that all of their people escaped with minor injuries. She was glad to hear this, after which she asked him to gather them all outside, and she also did not forget to say that if they were still messing around with Alcaro, then she allowed him to simply be destroyed. She also believed that the magical blows were similar, which meant that perhaps these were the tricks of one person who needed to be found and tied up immediately. At that moment, Jin looked closely at the girl and understood that she was most likely the daughter of the mistress of the ice palace, and judging by the conversation, she came here to deal with Alcaro. And now that Jin is sure that the man is destined to die, he decided that there is simply no point in making sure that this guy is dead. But given the fact that the daughter of the mistress of the ice palace is standing in front of him, all his trials are ahead. After all, even the fact that a girl can remember his face can lead to huge problems in the future, so he decided to hide it as best as possible, and then get out of the city while chaos reigns in it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by one of Sirius's men, who told the girl that Alcaro had died and that they were very sorry that they could not fulfill their role as bodyguards. But the girl was delighted and said that this was simply wonderful news. After all, according to her, she came here only to relieve them of these responsibilities. Moreover, she believed that they had simply done a great job if they had managed to endure this idiot for so long. After which she raised her sword into the air and shouted that the ice palace was taking over this tavern. And she, as the daughter of the mistress of the ice palace, had the right to declare that everyone who disagrees with this decision will become enemies of the ice palace. There were characters who were against this. Men started shouting that they didn't care that she was the daughter of the mistress of the ice palace, because they were in the center of Mamet, and here it was impossible to take control of the situation instead of the kings of Mamet. This was a kind of abuse of her authority. Moreover, they did not rule out the fact that there was a possibility that they were attacked from behind the ice palace. All these words clearly did not suit Sirius, so she did not think for long and decided to finish off these guys by cutting off their heads. After which she added once again that she had made it clear that all those who disagreed were enemies of the ice palace, whom she would be happy to eliminate here and now, and she immediately told the kings of Mamita that they would not be able to look down on the ice palace just because they played kings in this gathering of scum. And if it turns out that the attacker's target was the people from the ice palace, then they will pay in full for it. But if this magician decided to destroy someone from Mamet and the ice palace just fell into his hands, then she became very interested to know what they would do in such a case. She considers this sufficient reason for them to confiscate the place. In response to this, they began to talk about how she could do whatever she wanted here, because they actually also wanted to find the magician who did this, but they immediately told her that there was not a single magician among them. She wasn't surprised by this, but she still thought that there was a possibility that one of them, the scum of humanity, had incurred the wrath of a powerful magician and had done some mischief somewhere outside of this city. After which she again turned to Jin with the words that she had already told him to get out of here. The guy smiled at her in response and said that he was just a little scared and that his leg was also injured. Sirius found him rather timid for a guy and rather small for a swordsman, but she couldn't help but notice that he was lucky to survive this attack, so she decided to help him and heal his wound, and if he didn't understand, then the great Sirius was healing him, so the guy could consider it an honor. Jin understood everything perfectly well, so he decided to ask her how he could repay her for this, but the girl assured him that in fact there was no need for this. Besides, she didn't understand how someone like him could repay such a great person like her, so she assured him that he could consider it a pleasant memory, and at least sometimes he could bow towards the ice palace. At this point she was ready to say goodbye to him and wished him a speedy recovery. Jin also waved back and thanked her again for helping him get better, although as soon as she left his face immediately changed, although mentally he was glad that he was able to complete his first independent mission. Meanwhile, his guys were able to destroy 18 orcs, and one of them even suggested that they would be able to complete the task without unnecessary casualties. They were glad that they would be able to return in one piece, and thus show those cadets what kind of stuff they were made of. Mesa immediately calmed them down and gently asked them not to relax. She wanted to remind them that there were still 7 orcs left, and that was still a large number. She noticed that the orcs, who usually walk in groups, this time decided to walk alone, and this played into their hands, so it seemed to the girl that God himself was watching over them in this way. Or maybe it was just Master Jin's words that blessed them so much and brought them such great luck. In any case, she was not going to let her guard down, so she ordered the guys to reconnoiter the area again and concentrate on the task. Murakhan was no less happy for them. Only 7 orcs, and he could finally return home. A few days ago, on the day Jin's group was sent on a mission, Murakhan came to the orcs and ordered them to listen to him carefully, after which he ordered them to move one by one. And if any of them dare to form a flock, then he will destroy them all. And if they understood him, then he asked them politely to go their separate ways, which these guys did. Murakhan understood that most likely in the future, the brat would often instruct him to do this kind of thing. He couldn't believe that Jin thought he was a big shot because he was the man who made the deal with Soldred when it had nothing to do with it. In any case, he decided that when Jin returned, he would definitely need to ask for something as a reward for his work. After all, he believed that he had done quite a lot of work, for example, thanks to him. None of these guys were ever hurt. And it seemed to Merkin that this was the least he could do for him. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a very strange sound. And then he felt a rather strange energy that was coming from different directions. Murakhan noticed that someone was approaching very quickly in their direction. Therefore, he had to take his true form, and he did not understand at all why he was coming here, but it was absolutely clear that he would hardly leave here later. In any case, he had good news, because all these brats were 3rd rank, and none of them were able to notice the barrier he would set up. Baloba, still sitting in place, suddenly noticed that the sky had become much darker. He assumed that it might start to rain now. And while they didn't suspect anything, Murakhan decided to deal with the one who was passing by, but radiating incredibly strong energy. As soon as Murakhan appeared in front of this creature, he immediately asked him who he was that he decided to appear on his territory without his permission. But when he looked closely, he saw not something alive, but simply a relic from the past, which was previously called a grave giant. He was sure that they, the dragons, got rid of them 2,000 years ago, but apparently this is not so. In any case, there was only one question in his head. What was the thing that was supposed to protect the tombs of the gods doing here? Although on the other hand, it was absolutely clear that whatever it was, this meeting was clearly not a pleasant one. So Murakhan decided that it would be best to destroy this creature with one blow, after which he carefully descended to the ground and noticed that he had not used his power seriously for a long time. Because of this, his whole body clearly hurt. But now in his head there were thoughts that he would never believe that this was just an extra grave giant that was left over. It seemed to him that the Zippel family was involved in this. He decided that he wouldn't tell Jin anything for now, because at the moment he would be able to protect him if something happened. Besides, he believed that if Jin could grow at such a rate and become stronger and stronger every day, then in 10 years they would be able to calmly fight with the Zippel family and finally show them who was stronger. The shapeshifter Bubar Gaston spoke to his Lord Bishkel about his masterpiece, the grave giant, being destroyed. The vice president of the revolutionary group, Kinzalo Bishkel Ibriano, was already aware of the incident. He also heard that the grave giant fell in the middle of the night, and Bubar was even more upset by this, because he believed that no one was capable of such a terrible act, especially at night. But Bishkel immediately told him that at the moment it did not matter, because the one who destroyed the grave giant was a dragon, a shadow dragon, and he decided so because he personally inspected the scene. Bubar felt sick because he thought that the dragons already knew about their grand plans. Bishkel did not know this for sure, but he believed that it was a kind of warning, and he advised Bubar to be more careful, and for this he would assign him several skilled people, after which he suggested that he organize a meeting with the Zippel family in the near future. Jed was glad to see Jean in front of him again, because he understood perfectly well that if the guy returned, it meant that he managed to complete the task and return safe from the hole called Mammoth. The boy's uncle believed that he had certainly outplayed the captains who had assigned him this task, and that they would not like it at all. At this point, the gathering of all the cadets of the advanced group was completed, so he ordered them to disperse. The young master's friends were very happy that their friend was okay, and Jin himself couldn't help but reciprocate their feelings, adding that they had all done a good job. The other cadets watched the recruits and said that they were talking about the fact that there was an explosion in the tavern where Jin's target was, which was the result of magic, and for them it was quite strange, because if it was true, then the guy was very lucky. They thought that the world was so unfair, because not only was he Randell, but luck was on his side, and many of them would at best remain mid-ranking cadets, no matter how hard they tried. But what confused one of them the most was that the young master was at best 4th rank, and his charges were 3rd rank, and therefore it was strange for him to see that Cajun was going to leave all this so simply. Cajun didn't understand what his friend was offering him, what he could do other than just watch, because he didn't forget that Jin was still a purebred Runkandel. And he understood perfectly well that until Lady Mu and Lady Anne gave them a direct order, they would not be able to do anything until then. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when the guys saw that Jin was walking straight towards them, so the thought came to mind that he could hear them, although everyone understood that from such a distance it was practically impossible to do this. But apparently each of them was wrong, because when Jin came closer to them, he immediately told them that, to their great regret, he heard everything. After which he turned to Cajun to find out how his hand was, to which he received gratitude from the guy in response, for the fact that the young master cut it off so masterfully, because of this, it was not difficult for the doctors to sew it back. Jin was glad to hear this, after which he noted that they had a very interesting conversation here. Cajun decided to tell him that they were commoners, and all they could do was talk behind the young master's back. That's why he hoped that Jin would understand them and forgive them, but the guy thought that there was nothing to understand. He wasn't a captain yet. And this means that he is technically not yet higher than them in status. But Cajun believed that this was not entirely true, because one word from the young master and such a low-ranking person as he would be flogged and maybe even destroyed completely. Jin didn't really understand why Cajun thought he could do that, but the guy thought the answer to that question was pretty simple, and then said that the reason could be at least because he was showing disrespect, at least now. Then he stood up and told the master straight to his face that he was not pleased to see everyone praising him when he had managed to complete the task by pure chance. Jin immediately told him that apparently the guy simply didn't understand him, because Jin called him an eyesore, not because he didn't respect him or because he was making fun of him. The thing is that Cajun, as a 5th-rank knight, is one of the most experienced people in the advanced group, which means that he is perhaps even stronger than the young master. After which Jin took out his sword and wanted to ask the guy why all he does is throw mud at him behind his back. After all, it seemed to Jin that he had made it quite clear to him that the guy could challenge him at any time. Cajun thought that Jin was not being serious, but the young master insisted that he take out his sword because he would not get off easy, and he would have to fight with dignity. This sounded to Cajun as if Jin did not want them to have any restrictions in using the aura. Jin replied that the guy understood everything correctly, and as soon as Cajun heard this, he immediately told the young master that he would make him regret it, after which he went on the attack. The guy immediately noticed that Cajun's blows were quite heavy, but on the other hand, he understood that in fact this was nothing compared to those he would have to fight in the future. But his thoughts were interrupted by Cajun, who literally flew over the young master in order to strike him more seriously, and proved that Jin was not yet at the level to challenge him. Jin barely managed to block this blow, although apparently it was not important to do so because the power of this blow was really much stronger than anything before. But Cajun was not going to stop there, so he continued to attack his opponent, although he continued to skillfully dodge them. Jin was not mentally in the fight at that moment. He was thinking about the day when Haytona's steel ball flew at him. He began to see the trajectory of Cajun's attacks. He also remembered that there were an infinite number of possible directions in which to attack with a sword, but only a few of them could be used by a 5th-rank knight, especially when his opponent fights him with a full sense of hatred. And when Jin finally counted, he realized that in order to end this battle, he would only need 3 moves. But first, he decided to tell Cajun that he had read all of his attacks, so he assured the boy that he could not defeat him. And this caused even more irritation in Cajun, which again only played into Jin's hands. In any case, this was a signal that he should start his attack right now, so he decided that he should first strike the left side, then parry the attack from below upwards. And in the end, he had to deal a blow that a knight of such rank could not block, and for this he used a 4th-rank aura. This plan worked perfectly, and within a few seconds the sword flew out of Cajun's hands. The guy sincerely did not understand how this was even possible, because he was 100% sure that he was much stronger than Jin. But his thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who spoke about how he thought it would take him at least a few years to reach the 5th rank aura. Kajin thought that this was all a lie, and he was clearly not of the 5th rank. There was simply some kind of catch in all of this. But the guy assured him that there was no catch. It was just that he didn't get involved in fights he knew he would lose. The Tona brothers arrived at the scene of the fight too late and only saw the end, so they were very interested to find out what actually happened here. But they clearly didn't expect to see the scene they saw. Could Jin really defeat Kajin, who is a 5th rank knight? Sisters Mu and Anne did not want to believe that Jin was able to crush Kajin at such a young age, but the boy had no other explanation, although they still continued to say that he was simply bribed, or he succumbed to him because he was Randell, although Kajin had already answered several times that this was not the case. At that time, they didn't understand at all why he did this. Was he seriously saying that Jin had mastered the aura of the 5th rank at such a young age? The guy told them that everyone who was present at the training saw it, so he was not the only witness. It seemed to him that it was probably a 5th rank aura, after which the sisters told him that he did not live up to their expectations, so he could go free. Anne thought that this was probably how Jin showed them his fangs, but Mu thought that he did it not only for us, he essentially challenged the whole family. Mu believed that for their little brother's next mission, they needed to send several of their people along with him, to a place that will become his grave, no matter how talented he was. The next day, when Gilly brought the young master food, she noticed the fact that the sword garden was not quiet because everyone was very surprised by his achievements. Jin was actually very pleased to hear this, and he also assumed that father and sister Luna were the only ones who were able to reach the rank of 5th rank knight by the age of 15. And it turns out that he has the 5th rank of sword mastery, the 4th rank of magic mastery, and his spiritual energy is the 4th rank. To receive the 5th rank at such a young age, even Jin himself did not expect this. After all he did was train hard with pure stones, and apparently he just didn't have time to come to his senses before he became a 5th rank knight. And now it seemed to him that all 3 skills that he possessed, spiritual energy, magic, and aura, influenced each other every time one of them became stronger. When he was almost drawn into the flow of spiritual energy, the flow of his aura and magic opened and strengthened due to this. But he understood that little was known about this, since he was the only one who possessed all 3 skills. But these 3 powers were closely interconnected in him. When suddenly he noticed the flowers that Jilly said she brought here after they were given to the guy, she offered to remove them, but Jin allowed them to remain because he sensed no magic or curses on them. Now he was worried about another question, what his relatives thought of him, because he quite unexpectedly revealed to everyone that he became a knight of the 5th rank at the age of 15. It seemed to him that his relatives were now on the edge, including his older brother Joshua, who was touted as a possible future head of the family. Joshua Randell, Jin's older brother, who after the first captain Luna renounced her right to the throne, he immediately reached the necessary level of power to claim the place of the head of the family. For now, with the help of Rosa Randell, their common mother, he is gradually expanding his sphere of influence. Of course, considering all this, Jin knew that it would be a good idea for him to hide his skills a little longer, but he decided that it would be more advantageous to show his level of strength now. Because he revealed the achievement of the 5th rank in front of many people, rumors would spread not only among the Randell family, but also throughout the world. Murakami, listening to all this, noted that the guy was praising himself too much. But be that as it may, he was still right, and his brothers and sisters would have to hold their horses for now, because he was now the center of attention. Jin added that what was more important was that his father would personally come to the Garden of Swords, and all because he did not want to see Joshua as the heir to the throne, because he was not satisfied with any of his children for this position after Luna. The only one to whom he gave due attention was not interested in becoming an heir. Because of this, the father decided that she could not be the head of the family. Then Joshua began to make every effort to be recognized as the next head, and brother Deepus and sisters Runtia and Mary became secondary candidates, thus forming a line of heirs to the title of head of the family. But the appearance of a new player in the form of Jin completely turned the game upside down. Father is the kind of person who gives everyone an opportunity, regardless of age, so he will probably order him to do something, just like in the elementary group. Regardless of his decree, 2 things are known in advance. The first is that this will be a test, and to see if he can overcome the age difference with his brothers and sisters, who have already been nominated as candidates for the position of head. And the second is protection. His father doesn't want him to die at the hands of his brothers and sister before he can test him. And the only reason for this is that he considers the guy a special case. Jilly, in turn, believed that once the news about Jean was published, families and organizations from all over the world would want to meet him. Jean understood this perfectly well and believed that there was nothing better than to accept so many people at once. So Jin decided that as soon as his father arrived, a banquet would be organized. So he asked Jilly to make good preparations. He also asked her to keep an eye on Murakan, and if he turns into a human and tries to blend in with the crowd, then everything will be over. These words angered Murakan because Jin considers him a little child, but Gilly understood why the young master told her this. A few days later, Jilly walked into Jin's room saying that it seemed like all the butlers were up to their ears in work answering official letters, and she decided to ask Peter, and he said that even the Imperial Beamant family had sent one. This couldn't help but please the guy because if it's true, then he's attracted the attention of even such mysterious individuals. She also said that the head of the family notified about the visit to the main house today, sending Khan. According to the girl, he will be here in a month, so she made a schedule that includes meetings with the rest of the families and organizations, but the rest of the young masters and ladies are extremely quiet, and this embarrassed the girl quite a bit. In response to this, Jean told Jilly that if they tried to do something while there was so much attention on him, it would let others know that they were afraid or hated him, so the issue in this situation was only in the opinion of other people. And as soon as Jean finished this thought, Peter suddenly burst into the office, and he did it without knocking first, and this could only mean that he had some very urgent news. And so it was. Peter, out of breath, wanted to tell the guy that he had been given a task, but from the expression on the man's face, it was obvious that it was clearly not an ordinary one, and according to Peter, this task would take place in the ruins of Colin. As soon as Rose Runcandel heard this news, she immediately called all her children, who were captains, and shouted at them very loudly, because she simply did not understand how they could call themselves captains when something like this happened. And while she was scolding them, Jean, whom Rose had called herself, arrived in her office. In her office stood Runtia, who was the third captain. Also there you could see Ren, who held the position of fifth captain, Vigo, who was sixth on the list. But the first thing Mother wanted to know from Jin was whether he had heard that his next mission would be in the ruins of Colin. Jin confirmed this information, and as soon as he did, Rose told him that this mission was cancelled, and he no longer needed to go to Colin. Mu and Anne immediately became against this idea, but no one asked their opinion. She immediately made it clear to them that it would be better if they shut their mouths, because she understood perfectly well that they were both doing everything to destroy her youngest son, Jin. Mu stated that she didn't think there was anything strange about them wanting this guy dead, and Anne completely agreed with her sister. Besides, she didn't understand why the woman was covering him up like that. Rose told them that if they had not yet completely lost their minds, then they could continue to talk nonsense. But the sisters apparently weren't going to stop there, so they continued talking about how until now they and their father had been egging them on to fight, and none of them had said a word. Wasn't it because this rivalry was needed in a family? Rose was silent, and so they continued to talk about how everyone standing here had been pressured by each other from an early age, and this could already be confirmed not only by the sisters, but also by other children who were also given difficult missions when they were in the advanced group. She realized that in fact they were right about this. She understood that they needed competition and there were no special restrictions on this. But here she wanted to ask each of them who was able to reach the 5th rank at the age of 15. They didn't quite understand why she was even telling them this, but the woman assured them that everything was actually simple here. She was trying to convey to them that Jean was different from them. Rose believed that if they had reached the same level as Jean in his youth, she would most likely have protected them too. And if they still didn't understand, then she decided to say it straight out that they were unworthy of her protection, and given their behavior after they became captains, she would not regret anything. As for Runtia, Ren, and Vigo, the woman believed that they were from the same generation of captains as these two, so they were automatically responsible for the actions of these two. She especially asked Runtia to think about this. and she ordered Ren and Vigo to return one famous family sword each, which was not entirely clear to them. But apparently she spoke in plain text, after which she added that in fact she would gladly take all of their special swords, but she still wanted to hear gratitude from them for the fact that she deprived them of just one of them. And now, after all this dialogue, she mentally wanted to know what Jean would do. After all, now that she had dragged his brothers and sisters, who were in no way connected to this situation, into this, she was interested to know whether the guy's conscience would play a role and ask him to punish himself instead of them, or whether he still felt superior to them and was happy that he had become the favorite. She wanted to see how he would deal with it, so she just waited for him to take action. Jin decided to take a different path, so he assured his mother that he liked the task that his older sisters assigned him. She couldn't believe he was saying this knowing what kind of place it was. According to Jin, he knew that this was the territory of the Zippel family, which the Randell family was unable to recapture, and he also understood perfectly well how dangerous it was. But he also knew perfectly well that he had no intention of retreating. He would also like to say that he knows that this is a dangerous place, but he does not consider it unfair. On the contrary, it seems to him that this can be regarded as recognition of his strength by his sisters. Rose thought that the guy was too self-confident when she heard his opinion, or did he just want to test his own mother? But Jin tried once again to convey to her that this was not the issue, but that if the task assigned to him suddenly changed, then the followers of their family might get the impression that the hierarchy and balance of power in the Randell family was very flimsy. Rose thought that this reason was not entirely justified, because they had no followers who would doubt the family's actions because of such a trifle, and she saw this task as another opportunity for his sisters to harm him. And she also took into account the fact that they could not fight him directly. They could only use the power given to them. Jin agreed with her. Moreover, he said that this was exactly what he was getting at, because he understood perfectly well that if he fought with the older sisters now, he would undoubtedly lose. Therefore, in order to put these two upstarts in their place, all that remains for him to do is complete this task. In short, he has only one battle in which he has a chance to win, and that is the task they gave him. All Rose could say was that any mistake in the ruins of Colin could be fatal, but even after that, Jin declared that he was completely confident in his abilities, after which he added another request in which he wanted the swords that his brothers had to return to be given to him. He considered this to be an insignificant reward, since he once again noted that she herself admitted that this task was very dangerous. The brothers didn't quite understand why Jin needed their swords, because if he wanted a sword so much, they could give him one of theirs. But for that, it would be better for him to refuse the mission. One of his brothers actually believed that he should at least live until his father came here. In response to Jin, he could only say that his brother was telling him rather strange things. Jin asked them a rather logical question, because if that was the only issue, then he wanted to know why they didn't stop Mew and Anne when they assigned him this task. Rose decided to end this argument, and said that if Jin could successfully complete this task, she would give him the swords of his older brothers, after which she ordered everyone to disperse. The woman was mentally worried that Jin might become like Luna, so she trampled the pride of the other children. But now she understood that apparently she had worried about this in vain, and she also understood perfectly well that when Sharon returned, he would clearly be happy about Jin's success. Before leaving, Anne approached Jean, wanting to know if the guy thought that luck would be on his side again. Jin answered them quite calmly that he was not really sure about that, but what he did know for sure was that he had had a hell of a lot of bad luck so far. Anne thought that this would bring an end to his casual attitude towards things, because it was not a solo mission. So at least he would not be lonely when he went to the next world. That was exactly what Anne thought. Jin was incredibly pleased that they cared about him so much, but all he could tell them was that they would see each other soon. As soon as Jin came out after this crazy meeting, he was immediately approached by guys who wanted to formally introduce themselves to him. One of them was called Mile Hass, and according to him, he would accompany him on this mission, and the second guy was called Lima Hass. They told Jean that it was an honor for them to go on a mission with him, and also Mile would like to immediately apologize for his behavior in the past, because now they were going to do everything not to disappoint him. Cajun was also on this team, and he signed up for every word the guys said and promised Jin that now he would also follow orders and try not to disappoint Jin. The young master did not try to come up with anything, and simply suggested that they forget about everything and continue working together. In fact, Jin understood perfectly well that the three of them were Anne and Moo's wards, which most likely meant that the plan was to stab him in the back in a dangerous place. While Jin was thinking about this, the guys decided to instruct him about the task once again. The essence of the task was that they needed to steal the relics that are in the ruins of Kolon, and there are only 4 of them. The ruins of Kolon, once a place where thousands of native tribes lived, but now it is the territory of the Zippel family and under the control of the kingdom of Phalon. The Zippel family discovered Kolon several hundred years ago, and when they discovered the ruins, they massacred and enslaved most of the natives. Of course, now the Zippel family claims that they treat them well, but this is only so that others do not poke their noses into their affairs. From the outside, it may seem that the natives are taken into account, but they are the same slaves, and no one does anything to improve their situation, since the lives and rights of the indigenous inhabitants of Kolon are of no interest to the majority of people in this world. The only reason the Zippel family did not exterminate all the natives was to preserve the old look of Kolon and show off to atone for the sins of their past. The Zippel family usually strives for a fair model of governance in order to win the favor of those they will rule without unnecessary bloodshed. But given what Jin knew, he could say with complete certainty that they had crossed the line in Kolon in the past. And Jin believed the reason was that they were ready to sacrifice their reputation for the sake of the ruins of Kolon. And most likely, it was because the natives hid a mirror artifact here. The existence of the mirror is still a secret known only to the Zippel family, but the truth was revealed before its revival thanks to one brave journalist. His article contained evidence that all the actions of the Zippel family were aimed at finding a certain artifact, which, according to the stories of the natives, was called the Fountain of Mana. Just by looking at it, one could raise one's magical energy to the 7th rank. Using this, the Zippel family could mass-produce natural-born magicians. Jin knew that they would only be able to start doing this in 10 years, which meant that they had not yet found the mana fountain. But this time, Jin promised himself that he would never let the Zippel family get his hands on him. Suddenly, Jin's thoughts were interrupted when his companions told him that the magicians were returning, after which Mile added that the Zippel family barracks were located in these places, and the relics they were looking for were in the 3rd building. Kajin thought that it would not be difficult to catch them off guard, but it was worth considering that there was a magical barrier around this place. But he also told the young master not to worry, because no matter what happened, they would do everything to protect him, even if it cost them their lives. Jin obviously didn't believe a word he said, but he still thanked him for comforting him. The young master himself believed that in order to avoid unnecessary risks during the return, they needed to conserve their strength, so he decided to make a stop at this place for about an hour, and after that they would strike. He gave each of them some food so that they could refresh themselves, and as soon as each of them took a bite of the food that the young master gave them, Jin suddenly said that he was going on a mission alone, while they would rest here. They didn't have time to say a word when suddenly Mile became very ill, and the guys first thought that it could be poison, but Jin calmed them down and said that in fact it was just a sleeping pill. Jin couldn't believe that they were so stupid because it was clear to him from the very beginning that they were here to get rid of the guy. He thought that it would not be so suspicious if they remained as impudent and not at all friendly towards him as always. But looking at their behavior, he was once again convinced that it is the nature of a dog to blindly follow the owner's instructions. The first thing Jin decided to do was attack the vault guards while they were talking about how they spent their evening yesterday. Jin was incredibly fast. He was able to destroy 2 guards with incredible speed, leaving them no chance. But what really bothered Jin the most was that there were only 2 people outside. He immediately got the feeling that no one was particularly guarding this place. Moreover, when he approached the door, he saw there an ordinary lock without any spells cast. Jin began to realize that they were most likely allowing regular people to inspect the warehouse, meaning that the Zippel family didn't consider it important. But still, the guy decided to look inside, and when he opened the doors, the first thing he noticed was a magic circle of blood and a barrier. Most people perceive them as a defense system that determines the purity of a person's blood, but in reality it is a magic circle that checks what kind of creature activated it, a monster or a person, and also checks for diseases. In other words, it does not matter whose blood must be spilled on the circle as long as it is human. Jin believed that there was no need to use his own blood and leave evidence, so he decided to use the blood of one of the guards. And as soon as he spilled blood on this seal, it began to glow. Jin decided that the first protective spell was simple, and now he only needed to find the relic. But apparently no one will let him do it so easily, because as soon as the blood got on this seal, he was enveloped in a loud noise and a very strong flame. Jin realized that he used the blood of the guard he knocked out, so if the circle was still active, the guard might be sick with something. Or there was another option, which apparently turned out to be correct. These guards were not people. Jin clearly didn't expect to see two huge orcs in front of him, so he immediately jumped back to avoid being attacked. The guy wanted to avoid using magic, since nearby mages could sense it, but looking at who his opponents were, he realized that he would have to change his plans. But looking at the huge ogre running towards him, he realized that it looked like he couldn't avoid a fight. Jin was able to dodge the first blows of these monsters, but immediately realized that this fight would probably be too difficult for him. So far, the guy had only to dodge the blows of these monsters, and so far, he had not seen the right moment to attack. Jin decided that it was time to stop these games, and for this he took out his sword, which was completely in his aura, which meant that he was ready to attack. Looking at the faces of these monsters, Jin noticed that they seemed to realize that this aura was dangerous. But then he saw how the monster showed him that his body was capable of regeneration, and thus hinted that the guy would definitely lose this fight. Jin understood that such a speed of recovery was usually only found among high-ranking monsters, but these two could not be monsters of such a rank, because just a minute ago, they were humans. Therefore, he once again remembered that this place was the territory of the Zippel family, where countless magicians were born and died, where the indigenous people are clearly oppressed, and now these mysterious monsters have appeared on this territory. Therefore, Jin came to the conclusion that these could be living golems, and this is already a serious crime for which the creator must be punished. While the boy was fighting off another attack from this monster, he thought about whether the Zippel family could have used the ruins of Cologne as their laboratory to experiment with forbidden magic. Their strength and speed were at the level of a fourth-rank novice martial artist, and their movements were constrained compared to a fourth-rank knight. And considering all this, Jin decided that there should be no problem with them. Golems are magical weapons that can withstand the strongest blows and continue to move, but once their core is destroyed, that's the end of them. Usually the core is located in one of three places: the head, heart, stomach. So Jin believed that golems created with the help of forbidden magic would be an exception. In that case, he decided to start with the head of one of the golems to check if the core was there. But after such a blow, Jin noticed that his strength and speed did not decrease. On the contrary, he became even more aggressive. Although in that case he still had two options of where to strike. So he didn't hesitate to deliver a direct blow to the stomach of one of the golems. But this time it didn't work either, until Jin moved his sword straight to the heart and thus finished off one of them. After that, he stood and looked at the body of this golem for a while, and still could not believe that the Zippel family decided to do something like this to people. And while he was in thought, the second golem had already crept up from behind and was about to attack. But the young master was more than prepared for this, so he was able to quickly react and attack this monster right in the heart. At this point, both golems were on the ground, and the guy managed to get through before his spell wore off. He was really lucky this time. As soon as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a human voice coming from one of the golem's bodies, which literally begged Jin to destroy it. Jin did not refuse and dealt the final blow to this poor man. The young master didn't know what had happened here, but he highly doubted that anyone in this world would want to become a living golem of their own free will, especially if it means that once you're transformed, you become expendable with no future. In any case, he decided that now was not the best time to be angry, because an unexpected situation had occurred, and he had even managed to find out the dirty secret of the Zippel family. He also began to suspect that his sisters knew about this when they chose his assignment. But Jin was absolutely certain that this did not mean that his mission had miraculously changed. He understood that even if he revealed this to the whole world, the Zippel family would most likely deny it all. The creation of living golems was such a grave crime that even suspicion could provoke an investigation on behalf of the Empire, and Jin understood this very well. but he still decided to take care of the evidence first, and then move on to continuing his mission. Because Jin knew very well that with the power that the Zippel family possessed, it would not be difficult for them to subtly influence the investigation. But on the other hand, this is not so important now, because at the moment he will not be able to solve this problem. There are no signs of mage activity yet, and this could only mean that most of them think that this is an ordinary warehouse. In the guy's opinion, they would not treat this place so frivolously if they knew that its guards are living golems, because this suggests that not everyone in the ruins of Colin is involved in matters with forbidden magic. After looking around a little better, Jin noticed that the protective magic on the tablets was quite simple, but they clearly tried hard on one of the bowls, and in order to dispel the protective spell, you need to tinker a lot. At least that's what Jin thought. But with 2 dead golems, no matter what the guy does here, the Zippel family will have to hide everything anyway. And so, with all this in mind, he decided to turn up the heat a little while he still had the chance. And for this he used his spell, which was called Fire Explosion, and from the name it was clear what it was needed for. Anne and Mayu suffered at the hands of their older sister, who decided to punish them for sending Jin on a mission to the ruins of Cologne. Luna tried to understand why they did this, because he was 10 years younger than them. They were surprised that she didn't know, but the girls shut their mouths and asked them to assume that she was asking precisely because she really didn't know. Or were they like 2 captains fighting for dominance with Jin, who had just recently moved to the advanced group? They remained silent, and at that moment Luna once again reminded them that captains fight with captains, and the rest fight with the rest. This is the simplest rule that they can remember. After all this, she added that they should be ashamed, because she was damn ashamed of them for calling themselves captains after everything they had done. Anne immediately reminded her that Luna had never interfered in these matters, so she believed that even she had no right to do so. In response to this, Luna only said that she would not have told them anything if they had managed to win the argument with Jin. She then informed her sisters that Jin had just successfully completed a mission in the Colin ruins and that their mother should soon receive a report on the matter. And so Luna was now sure that they now understood why she said she was ashamed. After all, they just helped him move even further. She even wondered if there was a history in the Randell family where captains were disgraced after trying to oppress the youngest, after which she drove them away. But still before they left, she decided to add that she saw that Jin was not so merciful. So Luna advised them to look back more often, and she tells them this only because she is sincerely worried about them. Luna understood that not everything went smoothly and well between them, but she reminded them that they were still sisters, especially younger ones, so she had to take care of them. After this, Luna's nanny came in and immediately told the girl that she was very surprised at how she punished her younger sisters, and, being Luna's nanny, she had the impression that she was going through puberty again. Luna was quite surprised to hear about such a puberty at her age, but the nanny noted that the girl always had a rather unusual maturation. In any case, she was worried about the young ladies because she understood perfectly well that young Master Jin was not the type to forget about this so easily. Moreover, the woman believed that in 5 years they would not be able to defeat Master Jin in an official battle, so the nanny was interested to know if they only had 5 years left to live. Luna asked her not to say such terrible things, because they were still her family, but rather she asked her to tell her what the girl asked her to know. According to the nanny, the relatives who tried to destroy Jin were not young ladies. At that time, they were in an advanced group, so they could hardly do anything. Luna agreed with her and added that it couldn't be Mary, Yona, or the Tona twins. This means that young Master Joshua, young Master Deepus, Ren, and Master Vigo remain, and of course young Lady Runtia. The nanny immediately said that it would be difficult to find out about the rest, except for the young masters Ren and Vigo, and Luna understood this perfectly well, because there was a fairly solid foundation under them all. So there was a good chance that they would get nothing but a headache from them, and so Luna decided that for now the best option would be to simply observe, because they could get into trouble if they dug into them without good reason. Nanny Luna noted that this was a rather wise decision. Even despite the assassination attempt, young Master Jin grew up healthy, so there was no need to worry about him too much. Meanwhile, Jin returned to his room and was happy to tell Gilly and Murakan about this. The girl was incredibly happy to see him, and she was also happy to see that he returned safe and sound. Jin assured her that everything was fine from the start. He had already become quite strong, so much so that even Gilly would soon not be able to defeat him. But Gilly still believed that it was a dangerous place, and if something happened to him, she would devote the rest of her life to revenge. Murakami immediately intervened in this dialogue and asked the strawberry pie not to say such terrible things, after which he wanted to ask Jin if he had filled out the report properly. Jin replied to him that now everyone thinks that everything worked out thanks to outside help, but he doesn't give a damn about it, because at the moment there is something more important. After which he put a jar on the table, inside of which was the living heart of a golem. Murakami immediately noticed that Jin was very lucky, considering that he returned without a single scratch. The shadow dragon thought that the golem was not very successful, but he was more interested in finding out where Jin found it. According to the guy, 2 warehouse guards turned into monsters and attacked him. He also did not forget to mention that they regenerated no matter where he hit them, and when he pierced their hearts, this fell out of them. Murakami was clearly not happy to hear that Jin had encountered a living golem. After all, first he saw a grave giant, and now a golem. He didn't even have a rough idea what these guys from the Zippel family were planning. He then told Jin that if what he was saying was true, then it was the work of the Zippel family. Murakami also asked the guy not to make a tight schedule for himself, because they would probably need to go back to Colin. Because Murakami thinks it's worth asking them personally what they're up to? Jin, hearing this, thought that he really didn't want to go back there, but on the other hand, he would go there with Murakami, so he most likely wouldn't be in any danger. He also didn't forget that if they were very lucky, he might even be able to find a mana fountain, so he agreed to Murakami's offer and promised him that he would try to devote his time to it. After the mission was completed, Kajin and the Haas brothers themselves returned to the Runkandel family, but Mayu and Anne revoked their status as cadets and expelled them from the family. And as you know, expulsion is a very severe punishment for cadets who technically completed their mission, but no one argued with them. A few months after this incident, Jed stopped Jin at one point during training and told him that from today his training with pure stones was officially over, and from tomorrow only the Tona brothers should come here. He also added that morning training with the rest of the cadets no longer brought him any benefit, so next week he would have a conversation with the head of the family. The Tona brothers couldn't believe that their father was going to promote Jin to the rank of provisional captain so early. They also knew very well that being in this rank, he would have to leave the Runkandel family in order to gain enough honor to become a full-fledged captain, and all this time he would have to act alone without the support of his family. Jin, although he didn't show it, was actually very happy about this news, because now he wouldn't have to worry about the others, and he could finally become stronger as he wanted. The leader and his small army were returning home, and one of his wards informed him that they would arrive at the sword garden within 2 hours. In response to this, Sharon said that his youngest son continues to interfere with his training, and he would like to stay in the Black Sea for at least 10 years. If his assistant's words were to be believed, he had immediately felt that young Master Jin had been an extraordinary child ever since the time of the formidable castle, but even he had not thought that it would be to such an extent, because the young master's actions in the sword garden were especially shocking. His fighting spirit is abnormal, and when he first entered the Thunder Castle, despite being a child, his eyes were full of discontent. Although Chiron then noticed that he tried in every possible way to hide it, he still failed to do so. The man didn't think he could forget how Jin provoked his brothers and sisters as soon as he entered the sword garden, although no one taught him this. He literally instinctively understood how to break his opponents. The other children of Chiron knew about this very well, and even tried to keep Jin under control. But one look at this guy was enough to understand that they failed. Even though his elders sent him to his death, he still continued to come back stronger, becoming a 5th-rank knight. Chiron was most surprised by the first mission, rather than Mammoth, or the ruins of Colin, because he won the battle against a warrior from the White Wolf tribe. Chiron could of course imagine that Jin would destroy this wolf using his subordinates as a shield, but for him to destroy him alone, that was a surprise for him. The man believed that with this action he had succeeded in proving the essence of his principles. Although Chiron's charges did not believe that the boy could single-handedly deal with the warrior of the White tribe, the man still wanted to meet this guy as soon as possible and talk to him. During these conversations, they quickly arrived at the sword garden, where the head of the family was greeted according to all standards. Rose was the first to meet her husband, saying that they were all really looking forward to their head of the house, in response to which Chiron praised her preparation for the meeting. But the woman immediately told him that in fact she did nothing, because their eldest son took care of all the preparations, so there was no credit for it on her part. Chiron was of course glad to hear this, but he still wished that they would first of all behave appropriately so that he would not have to leave the Black Sea, after which he turned his attention to Jin, or rather to his belt, on which hung 2 swords that were quite familiar to him. This provoked him to turn to his 2 other sons, Ran and Vigo. He wanted to know from them whether they had given Jin the swords that he had allowed them to take. Ran was the first to answer this question, and without any hesitation told them that Jin literally took these swords from them, because they were supposed to give them to him if he succeeded in the mission in the ruins of Colin. This caused Chiron to laugh incredibly loudly. It was so loud that at times it even frightened everyone around him. After he calmed down a little, the man decided to say that sometimes it seemed to him that Jin was not his son. That evening, Jin and his father stood in the hallway and talked about how this would be Jin's first banquet. Although the guy mentally did not forget that in his previous life he had attended banquets of different families, thanks to his teacher, but this was the first banquet in his own family. Before, he always had to hide during banquets as if he were a criminal, but this time, he is the star of this show along with his father. But what is most surprising is that for this to happen, Jin only had to die once. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his father, who wanted to tell the boy that their family does not often hold banquets. According to him, the reason is that they only hold them when there is really something to celebrate. With these words, he wanted to show how unique Jin's achievement was, and the guy was incredibly pleased to hear it. After which the father decided to ask the guy how many guests there would be today, and in Jin's opinion, there were about 1,000 people there. The father confirmed this information, and also added that this was 200 people more than at the previous banquet, which was 7 years ago. And they both understood perfectly well that this could only mean one thing, that their family's influence had increased over the past 7 years. Banquets of 1,000 people are not uncommon in other families, but all the people present here are exceptional. The only thing Chiron did during these 7 years was destroy monsters and train in the Black Sea. Therefore, he believed that the reason why their clan's influence continued to grow was because he was the only Genesis Knight at the moment. In other words, Chiron believed that everyone gathered here would turn away from Runkandel. Jin actually agreed with his father, because without him, their clan would not have been able to accumulate such great respect. They are called the 2 great families, along with Zippel, but Jin understood that as soon as his father disappeared, the gap between Zippel and Runkandel would sharply increase, and then Zippel would become the sole ruler. So Jin decided to tell his father that if he was gone and they turned their backs on Runkandel, things would most likely get to the point where they wouldn't be able to fight back against the Zippel family. And then Jin assured his father that if this happens, he will leave the clan. Chiron couldn't believe what his son had just said, so Jin repeated once again that if the family fell apart due to his absence, then the reason for the clan's downfall would be the incompetence of the next head. But he wasn't going to die a dog's death under such a leader, so he thought it would be better if he simply left this clan. He would also like to know from his father how many weaknesses are known to their family. The father did not quite understand what Jin was telling him, so the boy explained that in exchange for returning the sword to Vigo's older brother, he made him show him the contracts entrusted by the families, which only the captains can see. The head of the Byrne family deceived the emperor and stole the imperial treasures, but he can participate in this banquet thanks to them. The greatest martial artist of the Cliver family previously requested them to destroy the mage of the Zippel family. The daughter of the Gerald family secretly sold her family's treasure due to gambling addiction. In other words, just by looking through, Jin was able to find a ton of weapons that weren't swords, and so he's sure that there are a lot more of those weapons in the secret contracts that only Chironi and Rose have access to, and his father realized that Jin was trying to say that he could protect their family using these if he were gone. Jin just wanted to say that if the next chapter is not at the level of a Genesis Knight, then everything will depend only on negotiating skills, which was hard to disagree with. But Chiron also noted that they are not the only ones who keep the weaknesses of their enemies, because the Zippel family should have as many weaknesses as they do. However, Jin believed that they had no justification for exploiting these weaknesses, but Chiron did not quite understand what his son meant. So the guy said that he meant that the role of the villain belongs to the Runkandel family. In any case, even with so many weapons, if the next leader cannot use them properly, he will not hesitate to turn his back on the family and leave. But in that case, he assured his father that he would prepare his revenge, no matter how long it took him. Shirin thought at that moment that if his other children had not had the courage to put forward the hypothesis about Runkendel's fall in front of him, they would have chatted about everything but this. But he was glad that Jin was not like that. The guy was able to reveal his intentions and did it quite briefly and clearly. Shirin only felt sorry that he was born after his prime. It was the same as Luna's talent, Mary's wildness, and Deepas's fighting spirit combined into one person. The man understood that from 10 to 15 years, that was exactly how long he would be able to defend the title of head of the family. And he thought it would be fun to see if Jean could flip the continuity dynamic before his time was up. Finally, it was time to go out to the guests. But before they did, Kieran told his son that he had something he wanted to tell him, so he asked Jin to wait until he called him. The guy himself understood perfectly well that most likely they would talk about becoming a temporary captain, so it seemed to Jin that he would leave this place for a short time as soon as the banquet ended. Now he only had to wait for the end of the 4-day banquet. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the headman's servant, who ran to the man to tell him that guests had arrived, to whom they had not sent an invitation. The first thing that Jin thought was that these uninvited guests could be Zippel. According to the butler, these were indeed people from the Zippel family. One of them was the deputy commander and 4 other family members. Shirin decided to tell the deputy to get out, and the rest of the family could come in. Jin agreed with his father that the deputy's visit was indeed impolite, but he still felt that dishonoring the deputy so much that he was thrown out the door was a bit much. Sharon seemed to be able to read minds, and so asked the boy if he thought his father did the right thing. Jin decided to say that it was refreshing. After which he added that most likely at that moment when the deputy commander is overcome by emotions and is about to leave, he will ignore permission for his family to enter. Shirin agreed with him, and he also believed that the deputy would have to listen to his order, otherwise he would return home without both legs. In any case, it was time to start the banquet, and as soon as Shirin came out to the public, the first thing he did was thank everyone who had been able to overcome this path today to get here. He then went on to say that he was incredibly grateful to have had such a talented son in recent years, so he would first like to thank his youngest son, Jean Runkendel. After which he decided to remind all the guests that at such banquets there are only 2 rules that they must follow. If they start a fight while drunk, they will be immediately escorted to the arena by knights, and the loser must surrender, and the winner must show mercy, because it is still a banquet. Now Jin understood that this was the very banquet of fateful meetings. It's a gathering of thousands of people who control an entire continent. These people are connected to each other in a complex way. If they were having a normal banquet, they would just passive-aggressively treat each other before returning. But this is a banquet that is held in the Sword Garden. As long as they follow the 2 rules set by their father, they cannot go as far as destroying their enemy, but they can beat him to a critical state, in which case they can even gain official superiority. Now that Sharon had given his speech, he allowed everyone to enjoy this wonderful evening, and Jin was once again convinced of what a crazy family he was born into. The father believed that the boy also had the right to relax, so he told him that if he had someone he liked, he asked Jin to drag him to the arena with him, but he immediately warned the guy that he could not challenge someone who would be weaker than him, unless they insulted him or the family as a whole. Jin knew all this perfectly well, and was also aware that he had no right to lose under any circumstances. The father was glad that the boy understood this, but still reminded him that if Jin suddenly lost, then he would take away Barisada from him, as well as his nanny and everything he had. Now when Jin thinks about it, all that comes to mind is that this is the first time he has been able to just talk to his father like this. This was something for him that he could not even dream of in his past life. And he is incredibly happy that they just had a rather convincing conversation between father and son. But things like the relationship between a father and a beloved son were clearly not part of Jin's plans for this life, because in this life, all he wanted was to surpass his father. As soon as Jin came down, the Tun brothers immediately approached him, and the first thing they did was congratulate him on receiving the 5th rank, and asked him to stay with them for a while. Jin didn't mind, and in response wanted to know how their training with pure stones was going, and according to Hayton, Their training progressed after changing the weapons that their uncle recommended to them. The guy understood why they had come, so he quietly whispered in Hayton's ear that they could leave as soon as they were satisfied. And as soon as he said this, the first guest immediately approached him, who was a representative of the Ken family, and Jin did not let him finish, because he knew him very well. After all, he was the first captain. At this point, the brotherly accompaniment ended, and the brothers decided that they would rather go, and Jin did not mind. After which their dialogue with the first captain of the Ken family continued, and Jin simply could not help but say that he had heard a lot about his exploits when he was a small child, which embarrassed the captain a little. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some man who literally hit Jin on the head from behind. And as soon as the guy turned around, he saw a man in front of him who told him that he had always wondered what kind of child it was who had achieved the 5th rank at the age of 15. But now he sees Jin in front of him and understands how this is possible, and his name is Ogade. As soon as the young master looked at this man, he immediately understood who he really was, so he answered quite briefly and said that he was very glad to meet Ogade. But still, Jin couldn't help but tell him that his actions just now were an insult to everyone who had shown him respect up until now. And if he wants to raise the issue of elders and juniors, then he should be more attentive. Jin said that the first and second captains of the Ken clan, the Knights of the Dragon King, the mercenaries of the Black King, Jin thought that they were all senior to him, and therefore he should have noticed how these seniors treated the young master. So considering all this, Jin wanted to ask the man to accept his mistakes and apologize to them immediately. A few minutes later, another man approached Ogade to tell him that his life had just been saved thanks to the young master Jin. The first captain of the Ken family always knew that his filthy mouth would get him into trouble in life. Ogade realized what he had done, so he immediately decided to ask his elders for forgiveness. He asked to forgive his mistake, and he would be glad if the young master Jin also accepted his apology, which Jin did without any problems. Luna came right after this situation, and the first thing she told her brother was that he was very good at finding enemies for himself, and she thought it would be very nice if he could be an ordinary child for at least one day. Jin agreed with her, but today, according to him, he couldn't do otherwise, because he was, after all, a representative of the Runkandel family, and Luna couldn't argue with that. But still, she was very interested to know what the guy would do if Ogade challenged him, because he actually looks like at least a knight of the 6th rank. Jin believed that if he did this, then most likely the head of the Tuco family and the elders would intervene. Because the guy noticed that they had been watching him for some time, Luna could not believe that Jin even took this into account when assessing the situation. The guy answered her that it might be difficult for her to understand, but he is like the most hated youngest member of the family. He needs a lot of things to survive. Luna agreed with him, and mentally looking at the guy, she thought that he was talented, and that was probably why there was an attempt on his life in the Thunder Castle. But she was still incredibly interested in finding out who it was, because it was this person who was the first to find out about Jin's talent. Anyway, she told Jin that she was attending the banquet because it was in his honor, but unfortunately, she was too bored. So she told Jin that it was time to do something more fun. Jin realized that she was about to leave, and Luna confirmed this. She also told him that he was not tall enough to be her dance partner, but when he grew up, she promised him that she would take him to a good place. And before she left, Luna felt that she should leave a message for the people, just like Jin did, although the guy didn't quite understand what she meant. She took the guy by the head and hugged him slightly. This was unexpected even for Jin himself. The girl explained to him that she had done it so that others would understand how much she valued him. Now it seemed to her that people would be less rude to him, out of fear of her. In fact, Luna knew what she was doing, because as soon as she hugged her brother, a large number of people actually paid attention to them, who did not even know that the white whale valued his brother so much. Sir Vikashil stood next to his companion and listened as he literally was ready to explode on the spot from how much he liked Lady Luna. He even decided that today he needed to write a poem for Lady Luna, which he would sing all night. Margella Ivliano, who was Vishkal's younger sister, approached Bubar and asked him not to be so harsh. At that moment, Jin realized that it was actually very difficult for him to act like a master. However, he was more interested in the question of where these damn Zippels were. The fact that he had to look for them himself did not suit the guy at all and even irritated him a little. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a young lady who politely approached the rising star of the Rung-Candle family and asked to have a drink with her. It was Cirrus Endorma from the Ice Palace who suddenly appeared in front of the guy. She was apparently in a great mood, smiling once and repeating several times that she was very glad to meet Jean Rung-Candle in person. Jin responded by telling her that she was the daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace and that it was, on the contrary, an honor for him to meet such a person. The girl wanted to ask the guy, first of all, how he was able to achieve such skill at such a young age. She even admitted that it made her envy him, but Jin tried to push everything off as a blessing, after which he again mentioned the Ice Palace, which he also considered to have a blessed lineage, and he cannot even imagine how the mistress of the Ice Palace values her, because she is her only daughter. And since Jin is the youngest of all the brothers and sisters, he is the only one to be envied. He honestly admitted to her that having so many relatives was incredibly tiring, and in his mind he was sure that she recognized him, but he did not understand why she did not mention Mamet. Jin was sure that it was impossible for her not to recognize him, because there was a little ash on his face, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when she said that she wanted to ask him something. After which she put down the glass with the drink and asked her question, in which she wanted to know from the guy how his injured leg was doing. Jin answered her without hesitation that she was completely fine, and all thanks to the amazing person who personally rubbed the medicine into him, for which he was incredibly grateful and did not even know how to repay this service. Cirrus was only surprised at how shameless the guy was. And now that they had figured this out, she wanted to ask the guy why he was in Mamita. Cirrus thought she deserved an explanation. After all, according to her, they were never able to find the terrorist magician, and this greatly hurt her pride, and also made her wonder if the culprit was the young man she let go. Jin smiled, and reminded her that he was from the Rung-Candle family, and as she could see, he didn't look like a suspect at all, since he was sure that she knew about his family very well. She immediately stated that she did not consider him a suspect. She just wanted to say that it changes everything if he was on a mission for Rung-Candle and hired a mage because they could not cope themselves. She also said that among the people who were in the inn, the only ones who could be a target for the Rung-Candle family were the members of the Ice Palace, and she, as the captain of the 7 swords of the Ice Palace, could not leave such things without personal attention. Jin understood that the girl thought wrongly that he was hunting for a member of the Ice Palace, and she was not entirely wrong, since he injured them while trying to destroy Al-Karo. But he still answered her that he didn't quite understand how this testified against him. Wasn't everything she said just a hypothesis? Cirrus understood from this answer that apparently the guy was going to deny it until the very end, and in fact she had a plan for this case, which was to drag the guy into the arena and beat the whole truth out of him there. So she confidently challenged Jean Rung-Candle to a duel in front of all the guests. In response to this, Jin told her that his father warned him that he should not fight those who seemed weaker than him. But since the girl wants to fight so much, he simply has no choice but to accept this challenge. After some time, they went down to the arena, and the young master ordered that only doctors be left there. He also asked to be given 2 decent swords and to seal the arena until they finished the fight. Jin knew that battle-crazed people and passers-by would come running here after midnight, and she was the daughter of the mistress of the Ice Palace, so it seemed to him that it would be too cruel to beat her while everyone was watching. Before the fight, Cirrus asked her opponent to promise her something, after which she added that if she won, he would have to tell her everything that happened in Mamita that day without any lies, and Jin promised this to the girl without any problems. In response, he asked her, if he won, to confirm the fact that they had not met that day, and upon hearing this, the girl immediately understood that he had something to hide. In any case, it's more important for her to think about something other than that now, since Jin has already started attacking her. The guy was confident of his victory until he saw the girl use a unique ability for the Endorma clan, which is called Myriad Ice Blades. Jin immediately realized that the fight would probably be interesting, because he couldn't even imagine that the girl would use her most powerful technique from the very beginning. After which he added that he didn't even know what to do, because he, as the youngest son of the Rung-Candle family, had not had time to study the secret techniques of his family. Cirrus clearly didn't like this kind of joke, so she responded to him rather sharply and told the guy that this was actually his problem. She then continued to attack him, thinking that the guy was definitely a rank 5, since he looked like he could barely block. But as they exchanged blows, his true skills became apparent. But she still thought it was useless because she thought that the difference of 1 rank could be easily compensated by performing the 3rd form of myriad ice blades. Since she understood that she was weaker and had less stamina, she would hardly be able to handle this fight, so she decided that when he tried to counter-attack after reading her attacks, she would switch and finish him off. At that moment, Jin understood that Cirrus was still a 4th-rank knight, and even if she could use myriads of ice blades, she would still lag behind him in attack and defense. Realizing the difference between them, Jin was sure that she was preparing a strike to change the course of events, so he bet that she would use her secret technique, but he did not know how powerful the myriad of ice blades could be, so he knew that he would probably have to use his own secret technique. Among the dozens of secret techniques he read in Thunder Castle, the most powerful among the various secret techniques he received. While Jin was thinking about this, Cirrus suddenly disappeared from his field of vision, and he only heard words from her in which she said that his end had come. The girl decided to use her maximum, so she used a myriad of ice blades of the 3rd form, which literally created an entire avalanche. It was hard for Jin to withstand such attacks, because he understood perfectly well that it was an aura that turned into ice shards. But all this at one point began to amuse the guy, because he understood that this was the girl's maximum. Cirrus froze in place when she saw a smile on Jin's face. She just couldn't believe her eyes that the guy was actually laughing. There were simply no ideas in her mind anymore, because she had used an avalanche, and even a genius who had reached the 5th rank at the age of 15 would not be able to break through the secret technique of the Ice Palace. But even knowing all this, the girl was still incredibly anxious. Apparently it wasn't just like that, because a few seconds later a sword flew past her head and almost hit her head. As soon as the guy carried out his attack, literally a few seconds later, an explosion thundered. And then Jin realized that he should have used something else instead of the Attila family's blade storm, because now he understands that this technique was too destructive for a 4th-rank knight. The guy understood that if the girl failed to dodge, then she must be dead or at least crippled. But as soon as the fog cleared, Jin saw the girl sitting with this sword and literally trembling with fear. She was so scared of dying that she didn't even notice how she dodged the blow. The girl herself could not believe that she had actually done it. Jin understood that it would be better to end their fight here, so he approached the girl closer in order to find out how she was feeling, because he had just almost destroyed her. He was very sorry that this happened, so he asked her for forgiveness, and in his mind he thought about the fact that even after his warning, Cirrus did not try to dodge the blade storm. He understood that it didn't really matter how important honor and pride were, because Cirrus was still a 15-year-old child, and she was too young to suppress her desire to survive. Jin understood that he would have also avoided if he had been in her place. Moreover, he was sure that she would have warned him too. And now he simply decided to sit next to her and not tell her anything unnecessary, although he understood that this would not be enough to comfort her. But suddenly she took out of her pocket the very ointment that she uses to help wounds heal faster, and she decided to smear Jin's cheek, on which there was a small scratch, after which she suggested considering it payment for saving her life, in response to which Jin said that she valued the life of the only heir to the Ice Palace too low. Cirrus reminded him that this was a life that had just been spared and its value would increase in the future, and now she decided to turn around and start walking away, adding that now they were two people who had met for the first time today. The next day the banquet continued, and today it seemed to Jin that a real banquet of fateful meetings would begin, since one could watch the duels. Moreover, there were much fewer people, and the reason for this is probably that it is finally possible to arrange duels. In any case, Jin hoped that this would play into his hands, because he would finally be able to see these Zippels. He had already heard that all the guests were between 15 and 20 years old, and that was great, since their ages were similar, so he thought it would be appropriate to compare their levels in magic. There were also things that Jin wanted to ask about the Colin ruins, but it seemed like a bad idea to him for now. But it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't find out, since he would have a lot of free time once he became the temporary captain, so he could explore the Colin ruins with Murakan later. Jin was confident that with his friend Murakan, finding the mana fountain would be much easier, and this time those damned Zippels wouldn't have the ability to mass-produce mages. The mere thought that Jin could prevent such a terrible incident made the boy worry. Suddenly, Jin saw his sister Runtia playing with a cat, who for some unknown reason ended up at the banquet. She immediately read that his name was written on his badge, Nabi. Jin was already clearly seething with anger, and Murakan understood this perfectly well, but still, while Runtia was here, he couldn't show it. Suddenly, Jin heard a voice shouting in his direction and saying that he knew he could find him if he followed this cat. When Jin turned around completely, he saw a guy running towards him and saying that they had finally met. But the young master did not quite understand who this guy was, which clearly disappointed him. But Runtia was most surprised, who perfectly understood from what family this guy, whom his younger brother supposedly should know, was from. This guy started giving Jin hints and said that his name starts with the letter V. Runtia realized that he was just a weirdo that she had to run away from, so she took Jin's cat and started to leave. Murakan completely agreed with her. Jin had no idea who he was, even after the guy told him that they first met in the teleportation gate in the kingdom of Mittel. Veridin was surprised that Jin had such a terrible memory, so he said his name and hoped that after that, Jin would finally remember him. Jin removed his hand and said that he thought it would be obvious that he was pretending not to recognize Veridin. The young master couldn't believe that in his past life, this blockhead actually became a 9th-rank mage at the age of 30 and was nominated to be the future head of the Zippel family. In any case, if we believe Veridin's words, he had been looking for Jin since yesterday, and today he had been looking for him for 2 hours. But he still couldn't find him. The young master thought that the banquet hall wasn't big enough to look for a person for 2 hours. Veridin noted that he would have found him immediately if he could use magic, but this was out of the question since this was Runkandel territory. Jin still thought that Veridin was just a fool, and Zippel meanwhile continued to say that he was very glad to see Jin, because about 5 years had already passed, and he always knew that Jin would achieve a lot, but he did not think that it would be so quickly. But Veridin didn't forget to praise himself, and told Jin that all this time he hadn't been lazy, and had managed to reach the 6th rank of magic. If you believe the words of this guy, then he owned magic a whole rank higher than Jin with his sword. The young master could not believe it, because Veridin was supposedly the most talented Zippel, but even he was only at the 6th rank at 18 years old. Jin was sure that at that age he would already be at least rank 7, and so the thought occurred to him that perhaps this guy was deliberately underestimating his level? While Jin was thinking, Veridin started talking again and finally noticed that, judging by his friend Jin's face, it wasn't in vain that he had been looking for him for so long. Moreover, he was waiting for the day when they could fight, so he asked Jin to catch up with him faster. But after these words, Jin was finally convinced that the guy wasn't lying. In any case, now in Jin's head, the thought was that if Veridin was really the 6th rank at 18, then after Keliak Zippel, their current leader, he would be the one who would reach the pinnacle of magic, and he was sure of it, and meeting Veridin was a good opportunity to take a look at his dormant talent. After all this thinking, Jin finally told his interlocutor that he had already told him this before, but apparently it needed to be repeated that Veridin had better learn to shut his mouth and keep his tongue behind his teeth, and all that Zippel could answer was that his father was telling him exactly the same thing. Jin assured him that everyone would tell him about it, however. He wanted to know from Veridin why the Zippels had come to the banquet without an official invitation. Veridin answered the guy that in fact the reason was only in him, because it was he who convinced his uncle that he needed to go to this meeting, because Veridin really wanted to meet with Jin. But the young master was very doubtful that their deputy had arrived in enemy territory just because of a childish tantrum, but Veridin could no longer be stopped, and he continued to talk about how he had heard news of the banquet while they were traveling through Hufester, so he thought it was fate. In any case, Jin reminded the boy that he should be grateful that they let him into the banquet, but Veridin thought that Jin was being too cold towards him, because he knew very well that Jin's father was merciful to his uncle. And since they were already talking about it, Veridin decided to promise Ju that even if he came to the Zippel banquet one day without warning, he would not harm him. He could even say that he would not touch Jin, even if he would terrorize them, and even if a fight started, he would not participate either. When suddenly Jin stopped, and said that it was all so stupid, Veridin at first thought that he was telling him this, but apparently that was not the case. After all, The young master noticed how some man was looking at him from the very beginning of their conversation, so he turned to him to ask what was the matter. Bubar didn't expect Jin to notice him, so he didn't know what to answer him to this question. But I still gathered my thoughts and decided to find out when Lady Luna would return. Jin didn't quite understand why this man needed his sister, but at some point he took out a small book and said that he would like to give it to Lady Luna. According to him, it was a collection of poems that he wrote all night, all of them filled with love, and therefore he was sure that Lady Luna would understand when she read them, that he was a much better person than it seemed at first glance. In the near future, he even expected to call Jin his brother-in-law. After these words, Jin literally boiled with anger, so he snatched the book from his hand and tore it into small pieces. He then replied to the man that for such words he should be beaten up well, because not only did he dare to mention the name of his older sister, but he also began to dream about some kind of marriage, which led the guy to think that the man did not have a very high opinion of their family. But Jin didn't want to hear another word from this man, so he ordered the guards to immediately take this man to the arena. The man tried to prove to Jin that he did it only to express his love, and in this way he definitely did not want to offend anyone. A few seconds later, he literally begged the young master not to do this. Besides, he considered it a mockery of the guests. Bubar thought that all he did was say that his older sister was beautiful, and would he really be punished so cruelly for that? Jin didn't want to hear another word from him. All he said was that their duel would be hand-to-hand combat. The man did not fully understand why Jin was doing this. He had one option, that Jin somehow guessed that it was he who organized the attack on him 5 years ago, but it seemed to him that this was simply impossible. Velman couldn't understand what was going on here and why Bubar was suddenly brought out to duel with Jin. He couldn't believe that Bubar had finally done what he had dreamed of for so long, so he immediately decided to come closer, and his sister was not against it. Veridin, meanwhile, once again convinced himself that pestering his uncle to let him come here was probably a pretty good idea, since he didn't even think he'd be able to meet the heir to the Ice Palace. But Cirrus apparently didn't really want to talk to him, so she immediately asked him to leave. And then, the center of attention at this banquet was rising star Jean Runcandle, who would be participating in the duel. There were some problems with introducing Jin's opponent, because no one had ever seen the man before. Veridine had only heard that this man had arrived with a group from the Ivliano family, and despite his appearance, the boy thought that he could be a very capable fighter. Bubar was still trying to ask young Master Jin to at least introduce himself before the duel, but apparently, Jin was not going to give him such a chance, because he had already started attacking him. And before the man could introduce himself, Jin struck him right in the face. The young master asked him to shut his mouth because he didn't even want to know the man's name. This caused excessive anger in Bubar, who finally realized that this conflict could no longer be resolved with words, so he decided to also start attacking the guy. Although Jin managed to dodge the first blow, the guy noticed that his opponent was about rank 6, and that was already problematic. Cirrus also noticed that young Master Jin had chosen someone stronger, and it seemed like the fat man's main focus was on fighting. Bubar still managed to land a precise blow to Jin's face, and as soon as he did so, he immediately began to shout at the guy that he didn't dare raise his hand against him with such meager abilities. He also wanted to say that he made Jin lie on the ground and cry for mercy, but he didn't have time. The young master began to strike him with dozens of blows, which Bubar barely managed to block. Veridin immediately understood why Jin had started a series of attacks after forcing him to let his guard down. He thought it was a great idea. Cirrus thought the end of this fight was very near. Margiela suddenly started talking to her older brother about how she understood correctly that the winner had already been determined, and she couldn't believe that Jean could beat someone like that after he had already lost the duel. Besides, she believed that Bubar was much weaker than the young Master Jin, and she did not understand why her brother was just sitting and watching all this, although Vishkal tried to prove to her that Bubar was not weak. But she didn't even want to hear it. All she needed at the moment was for her elder brother to teach young Master Jin a lesson, using more noble methods than young Master Jin. Vishkal couldn't believe that his sister wanted exactly this from him, but he still had to agree, so he turned to Jin and asked him to let the poor fat man go and fight him better. As soon as Jin saw his opponent, he immediately thought that this would be a duel against a knight of the 7th rank, which meant that whether he won or lost, For him, this fight would be with dignity. Furthermore, he believed that simply being able to gain first-hand experience in combat with the Ivliano family's swordsmanship would be a good lesson for him. After all, the previous head of the Ivliano family was someone that even his father considered strong. However, his attention was more drawn to the amusing young lady Margiela, who even put her brother in a difficult position to watch this fight. Before the duel began, Jin decided to point out that they both valued their sisters very much, so he would like to ask Vishkal to teach him how to silence his servants. Vishkal answered him and said that apparently Jin had misunderstood something, because the man he had just beaten was not their servant, but their companion. This was clearly not what Jin expected, and Vishkal also didn't forget to add that Bubar had only arrived to help his sister, who had mobility problems, and his abilities weren't very suitable for the Runkandel banquet. But at that moment, everything turned upside down in the guy's head, and he thought only about the fact that this man, Bubar Gaston, or as they used to call him, the reincarnator, and Jin became incredibly interested in finding out what kind of relationship he had with Vishkel Ivliano. The young master tried to remember something from his past life, but he was sure that in his past life there was nothing about the connections between the Ivliano family and Gaston when he was arrested, and now the main question that was in Jin's head was, does Vishkel know that Bubar is a transformation mage? Although Jin was able to find Bubar, now he only had more questions. But at that moment he realized that he could not afford to be distracted when his opponent was a knight of the 7th rank. Vishkel suggested that Master Jin give it his all in this battle, and Jin completely agreed with him, adding only that he would like to learn a lot from his opponent during this battle. These were the last words before the battle actually began, and Vishkel went on the attack. From this attack alone, Jin could already tell that this guy was far from rank 7. In other words, the guy understood perfectly well that his strength was not something that Jin was ready to resist at the moment. The spectators were truly surprised that the fight was developing in this manner, although they all knew very well that the Ivliano family sword style was known for its cunning and unconventional nature. Cirrus was the only one who behaved quite calmly, because she understood perfectly well that these run candles shine brighter in such situations. The girl believed that if the sword of the Ivliano family was like a cunning snake, then the sword of the run candle family was an attacking rhinoceros. And this meant that even if it broke, Jean Runkandel would still not stop moving forward. Jin himself understood perfectly well that Vishkel most likely simply felt sorry for him. He could have finished this fight a long time ago. However, the guy thought it was right to note that he too was able to fight with dignity against someone above the 7th rank, although he was only a 5th rank. Jin noticed that he was slowly starting to reach his limit, but at that moment, a strange feeling began to overcome him. The same feeling as in the fight with Cajun when the guy almost lost to him. But while Jin stood there trying to figure out what was going on, Vishkel decided it was time to end this fight, and so he immediately began attacking Jin, saying that it was actually a great fight. Jin tried to block this attack, but it didn't work out as he wanted, and his sword literally crumbled into small pieces. And after a few seconds, the sword was already near Jin's neck, and thus it was obvious who won this duel. Vishkel Ivliano was declared the winner, but the man stood like a statue in place and felt fear inside himself. Jin passed out from exhaustion and fell to the ground, and Vishkel stood there for a while and thought about what that was at the end, and how Jin even managed to scratch him on the neck when his sword was smashed to pieces. Moreover, Vishkel clearly remembered the moment when he broke the guy's sword, and he literally immediately felt something sharp touch his throat. Sir couldn't believe that Jin had cleaned the sword's condition during the time he fought him, and if that was really the case. Vishkel could only imagine what would have happened if Jin had reacted a 10th of a second earlier, and he a 10th of a second later. The only thing Vishkel was now sure of was that Jean Runkandel was a terrible person. When Jin finally came to his senses, he saw a not very pleasant picture because Moroccan was sitting on him, who was thus showing his love for the guy. The guy clearly didn't like this, so he asked Moroccan to get off his head. After which, Jin noticed that he fainted immediately after the fight with Vishkel, and apparently he was brought straight to his room. Jilly was glad that Jin finally woke up, because according to the girl, the guy slept for 2 whole days. Jin was upset about this, because he understood that the banquet would end, but it seemed he didn't even have time to greet the guests who came to him. But Gilly assured him that he should not think so, because for the last 2 days the duel between him and Sir Vishkel had been a hotly discussed topic, and that in itself was sufficient recognition. And all because at the end the master showed the heart of the sword, which surprised the audience, and the fact that he could do this at the end of the battle with the knights of the 8th rank surprised himself. Jin was glad to hear this, although he understood that this was not the perfect heart of the sword, but he still got what he wanted from it, and now the days when he was under the guidance of Sister Luna are making themselves felt. Although, to be honest, Jin didn't even understand the training itself at first. He couldn't even think that it would help him in this way. Jin understood that it was only at the level where it was activated only in extreme situations, but on the other hand, he understood that he should not be impatient, because the very fact that he was able to fight with an 8th rank knight was already amazing. Besides, to sum it up, he learned a lot from this banquet. For example, he confirmed Veridin's status in Zippel and compared his magical level with his own. Also gained something like friendship with the heiress of the Ice Palace, and most importantly, he discovered that Bubar Gaston and Vishkel Ivliano were connected, although it was not yet clear to him for what reasons. Jin began to think that there were many possibilities behind the transformation crime, and it wasn't something he needed to solve right now, so he decided that he should dig up some background information first. His thoughts were interrupted by Jilly, who brought into the room flowers left by the heiress of the Ice Palace, which, as it seemed to Jilly, liked the young gentleman. But Jean assured his nanny that this was a kind of symbol of the Ice Palace, because the meaning of flowers is an endless battle. And it looks more like Cirrus just wants to fight him again. Jilly also conveyed to the young master that the chief had ordered him to meet him as soon as Jin woke up, and Jilly believed that the time had finally come to prove his worth. At first Jin was a little scared, but then he realized that he would probably soon be away from his family for some time, and this made him happy. After which he quickly got ready, and immediately went to meet his father to listen to what the man had to say. Chiron, looking at the guy, realized that apparently his youngest son had already foreseen the fact that he would have to live away from home for some time, and Jin confirmed this, which is why he came to him in such comfortable clothes. And looking at the expression on his father's face, the guy noticed that the man clearly liked this answer, and Jin himself realized that after reincarnation, it became much easier for him to read his father. Shironi decided to ask the guy if he knew where they were at the moment, and Jin without a doubt answered him that they were in the mausoleum. People who have done great things for the family can enter this place through the sword garden. Also buried there are the heroes of the family who achieved greatness. In other words, Chiron would call it a land for those who have protected their family for thousands of years. And what is interesting for the head of the family is that the first head of Temar Runkanedel was not buried here, and his grave is also not in the Garden of Swords. After which Sharon added that the dark power that Jin currently possesses is the main reason why they cannot read the first chapter. After his death, they entered into a humiliating agreement with the Zippel clan, after which they would never be able to use magic again, and would not be able to honor the ancestors who did so. As a result, the Zippel gods united and placed a curse on Runkandel's blood, and now everyone who was born after the first chapter cannot use magic. Chiron reminded the guy that he didn't ask him how he was able to defeat the Tun brothers with his aura. Jin remembered this very well, because then he even lied that he would use this power in the name of the family. Now Chiron would like to know if the guy hears Soldred's voice, and according to the guy, the dark magician calls him a contractor, although Jin mentally understood that in this life he did not hear his voice. The man also thought that this might actually be unfair to his brothers and sisters, but he still wanted to find out from the guy if he could use this power to defeat his brothers and sisters and thus take over the family. Jin was ready for this question, so he prepared the answer in advance. The guy wanted to see the rest of the world first, and if there was nothing more worthy than Runkandel, then he would do it. Shironi liked that his son was so confident, but he still couldn't help but say that in order to be acknowledged, the other contenders needed to leave the sword garden, and the boy was essentially leaving to find an aspect of the family that needed to be acknowledged, so the man wasn't sure if he should be proud of the boy being so arrogant. Thinking about this, Chiron decided to give Jin 5 years. During this time, the guy should either get recognition or recognize the family. In any case, he should come here and give his final answer. Jin was grateful to his father for this opportunity, so he decided to take out his sword and promise his father that in 5 years he would greet him. After that, he went outside the gates of the Runkandel estate, where Murakan and Gilly were already waiting for him, who first of all wanted to know how their conversation with his father went. Jin assured them that everything had actually gone well and all he had to do was leave. Gilly was also going to leave with Jin, because instead of creating their own reputation, nannies like Gilly are judged by who their master will become, so she once again assured that she was going on this trip only for him. After which Jin looked again at the Runkandel Palace, and finally they were able to set off, and so began the story, which lasted 5 years. As soon as Jin left, Sharon thought about how he had reached the level of a demigod with just his sword, and yet he had failed to break the oath his ancestors had made to the Zippel family. But the contract with Soldred and the shadow energy lead him to believe that the younger one may be their only hope. After all, it seemed to the man that this child could have the power that would free the Runkandel family, and therefore he really wanted to see what awaited him in the future. That same evening they sat down on a small pass, and at the first convenient moment, Gilly decided to ask the guy if it was okay for him to leave without any goodbyes. The girl meant that he didn't say goodbye to his cadets, with whom he was in the same faction, and as it seemed to Gilly, young Lady Luna must also be very disappointed. Jin thought that there was nothing to worry about, because in the end, Luna herself was also quite freedom-loving. He felt a little offended for the cadets, but still he wanted to remind her that he was not going to die, and sooner or later he would still return home. Besides, the guy suspected that if he had told the cadets about this, they might have let him through with raised swords. Gilly understood him and wanted to know where Jean was going to go now. From what she heard, most captains chose Mammoth as their first destination. She assumed it was because dealing with villains was the most effective way to gain fame. The reserve captains of Runkandel, before they became captains, they had to go out into the world and build their reputation from nothing to be recognized as captains. Furthermore, the condition is that they must not expect the slightest support from the family. For example, Sister Mary defeated all the strong people in the southern regions of the continent and became known as the Mad Woman of the Southlands or the Storm Lady before she became a captain. Unlike him, Jin's brothers and sisters all returned within the 6 to 2 year range, but his father gave him a total of 5 years, and Jin felt like there was only one reason he did it. And this reason is that Jin needs to learn everything he needs to know about shadow energy during this time, and then return. So considering all this, Jin decided that they were heading to the Arkan Kingdom, and Gilly assumed that by the Arkan Kingdom, he meant a nation that was affiliated with the Lutero Magic Federation. But the girl also knew very well that this was Zippel territory, and therefore she did not quite understand why Jin would go there. So Jin told her that when he went to the ruins of Colin on a mission, he heard that a fair number of unregistered mages were rampant in that area. Jin thought they were teaming up with the fighters and causing a lot of trouble for the people of Arkan, and when he heard this, Gilly realized that this was actually a great idea. Besides, according to her, she really enjoyed destroying bad guys when she was a soldier on duty, so she is already looking forward to it. Although in fact, Jin has never heard anything about it, he acquired all this knowledge in his past life. All unregistered mages and warriors are puppies of a dark family named Tessin, and what Jin really needs is the underground auction they run. He understood that there would be many things there, the real price of which no one knew, and there were also several things there that he needed to buy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Gilly, who informed the young master that she felt that they would not be able to use the teleportation gate to enter the Arkan Kingdom, because as far as she knows, according to the family rules, she could only take 10 gold coins with her, and as a reserve captain, he cannot reveal his identity. So she thinks that they won't be able to get any help. Jin asked her not to worry because this problem would be solved as soon as they reached Jin's kingdom. But he decided that they could simply fly to this kingdom, so he asked Murakana not to wait and to start transforming. Gilly thought it wasn't the best idea, because what would happen if someone saw it? But Jin assured her that everything would be fine and they should try it at least once. So after a few seconds, a huge shadow dragon appeared in front of Gilly, who was actually happy to finally take on his true form and fly a little. And all he could tell them was to hold on tight, because he was going to fly with all his might to get to the kingdom of Jin by tomorrow. Luna, who was walking along the corridor, suddenly felt an incredibly strong energy and therefore immediately looked out the window, where I saw a dragon that appeared out of nowhere. The girl couldn't believe her eyes that she was actually seeing this, but she immediately realized that it was most likely Jin. But she was a little confused by the fact that he was flying on a dragon as soon as he became a reserve captain. Luna thought his brother was just incredible, even considering the fact that he left without even saying goodbye to his beloved sister. They arrived at the kingdom of Jin quite quickly, and Murakan, as promised, flew quite quickly, and apparently because of this, Gilly felt so bad. Murakan decided to blame everything on Jin. He thought that the strawberry pie was feeling bad only because of him, although the guy thought that Murakan was to blame, who was flying very strangely the whole way. Seeing how Murakan cared for Gilly, Jin realized that he actually had a big heart inside, and apparently he only seemed rotten because of people's prejudices about black dragons. Therefore, he decided to leave them in this forest and asked them not to go anywhere, and he would go and solve the issue with the money. Meanwhile, in the center of the capital of the Jin kingdom, in the mansion of the Will family, the young prince of the family sat on the grass and thought that although the banquet and ball were in honor of the young master Jin, he heard about it as soon as it was already over, and unfortunately, he was never able to get there. After all, he still remembers how Jin saved his life back then, and even if it was his task, the prince still wanted to meet him again to express his gratitude to the guy. This guy didn't even suspect how soon he would meet his savior, and would finally be able to repay him for saving him. Sember didn't have time to turn around completely before Jin was already right next to him, and so that the guy wouldn't get scared and scream, he covered his mouth with his hand, although he still began to struggle even after Jin reminded Sember of who he was, after which he carefully let him go, and Sember immediately wanted to know what young Master Jin was doing here. The guy had to remind the prince that he told him to come whenever he wanted if he ever needed his help. Sember could not forget about this, and this made Jin happy. So he immediately told him that he would wait here, and Sember would have to bring him some gold and money. It was obvious from the guy's expression that he expected to hear anything but this kind of request, because it seemed to him that Jin had enough money not to ask for it. The law is strict that temporary captains must conceal their identity, because they have to earn a reputation on their own, without the support of their family. It was only natural that the noble children of Runkandel would be extremely poor for the first months, since they were taught only to fight. And this will continue until they start collecting bounties for wanted criminals or earning money as a mercenary. All previous captains had to live in poverty for a while, but for Jean and his crew, things were completely different. The most surprised of all was Gilly, who immediately said that she was preparing to starve for several days, like the other temporary captains, but it was an easy start, and all thanks to the young master Jin. Murakan noticed that yesterday the girl spoke completely differently, and if his memory serves him right, she called it extortion. But now she had abruptly changed her mind. In any case, Jin tried again to explain to them that Sember was able to pay off his debt by giving him money, so in essence, Jin earned it. He was more concerned about the fact that Murakan was eating too much, so he decided to remind him that they were heading into a teleportation gate where he might throw up again. Murakan immediately asked him to close his mouth, because he considers himself a glutton, and therefore he will eat as much as he wants, even if he vomits afterwards. Jin reminded him once again that if it weren't for him, Murakan would have starved for days, if not longer. In response to this, the shadow dragon told him that if the guy didn't want to see him throw up, he could fly on him. But no, it was the guy who insisted on using the teleportation gate. Gilly intervened in their dialogue and noted that most likely it was because of her that Jean so badly wanted to use the teleportation gate. Jean told them both that all of that was on the list of reasons, but he assured them that the real problem was something else entirely. He reminded them that the place they were heading to was the Kingdom of Arkan, according to the guy. This place is connected with the Magical Federation, which is headed by Zippel. Besides, as we know, there are about 80 living dragons on Zippel's side, so flying on Murakan's back without their permission would essentially be a declaration of war. But Murakan couldn't help but say that more than half of these dragons are ordinary cowards who shrink just by hearing his name. He also believed that these worthless people held their heads too high. The world, as it seemed to him, had definitely changed. Jin, of course, agreed with him, but he once again reminded him that it was better not to change form so suddenly. The current Zippel family is supported by the dragons and the gods who created these dragons, and dozens of Zippels who have made a contract with these gods. On the other hand, the Runkandel family only has him as a contractee. And if it weren't for Jin's father, the Zippels would have wiped the Rungkandel family off the face of the earth long ago. How did this fact suddenly make Jin wonder how Zippel managed to gather so many contractors? It seemed to him that it was actually impossible to collect so many in one generation, so he decided that it was too many to be a simple coincidence. With all these thoughts in mind, the guy and his team quietly approached the teleportation gate, where he presented his documents and Gilly's documents, in which their names were Jean Grey and Gilly Peaton respectively, and according to him, they were heading to the Kingdom of Arkan for tourism. The guard at the entrance carefully examined their documents, after which he finally let them through, and when they were already sitting in the teleportation hall, all the passengers were informed that they would soon be teleported to the Kingdom of Arkan. Gilly couldn't help but praise the IDs the family had made, because thanks to them, they were able to pass without any problems, and Jean couldn't help but agree with her, because the quality of these documents was so good that they could even fool the Vermont Special Forces. A few minutes later, they were told again that teleportation would soon begin and they had to prepare for it. While they were teleporting, Jin thought that he had once been to the Kingdom of Arkan, but 15 years had passed since then. The teleportation was quite fast, and after a few seconds they were greeted in the magical federation of Lutero, the Kingdom of Arkan. Jin couldn't get the thought out of his head that before his reincarnation, he spent the last year of his life in the capital of the Arkan Kingdom, and despite the difference of 15 years, the landscape had not changed much since then. Everywhere you can see street vendors and homeless people, people with grim faces, who fill this city. Gilly was here for the first time, and it immediately seemed to her that this was some kind of gloomy city. Jin understood perfectly well that this was because of Teesing's tyranny. The guy even remembers hearing that it was especially bad during this period. In any case, he suggested that they first find a place to stay for the night, and then look for prey. They found a small house that was in the center of the city, and Jin decided to stay there. Murakami categorically disagreed with him, because he sincerely did not understand why they should live in such a bad house. Gilly tried to tell him that maybe Jin had some kind of plan, but Murakami immediately told her that this guy was incredibly rich, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to rent a nice house. Jin thought that this was not a very good idea, because they were not registered people in this city, and if they started showing their money, they would clearly attract attention. Murakami still thought that this was far from the reason why they should stay overnight in this dump, in which even orcs would refuse to live, but Jin politely asked him to shut his mouth because they would still stay here. After which they safely entered the hotel and found the owner sleeping at the entrance. They tried to talk to him to rent a room here, but in response, they only heard strange sounds from him. Looking at this guy, it was immediately clear that he was incredibly surprised when he saw guests in his hotel. But when he looked closely, he saw in front of him a man, a novice swordmaster, and a beautiful woman servant, which made him smile incredibly strongly, after which he immediately offered the guys some cool drinks, because he was sure that they were very tired after their journey. He was also glad to meet them at the Jeddah Hotel, which, according to this guy, had many free rooms. He noticed that the guys were not very willing to make contact, so he once again suggested that they take orange juice from their hotel, and then they could choose the room they liked. As soon as Murakami took this glass, he began to hear the thoughts of this handsome hotel owner, who was thinking that as soon as they drank a glass of this juice, they would immediately start a new life in the underground auction. This obviously angered Murakami, so he, to put it mildly, dropped his glass of juice on the guy's head, which was quite unexpected for the hotel owner. He didn't say a bad word to him, but only offered him a glass of juice. But Murakami wasn't going to stop there, and he then hit the guy on the head. Jin and Gilly didn't understand what was going on until Murakami shouted a question at the guy, asking how dare he even think about poisoning him. The man pretended as much as possible that he did not understand what Murakami was telling him, but the shadow dragon didn't care at all what he said, because he was literally going to destroy the owner of the hotel. The frightened man tried to stop Murakami and asked him to stop and not do this, because it seemed to him that they could just talk to him first. But apparently Murakami wasn't going to talk to anyone. He just wanted to destroy someone, and apparently he found a suitable candidate. Jet, a self-proclaimed informant with high-quality information, the one to whom Jin once owed his life, but Jet did not recognize him because they had not yet met in this life. In his past life, When Jin was expelled from his family without a penny in his pocket, he was able to settle here in Arkan, and all thanks to Jet's help. Because of this, in his past life, they were able to get closer. But unfortunately, it was not for a good reason. Jet had deceived him countless times in his past life under the pretext of introducing him to Tessing's underground auction houses, and in the end, he managed to take everything from the naive Jean except his clothes. And now when the guy remembers this, the mere thought of it irritates him. Although Jin tried to think that this was a completely different life, and that history was built completely differently, now the guy was going to use his old friend in the same way that Jet had once done. At one point during the beating, Jet shouted that if the man continued, he would not be responsible for himself. Because according to Jet, he was a knight of the 5th rank, so he is capable of fighting back. At least that's what Jet himself thought. But Murakami had a completely different opinion. The shadow dragon beat him until the man suddenly said that it was not poison, but a regular sedative. Jin, hearing this, decided that perhaps this amount of blows would be enough, so he asked Murakami to stop so that they could listen to what Jet wanted to tell them. Murakami didn't understand Jin because it seemed to him that they shouldn't listen to this guy at all because he was trying to poison them. Jet at this moment tried to turn to Jin and ask for his help. Jin still decided to give him a chance, but immediately warned him that if he lied, he would die immediately, but if he told the truth, he would survive. The young master immediately told him that there was no point in lying, because he would judge his answers subjectively, based on his feelings. The guy was completely willing to accept such conditions, as long as they stopped beating him, and the first question Jin wanted to ask was what the man was doing. Jet first introduced himself, after which he added that he is the owner of this building and at the same time he is an informant. But that was not all. Jet immediately admitted through fear that he also trades people, and that he is a fraudster. Then he fell to his knees and began to tell Jin that if he spared him, he would be very useful to him in the future, because he knew absolutely everything about Arkan. Jin noted that apparently the reason he wanted to poison them was because he wanted to sell them somewhere, and Jet completely agreed with this. Next, the young master wanted to know from Jet where he was going to do this, and the man immediately answered him that they were doing it in the underground auction house of Tessing. But Jean needed to know all this in detail, and Jet told him that Tessing is a dark organization that runs auction houses, where, according to him, you could find anything: slaves, illegal drugs, other stolen goods, and even artifacts. This is essentially a place where there is everything. The young master was satisfied with these answers, after which he asked Jack if he knew what he needed to do next, and the man guessed. Jin said that Jack would be cured by midnight, after which he would do his new job. Murakami thought it was stupid to spend money on medical bills for such trash, and Gilly completely agreed with him, because if they cured him, then most likely this guy would try to deceive them again. In response to this, Jean told them that there was nothing better than to destroy the dark organization and the underground auction house, and they would have time to get rid of Jack at any time. That's why the young master suggests that they trust him, since they needed a guide to Arkan anyway. And to begin with, he decided that it would be best to find someone who could cure this swindler. Jin himself couldn't help but think that it was incredibly difficult for him to act like this when he knew absolutely everything, but he still didn't plan on not telling anyone about it, so he would have to act like this. After some time, the doctor left this hotel after he was able to cure Jack. In the end, this doctor was someone from the Luther Federation of Mages, and Jin could not even imagine that the person they found on the street would turn out to be such a talented person, because Jet really looked great, and even all of his teeth that Murakami knocked out were in place. Jack at that moment was only thinking about the origin of these people. It seemed to him that this guy was the heir of a family of martial arts. In any case, he came to the conclusion that it did not matter, because in any case, there would be nothing left of him if he tried to betray them. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the genie, who told Jack that since he was ready, they should hit the road, namely to the underground auction house. After some time, Jet, together with his new friends, was already near this house, and as soon as they came closer, the security immediately decided to ask the man why he decided to bring so many people today. They thought that the products shouldn't be in the mind, but Jet immediately asked one of them to stop talking nonsense and just open the doors, because he was already late for his meeting. He heard his request, and as soon as the man opened the doors, an incredibly strong light hit the boys' faces. They went inside and Moroccan simply couldn't help but say that this place didn't really look like it was run by bandits, if only because there was an orchestra and a lot of waiters and servants. Jet, meanwhile, found for them the same masks that everyone in the room was wearing. According to the man, this was necessary in order to take part in the auction, since the main rule was that you couldn't show your face. Jin put on this mask without any problems, but still, the first thing he wanted to know from the guy was who the main boss was. According to Jet, it was someone named Spider Hands Alu. The place is decorated to his taste, but that's because he wants to hide the fact that he is an uneducated bandit. According to Jet, not only does Alu have the ability to pacify these dirty streets, he is also a 7th-rank martial artist. And recently, Jet also heard rumors that this guy is directly related to the purebred Runkandel family, which is located overseas, a fact that Jin clearly did not expect to hear. Moroccan immediately advised Jin to ignore it and not pay attention, because it seemed to him that those guys were in no way connected with these low-level neighborhood bandits. Gilly agreed with Moroccan, no matter what she thought, but it seemed to her that there were no such people in the Runkandel family. Although Jin didn't think so, he knew of one such character who put a curse on him so that he couldn't wield a sword, and if it was a connection with the Magic Federation, then it was most likely him. A 9th-tier curse that prevents one from wielding the illusion blade sword. Jin didn't think that Tessing was a mage who could cast such a high-level curse, but in 10 years in Thunder Castle and 5 years in the Sword Garden, he had not been able to obtain a single street. So he felt that he had to do everything he could to at least grasp at one straw, and Jin reminded them that they had come here with the intention of destroying everything here. Moroccan didn't fully understand what Jin had in mind. It seemed to him that the guy wanted to do something like defeat all the bandits on the first day after arriving in Arkan, but Gilly immediately hinted to Jin that the guards they saw along the way seemed quite experienced, and there were also unregistered magicians nearby. Jin thought there was no point in worrying about it because he had a plan that would help them in this matter. And as soon as Jin told Moroccan and Gilly this plan, the Shadow Dragon immediately began to talk about how sometimes he thinks about what is going on in his head, and the girl agreed with him, although it still seemed to her that this was definitely unconventional. Although she still doubted that someone like him would actually do such a thing, the guy again asked them not to worry about it, because if they got into trouble, they could just run away anyway. Their conversation was interrupted by Jet, who told the guy that this is the place they need to be here, and according to him, he deliberately took a place that was not too noticeable. After which they went out into a huge hall and Jet was happy to introduce the guys to the underground auction house. They sat down carefully on the chairs, and as soon as they did so, they announced to the whole room that they were ready to present the next product. The host of this show was saying that it doesn't matter where they are from or what their story is, because today's first product is something they can use to their taste, and this product is a slave, the condition of which this time is simply excellent. Looking at all this, Jin realized that Jet was apparently going to sell them exactly like this, and the man had to admit his mistake, and that he was an incredible fool when he decided to do this. It was very unpleasant for Jin to look at all this because they were the same people. Fortunately, there were no children there, and this calmed him down a little. Moroccan interrupted his thoughts, because the man was tired of just sitting like that, and he wanted to ask Jin what they would do next, but the guy didn't tell him anything new, only that they would continue to just wait. According to Jin, he heard that sometimes at such auctions some useful things pop up, and therefore if there is something that he wants to buy, he will buy it first. After that, they will make their move. That was Jin's plan. In his mind, the guy thought about the ring artifact, and if the information from his past was correct, then it was most likely rotting in some storage facility, and he would be able to get it after their plan was implemented. From that moment on, this terrible auction began, and their wait for that very moment to make their move began. A whole week had passed since this auction was opened, and during this time, Jin had not bought anything. So Jet had to approach the guy and tell him that if he did not make any purchase, the people from Tessing would cause him some problems. Jin thought that this was an incorrect question, because as far as he remembered, it was Jet's job to make sure that this did not happen, and the man literally had no other choice but to agree with him. Although mentally he was far from agreeing with this, and he believed that it didn't matter who this guy was, because at this rate he would most likely just be kicked out of here, and Jet along with him. That's why he wanted Jin to buy something so that he wouldn't get into his mess either. The next item up for auction was the first grimoire of the evening. According to the auctioneer, this grimoire belongs to Matthew Wannick, a magician who once ruled this world. He also did not forget to say that they were never able to neutralize it, but most likely there is very powerful magic written there. Finally, this lot interested Jin, but not because of the story that the host told, but because it was all a lie and they were just scammers. In addition, the guy knew that all of Mornick's grimoires were controlled by the Zippel family, which meant that the likelihood that this was the original was simply zero. Jin had been watching this auction for a whole week, and all this time, the host continued to talk complete nonsense, and the magicians with great vanity fell for this bait. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Murakun, who asked the guy to buy this grimoire because he believed that if it really belonged to Chenmi, whom he knew, then he was clearly not so simple. Jin decided to follow his friend's advice and offered 150 gold coins for the lot, which caused surprise among the public, who did not expect that someone would dare to offer so much money for such a lot. The guy understood that if the dragon himself recommended that he buy this grimoire, then he probably knew something, although it was clear from Murakan's face that he simply could not understand what this item was doing here and how it even got here. But suddenly, all of Jin's attention was drawn to the next grimoire of Shujil Hister. So Jin stood up from his chair and immediately made a bid, and a pretty high one. He offered 200 gold for the thing. At that moment, the entire hall was shocked by such a proposal. So they immediately began to talk to each other and try to find out who this guy was. Murakun also didn't understand what made Jin say 200 coins from the very beginning. Could this really be the grimoire that he knows about? But Jin answered him that he doesn't even roughly understand what kind of grimoire it is and is doing this because he wants to buy another thing, although in his mind he couldn't even think that he could find something like that here. His teacher from his past life, who was connected to this Hister family, this family was exterminated hundreds of years ago, so he never even thought that he would find a trace of it here. Jin's bet was a winner, and there was no need to make any more efforts to win this item, and immediately after that, Jin thought that he should give it to his teacher. At this point, he thought that was enough, and therefore suggested that they gradually begin their turn. As soon as these books fell into Murakan's hands, he could not believe his eyes that this was really Chenmi that he was thinking about. But comparing it with the second book that the guy bought, Murakun thought that it was tasteless, and also the code was too incomprehensible. Jin wasn't surprised, because he knew that the only people who could decipher it were the teacher and himself. Jet, meanwhile, was saying that he was very glad that Jin had bought something today, because if he hadn't, they would most likely have had problems. At least that's what he thought until Jin told the man that his next request would be a meeting with Alu's spider hands. Jet immediately started telling Jin that it was literally impossible, and even if he was his guest, then the guy interrupted him and asked him to go personally to Alu and tell him. The young master wanted Jet to go to All and tell him that Veridin Zippel wanted to see his face. Jet immediately ran to Alu's office with the thought that this crazy guy was not from some department. He was a purebred Zippel, which was even better for Jet, because he had dreamed all his life of becoming an informant for Zippel, after which he would most likely be able to leave this hellhole. That's why he burst into Alu's office with complete confidence and immediately started shouting that Veridin Zippel was here. It seemed to him that from that moment on his life would start to go smoothly. But when he burst into this office, he realized that he had probably made a mistake when he decided to speak so brazenly with these people. In any case, one of the assistants came out to Veridin in order to take him to the boss. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly received a powerful blow from Jin right in his face. Afterwards, he used his magic and literally started yelling at them because they thought they could make fun of him. But he wanted to immediately assure them that this would not happen. The assistant realized that they were apparently dealing with a serious person, so he began to ask him to calm down a little, because Sir Alu had told him to take the three of them to him, and that was why he was here. According to the guy, this was the wrong answer, after which he threw a fireball. After which he reminded them that he had revealed his name, but Alu still dared to send him his subordinates. Jin decided to get into this role as much as possible, and said that he would repeat for the last time that he had to come here personally, and now he had to do it by crawling on all fours to his feet. A few minutes later, Jin's order was carried out and Alu was already kneeling in front of him, who asked him for forgiveness and along the way told the guy that he was the same Alu who was looking after Tessing. He tried to prove to Jin that he didn't recognize him, and that's why he's very sorry and asks him to forgive him. Jet stood to the side at that moment and thought that if someone else had called himself Veridan Zippel, he would most likely have laughed, but this guy standing in front of him was clearly different. The man immediately noticed that his aura was completely different. Also, the fireball he used was at least rank 5. Besides, he understood very well that being able to use magic above the 5th tier would be difficult for everyone except Zippel to do so. A week ago, when the guys were just going to this auction, Jin told them that he was going to pretend to be Veridan Zippel, which Gilly and Murakan clearly did not expect. Jin believed that even if this Alu knew someone who was familiar with Zippel, it would be some old servant, which meant that he would not be able to prove that he was not Veridan. Gilly was thinking at that moment that the real issue was not whether he would be exposed or not, but that if the family found out about this in the future, then very unpleasant consequences could happen. The genie ordered all to stand up and look carefully at these 2 books, after which he wanted to hear the man's opinion on what they might be about. Alu assumed that these were magical writings, and he immediately began to ask for forgiveness for the fact that he requested ancient magical writings without Zippel's permission. Jin continued to confidently conduct this dialogue and told the man that what he brought here was highly valued in his family. So Jin immediately wanted to know from the man how much money he earned in this way, and according to the man it was an excuse, but he was a master of martial arts, and he was stupid enough not to recognize the value of magical writings, and therefore the reason for his inconvenience. Now he can only promise that he will try his best to get them back, so he asked to give him a chance. But Jin thought it would be better if he got them back himself than to trust a person like him. So for the moment, Jin didn't want to hear another word from him and ordered him to bring the account book and the list of clients. And all this is necessary so that his family can begin an investigation tomorrow, and from the expression on Alu's face it was clear that he was very scared. Jin understood that this was the end, because no matter how hard he tried, Tessing in the kingdom of Arkan, he was just a local gang compared to Zippel, and if during the investigation something came to light that would irritate Zippel, it would be the end of Tessing. A few seconds later they were already in Alu's office, and the man was telling them that all these things that they were seeing were at an auction today. Jin didn't really believe that that was all there was, so Alu had to tell him that there were also those who were strictly guarded in the warehouse. After which he also added that these things are stored in the employee's residence, and if Jin allows him to leave temporarily, he can bring them immediately. All this, according to him, will take no more than 2 hours. But Jin didn't even let the man finish speaking before stopping him and telling him that he didn't need to say such nonsense. Because the young master understood perfectly well that he was going to go destroy important documents, then check if he was real, and why did Veridan Zippel come here at all? But still, after this short monologue, Jin decided to let Ala go and said to do it immediately. Although before the man left, Jean, on behalf of Veridan, reminded him to remember that he was still in his hands. Alu, taking into account all these words, nevertheless turned around and said that he would return soon, and he also asked his assistant to take Sir Veridan around the warehouse while he was gone. And when he came even closer, he ordered his man to keep this guy in the mansion until he returned. When Alu went out into the corridor, the only thoughts in his head were that this guy was incredibly arrogant, especially when he says that he controls everything that happens. Anyway, it all made him so angry because he had spent an incredible amount of money in his business, so he was going to find any way to buy it back. As soon as Alu left, Murakan began to throw all the things around and told his strawberry pie that she could take whatever she wanted, because all of it was at least stolen, so there was no need to worry. Books and various things flew from the shelves to the ground, and the assistant who left Ala was shocked by such behavior. Murakan decided to mentally clarify with Jin what the guy was going to do when Alu realized that he was a fake Zippel. The genie answered him that in fact everything was simple. They would take what they needed and then leave before Alu arrived. And during these conversations, the guy suddenly came across a box, inside of which was a ring. After looking at it a little, Jin realized that this was the very ring he had been looking for so long. Jilly at this point decided to ask Jean if they would continue to do such reckless things, because she was still in shock. But instead of answering this question, Jean told her that he would take it as a compliment. Their dialogue and search for things was interrupted by Jet, who shouted that he had finally returned here. As it turned out, he ran here so quickly only because he found the accounting documents on the slaves that Jin had requested. He also tried and wrote down all the places of birth and ages, and this work satisfied Jin, so he thanked him. That's why Jin at that very moment approached Alu's assistant and told him directly that they were done with this. But the man didn't want to let them through, because in his head there was still the boss's order not to let them out. So he assured the guy that it would be better if he waited. Besides, the boss would soon bring the accounting books. Although apparently this was a mistake, because before the man could finish speaking, Jin immediately struck him. It only took one blow to knock the man out and put him to rest. Jet did not miss the opportunity to praise the young master, who in his opinion could not only use magic, but also fight, although he did not mentally understand why Jin had just beaten up his subordinate Ala. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Jin turned to the man and asked a question, in which he was interested to know if Jet had a family. Jet did not understand what this question was about, but he still said that he had a son, and after that Jin recommended that the man take his son and immediately run away from here, preferably to the Bement Empire, which clearly shocked Jet. Jin also asked him to give them the bills and introduce himself as an informant. Only in this way he and his son could survive. Jet immediately assured the guy that he was ready to be with him until the end, although mentally he understood that he had worked incredibly hard for this chance. So he asked the guy again to let him serve his great deeds by his side for the rest of his life. He just wanted to finally succeed. Jin realized that it probably wouldn't be easy to explain, so he told Jet that he wasn't Veridin Zippel. This clearly upset the man. It was clear that he was almost crying from this confession. 2 hours later, Alu returned to his office with the information that Veridin Zippel had long silver hair, and that he was currently in a completely different location. The man's second assistant approached him and carefully tried to tell him that they had taken information about the slaves and other clients. Then they ran away, saying that testing was finished. Each subsequent word from the assistant clearly caused even more anger in the man. So at one point he simply couldn't take it anymore and threw his assistant's body into the wall. After which he began to shout to his people to take all the guys who were free and return these swindlers to him. According to him, he was going to rip their skin off personally, and from the expression on his face, it was clear that he was not lying. Murakami wanted to ask the guy the reason why they were just sitting and doing nothing, especially near Alu, but Jin thought that they should check if Alu was connected with Randell. The Shadow Dragon understood him. Besides, he still couldn't believe that Alu gave him Chenmi's grimoire and even gave him a masterpiece. He was literally in shock. He saw this thing in his hands when he left the auction. Therefore, Murakami was extremely interested to know how he even found out about something so old and managed to come to the place where you can get these things. But before Jin could answer him, they began to hear the voices of Alu's people, who were not shy about raising their voices and saying that they had finally found them, and therefore it was high time to call the boss. And this really infuriated Murakami. Then Jin decided that the best way to shut them down was to go and talk to them. A few minutes later, Alu was already standing in front of Jin and his friends and talking about how they were just scammers, and that's why he really found it funny that they actually thought they could escape from him. The man did not restrain himself and immediately promised them that he would hang them in the market and make an example of how not to treat the great Alu. In other words, he was going to show them what happens when they get involved with the head of Tessing. In response to these cries, Jin simply began listing the things that Alu had stolen. The tome that contained the names of the kidnapped slaves from Bement, the transaction log of the ancient grimoire that the Zippel family was looking for, and the client register that listed all the nobles who had turned a blind eye to him. And Jin did all this in order to ultimately tell Alu that he would spread all this information around the world, and by tomorrow, everyone would be watching Alu. Considering all that had been said, Jin decided to sum it up and say that, frankly speaking, it was all over, and Alu would soon be destroyed, and obviously all these words made this big guy even angrier. Alu screamed that he would not let them die an easy death because he was going to skin him alive, and every time they passed out from pain, he would wake them up and burn them with fire. But looking at Jin and Murakami, they were not too afraid of his threats. When the idiot finished screaming, Jin turned to Moroccan and told him that he wanted to fight Alu one-on-one, which upset the shadow dragon a little, because he also wanted to kill the bastard. Alu noticed that this little guy was going to compete with him, and therefore ordered his people not to stand still and to attack immediately while he would punish the impudent fellow. He ordered them to destroy everyone and bring the boy to him alive so that he could fulfill his promise. But apparently everything will not be as simple as they would like, because Moroccan did not make any particular effort to destroy one warrior after another. He literally stood in one place and delivered one attack after another, and these big guys couldn't do anything with him. After which he decided to launch his attack, so as not to stand still like a statue. His attacks were so successful that the other guys who had not yet entered the battle thought hard about whether they needed it at all, because looking at how their colleagues were flying away, they understood that their chances of defeating this guy were quite small. But on the other hand, Alu was shouting at them, not understanding why this bunch of idiots were just standing there and not attacking. The magicians tried to explain to him that at the moment, it was useless to shoot magic, because they would hit their own comrades, and Jin meanwhile asked Gilly to step aside a little. After some time of fighting, Jin realized that these guys were all below rank 5, so it wasn't too difficult for him to block their attack. Jin couldn't help but notice that it had become much easier for him to control his abilities after training with Luna, and Gilly was once again upset that they hadn't said goodbye to her before leaving. Moroccan, meanwhile, had already begun to get angry at them, because all he saw was that they were weaklings, of whom there were simply many. So he decided to destroy them once and for all, so that his eyes would never see such shame again. Alu and his people clearly did not expect such a turn of events. They were sure that these were ordinary swindlers, but they clearly could not have known that such strong people were in front of them. But the boss himself believed that this was only the beginning, so he took out his blades and began to shout. His charges knew that this meant that he was incredibly angry. Jin remained just as calm and simply waited for this big guy to finally decide to enter the fight, and not just hide behind the backs of his charges. This psycho got so angry that he started to destroy his own people, and tell Jean that he just took care of all the little things, and so now they can finally start the real fight. But first, he would like to find out from them who sent them here in the first place. Jin didn't understand why he needed this information if he was going to die anyway, after which he struck the first blow, but Alu managed to block it. The guy realized that it would be so simple because the dimensions were radically different from his speed. All Alu was sure of was that he wasn't going to get it from a guy who was barely 15. Jin began to realize that the rumors about this 7th rank man were probably true. Moroccan also decided to tell Jin that this man would be clearly different from the Vishkal he had fought before, as this character would be eager to destroy him once and for all. So he could only ask Jin to give it his all, and most importantly, he asked him not to die. Alu noticed that the guy was looking down at him, and this angered him even more, because he thought that Jin was just an ordinary magician who dared to go out and fight him. But when he had to block Jin's attack, the man realized that everything would not be as simple as he thought. Moreover, when he saw the guy's sword, he realized that he was clearly not just a magician. So he immediately used all his speed to destroy this guy for the fact that he had been brazenly deceiving him all the time. The attacks were incredibly strong and fast, so it was quite difficult for Jin to dodge them, but so far he managed to block them all. But at some point Alu disappeared from the guy's sight. Jin barely had time to react to the man's blow from behind, although it still had some consequences for him. With this blow, Alu was only able to cause a small cut on Jin, but it was still quite unexpected. Jin understood that Alu was too fast, and it was also clear that he was not fighting at full strength. But even in this case, it was very difficult for him to cope with the man. Meanwhile, Alu continued to shout that the fireball he used at the auction house was just an artifact, and mentally the man could not believe that he had fallen for such a pathetic trick. But he also understood perfectly well that his main problem was clearly not this guy, but the guy who had taken out all of his subordinates single-handedly, so Alu was sure that he was stronger than him, but then he didn't understand why he was just standing aside and not attacking. Moroccan was watching the fight closely at that moment and noticed how Jin received several strong blows, but there was still a smile on his face, which was strange for Gilly, who asked him again, or was he definitely not going to do anything about it? She understood perfectly well that this might be the young master's desire, but she still thought that it was a little early to fight a 7th-rank knight. But Murakan assured her that everything was actually okay. The Shadow Dragon believed that Jin should know how precious life was. And Murakan didn't want to say it, but he couldn't believe that Strawberry Shortcake was thinking about Jin losing. Meanwhile, Jin and Alu continued to fight, and the battle was clearly not the easiest for both swordsmen. But at one point it began to seem that the big guy had found the key to the guy and was finally ready to destroy him once and for all. Although it was only at first glance, because as soon as Alu got closer to the guy, Jin used magic and began to talk about how a long time ago, when Runkandel fought with the enemy and was 2 ranks lower, it was not a hindrance at all. And right now the guy was completely ready to prove it once and for all, after which Jin released a huge stream of fire that could destroy any creature. Now Alu understood that Jin really used magic back then, and it was not just an artifact, but real magic. He looked at the guy and couldn't believe that he was a magician and a swordsman at the same time. And Jin did not waste time at this moment and collected the energy he needed to destroy Allah once and for all. And he was going to do this with the help of a spell that helps him summon lightning. Alu was still able to block the blow with his huge sword, after which he started shouting that all these attempts that the guy was making were just funny to him. That's why Jin decided to use his new item, which he found in Alu's office. A few seconds later, Jin appeared behind Alu in his new form, who was not going to spare his opponent. Jin was able to master the shadow version of his powers and is now able to summon a shadow shell. Murakan actually expected something like this from Jin, because he understood that the guy was using the Mevelta rune. Gilly didn't really understand what the Shadow Dragon was talking about, so he told her that 1,000 years ago, Mevelta was an item made for Bement, the first emperor who was a demon's lover. At that time, there was a war. It was a masterpiece that blocked all attacks below the 7th rank. Rune of Mevelta, Jin understood perfectly well that the item that would be offered to the emperor of Bement in 5 years. At the time, the academy and the press were in chaos over the helmet, so Jin remembers well the location and date it was first discovered. And now, with the help of this item, Jin was able to defeat the 7th-rank swordsman Allah, to whom he wanted to ask one more question before the man died. After which Jin began to talk about how he heard that Alu had connections in the Runkandel family, and he wanted to know if this was true. In response, he received laughter from Alu, who guessed that it was Jin Runkandel standing in front of him. After which he added in a very quiet voice that Jin had actually failed, and that he would ultimately not be able to stop that man. Murakan didn't understand at all what this madman was talking about, but Jin continued talking to him anyway. Then the guy repeated once again that he was a 7-rank martial artist, the head of a gang, and that's why Jin thought he had connections with the Runkandel family. Although Murakan thought it wasn't as strange as he thought one of his ancestors, who was a 9th-rank man, could just run a bar. Jin himself understood this, but he still wanted to know who this person he was talking about was. He needed to know this, because sooner or later he would become the head of the family. He thought that if Alu knew who he was, then his failure probably had something to do with the blade illusion, and the reason he pointed out that he was the youngest, and that he couldn't stop that person, was because he was aware of the power struggle between his siblings. Jin remembered that Yona's older sister had left the family, so Jin eliminated her from the options, as well as Mew, Anna, and the twins, since they were too young and inexperienced, and the others weren't smart or diligent enough to do these tricky things. He understood that most likely it was the person who was most sensitive to the title and pulled the strings when he learned about his talent early on. Considering all these facts, Jin guessed that most likely this person was the next heir of Runkandel Joshua. After all, it is obvious that there is no person more influential than him. In any case, Jin understood that he would soon find out whether he was rushing to conclusions or not. The next day, all the news in town was about Tessing being eliminated as a result of a joint investigation by the Zippel and Bement families, which obviously brought a lot of joy to the people. And it was not surprising, because this evil gang, which disturbed absolutely all innocent people, but still it caused some surprise that it was destroyed in just one day. Reading all this, Jean noted that Jet had done a pretty good job after they had parted ways. The young master clearly understood that he would be persecuted by the Zippel and Bement families, and the boy thought that this was a small price compared to the price of his life, although Murakan still thought that this trash should have experienced much more pain. One way or another, Zippel and Bement took all the glory, but looking at Jin, he understood that the guy would also get something in this case, and he was absolutely right, because he received a new artifact in the form of a ring, and, in addition to everything, he fought with a knight of the 7th rank, and was even able to defeat him in a real fight. Jilly decided to say that just because he was a 7th rank knight didn't mean he was up to standard, and so she thought that Jin shouldn't be careless just because Allah was defeated, and next time she thought he should be much more careful. Jin agreed with her, and he also didn't forget to point out the fact that thanks to Jet, no one would even think of looking for them, so the guy suggested that they rest, after which he would head to their next destination. And before Murakhan could ask where their next destination was, Jin told him that it was Taikon, which had always been an independent city, and as soon as Gilly heard this, she immediately assumed that the reason for this would be the 7 colors, and she was absolutely right. Murakhan didn't know what the 7 colors were, and Gilly told him that this was a large information house in Tikan. Besides the information organizations Runkandel, Zippel, and Bementa, this was the most reliable place. The first thing Jin did was find transport to this city, and it turned out to be a ship, and as soon as he stepped on board the ship, he immediately thought about the fact that from that moment on, he needed to set the right goal towards which he would go, step by step. After all, the thoughts that things connected with Vishka Livliano and Bubar, Alu's past, which is connected with Runkandel, the ruins of Kolon, forbidden magic. All these were things that he needed to study, and for this, the 7 flowers in Tikan seemed to the guy the most suitable place. After some time on the ship, Murakhan approached Jin to tell him that he found out what kind of magic was left of this Chenmi. He believed that it was light magic, which clearly surprised Jin, because he always thought that it had disappeared in ancient times. Murakhan was also of the same opinion, because at that time Chenmi was an enemy of the Zippel family. They erased those who irritated them from history. This is a trait of the Zippel family, and the reason why there are no records, and therefore Murakhan believed that if Jin could not break through the limit of his energy, then the Runkandel family would become one of the erased in the near future. Therefore, Murakhan decided not to wait long, and again show the guy a few techniques that would most likely be very useful to him soon. And according to the Shadow Dragon, he was looking forward to it, as he believed that this could be the magic that he needed most right now. So he immediately asked him to open his eyes wider and look carefully. Jin understood that he was showing him light magic, but the guy sincerely did not understand why it was black. But after a few seconds, he realized that this was only the beginning, because then this black light turned into an incredibly strong and bright light. This magic didn't last long, because Murakhan decided to have a little fun, and as soon as he showed this light to the guy, he immediately removed it and began to say that it was simply incredible, because Jin looked at him for only a few seconds, and his eyes were already swollen. Although the guy didn't like such jokes, he understood that in theory he could use it for both attack and defense. According to Murakhan, he called this technique a flash, and it was Chenmi's most valuable magic. After which he wanted to ask the guy why he took the second book, which was written in an incomprehensible language even for Murakhan. He was even sure that there would be nothing good inside. Jin wasn't too keen on answering his questions, so he asked Murakhan to leave the book alone, as the boy was going to deal with it a little later. A week later, they finally arrived in that very city, and Jilly was incredibly surprised by the beauty of this city. Tikan was indeed one of the most beautiful cities in the empire, as it was a city on a small island in the north of the central continent that was not related to either the Runkandel family or the Zippel family. Even though it has a small population, it is still a popular tourist destination because in this city you can see the ocean anywhere in the city. As soon as they arrived at the port, it immediately became obvious to them that the whole city was alive. Just like the name of this place, it was immediately noticeable that this was a truly independent city. Jilly suggested that they first find a place to stay overnight in this place, and Jean absolutely agreed with her, so he suggested that they first go to the city center. Suddenly, Murakhan entered their dialogue, who transformed again in the city center, although Jin had already told him many times not to do this. But he was most interested in the place where they would live, because he did not want the guy to choose some basement again. Murakhan once again repeated to Jin that absolutely all people don't care about him, so he can transform anywhere. But apparently he was not entirely right, because they noticed how a little girl was looking at them, who noticed how the cat turned into a human. Then she came closer to ask her uncle how he did it. Murakami and Gilly clearly did not expect such a turn of events, so they did not know how to answer this girl. But the girl continued to repeat it a bunch of times and ask her to teach her to do exactly the same thing. Jean had to treat the girl to ice cream and persuade her to forget everything she had just seen, and he also tried to convince her that a cat simply could not turn into a human. But she still continued to be sure that she had not imagined it, and that she had seen how the black cat turned into an uncle. Jin tried to prove to her that he was not lying, but the girl clearly did not intend to even listen to him and continued to claim the opposite. The guy realized that he couldn't fool her so easily, so he asked the girl to pretend for a while that she hadn't seen anything, because he had bought her ice cream, but the girl immediately told him that she wasn't going to lie to anyone. Gilly didn't even know what to do in this situation, because they thought that she was lost, so they were taking her to the garrison, but the girl understood perfectly well that if rumors were spread there, they could fall into the hands of the Zippel family. Murakami tried to prove to his strawberry pie that no one would believe this child, but before he could finish speaking, he saw the expression on Gilly's face, which clearly made it clear to him that if he had listened to the young master, then nothing would have happened at all. Suddenly they stopped near the information center, and Julia started talking about how she didn't like the garrison. They tried to figure out what was going on, but the little girl didn't want to say a word to them. Julia just kept repeating that she didn't like him because they were bothering her mom and disturbing her. Gilly suggested that they were using violence and exploiting ordinary people, and Jean, in turn, thought that the child's mother might be a criminal. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted after one of the guards saw Julia and shouted that the leader needed to be brought here because young Mrs. Julia was here. Jin was surprised that the man knew this child, but according to this guard, this is their leader's daughter, so he more than knows her. Julia interrupted Jean's thoughts with her screams when she saw her mommy finally exit the information center. Looking at this woman, Jin understood that occupying the position of leader of this center was clearly not the only thing this woman was doing. Although she looked quite frightening, but not with her daughter, whom she was incredibly happy to see, the woman immediately reminded the girl that she had already asked her not to go far from the house. But Julia did not know what to do, because her mother did not want to play with her. Although the woman tried to explain to her that she was simply busy with work, and as soon as she was free, they would be able to play. After which she decided, albeit belatedly, but still she introduced herself as Alicia Badger, who held the position of garrison leader in Takana. The guy introduced himself as Jean Grey and added that they were passing through. Alicia immediately started talking about how she should somehow thank them for bringing her daughter home, so Jean decided not to waste time and immediately asked the woman to recommend a place where it would be better for them to stay. Before the woman gave them the answer to this question, Julia decided to whisper something in her mother's ear, after which she asked for paper and a pen so that she could write something. As it turned out, Alicia had written a letter of recommendation with the seal of the garrison leader, which meant that wherever they went, if they showed it, they would be treated well. Alicia also didn't forget to thank the guy again for finding her daughter, and Jean did the same in response and said that she clearly helped them out. As soon as Jean and his friends left, Julia, without thinking twice, told her mother that the cat had turned into a human, but those people tried to hide it from her. So she decided to pretend to believe them, but in reality she didn't, and this act made her mother very happy, although Alicia still thought mentally that this man was apparently capable of using transformation, and she, like no one else, knew that only dragons could perform this skill. That same evening, the guys were able to check into a pretty good place, and Gilly immediately started talking about how the service here was top-notch, because she only received such service when she was in Huvester. Murakami completely agreed with her, because this hotel even had a soft bed. That's what the power of a letter of recommendation means. They had no idea that things would go so well in Tikan, and that they would have such good luck immediately after their arrival. Gilly suddenly turned to the young master and asked him if she could have ice cream like Julia, because she heard that it was quite a popular food in Tikan. Jin immediately told her that she didn't have to ask him such things and could take whatever she wanted. After the guy told her about this, not even a minute passed before the girl left the room to buy the ice cream she wanted so much. It had been quite a while since they had left Runkandel Palace, and with each passing day, Jin began to feel as if they had come on vacation. At one point he decided that first he needed to find one person, because mentally he understood perfectly well that the Seven Colors were the best information house in Taikon, and in his heart there is someone nicknamed the Noble Cashmere Sword, a famous swordsman who is on everyone's lips. Jin knew that he had been recommended for the role of a teacher of the basic skill of the sword Runkandel, and this was the only information known to the house. But after 10 years, he will reveal that he is actually the Emperor of Bement, and is using the information gathered from the Seven Flowers, after which he will receive ruling and sovereign power from Bement, the Zippel and Runkandel families, and then gain support as the first king of the independent country of Tikon. A meticulous man, Jin knew that he was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also had enough skill to hide for so long, so in the guy's opinion, he could support him as the top of the Seven Flowers. The only problem is that Jin does not know how to approach him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Jilly burst into the room and began to say that they apparently had problems. According to her, there is no one in the building. All the employees and guests have disappeared. But before she could finish speaking, someone suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed the girl by the shoulder. It was the same noble cashmere sword that Jin was thinking about, and the guy was going to invade this place. Jin sincerely did not understand what he was doing here, so he did not even have time to notice how Murakan, who was sitting next to him, jumped up from his seat. He literally lost his mind as soon as he saw how this impudent guy was insulting his strawberry pie. Jin tried to shout to him and stop him, but looking at the fact that Murakan had already begun to take on his true form, it became clear that the Shadow Dragon was going to destroy this guy. Murakan made it clear to him that he shouldn't do that, and that they weren't some kind of servants to whom he could barge in like that. At this moment, Jin was still wondering what the cashmere sword could have forgotten here. After all, it seemed to him that at the moment he shouldn't have any work in Arkan, and they weren't causing any trouble since they had just arrived in Tikon. What's more important is that he wasn't alone. He had a small army with him, which in the event of an attack would simply trample them. Considering all this, Jin once again asked Murakan to calm down, because if he started a battle, he would definitely lose, because there was clearly very little room for him here. Besides, Gilly and he, among others, may suffer if Murakan suddenly decides to start this battle. Apparently Murakan heard Jin after all, so he returned to his human form again to ask the cashmere sword, or does he know who Murakan is? It seemed to Murakan that the guy standing in front of him was simply looking down on everyone because he had a sword on his belt, and he had minions following him, although the guy tried to explain to him that he had misunderstood him. This answer clearly did not suit Murakan, and he wanted to hear a completely different answer. But apparently they would not give it to him, so Jin asked the Shadow Dragon to finally calm down, because what he had done was already clearly enough. After which he turned to the cashmere sword and asked it to calm down and put the sword away, if of course it had come without evil intent. Then, when they calmed down a bit, Jin started talking about how he knew the guy because he had heard a lot about him. This was quite unexpected for him, and in response he wanted to ask the guy who he was. This time, Jin decided to use his real last name for the introduction, so without much hesitation, he said that his name was Jin Runkandel. Murakan and Gilly didn't really understand this decision, but Jin apparently acted according to his own plan, and immediately after he introduced himself, the guys said that they had something to talk about, so he suggested moving to a more suitable place. As soon as they sat down in such a place, the first thing Jin did was thank Sir Kashmir for calling off the soldiers. It seemed like a bit of trust to him. Kashmir himself at that moment was thinking that he had taken all these soldiers because he had heard about the threat of a dragon appearing in the city. But now he realized that this was a huge mistake, because it made the dragon even more angry. Because he was sure that this frivolous man was the dragon, because such strong pressure clearly could not be created by a person. Although what is more interesting is that if it were not for this young guy, if he had not stopped this dragon, then they would all have ended up in the next world. The only one he had met before was Jilly. They had met when he was kicked out of Bayment's palace, and he still remembers what outstanding skills she demonstrated then in the training hall. But now he doesn't feel her aura, and how is she connected to all these guys? And Sir Kashmir began by saying that he believed Jin that he was indeed from the Runkandel family, but he had questions about it. His first question was about the dragon, because he didn't understand why the guy was with him at all, because everyone knows that since ancient times, dragons only deal with magicians who have a contract with God or with someone who has special powers. So, considering all these facts, Kashmir would like to ask Jin if his family knows about the dragon. Jin, without much hesitation, answered him that his family did not know about it. And as soon as Kashmir heard this, he began to talk about how if this were discovered, then chaos would clearly begin in the family. But what was more surprising to him was that Jin so easily shared a secret that could easily cost him his life. The young master responded to this by immediately saying that what was really important here was not that he was Randell. But why did Sir Kashmir come to the dragon? Kashmir told the guy that since Jin had revealed his secret to him, he would also tell his, as it turned out. The reason was that they met his daughter Julia, who told him about how she saw a cat that turned into a man. The man immediately added that her daughter is not an ordinary child. She is a contractor for Azmilla. Jin couldn't believe he was talking about Julia being a goddess of the gaze, and Kashmir confirmed it, and added that there was simply no chance that his daughter could see that something was wrong. The young master heard this, and decided to ask Kashmir a question, because he probably knew that there were many influential people in the world who wanted to become contractors for Azmilla, so he was interested to know if he was afraid to let them in on this. But before Jin could finish his question, Murakan suddenly tensed up and said that something was wrong with Kashmir's story, because his daughter really was a contractor. So where was her dragon? Because he clearly didn't feel its energy next to her. Murakan also added that the Azmilla dragons were known for being overprotective of the contractor, so he couldn't believe that he would leave her alone. The man lowered his head and could only say that Julia's guardian dragon had suddenly disappeared a year ago, and most likely the Zippel family or the Bement Empire had a hand in this, but these were just his guesses. Murakan literally boiled over when he heard these words, because he believed that there was no dragon yet born that was stupid enough to be kidnapped. Suddenly he calmed down and repeated once again that it happened a year ago, as if he remembered something. After which he began to talk about the fact that if Julia is actually Azmilla's contractor, then this means that without a dragon at that age, she will most likely go crazy and become disabled, or even die. Sir Kashmir clearly didn't expect to hear this, and it was evident in his eyes. But Murakan had not finished yet, and added that Azmilla's contractors were able to see the future. The shadow dragon told about something that people do not know, but this vision causes great damage to the dragon's psyche. But now Julia is too young to distinguish a dream from reality, so nothing special has happened yet. Murakan said all this to mean that if she continues to see the future without protection, as is happening now, then in a year or two, her eyes will become uncontrollable. He also said that the matter here is in the principle of causality, because the one who knows the future must follow it, and if she does not do this, then the punishment of Azmilla begins. In other words, contractors who violate this rule will ultimately be destroyed. And looking at the expression on Sir Kashmir's face, Murakan realized that he had hit the nail on the head when he added that from the very beginning, his daughter had lived in a world that was clearly different from theirs. In any case, all that Murakan could advise him was to find her guardian dragon as soon as possible and return it to the child. There was simply no other way out. These words made Kashmir get up from the table and sit on his knees, after which he began to talk about how he runs the 7 Colors Information Center, and he is confident in his abilities. But for a whole year, he was still unable to find the guardian dragon. Murakan understood what he was getting at, and immediately guessed that in fact, the meeting with his daughter upon arrival in Tikan was not just a coincidence. It was obvious to the Shadow Dragon that Azmilla was asking for their help for his young contractor. Then Sir Kashmir decided to ask the Great Dragon for help, but Murakan immediately told him not to do this because he could not do anything about it. And the thing was that first he had to ask for help from their leader, that is, from Jin. The first thing the young master did was ask Sir Kashmir to get up from his knees. Even though they had just met, the question still concerned the life of the child. So first he asked him not to lose his mind, after which he himself suggested that the man look for Julia's keeper together. Sir Kashmir could not restrain himself, and in response to these words immediately told Jin that he would not forget his kindness. Jin meanwhile mentally could not believe that everything turned out even better than he planned. Although on the other hand, he understood that if even the 7 flowers could not find his location, then they would have to turn to the Zippel family or the Randell family for help. But doing this was quite problematic. Murakun interrupted his thoughts at this point to clarify whether Tiken was by chance part of the Zippel family's domain, but according to Jin, Tiken was simply a city that was not attached to anyone. After which Murakun turned to Kashmir and began to tell him that if they were such capable guys, then they must surely have information about dragons, and Kashmir agreed with him, because in fact, they knew what kind of dragon and on what continent it was located. Then Murakun immediately asked to give him all the information about the dragons in the Bement Empire. The Shadow Dragon thought that this method he was going to use was something like their last chance, because in fact, there was nothing that dragons didn't know about. At this time, Mrs. Kikentel was enjoying her drink, when suddenly she was interrupted. It was Enya who brought news about Sir Jin, whom she thought was amazing because they were the same age, but he had already managed to reach the 5th rank. Mrs. Kikentel reminded her that she, too, was a contractor of God and therefore could be just like him. The woman also added that, unlike the child from the family with the black-haired guardian, she is a contractor of Ulta, the goddess of time, who is much, but suddenly stopped and could not finish because she was overcome by fear. After a short stupor, she immediately ordered the girl to lock herself in her house and not come out until she returned to her. Enya immediately realized that something had clearly happened, but according to Mrs. Kikentel, nothing serious. Just one blot that had appeared, which the woman was obliged to deal with. Murakun was flying incredibly fast, so after a few minutes of flight he told Jin that they would soon arrive at their destination, after which he said that he was going to get closer and release his energy. Then the dragons of Bement would show themselves. At least that's what he thought. But before he did this, he asked Jin to hide properly so that he would not be seen. Murakun came as close as possible to the water and began what they had just been talking about. Some time ago, Kashmir gave Murakun and Jin a list of active dragons in Bement territory. When Murakun read this list, he was slightly surprised that some dragons were hiding in such rather non-obvious places. Jin, looking at him, noticed that apparently some nuances had appeared, since the man was talking about it so uncertainly. Murakun assured him that there were no problems. The only caveat might be that this matter might be a little dangerous, since this was their personal dragon business. But before they left on this mission, Sir Kashmir decided to thank the Shadow Dragon once again for his help. He was so excited that he decided to say directly that he essentially entrusted the salvation of his daughter into the hands of Murakun, and would hope that he would be able to save his daughter. Before leaving, the Shadow Dragon decided to tell Kashmir 2 things. Firstly, from today until his daughter's dragon returns, he must tire his daughter out all day, and if she is exhausted, then Mil's power will naturally weaken, and when she wakes up, then he will need to play with her again. In fact, he must do anything to make her tired and fall asleep. The man understood him perfectly and repeated this point in his head, after which he wanted to know what the second thing Murakun wanted to tell him was. The second request was that he should bring ice cream, as one of their team members couldn't eat it because of him. Jilly couldn't believe her ears, although she always knew that Sir Murakun was quite kind. Murakun thought she wanted ice cream, but what she really meant was that he had just said so many things to Sir Kashmir, and it was all just to calm him down, although Murakun himself clearly didn't notice. Jin recalled this situation while Murakun performed his ritual, and the guy thought that his black dragon was only pretending that he didn't care about people, although in fact he was very attentive and caring. His thoughts were interrupted when Murakun informed him that the dragons he had summoned were approaching him. When he looked closer, he saw Labus and Until flying towards them, but the main problem was that he offended them more than anyone else. So he asked Jin to put his helmet on himself first. Jin couldn't even imagine how many times Murakun had beaten them, that they literally came galloping here, hearing his energy. According to the Shadow Dragon in the old days, those who flew into his territory were beaten in the same second, and these guys were some of those whom he punished several times. That's why one of them immediately recognized Murakun and immediately started shouting at him because he was incredibly interested in finding out why he was here. Murakun did not hide that he had some business, so he woke up from his long sleep, and here he is to ask them for help. It was noticeable that these dragons were thinking very hard and were not sure whether they should help Murakun, so they thought for a moment and told him that they didn't know what his problem was, but they thought that now was not the best time for this. so they asked him to take care of himself and leave immediately, because their young contractors were nearby in this territory, and they didn't want to create problems in the seas of Bement. Without thinking for long, Murakhan asked them a question in response, in which he wanted to know how they even dared to order him to retreat, because he, Murakhan, had nowhere to run under this sky. But these words only angered his old acquaintances even more, who repeated to him once again that it would be better for him to run away and to do it immediately. Murakhan stood still and did not understand why they were so determined, so they told him that the energy that Murakhan released was causing chaos. Moreover, they were sure that Kikantel was already flying here in order to destroy Murakhan. Jin understood that if they were talking about the silver dragon Kikantel, then the guy wanted to immediately find out what kind of relationship Murakhan had with the dragon guardian of the god of time, Ulti. Jin clearly didn't expect this answer, because Murakhan informed him that she was actually his ex-girlfriend. And while Murakhan was telling this, his two dragon friends continued to beg him to leave, because their contractors were still young, and therefore they could easily die if they got into trouble. And besides, he had a chance to leave before the other dragons found out that he had woken up. But apparently it was too late, because Murakhan sensed a strong energy very close by, so he immediately decided to ask Jin to hold on as strong as possible. And as soon as he said this, he had to dodge a powerful attack that was launched at him. Two of his old acquaintances immediately ran away, telling Murakhan that they would curse him for the rest of his life. Murakhan could only ask Jin to remain vigilant, because these blows would come towards them again and again. Jin immediately noticed that she was using an absolute skill of rank 8 or even higher. But the main question he wanted to know the answer to was how many times could she do this? The first thing Mrs. Kikantel said to Murakhan when she saw him was that he was an incredibly nasty dragon that even death would not fix. So she did not understand at all how he dared to show up here. Jin tried to figure out if they should fight this monster right now, but Murakhan thought that they simply had no choice. Then the guy decided to find out how long their relationship lasted, since he says that she is his ex. And if you believe the dragon, then they dated for about 500 years. By human standards, it seemed to him that it was about 5 years. In any case, Murakhan asked the guy when he had the chance, he would have to stab her with Bradamant. It seemed to Jin that she was still going too far when she talked to Murakhan like that. But the shadow dragon decided to explain to Jin that apparently he didn't understand that the dragon never communicated with those who were lower in level than him. So when the situation gets bad, he gathers his forces and wreaks havoc in one fell swoop. Kikantel immediately told him that if Murakhan was going to run away, then there was no point in him doing so, because it was already too late, and she would finally be able to get him. She didn't even intend to listen to him, and wanted to destroy him right there in the sea, although Murakhan tried with all his might to stop her so that they could still try to talk and solve this problem. He told her that he understood perfectly well that she hated him, but he tried to convey to her that it was not so important now. So first he asked her to do what was really important. But all these words clearly flew past Kikantel, who did not even intend to listen to him and simply continued to prepare to strike again. And she did it. A few seconds later, she delivered another rather powerful blow to Murakhan, which he managed to dodge at the last second, although it was pretty obvious that she wasn't going to stop there, and Kikantel would clearly continue to try to destroy her ex-boyfriend. And at one point, she was finally able to deliver a precise blow, which still hit Murakhan. Then she tried to bite off a piece of it, but she didn't manage to do it, because the shadow dragon was able to dodge it in time. Murakhan still couldn't believe that she had gone so crazy that she was ready to literally destroy him, but apparently she wasn't even going to listen to him. She just wanted to destroy him, so she charged her blow again. He had to dodge the blow using his shadow abilities. In this way, he was still able to gain a little time. Jin thought that it was not in vain that he went with him, because if it weren't for the guy just now, then most likely Murakhan would not have been able to use shadow abilities, and then would have died at the hands of Kikantel. But the shadow dragon didn't think so. He was sure that he could not die in any way, and no matter how strong Kikantel was. In any case, he understood perfectly well that it was very difficult to find an approach to her, since it was not easy to get her to talk, and it was necessary to find another way to calm her down. At that moment, she was telling him that using shadow energy would clearly not help him, and that he might not even try. After which, she began to call him names, and say that he had become too stupid to understand that he had become too weak and how wrong he was if he thought that he was in the same shape as before. Murakami did not answer her anything about this, but simply tried to tell her once again that it would be better to stop now and end it here for the sake of old times. Because in fact, he came here only because he wanted to ask about something. Kikantel wasn't even going to listen to him, especially when he mentioned the old days. After this phrase, she immediately became even angrier and began to tell him that if he remembered what had happened before, then she would definitely not stop at just tearing him apart. Murakami realized that talking and trying to negotiate in this case was simply useless, so he decided to strike while Kikantel was distracted, and he actually managed to do it. But even at that moment he asked her to calm down, because he sincerely did not understand why she was going so far when all they had done was break up. Kikantel could not stand this for long, and immediately struck back at Murakami with the words that they did not just break up, because this is the reason why she beats him. But all this was in order to distract Kikantel, so that Jin would subsequently enter the battle. The young master, entering this battle, thought only about the fact that the outer shell of this dragon was so strong that even Murakami could not bite through it. So if he managed to do this, it would be incredibly difficult. However, everything is not so bad, because there is a place where Murakami has already delivered one successful blow, in which even his shadow energy remained. So Jin decided that this is the place where he should deliver his blow. Therefore, as soon as he had the opportunity, he launched this attack and simultaneously emitted an incredibly large amount of shadow energy to strengthen his blow. Even Murakami didn't expect such a strong blow from Jin, because the guy managed to cut off one of Kikantel's arms with just one blow. When Murakami picked him up on board, he assumed that the guy had exhausted all his energy. But even so, the shadow dragon thought that the guy had done a great job. Now Murakami will hope that she at least calmed down a little after such a blow. These words made Jin go into a state of shock, because he could not believe that this might not be enough to calm her down. Murakami answered him that an ordinary dragon would most likely die, but Kikantel, according to him, is completely different, because dragons that can control time do not die so easily. He also added to Jin that they might actually go missing while fighting this dragon, so it's not that simple. Jin, looking at all this, could not believe that she was really able to rewind time. Murakami added that this is why power and magic are separated. But he immediately asked the guy not to worry too much, because even though it is a scam, it also consumes a lot of energy. But just in case, he asked Jin not to move at all, which the guy did. Kikantel turned into her human form, and Murakami began to hope that she had finally calmed down a little. He didn't know that she still had feelings to the point that she would go crazy, although it seemed to him that they parted on a good note. Kikantel couldn't take it anymore and started screaming again, because according to her, Murakami just left her without even the opportunity to talk, and she couldn't believe that he was calling it a breakup on a good note. Murakami noticed that she became even angrier when they talked about breaking up, so he decided to say that he didn't cheat on her. It just happened that way. It seemed to him that their characters didn't match. Jin couldn't believe that he was now standing and listening to a conversation between two dragons who had lived for over 1,000 years. In any case, Murakami was trying to convey to her that he didn't come here to fight. He came here to ask her something. But before they start, Kikantel suddenly wanted to know if this man was by any chance a contractor of Soldred's. Murakami responded to this by immediately saying that it was not so important now, because one of them was now in danger. Kikantel felt unpleasant when he said one of them, because she had long considered him an outcast. After all, at one time he destroyed an incredibly huge number of dragons, and now he is trying to say that he is one of them. In response to this, Murakami said that among all those he destroyed was the enemy of her older brother, and he did it for the sake of someone he did not even know. After which he realized that it was probably a mistake to come here and ask something from Kikantel. It seemed to him that it would be better to ask another dragon, and as soon as he turned around to leave, the girl stopped him. She wanted to say that when she sees him, she always becomes emotional, so she asked him to just ask her what he wanted, and that's all. Murakami did not miss this opportunity to have a normal conversation with her, so he told her that recently one of the guardian dragons of Azmilla had gone missing, and finally Jin was able to wait until they got to the main topic. Kikantel actually understood what they were talking about and could only say that this child had recently been taken by Voletta. As far as Jin knew, Vuletta was a wind dragon. It was the ruler and guardian dragon of the prince of the Zippel family, Andre, and this could mean that the Zippels were to blame for everything again. Kikantel was also almost certain that they had said that they would teach Latri the magic of the dragon language. But in order to continue this conversation, Kikantel first suggested changing their location, because they could go back a little, and then they would bypass the trap and be able to enter Bement. Thus, she invited them to her home so that they could discuss everything calmly there. In the forest on the outskirts of Bement, there was a small house in which Kikantel lived. The first thing Jin did when they sat down at the table was to introduce himself and tell him that he was a contractor for Soldred. But before he could finish speaking, Kikantel interrupted him and said that she knew about it, and also that he was a descendant of Timar. Moreover, she knows that he is the youngest son of Runkandel, which surprised Murakan, because he couldn't even imagine how she could know this. Kikantel did not understand his surprise, because the same energy was clearly emanating from the guy as from Timar, with whom they were often together 1,000 years ago. And she actually just assumed that he was the youngest, but looking at the reaction of the guardian dragon, she realized that she was right. In any case, they were not talking about this now, and she suggested returning to the main topic and told them that Vuletta had taken Latri a year ago. Murakan thought that the idea that they took her away to study dragon magic didn't sound very good, but Kikantel assured him that it might actually be true. In response to this, Murakan told her that Asmilla's current contractor was too young to control the force. Then Kikantel suggested the same thing as Murakan had a few hours ago, that without a guardian dragon it would be too dangerous. She then told Murakan that when Vuletta took Latri, she stopped at the Bement outskirts and said that she would introduce Latri to her, but she continued to obsess over her contractor, and so at one point, she asked Kikantel to agree to meet her for no reason just once. According to Kikantel, she simply had no other choice, since the identity of her contractor had already been revealed. And since there were many people here, they needed to look for someone who was close to Zippel among the high-ranking officials of Bement. Jin entered into the dialogue and once again said that the identity of her contractor had been revealed, but Asmilla's contractor, as far as he knew, had not been revealed, and therefore it seemed rather suspicious to him how they found out about this and approached Latri. Murakan completely agreed with him because it also seemed strange to him, because was the magic of recognizing a contractor created while he was sleeping? Kikantel immediately said that this was impossible because no one could find out about a contract until the contractor personally showed force. Jin believed that in this way they could benefit in two ways. Firstly, they could minimize the danger and eliminate contractors outside their territories. And secondly, if they destroy the contractor, then the Zippel family may get the opportunity to make a contract with God. In fact, it is not just an opportunity to make a contract, so Jin was sure that they have a certain method, and in his past life, a contract soldier of Olta, the goddess of time, officially appeared at the stone statue, and 10 years from that day, the contract soldier was a purebred Zippel. Therefore, he was almost certain that they could make a contract with God if they destroyed the contract holder, and this was the reason why Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped, since he had not heard anything about Princess Takana in his past life. But Kikantel still couldn't accept this fact, because it seemed to her that they already had so many contract soldiers. Jin interrupted her and said that he did not know how dragons behaved, but he asked them to believe that people's greed has no limits, and even if they reach the top, they will not be satisfied and will do more. They are also people who have ruled for thousands of years, and whatever they do, it is not strange at all. Therefore, the young master was sure that the top brass was clearly planning something, but he could not understand why Kikantel was pretending that she supposedly did not know anything about it. At first, Jin assumed that she was simply afraid of the Zippel family, so she didn't want to tell them anything. Murakan interrupted the boy to tell him that they all knew about the Zippel family's greed, and on top of that, he hated to admit it, but they were all capable people, so considering all that, he told her that there was really nothing wrong with being careful, and he wasn't going to ask for her help if she was truly afraid. All these words made her laugh very hard. She literally could not stop and laughed for quite a long time. All this was because of Murakan's words. She noticed that he had changed too much during their separation. She would never have thought that she would hear something like this from him. In any case, when she calmed down, Kikantel said that she would order her contractor to escape first. She wanted to see Vuyata and find out the whole truth, because she understood perfectly well that if what they were telling her was true, then they were most likely looking for an opportunity right now, and if she called, then they would definitely fly in now. On top of that, she was indebted to Temar since one of his descendants was here, and it brought back memories of the old days that she missed so much. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Enya, who burst into the house and screamed that she had finally returned. The first thing the girl wanted to know was who these people were and what they were doing here. Kikantel thought that the girl had entered the house at the right time and that this was a great chance to introduce her to them. She told Jin and Murakhan that this was Enya, a contractor of the goddess of time, Ulta, and in response, she introduced her old friend Murakhan and the contractor he was protecting, Jean Runkandel. As soon as she heard that Jean Runkandel was sitting in front of her, she couldn't believe it for a while. Kikantel forgot to warn the guy that Enya was a bit of a fan of his, but she didn't have time to do this, because the girl herself would have literally just a little more jumped on Jin with words about how she had so dreamed of meeting him. Kikantel suggested that the girl maintain her dignity as a contract soldier and not behave like that, but apparently the girl did not care at all about the woman's words, after which she came to her senses and asked for forgiveness, because when she saw Master Jin in person, whom she had only seen on paper, she was a little confused, although it was already late, but she still decided to introduce herself, and after she gave her name, she told him that she was a commoner from the academy. All Jin knew about Ulta was that she valued the blood of contractors, and apparently this girl was really talented since she chose her. So the guy told her that in fact she didn't need to apologize because he thought that there was no need to be ashamed of such an enthusiastic greeting. And as soon as he finished speaking, Kikantel once again reminded the girl that she had forbidden her to leave the house. But for some reason, the girl did it again, so she would like to know the reason. Enya said in a quiet voice that she was very sad and lonely at home, so she thought that she might feel better if she saw Kikantel. But suddenly, young Master Jin appeared before her eyes, so she believed that she had made the right choice when she came here. Jin was thinking at this moment that the Bement nobility most likely bullied Enya, so the guy never got involved with these people even during his past life. In any case, Jin came closer to Miss Enya to tell her that the real reason he came here was because there was a possibility that someone was stalking her. Therefore, he would like to immediately offer her to go with him so that he could always protect her. These words caused Enya to fall into a state of shock, so she remained silent for a while. And then her condition changed to an emotional explosion. She began to scream with joy that she would finally be taken away from here, and that it would be done by Jean Runkandel himself. Kikantel tried to stop the girl, but apparently it was already completely useless. After all, she has already moved on to the point that she agrees to go wherever the guy tells her to. She even began to pray to the goddess of time until Kikantel came closer to the girl to calm her down. The woman carefully knocked her out. Apparently, she understood perfectly well that this was the only way to calm her down. According to Kikantel, she was always very worried that the girl would not want to go. But it seems she was worried in vain, because seeing her like this, the woman understood that Enya would follow the guy even to the basement prison of Runkandel. Jin did not understand what she was talking about, because he did not know about any prison. Kikantel told the guy that he really shouldn't pretend, because there was a dragon here too. Now Jin didn't understand anything at all. So the woman had to tell Jin that the reason she said she would help him was not to keep him safe or Enya safe. The main reason was Murakhan, who fell asleep while they were talking. The woman thought that he had become too weak. And in this state, she was sure that he simply would not be able to resist Valletta. Therefore, if they still have to fight her, then only she will do it. Jin couldn't believe that Valletta was so strong, and Kikantel confirmed this by saying that Murakhan was definitely no match for her now, and she thought so because all of Kikantel's attacks would have been a dud for Murakhan 1,000 years ago. And since the woman started talking about this, she decided to tell Jean that they both needed to hide somewhere before Valletta arrived, and as an option, she offered her house. Jin was not against it, if only Kikantel herself wanted it, but the woman immediately told the guy that he would have to convince that dragon to calm down, because it seemed to her that he would definitely start causing a fuss. After all, this was his ex's house. At this point, Jin thought that compared to his first impression, she was quite caring, so he decided to happily agree to her terms. As soon as they talked, she said that Enya would wake up in about 10 seconds, and then she asked him to carefully explain the whole situation to her, although it seemed to Jin that the girl would be unconscious for a very long time, because she hit her quite hard. But apparently he will have to take his words back, because exactly 10 seconds later, the girl opened her eyes. Therefore, looking at the girls, Kikantel explained to him that in this world there are things that go beyond common sense and reasoning. When Jin began to explain to the girl what was happening, she finally realized that someone was hunting for Tikan's contractors, and as far as Enya understood, she could become the next target. She believed him without any doubt, because for her he was young Master Jin, and besides, for her it was all quite romantic. Jin tried to tell her that she couldn't possibly take things that way, but she still thought it was better to think positively, so she had to say goodbye to her family and Tikan, so she wanted to know when they were leaving. The guy told her that it all depended on her. Enya thought for a bit, and decided that then she would be ready to leave tomorrow, because the only family she had was her 7-year-old younger brother and an elderly dog. Kikantel told her that since she understood everything, it would be better for her to leave and start getting ready, and the girl absolutely agreed with her. After she left, Kikantel decided that she would tell the academy that Enya was just sick, because if she said that she was dropping out, they would most likely start an investigation. In that case, they only had to worry about Woletta, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. And as soon as Kikantel came closer to the door, she heard the voice of a man who came to ask for some firewood, although the woman thought that this was a rather strange request, because there were so many trees around, but she was still going to open the door. Until one moment she was stopped by Jin, who once again asked the woman if she really thought that this man had come for firewood. For example, he was sure that the man outside was most likely from Bement's Special Affairs Department. Kikantel didn't even know why these people were here, although it was obvious to Jin that they came here because of Enya. Moreover, he knew that they would be watching this place from now on, and they would also most likely want to check the strangers that she brought with her. All these words clearly made Kikantel very angry, because she hated it most of all when someone was watching her. So she opened the front door, not in the best mood. And the man who was knocking on the door quickly realized this, because as soon as the woman left the house, she grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. After which she ordered him to tell only the truth, and then she asked a question in which she wanted to know if he was from Bement's Special Affairs Department. But instead of answering, the man tried to ask her why she was doing this, but the woman suddenly heard some extraneous sound behind her. And as soon as she turned around, she saw another guy who was wearing a mask, who asked the woman to let this pathetic guy go, because if she decides to destroy him, then another officer from the Special Affairs Department will arrive to continue his work. Kikantel did not torture him and immediately let this guy go, because she realized that the real goal was now standing right in front of her, and she understood that if she needed to destroy someone, it was him, and then they would no longer come to her house. But when she dealt a pretty strong blow to this guy's head, he didn't even try to block it. He just continued to stand in place, and a few seconds after this blow, he said that if she needed it so much, then she could hit him. The main thing was that it would make her feel better. Jin, looking at all this, could not even think that he would be okay after such a blow, so it was immediately clear that he was not an ordinary person from the Special Affairs Department. He also immediately noticed the red mask that only group leaders in Bement's Special Affairs Department can wear. In addition, he is the owner of a curved sword. Based on these facts, Jin came to the conclusion that he can only be one person who fits this description, and this man is most likely the Emperor's right hand, the leader of the third group of the Special Affairs Department of Bement, whose code name is Rez, a man who in Rungkandel is called a good swordsman. He is someone who is undoubtedly strong, and Rez is at least rank 8 in terms of his energy flow. Considering this, Jin knew that covering his face with the Multa rune was clearly not a mistake. Rez at this point decided to ask for forgiveness from Kikantel, and he decided to say that they simply had no other choice but to do this in order to confirm the identity of the guests who had entered inside. And since they were able to confirm this, they would immediately pack up and leave. But Kikantel believed that they could not just leave after they had so brazenly invaded her house. In response to these words, Rez reminded her that Miss Enya had just left this house in a hurry. And given all the facts, he would like to know from Kikandel whether she thinks it is very dangerous for a girl to return so late alone. Rez didn't wait for her answer and told the woman that if they fought now, the woman would most likely win, but in that case, she would clearly not be able to help Miss Enya if something happened to her in such a short time. So considering all this, Rez wanted to know if she really still wanted to continue. He suspected that the answer would be no, so he was going to simply leave her house. But before leaving, Kikandel still decided to tell him not to forget that next time, he would have to put at stake what he valued so much. The woman wanted to convey to him that everything he had defended with his life, he should prepare to lose it all because of what he had done today. As soon as they had gone some distance from the house, Rez told his assistant that he had confirmed the appearance of the smugglers, so he would like to immediately know their identities. He also added that for the time being, all observations of the silver dragon will be suspended. This greatly surprised his assistant, because he thought that they should be watching Kikantel's actions. The leader in response to this made it clear to him that if they provoked the silver dragon even more, it would only get worse for them, so he was going to take full responsibility and told them to come back again. Although in his mind he was sure that they were clearly up to something, so he added that they would all be in danger, so he ordered them again to stop observing from a close distance until any unusual movements appeared. Kikandel was very angry after meeting Rez. She felt guilty for leaving Enya in this miserable town. It was quite easy for her to imagine what would have happened if it weren't for Jin and Murakan. Jin remarked in response that it was good that they were able to avoid that for now, so he suggested that they make taking care of Miss Enya their top priority, to which Kikandel quickly agreed. But she decided to add that they should set out tomorrow morning because she was not sure that Enya would be safe. The next morning they were already near the seashore, from the beach from which they would be sailing any minute. Jin was talking at this point about how it was a great relief to him to learn that a merchant ship was heading to Taikan. He also thought it was important to say that there was nothing to worry about because he had given a lot of money to the captain, so he definitely wouldn't neglect Enya. On top of that, Murakan will be accompanying her, so there is no reason to worry. But in fact, this was the reason she was worried, but she simply didn't see any other way out. So she decided to contact Valletta right now, and Jin would be able to meet her as soon as Murakan returned. A week later, Murakan was already standing near Kikadel's house and could not yet decide to enter. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who first told his guardian dragon that he had done a good job. In response, Murakan could only say that Kikantel was much tougher than he could have imagined. With these words, he provoked Jin to find out what happened. Murakan told the guy that they both built this house when they were still together, so he knows why she asks them to stay here. Jin, listening to all this, thought that his cold heart simply began to melt. But these words made Murakan even more angry, because he thought that this was clearly something ridiculous, and even if he was right, it would be incredibly difficult to revive old feelings. He thought that these were just memories. He remembered how they had the good old days with Timar and Kikantel 1,000 years ago, in exactly the same house. Suddenly, his story was interrupted at one point by the fact that his head began to split. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Kikantel also appeared, who was so sorry that he stopped, although she still decided to assume that he was tired from a short flight, which is why he was behaving like this. All these words made Murakan even more angry, and he asked her to shut her mouth already because he did not consider himself a weakling. In any case, she came here to tell that a response had arrived from Valletta, and according to her, it would be tomorrow night on an uninhabited island off the northern coast of Bement. The first thing Murakan wanted to know from Kikantel was what she would do when she saw Valletu, and according to her, she was going to tell her that she had called her to find out the location of the guardian dragon. Well, if she decided to pretend to be innocent, then Kikantel was going to beat her. Murakan liked her answer, after which he added that if it were his boy, he would have simply avoided such a boring situation. But in her case, Enya is not there, so she can do whatever she wants. Kikantel decided to clarify once again for Murakan that he should not do anything, because she was going to fight alone, and his help was clearly not needed. These words drove him even more into a state of madness, because it seemed to him that she sympathized with him, although the woman assured him that she did not mean anything like that. The next day, when they came to this meeting, Jin and Murakan hid and just watched, and the guy at that moment thought that they would hardly come alone, because if they really stole Latria and were planning to suspiciously conclude an agreement, then it seemed to him that most likely they would come fully prepared. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a strange voice, which said that it was a great honor for him, because he could not even imagine that he would meet the silver dragon of time, Kikantel. After which he finally decided to introduce himself, and as it turned out, his name was the Wind Dragon, the prince of the Zippel family, and the contractor of Melcher, Andre Zippel. This turn of events clearly did not suit Kikantel, because she thought that Valletta would come alone. In response, she received a dubious story. According to her, when she received her letter, she was with Andre, and since she was interested in the story about the contractor Olta, Andre also seemed very interested. So considering all these facts, she would just like to ask for understanding from the Silver Dragon. Kikantel noted that she had been very rude lately. Valletta clearly did not want to hear all this, and therefore suggested that she move on to the main topic of discussion, because she believed that she clearly had something to talk about, for example, about Olta's contract. The first thing the Silver Dragon wanted to know from her was where Ratturi was now. This made Valletta even more angry, because she decided that she had been fooled right then and there. Kikantel got even more angry and started yelling at Valletta to give her an answer to her question, because she herself guessed that she took Ratturi a year ago, and since then Asmila's contractor could not find his dragon protector. Valletta could only smile in response because she didn't know what answer would satisfy her, but she could assure her that Ratturi was fine. These words were the last straw before Kikantel lost control, because she hated it when someone started to make fun of her. But Valletta didn't care about her screams. She still continued to say that it was better for her not to interfere in Zippel's affairs. The Silver Dragon couldn't believe that she actually stole a dragon that didn't really know anything about the world. Jin and Murakin, listening to all this, were also not happy. But apparently she won't have to listen for long, because Valletta got tired of listening to all this and decided to end this dialogue immediately. Valletta allowed herself to make an offer to Kikantel, in which she wanted Kikantel to hand over the contract to her, and in exchange she would allow her to live. But all these words were more like nonsense. Kikantel thought that she was just an old lizard, which she clearly was not going to be afraid of, and as soon as she said these words, Valletta immediately struck her. But it is obvious that such an elementary blow did not cause any serious damage to the Silver Dragon, and Vunessa realized this when she heard the voice of Kikantel, who began to say that she also had a proposal for her. The gist of the proposal was that she would like Vunessa to return Ratturi to her right now, and then she would perhaps allow her to leave without pain. Andre Zippel started laughing incredibly hard after these words, although there was no particular reason for it. As it turned out, he was glad that Kikantel was able to so easily repel Valletta's blows, and now it seemed to him that he would finally be able to give it his all and fight a worthy opponent, after which he used a skill called mana release, and as it was known, few people possessed this skill. This was the first time Jin had seen something like this since his reincarnation, as he was currently observing the mana of a 9th-rank mage. Andre Zippel, all that was known about his power was that in his past life, Jin witnessed that he was from the wealthy Zippel family. Therefore, he believed that they had a good opportunity to finally see what level this man really was. Meanwhile, Andre Zippel was preparing a new attack, which Kikantel knew it would be better to dodge, since he most likely had a completely different level than Vunessa. At some point, Kikantel discovered that she literally could not move. Her wings and ability to fly seemed to have evaporated. At this point, Vunessa began to say that apparently the wind had turned away from Kikantel, and now she could not fly. But according to her, this is actually normal, because all the wind on this island belongs to her. She considered herself the goddess of the wind of Melcher, and no one dares to fly without her permission. At least that's what she thought. And now that her opponent was finally immobilized, she could deliver the final blow and forget about the Silver Dragon once and for all. After a few seconds, she finally delivered her blow, which was called the Raging Thunder. Jin had already started to panic and asked Murakin to intervene in this fight because it seemed to him that everything was critical. But the Shadow Dragon continued to stand still and asked the guy to calm down because in his opinion it was too early to intervene. He then added that Kikantel had been complacent from the start of the fight, but more importantly, that her opponents had greatly overestimated their strength. And apparently Murakin knew his old friend well, who used one of her strongest skills to repel this attack. The point of this attack was that it literally stopped time, giving her a little time to think about how to counterattack. Even Zippel was delighted. He was not shy about saying that he had not seen a force for a long time that could control time and even stop magic. But suddenly he had to remain quiet, because he heard a voice from the side, which convinced him that today she would shut his filthy mouth. Zippel never liked threats coming their way, so he immediately turned to Vuletta and ordered her to begin creating the next attack. But Vuletta, to their great regret, was not even able to move, and considering all this, she began to understand that apparently Kikantel was using the power of time control. Apparently she realized this too late, because Kikantel struck back at her, which threw Vuletta and Andre back. But Kikantel was not going to stop there, so she gathered her strength and was going to literally bite off Vuletta's head. Kikantel launched attack after attack, destroying her opponent little by little, and with each passing second it became clear who would emerge victorious in this battle. Andre realized that they literally had no chance, so he began to beg the silver dragon to stop. Kikantel didn't intend to listen to him. She just asked him to shut his mouth, and also didn't forget to say that he would be next. Although she still knew in her mind that she had taken care of Vuletta, the problem was that she had used too much power, and in order to destroy the mage, she would need Murakan and Jin. Andre, meanwhile, took out another sphere from his robe and began to tell Kikantel that he warned her, but she decided to go so far herself, although he did not deny the fact that such behavior is only appropriate for the strong. Murakan could not believe his eyes that he was actually seeing a primeval stone with his own eyes. Jin noticed fear in the eyes of his guardian dragon, and apparently it was all because of this stone, which according to Murakan should have been destroyed many years ago. He couldn't even imagine where Andre got this stone from, but in any case, with this stone he is incredibly strong, and defeating him will clearly not be as easy as it seems. After Andre summoned this monster, he began to tell Kikantel that she was born as a silver dragon of time and lived as if she had always been the strongest. But now he told her that she was clearly wrong, because people, dragons, and even gods in the end, everything falls into the hands of Zippel. And at the moment, all that is needed from her is to stop denying it and finally accept this fact. The primeval stone, when danger befell the world, the gods created it as a safety measure to prevent the end of the world. In the end, the stone that contained the powers of all the gods was destroyed by those same gods because it was so strong that it could easily destroy the world. Murakan literally went crazy from the thought that the stone that was supposed to be destroyed was now in the hands of a magician. While they were talking, Andre had already dealt the first blow to Kikantel's body, and unfortunately, she was unable to block it. The man was going to show the dragon where his place was, and in this place the weak must fall before the strong. But Murakan didn't think so, so he entered the fight without any doubts, and the first thing he did was tell Andre not to touch Kikantel. As soon as Zippel saw the black dragon, he decided to assume that it was Murakan, who is the guardian of the Randell family, and the guy standing next to him is apparently his contractor. Jean took off his hood and Andre recognized him. It was the youngest of the Randell family who had only recently left home. Now that he realized this, he suddenly said that he originally came here to pick up Ulti's contractor, but now his appetites had clearly increased. But before they started the real battle, he decided to wake up his sleeping friend to even the odds a little. After the monster, Andre whispered something into Vuletta's ear. She miraculously woke up, even taking into account the critical hits that Kikantel dealt her. But now, looking at her body and Vuletta in general, one could say with confidence that her strength had clearly increased, and now she was not the same dragon that she was 10 minutes ago. Without thinking twice, she immediately decided to confront Murakan, whom she had not seen for so long, but all this time dreamed of fighting him in a fair fight. Murakan understood perfectly well that this was not Vunesa. This was a corpse, Andre's puppet, which he was using for battle, so he asked her not to interfere in the battle and to disappear. But in response to these words, she could only offer him another blow with her power. At this point, Murakan could only use his shadow vanishing technique to dodge such a blow. Vunesa didn't expect this, but she immediately stated that it was actually a good thing, because she would have been too disappointed if he had turned out to be too weak. She believed that she would be remembered after this fight as the one who was able to destroy the legend. Murakan in turn asked her to just stop deceiving herself with empty hopes, because this definitely will not happen. Andre, meanwhile, suggested to Kikindel that they also continue the battle, although he wanted to be a little softer with her, but since she had already seen this face, he would still have to destroy her. He also didn't forget about Jean Runkendel, who was also there the whole time. The guy tried to attack from behind the scenes so that Andre wouldn't notice, but it wasn't that easy. But he still tried, even though Andre shouted at him that the child's intervention wouldn't change anything anyway. They ran at each other with pre-planned attacks and were incredibly eager to destroy each other. Jin was ready to go all the way, when suddenly he heard Muraken's voice, who shouted at the guy to dodge and not go all the way. But apparently Muraken shouted to him too late, because at the last moment Vunesa managed to hit Jin with her tail. It was a pretty strong and most importantly unexpected blow, which caused the guy quite a lot of damage. But that wasn't his main problem, because right now a huge snake, Andre, was approaching him and was going to finish the guy off once and for all. Jin realized that the situation was more than critical, so he took out his pendant and crushed him right in his hands, only he understood what was about to happen. As soon as he did this, a huge stream of light immediately appeared in front of him, and a few seconds later he heard the voice of his sister Luna, who was quite surprised that the guy had finally contacted her, and this led her to the idea that he was apparently in a very difficult situation. Andre couldn't believe his eyes that he was actually seeing the white whale of the Runkandel family in front of him. Luna immediately saw the prince of the Zippel family and the wind dragon in front of her, so she agreed with Jin that this was clearly enough to call her for help. First, she praised him for fighting them well, after which she wanted to ask him how he felt. Jin knew perfectly well that she was exaggerating, because he was clearly barely holding on in the battle against them. But still, considering all this, he was incredibly grateful to her for coming. Luna listened to her brother, after which she decided to turn to Zippel, from whom she wanted to find out. Or would he continue to pretend to be mute? After all, she would really like him to explain why he got involved in a fight with her younger brother? At this moment, Jin understood perfectly well that their opponents were the prince of the Zippel family and the wind dragon, who was revived by an artifact with the power of God, and given all this, it was obvious that even his sister would have a hard time dealing with them. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by Murakan, who suggested that the guy retreat, and while he was doing this, he asked the guy for forgiveness for not being able to block the wind dragon's attack. In any case, he thought he had a wonderful sister, because if she had arrived a second later, Jin would hardly have been able to survive. Andre finally spoke up and said that for him the appearance of the white whale was indeed an unexpected change. But with this, he only confirmed that the Runkendel family had broken their oath to the Zippel family because her younger brother, Jin Runkendel, used magic, and he assured her that the Zippel family would not forget about it, in response to which Luna asked him not to worry about it. The thing is, she was sure that he would never be able to convey this news to his family. These words apparently really hurt the man, because he didn't understand how such an insignificant girl could even dare to behave like that. So he was immediately going to teach her a lesson. Luna responded with a single blow that shattered his monster into tiny pieces. She then added that all the members of the Zippel family that she had met throughout her life were chatterboxes, and as she had expected, Prince Zippel was no different from the rest. She went on to add that it was a good thing he had decided to leave the dragon in its original form, as that would give her more room to make the cut. These words made Vuletta switch to her human form, and even though Andre asked her not to do this, she was still going to deal with Luna on her own. And she was going to do this with the help of her staff, which contained the power of a dragon and the magic power of the Zippel family. Looking at this monster, Luna understood that this power was not magic. It was more like power, but most of all like the energy of the demon family. But considering all these points, she understood why the wind dragon was trying his best, because he needed time to use this artifact correctly. This meant that the prince of the Zippel family and the wind dragon were relying on such a worthless tool. She was surprised that they were seriously thinking that such a pitiful thing could actually save them. At this point, the conversation ended, and the wind dragon immediately went on the attack, which Luna was able to easily dodge. Vunesa tried to say that a girl like Luna didn't dare say anything to them at all, because they were capable of smearing her, but apparently she would have to take hers back, because Luna launched a counterattack that almost destroyed the wind dragon. They fought quite equally, and it seemed that there was clearly no favorite in this battle. At least that was the case at first glance. But in reality, with every second the moon was getting closer and closer to its victory. And at one point she was able to deliver such a powerful blow that the wind dragon fell to his knees, and after that he would hardly be able to continue fighting. Luna eventually concluded that this was his limit, and he could hardly show her anything else, so she was going to end it quickly. And for this she decided to use Runkandel's third finishing move, which was also known as a meteor shower, which is capable of destroying any living being in this world. Jin at that moment remembered the words of his uncle, who told him during training that if it was possible to describe their family's sword technique in one word, then that word would be dominance, because it is destructive and ruthless. Therefore, he believed that there was no specific technique of the Runkandel sword. The only thing they could use to destroy it was the secret technique and finishing move. And right now he is watching the third finishing move, which was called the meteor shower. Looking at this blow, Jin could only think that it was beautiful and at the same time incredibly destructive. Vanessa covered Andre with her body so that he wouldn't get hit, and the man meanwhile just stood there rooted to the spot because he also couldn't believe it. It seemed to him that this was simply impossible, because Luna was not using the power of her contractor god or some ancient artifact. It was her power. He had never seen such a strong person who was capable of having such power. His thoughts were interrupted by Vanessa, who repeated to him that he had to survive, because if he was still alive, it meant they could still win. Besides, they still had the Devil's Stone, so they could still change the course of the game, because even if Vanessa died right now while protecting him, he would still be able to resurrect her with it. Her words finally reached Andre, and he finally realized that this really wasn't the end, because as long as he had this devilish stone, he definitely wouldn't die. He believed that if he had it, then he would remain a god who could not be defeated by some girl. Looking at what Luna had just done, she came to the conclusion that she was actually still very far from her father's sword-fighting technique. But even so, she believed that all this would benefit Jin. She believed that looking at her strength would provoke him to improve his abilities every day, and one day, he would be able to become stronger for her, and possibly stronger for his father. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when a demon appeared out of nowhere, whose heart was that very same demonic stone. Luna understood that her enemy was still alive, and the girl still admitted that her pride was a little hurt, and if this continued, she would most likely get angry while her younger brother was watching. In response, the demon began to make a very unpleasant sound that cut the ears, and it was quite difficult to stand still next to such a monster. Jin didn't fully understand what was going on, but Murakana finally understood everything. According to him, Zippel had just used contractors to create the primeval stone. It is like a weapon with which one can go against the will of the gods, although it is also worth noting that this stone is clearly of poor quality. But even so, he was still very dangerous, so Murakan warned him that they had to be extremely careful. And considering all this, Murakan decided that they needed to leave immediately, although Jin tried to stop him. Jin thought that they had to fight too, and they couldn't leave someone so dangerous to their older sister. But Murakan had a completely different opinion. He thought that his sister could handle it on her own. And if they stay here, they will clearly only get in the way and cause some discomfort for her. After he made a contract with Soldred and was reborn, he met Murakan, and now it became clear to Jin that apparently he had more strength and luck than anyone else from the very beginning. But now, when he looked at himself, at a person who was about to retreat without the opportunity to fight back, it all reminded him of a situation from his past life. So from that second on, he decided that he no longer wanted to feel helpless, and to do that, he needed to become much stronger. Murakan, looking at the guy, understood that he was clearly not scared. Moreover, he was angry because of everything he had just seen. This made him proud of the guy. After all, Murakan knew better than anyone how important fighting spirit is, so he mentally asked Jin not to lose it. And if he continued in the same spirit, he would soon be able to become the best. Until then, he, as his guardian dragon, will try to protect him. At this time, Luna was telling this demon that if he thinks that his form has changed and now he can destroy her, then this is definitely not true. The demon did not respond to Luna's words, but simply decided to attack her. Although she was able to dodge this attack, the demon still decided to shout that he had 12 gods with him. And the girl, as it seemed to him, had nothing but a sword, which was too big for her. He believed that the best option for her would be to admit it and finally give in, because even if her father were standing right in front of him, he would also lose. Luna was not verbose in her answer, so she simply said that for a swordsman, one sword is enough, after which she added that if he used the magic that he had accumulated throughout his life, he would only be able to see half of her combat techniques. And now she was going to show him how strong a sharpened sword was against something as pathetic as him. The demon couldn't believe that he was seeing a red aura in front of him. He had fought with a huge number of knights in his entire life, but in fact, this was the first time he had seen something like this. But on the other hand, he understood that it was not really that important because he had already reached the level of a god, so he was going to show where this self-confident girl belonged. While he was screaming and trying to prove that he was the strongest, Luna used her strongest punch, which could cut this demon in two. But everything was not so simple, and this demon really turned out to be much stronger than she assumed. So, at one point, she noticed that if she did not come up with something, then this core would literally suck her in like a black hole. Suddenly she heard the voice of her brother Jin, who flew to the battlefield on Murakan. He was going to help her, so they flew closer so that she could grab his hand. Luna couldn't even imagine that today her younger brother would save her, but apparently it was a mistake to exclude this option. Rez said that a strange vortex also engulfed the surrounding area, and a large amount of mana was found around the area. He also reported that there were people involved as well, but the magic power of the Silver Dragon and Wind Dragon was felt the most, so their department suspects that it was Vuletta from the Zippel family. But what is most important is that apparently the Wind Dragon came out the loser in this fight and died anyway. As for the human mana, they believe that it was the contractors and their guardian dragons, and the ominous energy points to the thing that they create. After this story, Reza's boss wanted to immediately find out what was going on with Andre, but according to the man, they were still looking into the matter. And this angered the man enough that he hit the table, after which he said that he noticed that recently many things began to be removed from the reports, and he was worried that they had not yet determined who Kikantel's guests were that day. Rez tried to say that he could not be forgiven, but apparently this was clearly not what his captain wanted to hear. After a short pause, the man asked Rez to make sure that they did not give anything to the press, and if they were unable to find Enya by that night, he asked that a missing person report be filed. He also didn't forget to order more people from the Special Affairs Department to be sent to the Zippel territory, and along the way they should make sure that they were strong enough. Rez listened attentively to all this, and after the man finished, he promised that he would definitely justify all the expectations of Emperor Bementamir. Buber and Vishekel said that there was a major battle on the coast between the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon, as a result of which the island disappeared, and a whirlwind formed in the place of the island, so they were sure that it was a broken demon stone. Bubar didn't understand how they dared to destroy his creation just like that. After all, he told them not to use it so carelessly until it was completed. He was eating and talking at the same time, so his interlocutor was not particularly pleased to hear that he could not forgive them, and therefore suggested that he go there right now in order to scold these stupid magicians. Vishkal agreed with him, and mentally thought that Zippel had really made a mess. Because of them, he would have to postpone the destruction of this pig. Anyway, according to his information, the leader is incredibly angry because of this, and he wants to reconsider the alliance with the Zippel family. So for now, they should ignore them. Meanwhile, Keliak could not believe that Andre Zippel was dead. Her guardian dragon told Keliak that he had to leave with Vuletto. He also took the demon stone with him. Keliak believed that either the power of the Silver Dragon had exceeded their expectations, or someone else had been drawn into this. She recalled that it was the Shadow Dragon who destroyed the graveyard giant in Kinzello, and that's why he thought that it could be Murakana's sister. Because if it was her power, then it explained everything. She wouldn't be scared by the Devil's Stone. In addition, Misha is not a stranger to Murakana's ex-girlfriend. Khadun assumed that Keliak wanted him to find her, but he immediately reminded him that if black dragons want to hide, then no one will be able to find them. But he asked him to immediately stop being a child, because this is far from true. In any case, Khadun wanted to know how he was feeling, despite the fact that his younger brother was dead. Of course she was quite sad, but she knew it would happen anyway. although she was surprised to hear that he had recently attended Sharon's banquet without telling her. Jilly carefully opened the door to see who had arrived. And what was her surprise when she saw Jean and everyone else there? She stood at the entrance rooted to the spot and couldn't believe her eyes. Jin decided to distract her a little and asked her to cook something for them, since they hadn't eaten anything while flying here. But the girl couldn't resist and fainted when she saw that Luna was also there. The first thing she had to do was take her to her chambers so that she could rest a little. And Luna immediately noticed the fact that Nanny Gina clearly didn't understand something. But she immediately added that this means that she is very worried about Jin, which in turn means that she is a very good nanny, while the guy himself thought that she was too good for him. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Sir Kashmir, who arrived as soon as he learned that Jin and Murakan had returned from their mission. Jin decided to introduce his sister Luna Runkandel first. The girl herself had heard a lot about Sir Kashmir. The noble sword was apparently very famous in the Runkandel family. Kashmir couldn't believe that the girl knew him, and he was even more embarrassed that she called him a noble sword, because it was such an honor for him. The other person was Miss Enya's guardian dragon, the silver dragon, Kick and Tell. Kashmir didn't expect to see another dragon here, so he first ducked out of respect, then introduced himself as Kashmir, the head of the 7 colors, and an acquaintance of Master Jin. Kikantel didn't care about all these greetings and so on. She just wanted to know where Enya was. Kashmir responded by telling him that Latrius had returned 3 hours ago and was now with his daughter and Enya. But what's even stranger to Kashmir is that Latrius has no memory of him going missing, which also surprised Jin. When Latrius arrived home, he didn't understand why they were all so scared and why they were all telling him that he was missing, because all he remembered was that Vuletta told him that they weren't going to teach him dragon language magic. According to Kashmir, Latrie is in too good a condition to say that he was threatened by the Zippel family, so he had a sneaking thought that perhaps he had not really been kidnapped. But Kikantel said that was definitely not the case, because she personally received a confession from Zippel. Murakan could only say that they were sweeping up the evidence, and it seemed to him that they were most likely erasing everything connected to the Devil's Stone, including Latrius's memories. It's the Zippel family's specialty. When things don't go according to plan, they erase everything. Only Jin did not understand what they were trying to achieve in this case, because it seemed to him that the reason here was not only the Devil's Stone, and why did they make an imitation of the primeval stone? Murakan believed that everything here is actually simple. They want to become gods. It seemed to him that they wanted to gather all the powers of the existing gods, and then destroy everyone who was against them, in order to become the only gods who would rule the world. Kashmir asked them to rest for now, and in the meantime he would study as much as he could with the power of the 7 colors, and he also offered Miss Kikantel to accompany her to the place where Miss Enya is now. At that moment, Gilly came to her senses and turned to the young master, but Murakan immediately ordered her to lie back down and lie there until the strawberry pie got better. Jilly didn't remember why she lost consciousness, but when she saw Luna again, she understood what the reason was. This same reason caused the girl to fall unconscious once again, which angered Murakan even more. After some time, Luna told Jin that after he destroyed the notorious underground gang Tessing, Tikon became an independent and safe city. She also did not forget to remind that the prince of the Zippel family and Vuletta were also destroyed, only thanks to him. He achieved all this in 2 months for the title of reserve captain. She even said that he used magic without official confirmation. All this together adds up to an incredible feat. Jilly at that moment decided to say that it seemed to her that everything had come to an end when Miss Luna caught them. She didn't even imagine that the girl already knew everything. Luna herself believed that she could turn a blind eye to it, but she immediately warned that they should beware of the chapter. According to the older sister, their father already knows everything. He is aware of the incident in Tessing before Andre's death. She was also sure that later he would find out about her intervention. Hearing this, Jilly thought that things were very bad for them. But Jin believed that not everything was as bad as Luna had described, and besides, he had a certain plan in his head. According to the young master, he plans to meet his father together with his older sister. Even Luna did not expect such a decision, because she did not quite understand why this was being done. After which she told him that he was apparently out of his mind, because it seemed to her that he had nothing to do while his father turned a blind eye to it. But the guy believed that he needed to meet his father to warn him that the Zippel family was in the middle of executing a plan to attack the Randell family. Luna suggested that if it was about the Devil's Stone, it would be better if she told him about it. And she also reminded him that if the reserve captain returned home without permission, he would essentially have to refuse the captain's exam. Jin thought that he would find out anyway that all this happened because of him. And since everything came to this, it seemed to him that it would still be better if he talked to him. Besides, if he used this, he would be able to make a deal with his father. Luna, of course, understood what he was talking about, but she immediately assured him that if he continued to do this, then his father would most likely destroy him. In response, Jin could only tell her that when the time came, he believed that his older sister would stop him. She looked him straight in the eyes and said that she now understood why Jilly had such a hard time with him, because even his own family was afraid of him. But Luna still decided to agree to this adventure, and therefore wanted to ask the guy when they were leaving. Jin planned to use the first teleportation gate tomorrow, and Luna agreed with him, because she also thought it was better to move as quickly as possible. Luna added that since their family was made up of people who were busy being at each other's throats, at the very least, she should be a good family member to him. In this way, she wants to become the sister who will be his shield. And since she knows her younger brother from the other side, she was sure that he had already clearly come up with something, and looking at the expression on his brother's face, she understood that this was the case. As soon as Jin showed up home, his brothers and sisters immediately pounced on him, not understanding how he, as a reserve captain, dared to enter the sword garden. Enna and Mu believed that this was the result of their older sister's indulgence, since he was shirking his responsibility as a reserve captain, and she approved of it. Luna, looking at this whole circus, understood that they were well prepared, although she expected this. Mary was shocked that the younger one decided to give up the right to the title of captain. It seemed to her that he simply decided to test what would happen after death. She simply could not find another reason. But she herself didn't like it even more, because she so wanted to fight him when he grew up, and now everything would disappear. The first thing they wanted to know from Luna was why she brought him here, but she confidently told them that he wanted to come here himself. Hearing this, they began to tell her that she should have stopped him, because she couldn't be reckless just because he was like that. Luna always had a hard time getting along with her sister Runtia, so she decided to just find out where her father was at the moment. Runtia didn't want to believe that the younger one came here only to see his father. But before she could finish speaking, Luna confirmed this and asked again where her father was. Vigo intervened in this dialogue and began to shout again that apparently Jin just wants to die, since he came here for such a reason. Runtia decided not to stop him and simply let Jin into the palace, saying that her father was currently in his office, after which she turned to Luna and said that she, as the first captain, must lay down her weapons. In response, Luna looked at her with a wild look and wanted to know what would happen if she didn't want to do it. They immediately prepared for battle and told her that this was her last chance to surrender, otherwise they could not be responsible for her safety. Before entering, Jin turned to Luna again and told her that as a member of the Randell family, as the son of the patriarch, he came to tell him something, so he assured her that nothing bad would happen. The boy knew perfectly well that the others did not understand his father as well, and even if the return of the reserve captain to the family was against the rules, then the father will not be worried about such trifles, if only he is given the opportunity to explain himself, like last time. But apparently, everything will be clearly not like last time, because as soon as Jin extended his hand to knock on his father's door, it literally exploded in front of his nose. After which Jin heard his father's voice, who told him that it seemed he had overestimated his son because he had accurately given him 5 years before he was supposed to return. But he did it much earlier, so Chiron would like to know the reason for such a return. At this moment, Jin thought about the fact that he had seen this before, that his father's energy could completely destroy his target, using only the aura of his sword. In any case, his father wanted to hear the answer to his question, and he immediately assured the boy that he would not ask him twice. The first thing Jin decided to say was that as a son, he didn't need a reason to see his father. But in his mind, the guy was sure that he couldn't apologize, even if there was a chance of dying. He also realized that he needed to be confident but not arrogant, so he said again that he came because he wanted to see his father. The man's mind was not quite set on such an answer. He had never heard such a thing from his children before, so it was unusual. But anyway, he told Jin that saying something like that was actually stupid, because he would never believe that the guy became soft after going out into the world. But Jin assured him that it was definitely not because of going out into the world. According to Jin, he always loved his father, so he didn't mind seeing him. But immediately after these words, he had to cover his face with his hand because of the incredibly strong aura that literally blew the guy away. Jin understood perfectly well that at the moment, the thirst for blood prevailed within his father. But the guy still didn't understand what he said wrong, because he said it quite confidently and clearly. Suddenly the man told him that he almost laughed at these words, because he did not expect to hear something like that. But he had enough of the nonsense. Now he wanted to hear from Jin why he was really here. In response to this, Jin mentioned that the prince of the Zippel family, who insulted him during the banquet, Andre, died. Hearing this, Chiron did not want to believe that Jin destroyed him. But the guy wasn't going to talk about it. He immediately said that his sister Luna did it, and he simply created the opportunity for it. But he is here not only for this reason, because he has a few more things that he would like to tell, if of course this interests a man. Chiron couldn't help but notice that this was incredibly impudent on the part of the guy, but he still allowed him to report what he knew. After listening to the guy for a while, Chiron decided that he wanted to tell him that there might be turmoil in the Zippel family, since their deputy head had died. Jin continued talking and finally said that Andre was not the real deputy chief. After which Jin added that although his older sister Luna was quite strong, but for the prince of the only family that could surpass Randell, he was too weak, although again he agreed that these could only be his thoughts. But suddenly Chiron spoke up and told Jin that he was actually right. This guy was just a prince, not a deputy, and he knew it. Chiron always knew that there was someone else behind Kiliak, but he immediately said that this was not the information that he could share with him. But Jin was glad that he at least confirmed his suspicions, especially since Jin had not yet told him the most important detail. According to Jin, they used a strange artifact and Andre called it the Devil's Stone. According to the information that Jin collected, it is an imitation of the primeval stone that was created by the gods long ago. Father thought for a bit and asked Jin, or did Murakun tell him this? The guy was not aware that his father had such information, but as it turned out, the man also knew that he could also use magic. Jin always knew that his father would one day know about magic, but he didn't know that his father knew about Murakana. This caused Chironi to laugh quite loudly because everything he said about Murakana was just an assumption, and in fact, Jin himself confirmed this information. Jin realized that he had made a mistake when he said this, and his father, meanwhile, could not believe that the boy had actually turned the great black dragon into a simple cat. In any case, Chiron praised his son for getting hold of some pretty important information, and that's why he wanted to talk to Luna, because in his mind, he knew that Zippel had gone too far with the creation of this stone. But what was more dangerous was that this power was incredibly huge if used correctly. He immediately became interested in finding out if the kings of the Black Sea knew about this, because they are a fragment of the primeval stone, and therefore he was sure that if they were aware of this, they would most likely do something. So he decided that he urgently needed to visit the Black Sea. He also told his son that he would overlook the fact that he had disobeyed the rules, but he knew that this would not be enough for the boy, so he allowed him to name one thing that he wanted to get. Jin expected that this would be the case, so he prepared his wish in advance, and this request was that he would like his father to forbid any member of Rungkandel from entering the independent city of Tikan for a while. Chiron understood perfectly well that this was probably the place where Jin had seriously settled down at the moment. But before the man fulfills his request, he would like Jin to pass a test that he will give him, and this task was to make Kashmir one of his people. After that, come back to his father and prove it to him. Well, if Jin manages to do this, then Chiron will definitely not allow any member of the Rungkandel family to set foot on Tikan territory without his permission. The time limit for this task was exactly 1 year, during which time Chiron would like to see evidence that Kashmir is now on their side. But before Chiron could finish the terms, Kashmir was already standing in front of him, looking at the head of Rungkandel with both eyes. Chiron himself was slightly shocked that Jin was able to complete this task so quickly, because he himself once wanted to get Kashmir into his teachers, but he was too arrogant, so nothing worked out for him. Kashmir at that moment could only think that Chiron Rungkandel was the strongest knight in the world. Moreover, in his head he called him the most worthy person in the whole world. Moreover, he had indigestion just from looking at him. But then he realized that he was just a guest of the young master Jin, and therefore he should not be afraid of Chiron Runcandle. So he decided to bow again as a sign of respect, and Chiron immediately realized that he was the one who was called the noble sword Kashmir. But the knight himself asked the head of Runcandle to skip all these formalities and call him simply Kashmir. Jin entered the dialogue, wanting to tell his father that his relationship with Sir Kashmir was like a common destiny. And since he had proven his relationship with him, Jin believed that it was time for his father to keep his promise. When Kashmir heard the word common destiny, he assumed that in Chiron's head at that moment, there were thoughts about Taikan finally becoming part of the Runcandle family, which did not quite suit him. In response to Jin's words, Chiron could only say that he was actually a devious child who was calm even after he managed to fool his father. Jin didn't understand what his father was talking about, because he never wanted to fool his father. And besides, he was just lucky. In any case, it doesn't matter anymore, because Chiron himself agreed that Jin was able to pass the test, and from that moment on, no Runcandle will enter Tikan territory without his permission. Kashmir couldn't believe his ears that he was actually hearing such words, and now she finally understood what the words sharing fate meant. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Chiron, who told Jin that if he had nothing more to say, then he could leave, because now he would like to talk to Kashmir one-on-one. Jin did not argue with his father, and decided that it would be better for him to wait for Sir Kashmir outside the palace. The noble sword of Tikan was clearly not ready for such a turn of events. He certainly would not want to talk to Chiron Runcandle one-on-one, but apparently he simply had no other option. As soon as Jin left his father's office, Tona's brothers immediately ran up to him, wanting to learn how to do it from their younger brother. They would also like to know from him why he was causing such a fuss. At that moment, Jin, looking at them, understood that apparently they had been hiding all this time somewhere because of the bad atmosphere. Jin realized that this was the best time to ask his brothers for one request, which concerned his faction cadets. He would like the Tan brothers to look after them until he returned. They didn't fully understand what they needed to do, but Jin didn't care. He had already turned around and started to leave. They couldn't believe that he could be so calm after meeting his father, although on the other hand, he seemed to have always been like that, so they weren't so surprised anymore. After he left the palace, the first thing he did was turn to Luna and tell her that her father had asked her to come in so that he could find out a few things about that day. The other brothers and sisters couldn't believe that their little brother was still alive, and how could he even smile after talking to his father? While they were shouting, Jin noticed that Sir Kashmir had also already left after talking with his father, and the guy first asked him how their conversation went. Kashmir replied that their conversation had gone much better than he could have expected. Mu continued to scream, and this time she did it towards Kashmir because she didn't know who he was, and therefore thought that he was an outsider who had illegally entered the territory of the Sword Garden. Renutia suddenly asked her to close her mouth, because she realized that the leader had finished what he wanted, which meant that they did not need to go further. Before leaving, Jin wanted to thank his older sister for her hard work, for which he would always be in her debt, but she assured him that all he could say to her was thank you. Before leaving, he told her that he was planning to immerse himself in training for a while, and she fully supported his decision, so she could only wish him good luck and ask him to be as careful as possible. After which, he turned to his other older brothers and sisters and promised them that they would see each other soon. A month later, in the underground training hall in the Kashmir mansion, in the 30th duel between Jin and Alicia Badger, the guy managed to lose for the 30th time. But he didn't even intend to give up, and after each fight he asked for a rematch. Early the following year, the Zippel family officially announced the deaths of Andre and Violetta. Since the reasons for their death were not announced, rumors began to spread that they were destroyed due to internal political problems. It was also said that they could have died in a battle with the Cold Group. They also decided to spread a rumor that they upset Emperor Beaumont, for which they were destroyed. However, every resident of the empire believed in one most common rumor, that they died in battle with the Runcandle family. Therefore, people expected the war between Zippel and Runcandle to start and began to discuss whether the sword or magic would win. But the answer to this question would be to whom and when the existing neutral forces would turn their backs, so the heads of both families began to receive gifts and offers of support from different families. So, 5 second-rate mercenary groups came to the head of Runkandel from the Prince of the Shukern Kingdom, and Shiran decided to accept their requests, and also asked to give the Shukern Kingdom a worthy sword that would take the throne. Shironi's assistant completely agreed with him and informed Shironi that he would send an 8th-rank knight there. Shiran understood that all this was because the younger one had created a mess on one of the abandoned islands of Bement, and in this way he was already brazenly controlling the family. After which, Shiran decided that he would return to the Black Sea, and before that he asked Khan that if after his departure a letter from Kashmir arrived, he wanted the knight to bring it to him. Khan understood the master's order and promised that he would carry it out if necessary. Meanwhile, Jin was doing his training. He was swinging his sword, and the guy promised himself that he would do it until the 10,000th time felt like the first. But considering that he had not yet managed to achieve such a result, Jin decided that he was still very weak, and there was also a thought in his head that if it weren't for his sister Luna, he would most likely have already died, because 15 years after the regression, he reached the 5th rank in the art of the sword and in magic, and he understood that even if he reached the 5th rank of shadow energy, in the future it would still not be enough. Therefore, taking all this into account, he convinced himself every day that he had to become stronger, and he had to do it in the 5 years that his father had given him. At one point during his training, his thoughts were interrupted by Kashmir, who asked the young master to stop. After which he told the guy that if he did this every day, even being from the Runkandel family, he would still be left with nothing. Also with him was Enya, who ran up to Jin as soon as she noticed that his hands were completely covered in blood. At this point, Kashmir continued to say that he, of course, understood him perfectly well, that he was impatient to be the strongest among everyone, but he still believed that impatience was the worst poison. After all, as practice shows, this will eventually force him to return to the beginning of the path he is following. Jin told him that he actually agreed with Kashmir, but it was hard for him to accept it, and that was why he was ashamed. Kashmir believed that the guy really had absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, because he trained more than anyone else every day, and at least that was something to be proud of. In any case, according to Kashmir, he is not here just like that. He came to Jin in order to offer the guy to replace his training with something that could at least calm him down a little. This was quite intriguing for Jin, and Kashmir decided not to torture him and said that it would be a sparring match with someone who was much stronger than the guy. Jin suggested that perhaps it would be Kashmir itself. But the man, instead of answering, took out his sword to make a small attack. After which he added that when the guy is able to repel this attack, they will definitely go out to a duel. And now Jin will have to content himself with sparring with Tikan's strongest defender, namely his wife. Kashmir gave the guy 6 months, and according to him, it is in this amount of time that Jin will have to defeat his wife. He also added that the guy can use sword art, magic, shadow energy. You can use everything that he has. Julia was a little worried that her mother would fight with her brother Jean, but the woman assured the girl that they would not fight, but strengthen their friendship. Julia still didn't like it, because she doesn't like fights. But instead of calming the girl down, her mother decided to ask her who she would root for if they were to fight. The girl, to her mother's surprise, said that she would root for Jean, and the guy himself at that moment was thinking that if you don't look at Alicia Badger's physical abilities, then she didn't seem that strong to him. Julia at this point explained to her mother that she would root for Jean because he was weak, because her mother herself taught her that she should always be on the side of someone who is weak, but tries very hard. Alicia immediately asked Jean for forgiveness for her daughter's words, because she simply does not know how to lie, so she says everything she thinks. After which she decided to clarify whether he would be okay with their sparring taking place after she finished work and dinner, every day for the next 6 months. Jin was surprised when he heard that she was going to fight him every day, because in that case he would take up a lot of her time, but she assured him that in fact there was nothing to worry about, because in her opinion, the sparring would be short. 2 days later, Jin sparred for the first time against Alicia. Looking at her, the guy realized that apparently her appearance was wrong, and she really was a serious fighter. Before starting, Alicia suddenly decided to clarify something, after which she began to talk about how in the past she served in Biment's special squad. And if a person is from Biment's special squad, then you never hold back. That's why she wanted to warn the guy that even if he loses, he shouldn't be too upset. Now Jin realized why Kashmir gave him so much time. Apparently Alicia is a pretty good fighter, who definitely won't be defeated the first time. Just when he promised himself that he would try his best to defeat Alicia faster, she immediately struck him. But Jin managed to block it with his sword, but doing so was clearly not an easy task. Alicia herself did not expect that he would be able to block her blow, because she was sure that she would catch the guy off guard. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when a bright light hit her straight in the eyes, so she had to cover them with her hand. And when she finally opened her eyes, she saw Jin in front of her who was preparing to attack. But no matter how hard he tried, Alicia was still much stronger and faster, so it was not difficult for her to dodge this blow. Jin understood where this was all heading, so he jokingly asked her if she could call the medics. She dealt him a counterattack, which would end this sparring for today, and added that she had already called the medics because she had guessed that this would happen. That evening, Jin spoke with Alicia, who told him that she was quite surprised because she didn't think that he would be able to attack twice on the first day. She also noticed that the guy didn't put much effort into the first attack. Thus, she realized that he was trying to test the waters before the sparring. Jin was surprised that she even noticed this, but according to the woman, she only saw it at the end. But most of all, she wanted to know what that light was during their fight. She had never seen such magic. Jin happily told her that it was an ancient spell, the flash curtain. He covered the sword with it before they started sparring, but it still didn't work. So the guy decided that such tricks definitely wouldn't work on her, but Alicia assured him that it was better to call it not tricks, but a strategy, because mentally she was sure that the reason why he defeated opponents stronger than himself was definitely not simple luck. It seemed to her that he created opportunities through precise calculations and anticipation of the course of the battle. And so the fact that he used it in sparring was commendable, but if it were a real battle, she could only imagine the faces of his opponents. The guy thought about the fact that this was the first time he suffered such a crushing defeat even after using all sorts of tactics, and he thought that it was because she was from Biment's special forces. In any case, the most important thing is that if he wants to defeat her, he will actually have to fight her for about 6 months. 1 month later, in the unprotected territory in the east of the Black Sea continent, Khan arrived to his leader to deliver a letter from Kashmir that arrived about 10 days ago. Kashmir began by saying that he was writing this letter to the respected Shiren Randell. He introduced himself as a lowly knight from a small town who was very sorry because he could not describe in words how touched and indebted he was to him. He also wrote that it was night in Tikan. The dark sky was strewn with stars that were shining so brightly, as if they were singing about the greatness of Sir Shiren. All this at one moment began to irritate Shiren, because he asked Kashmir to write to him only about his youngest son. But considering what he writes in the letter, one could assume that Kashmir is a rather sensitive person, but he still decided that he would tell him to write as little as possible. Finally, in this letter, Kashmir at least told a little about the younger one, who is currently being beaten by Kashmir's wife. And if you believe the words in this letter, then the first sparring ended in 3 strikes, the second in 5, the 7th in 10. By the 30th, Jin was able to withstand more than 40 blows, which was significant progress, but it was still too little. Kan, looking at Chiron, did not understand why the man was so amused by his son's losses in sparring with the Kashmir woman. But apparently the reason is that Chiron knew perfectly well that Kashmir's wife was from Biment's second special squad. This means that luck alone will clearly not be enough for the young master to fight the second squad. But what pleased the man most in this letter was that it said that in the 40th sparring session, Jin was able to withstand about 120 blows, and thus he exceeded his limit. Suddenly, Chiron literally shocked Khan with the words that if Jin were the firstborn, he would have given the family into his hands without any regrets. These words shocked him so much, because before, Chiron had never mentioned an heir. There were times when he continued to watch, but never mentioned anyone. Joshua takes the position of heir only because Luna refused it. The head did not appoint him himself. In any case, Khan thought that it was still too difficult, although his development was amazing. But he thought that if the guy was suitable now, it did not mean that he should be chosen as the heir. and all because, in his opinion, Jin was not restrained enough. Although he had a good character, but he was too soft. Sharon agreed with Kan that Jin was different from Joshua, and Kan added that the guy should be able to abandon his family if the need arises. The head once again agreed with him that this was exactly what the head of the Runkandel family should be like, after which he told Kan that he could leave. But before letting the night go, Sharon still wanted to know why the letter that arrived 10 days ago was delivered so late. According to Kan, he hurried as much as he could, but due to the incredible number of monsters, he was delayed. In response to these words, Chiron cleared the way for him a little, and finally asked him to deliver the letters faster. The 93rd day arrived, and Alicia was more than pleased with the young master's progress. Moreover, she didn't even think that someone would be able to push her aside at such a young age, but Jin still thought that this was too little, because he would have to try very hard to defeat her in 6 months. After another sparring session, Alicia offered to go up with her for dessert, because she heard that Latrius had made ice cream, but Jin was forced to refuse because he still had something to do. Alicia was surprised that he was going to do this today. Jin told her without a doubt that he would do this, because he was sure that he still had a very long path ahead of him, from which he simply could not get off. Alicia, looking at this guy, thought that she felt every one of their battles, but still, it seemed to her that the development of young Master Jin was simply abnormal. She understood that this was possible because his aura and magical power were growing at the same time. And what makes this possible is this black power that connects aura and magic, the power obtained through a contract with God. Watching this was so amazing for her. But on the other hand, she understood that even if this power was impressive, it was still only revealed thanks to his endurance. In other words, she could call him a hard-working genius, and at this rate he could forget about 6 months. It seemed to her that tomorrow he would be able to defeat her. And apparently she was right, because the next day, already in the middle of the fight, Jin was able to deal an incredibly strong blow to Alicia, which she clearly did not expect to receive. After such a precise hit, Jin suggested ending this fight, because it seemed to him that this was too serious a wound. But the woman assured him that everything was fine. According to her, she just hadn't received such wounds for a long time, so she needed a little time. Jin, meanwhile, suggested that she call Enya so that she could heal her a little. While Enya was healing, Jin recalled the details of the fight, and the thought was spinning in his head that the woman could actually dodge this attack, and that he was clearly luckier in this match. At that moment, Alicia herself thought that she had relaxed too much, because when the shadow energy blocked her view, it seemed to her that the guy was using the same movements, so she did not think through her actions. She understood that with each new sparring session, it was becoming more and more difficult for her to go out and fight with the guy. Alicia couldn't believe that she was losing earlier than she promised, but Jean tried to calm her down and say that it was just luck. That's why he suggested to consider it a draw, because he himself was ashamed to consider it a victory. Alicia suspected that he would say so, after which she decided to confess to Jin that she had underestimated him. But now she can proudly say that at the moment, he has become much stronger, mentally understanding that all this became possible only thanks to endless ambitions, fighting spirit and talent, which do their job. Also looking at him, she understood perfectly well that soon this guy would reach the 6th rank of magic and aura, and when this happens, then everything will definitely become clear. In September of the same year, Jin and Murakan were walking down the street, and the only question that worried Jin at that moment was why Murakan had bought so much ice cream on such a cold day. The Shadow Dragon told him that Strawberry Shortcake told him she wanted ice cream, so he bought some, although it seemed to Jin that with that amount, Jilly's stomach would simply burst. As they walked down the street, at one point they met Sir Kashmir and Julia. But as it turned out, Kashmir was specifically looking for Jin in order to talk to him a little. And when Jin agreed, Kashmir began to tell him about Vishkel Iviliano, according to the noble sword. He was the temporary head of the Iviliano family, the only talent in a family that was falling apart due to a lack of capable people. But before he continues the story, Kashmir would like to check with Jin about his knowledge regarding Kinzello's group, and according to the guy, he only encountered them once on a mission when he was still a cadet. After which Kashmir added that perhaps Vishkel is part of the Kinzello group. It became known that he visits the state of Kurano once a week, and each time goes into a workshop with a strange name explosion is an art, and the owner of the workshop is Bubar Gaston, who is also the head of Kinzello. One thing was obvious, that they were very closely related, but Kashmir also believed that since Vishkal brings bread and food there, it could mean that Bubar's position is higher than Vishkal's. Now Jin understood why Vishkal personally stood up for Bubar. The whole point is that they work together, although Jin always thought that Kinzello was just a bunch of extremists, and he would never have thought that an 8th-rank swordsman relied on them. Jin also wanted to know what Sir Kashmir found about the spider arm, and according to Kashmir, Alu has more secrets than he initially thought, even though the elite group of 7 colors is trying their best, but there is no mention of him before becoming the head of Tessing. It looked like someone had deliberately erased information about him, and now Jin was thinking that maybe he shouldn't have destroyed him. In any case, he thanked Kashmir for his hard work. It wasn't difficult for him, especially since the informants did the main work, but he still said that he would try to get more data on Kinzello, after which he would inform the guy about how things were going. Jin was, as always, very grateful to Kashmir and, as always, remains deeply in his debt. Kashmir was glad to help, but he still decided to say that if Jin was so grateful to him, then he would not mind if Jin played at least a little with Julia, who wanted it so much. Jin would gladly do this, but he soon has a sparring match to which he also invited Sir Kashmir, who wanted to come there himself and see how much young Master Jin has grown. The guy assured him that there would be something to see, because according to him, he had recently begun to understand something that would clearly help him in this sparring. Alicia was a little surprised when she saw her husband here, and therefore wanted to know what he needed. Kashmir didn't understand why there were such strange questions, because he just came to look, especially since Jin had called him. In response, she said that he could be here. She just really didn't want him to see her defeat. Such words clearly shocked Kashmir. After all, it seemed to her that today would be the last sparring match, and she so wanted him to remember her in the future as a good opponent. Jin didn't understand why she was talking about herself as a good opponent, because he was going to remember her as a good teacher and friend. Kashmir didn't understand what they were talking about at all. Because a little more than 3 months had passed, it seemed to him that Jin's victory at this stage was impossible. But looking at how Alicia was preparing for the fight, he realized that she was apparently very serious. The first sparring sessions clearly did not take place in such an atmosphere. As soon as they started the fight, Jin immediately used his summoning skill. Kashmir watched their fight closely, and from the very beginning he realized that Jin had already made incredible progress. Phoenix, at the 6th rank, mages get the opportunity to enter into contracts with assistants, but no one knows who exactly they will meet. Since magicians can only open spatial gates to the world of fire, this bird was chosen, and it is for this reason that magicians desperately want to be chosen by a special phoenix. And the rarest of them is the one that is able to summon blue flame, such as what Jin summoned, which seemed impossible. This blue phoenix was called Tess, and those magicians who managed to summon Tess became the greatest magicians of their time. And now that Jin was friends with such a comrade named Tess, he was ready to start a real fight with Alicia. She also did not stand still all this time, and desperately tried to accumulate energy in her hands in order to attack him at one moment. So as soon as she had the opportunity, she immediately rushed into battle. But Jin's phoenix didn't give her the chance to get too close to him. Alicia understood that this was 5th-tier fire magic, but what she also noticed was that the flame had a strange feature. If she touched it, her body became heavier. This makes her life much more difficult. Every time she jumps, she feels incredible pressure that literally pulls her down. Because of this, the amount of stamina she was losing would increase dramatically, so she began to realize that if she wanted to win, she needed to finish this fight as soon as possible. But for Jin, the situation actually didn't look the best, because even though he currently had the advantage of the Phoenix, he realized that with its development, he would be able to support Tess for another 3 minutes, so he also needed to go into battle quickly. The young master was confident that this time would be enough for him to finally defeat his teacher. After a few blows, Alicia received another pretty good blow to the same shoulder, but this time Jin was not going to stop and was determined to finish this fight. Alicia couldn't believe that the guy was able to use sword magic, although after looking closely, she realized that it was wind magic. After 3 months, Jin finally realized that Miss Alika was using different variations of movements, and they all had one thing in common. This is dominance. A woman needs to dominate her opponent no matter what. Otherwise, the fight will not go well for her. Therefore, Jin immediately noticed that now she was most likely trying to regain the advantage. But Jin wasn't going to give her that opportunity, and decided that it would be best to take advantage of this now to strike. At first he tried to strike with his sword and did it one after another, but then he realized that it was time to use magic again, and so he struck with fire. Although Alicia was able to dodge this blow, it was in any case just a maneuver to distract her attention so that he could strike with his sword. She understood that if she dodged one blow, the second would catch up with her. But on the other hand, she apparently has no other choice, and she will now have to continue to defend herself from Master Jin's attacks. Alicia decided that it was time to pull herself together and start a real fight, so she gathered all her strength into a fist and was going to show who was stronger to this magician and swordsman at the same time. With this attitude, she was still able to stop his attack at one point. Moreover, she believed that she would finally be able to carry out a worthy counterattack, because it seemed to her that she had caught him in a mistake. But at some point she had to take her words back, because her opponent simply disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only a shadow. She simply couldn't believe her eyes, because until that moment she was sure that it was his sword. But to her great regret, she was wrong, and she realized this when she began to feel incredibly strong pressure again. But it was too late, because Jin dealt her a strong enough blow to finally end this fight. After such a blow, the woman could not help but admit her defeat and saluted her opponent, Jean Runcandle. The first thing Jin did after that was turn to Kashmir and ask him to call Enya so that the girl could heal Alicia. Murakhan couldn't believe that Jin managed to defeat Alika in a fight because he was still so young. Moreover, only 3 months had passed since their first sparring. But on the other hand, he didn't care who he defeated there. Now he was interested in the question, who did Jin summon in order to defeat? And when Kashmir said that Jean was able to summon Tess, even Kikantel was surprised. After the fight, Alicia and Jean talked again as friends, and the woman told the guy that she went too far when she decided to use the aura shield to win. But it ended up being her downfall. She couldn't even imagine that she would ever lose twice in a row because of a blow to the back. But to be honest, according to Jin, he had planned this since their first sparring session, although it sounded rather arrogant. In any case, he did not forget to tell Alicia how much he was grateful to her, but she in turn told him that she also had fun, and he could not even imagine how proud she was of him. Their dialogue was interrupted at one point by Murakhan, who ran into the arena and started screaming like crazy. He didn't even say hello to Jean, but simply started asking him to summon Tess because he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Jin didn't really understand why he needed it, but he still fulfilled his request. As soon as Jin did this, Kikantel bowed before him and thus greeted the Master of Flame. Murakhan, unlike her, did not do this, but simply said hello and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. For such words, he received a fiery slap in the face and clearly regretted his words. Kashmir also stood there and watched all this carefully, when suddenly he felt an incredibly pleasant feeling inside himself. Murakhan didn't like the phoenix too much after the long separation, so the shadow dragon asked Jin to remove him as quickly as possible. He didn't understand why this bird was suddenly so negatively disposed towards him. But he is not here for this, but to tell Jean that this is not Tess's real form. After all, according to him, the true form can only be seen in the Kingdom of Fire. Jin thought that this was the name of the world in which phoenixes live. After all, he actually knew about the existence of another world, but this was the first time he heard about the Kingdom of Fire. But for Murakhan, it was not surprising that the guy was hearing about it for the first time. Because this name is used only by gods and dragons, it is simply more convenient to call this place. Because even the gods of the highest rank do not know the real name of this place. Jin understood that if even the gods did not know about this place, then most likely this place was beyond the power of the gods, and this was the correct assumption. This was confirmed by Murakhan, and he added that even the god of flame Sinu could not use the flame of the Kingdom of Fire. And then he would like Jin to listen to him very carefully, because everything he is going to tell him now is very important. According to him, in the past, some gods left the Kingdom of Fire, and this also applies to dragons like him. But some gods were bothering Tess, and that day they saw her true power. An enraged Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons on the spot. Jin couldn't believe that Tess was so incredible, because he couldn't even imagine how strong a person had to be to summon this power, but Murakun immediately answered his question and said that in fact it was impossible. According to him, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't just summon all of her power, and no matter who he was, he couldn't fully summon the power of a being from another world. As Murakun explained, it is a kind of penalty, so the gods who come to this dimension cannot do anything, and that is why Tess cannot use her full power in this world. But to put it another way, she could burn someone like Jin alive, because Murakun didn't understand at all how such a dangerous old woman could fight under his command immediately after being summoned. He wanted to tell the guy that they were shocked when they found out that Jin had summoned her, because she could easily burn him. Although later, he immediately answered his question, because if you think about it a little, it becomes clear that she would not have chosen a guy if she wanted to burn him. After which he conveyed a message from Tess, and if Murakun was not lying, then she asked to tell Jin that she really likes him. And with this, the Shadow Dragon sincerely congratulated Jin. For a long time, the young master could not get his head around the idea that Tess was so great, although on the other hand, he understood that no fire would help against the son of Keliark and the dragon of the guardian of Kaduna. However, this is still good news for him, considering that when the Runkandel and Zippel families fight, her strength will greatly help him in this battle. In the winter of the following year, Chiron received another letter in which it was said that Jean was able to summon Tess, which was quite interesting to learn for him, although he had never cared about these phoenixes his whole life. What bothered him more was that Kashmir had written only 2 lines about how his fencing had improved, and although the man had allowed him to use magic and shadow energy, he still didn't want the boy to forget that he was from the Runkandel family. Therefore, he asked Khan to tell him some information about the grandson of the Heron family, and the knight had just received some information about him a few days ago. As it turned out, this information was about an order for a space competition and the destruction of a pirate who took part in it. According to Khan, Dante Hyron is listed under a pseudonym on the list of participants, and all they know about the space competition is that it is a combat competition organized by pirates. Sharon remembered that 10 years ago, Mary took 2nd place in this tournament, and this was the young lady's first defeat. In any case, Shironi now wanted the younger one to attend this tournament as well, so he ordered Kanu to send him there. Shirin believed that there would be a lot of people there, so he would not be able to use magic and shadow energy, and would have to use only his sword to win. The leader believed that when Jin went into battle with a genius who had honed his swordsmanship, he would realize something. He wanted Jin to finally prove that he was Runkandel, and to do this he needed to show the true power of his sword. Kashmir, after another training session with Jin, approached him with a small piece of paper and asked the guy to look at it. According to him, there was an application for participation in the space competition. Kashmir also added that this is what he recently prepared for him, and according to the information of the 7 colors, it seems that Dante Chiron from the Chiron family will take part there. Currently, this guy's grandfather is the patriarch of the Heron family, and before he became the head of the house, he was on par with Sir Sharon, and Dante Chiron is his valuable grandson, whom he probably taught something. But when Kashmir looked at the genie, it seemed to him that the guy was not at all interested in finding out how strong Dante was. Instead of answering this question, Jin wanted to ask again, did he really need to participate in this? This question slightly shocked Kashmir, and he immediately began to tell the guy that he should not take this personally. It was just that the noble sword believed that he would no longer have the opportunity to cross swords with him, and he was most likely the next head of the Heron family. Jin decided to agree since Sir Kashmir insisted so much. Mentally, at that moment, Jin understood why Chiron had asked for a personal conversation with Kashmir that day. It seemed to the boy that behind his back, his father asked the noble sword to purposefully force him to fight the grandson of the Heron family, and this could only mean one thing, that fencing remained the main priority in their family. And the guy's thoughts were interrupted at one point by Kashmir, who told the guy that he had to leave tomorrow, because there was very little time left. Jin was clearly not ready for this, but Sir Kashmir was no longer going to stay with him and wanted to leave as quickly as possible, while wishing the guy a safe journey. The next day, Jin arrived at the Balau Empire and was overcome with thoughts that this was the first time he had done something on his own since his trip to Mammoth, and this place was actually even more disgusting to him than Mammoth. The space competition is a combat competition, but the main feature of this tournament was that you can destroy your opponent and there are no restrictions on weapons. It was even possible to destroy or poison your opponent before the match started. And considering all this, Jin would never have thought that the grandson of the great Heron family would participate in such a competition. Apparently, their head of the family is also a little crazy since he made such a decision. Although, on the other hand, he understood that in reality the reason was not important, because fighting with him would really be good and a good opportunity to evaluate his skills. Jin came first to register for the tournament, and the man at the registration desk was not friendly to say the least. The first thing he told him was that the application period was over, and the guy would be better off getting lost or falling head over heels somewhere, but Jin still politely continued to tell him that they were accepting participants until sunset today. But these words only made the man even more angry, so he yelled at the guy and told him that he was not in the mood to accept applications now. Then Jin couldn't take it anymore. He applied a little force and hit the man on the head, after which he began to get up little by little, and at that time Jin threw him 2 gold coins and once again asked him to write them down on the list. This made the man admit that the guy was quite pushy, so he would do him a favor and sign him up. After he did this, the man handed him a paper and added that Jin was in group 13, and the guys inside would politely explain everything to him. Well, finally he was able to wish Jin a romantic and fun time at their tournament. When the guy went inside, he handed a note to the assistant. Inside this note was written an order in which the man told him to choose a worthy opponent for this guy, and if there are none, then they should feed him to the sharks. This pirate was surprised that the youngsters were still flocking here this year. Before Jin, as it turned out, there was another guy who got into a fight with the captain at the check-in counter. It was just a pity that they were in different groups, because he would really like to see their fight, although he did not rule out the possibility that they could meet him in the final. After this story, he led him to the territory of the 13th group, where the rest of the participants were. The first thing Jin noticed was that there were too few rooms here, and even in those that exist, 2 or 3 people live. It's a kind of warm-up. Do they want the participants to fight in cramped rooms? At first, it clearly looked more like the Hunger Games than a fighting tournament. But his thoughts were interrupted by another participant, who did not understand what Jin was doing here. After all, it seemed obvious to him that there were already 3 people in this room, so there was no way he could fit in there. In response to this, Jin carefully placed his sword on the ground and told them that he was going to count to 3, and when he said 3, their spirit was to be gone. One of the men didn't understand what was happening, but it took him too long to understand, because Jin had already said the number 3, and now someone would clearly be in pain. A few seconds later, everyone heard a noise in the room where Jin entered. A few seconds later, the genie fulfilled his promise, and within 3 seconds, each of them got what they deserved. After which he went out into the corridor to ask them if they wanted to stay in the room with him. But with these words, he only provoked them, and literally a second later, about 6 or even more people attacked him. It was clearly a mistake on their part, but they could be understood. No one suspected that the little guy was capable of fighting so well. All that Jin understood in such a short time spent here was that no matter how much they spit on the laws here, in any case, this place cannot compare to Mammoth. And apparently he won't be able to sleep in this place. After Jin dealt with all those who wanted to show him their strength, he sat down to read a book when suddenly one of the pirates came to visit him. Who wanted to find out from the guy, or is he accidentally planning to destroy all the warriors before the tournament starts? Jin laughed at his words, but still said that it was just a warm-up before the upcoming fight. Now the pirate understood why the captain told him to find a worthy opponent, because as it turned out, this guy was really assertive. In any case, the pirate did not forget to add that the fights of the first and second groups would soon begin, and he said this in order to notify the guy that he would later fight with one of them, so he could go and look at his future opponents. The pirate personally decided to take him there, and before leaving, he told him that waving a sword in the stands was prohibited, so he immediately asked Jin to sit still and watch. Jin was taken aback by how many people had come to see it, so he felt like no one would recognize him, although he still didn't deny that he should have spent more time on his disguise. While he was passing by the rows, they were already talking about him and referring to him in not the best words, saying that he had killed half of the guys from the 13th group on whom they were betting. But what bothered him most was that in these rumors, they were talking about the possibility that one of them was the reserve captain of the Randell family. Some people didn't understand what the Runkandle family had to do with it, and why they needed tournaments like this. But these questions gave rise to new rumors that Runkandle wanted to test her boyfriend. Moreover, they thought that it would be great if it turned out to be Jin Runkandle, because they remember how everyone went crazy when the guy reached the 5th rank at his rather young age. Jin was surprised when he also heard the names of Tan's brothers. He was not surprised that there were rumors about him, but for them to know about his brothers, that was already problematic, so he decided that when he saw his brothers, he would put them on night watch. His thoughts and attention were drawn to the captain of the ship, and at the same time, the host of this show, who came out to the center of the arena to greet all the fans and guests of today's tournament. This captain's name was Cosmos, and he was not shy about saying directly that he had no idea that so many people would come to line his pockets. After which he decided that it was enough to listen to all this chatter, and it was time to start the battle, in which 13 groups would participate, in which there were a total of 182 martial arts masters. And right away, he decided to introduce the participants of the first battle, the first of which was the main character of the first match, who reached the round of 16 last year, that same cutie from the gang of shark pirates Mentis. Mentis' opponent this time will be the man who is participating in their tournament for the first time, and the name of this swordsman boy is Paul Meek. People were surprised to see such a young participant in the arena, but Jin understood perfectly well who this kid could be and what kind of madman made him participate in this. And as soon as Cosmos announced each participant, he decided to immediately announce the start of the fight. Looking at Mentis' expression, it was clear that the pirate thought he would quickly finish this kid and move on to the next round. But before he could carry out his attack, Paul Meek simply took out his sword and thereby cut off the pirate's head, and the fight could be considered over. Nobody could have expected this, so all the people in this arena sat with their mouths open for some time. Mentis' head rolled like a small ball across the arena, and every time it touched the ground, the sound cut the ears of every spectator, because there was deathly silence in the arena. Jin didn't show any emotion while watching all this, but still, in his mind, he was surprised that this guy was able to decapitate Mentis using only the energy of the sword. But now he had no doubt that this little boy was that same Dante Haran. Suddenly, Jin's thoughts were interrupted when he heard an incredibly familiar voice shouting in support of Paul Mika. Jin didn't want to believe until the end that it was Veridin Zippel, but apparently he would have to do it, because it was definitely him. But the most important question is just what is he doing here anyway? Veridin at this time only shouted that he would put all his money on this guy. He believed that Paul Meek was the future, and thus he attracted the attention of more and more people. Jin suspected that this guy hardly came here just to watch the fights. Most likely he was also on a mission. Although for a mission he was having too much fun. In any case, Jin knew that if he was recognized, then he would be in too much trouble. So he decided to turn around and hope that he would not be noticed. How did Veridin suddenly start shouting across the arena that he recognized this guy and wanted to know what he was doing here? Dante Hiron looked at the stands and noticed his old friend Veridin Zippel. In fact, they had only met once at the Zippel family banquet, and it was quite surprising to Dante that he would so openly support him in such an unfamiliar place. But still, he was incredibly pleased to watch this, and he decided to wave to Veridin as well. Jin, sitting between the two guys, could only hope that they wouldn't notice him. Their greeting was interrupted by Captain Cosmos, who wanted to give a few words to their first winner before the start of the next match. Dante didn't really think about what to say, so he decided to start by saying that he was incredibly happy that there was one less villain in the world. And he will also hope that in the next life this person will not become a pirate. These words made the captain laugh so much that he could hardly say that children definitely shouldn't become pirates. Jin watched the matches that followed closely, but no one interested him except Paul Meek. Therefore, he was sure that Paul Min was Dante Hiron and he looked really young, but his skill was the only explanation for this relationship with Hiron. But looking at how easily he dealt with his enemy, Jin began to have doubts about whether he would be able to defeat this guy or not. He understood that this was certainly possible if he used magic and shadow energy, but unfortunately, in this tournament, he only had access to the mastery of his sword, which was clearly not enough to defeat such a strong opponent. But he still decided to forget about it for now, because they said that tomorrow the matches of several groups will end, and this means that there are 4 days left until his match, so he still has time to think about his actions. In the meantime, he still had to survive a few more nights in this world. The elder told the boy that he had not given him this pendant for him to play with, since the deputy head could only use this item in case of emergency, so he asked him to do everything possible not to lose it. The guy decided to immediately ask him for forgiveness for this. According to him, he just liked this thing. He also added that he thought it would be better if he took him with him, but on the other hand, he very much doubted that the elder had called him only for this reason. But the guy clearly didn't expect that they would start talking about the annual martial arts tournament called the Space Horizontal Bar. The guy pretended that he didn't understand what the elder was talking about, although his words about not knowing about any tournament that the pirates held every year made the elder understand where he disappeared to every year at this time. In any case, he called the guy over to talk about Dante Hiran, the temporary head of the Hiran family who attended last year's banquet, participating this year. That's why he wanted to ask the guy to go there in order to evaluate his future opponent. The old man wanted the guy to take advantage of this chance to see him personally. That's what Veridin was told to do. That's why he's here. That's why he was given a little pocket money, so he didn't worry about it. But the main problem was that after Dante's match, there was no more interesting match. Veridin understood that he had already seen what he needed, but otherwise it was incredibly boring. He tried to find at least one interesting fighter on the schedule whose fight he could go to, but so far this effort had been unsuccessful, and he had this feeling until he saw the name Jean Grey, and now Veridin realized that apparently the guy didn't just come to watch the fights. He had an idea in his head of why he was here, so from his expression, it was clear that he would stay here for a couple more days to watch the confrontation between Jin and Dante. Jin, meanwhile, returned to his room thinking that there were only 147 surviving participants and 35 had died. 5 of them died in duels, and the rest outside the arena. All this data made him understand that he would soon be attacked by members of another group, and because of this there would not even be time to rest, because Jin understood that anything could happen if he decided to sleep. He was thinking about how when he was a cadet, he also didn't have enough time to sleep. But this was the first time he hadn't slept for 4 days in a row, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some noise. Jin immediately noticed that someone was approaching, but what was even stranger to him was that they weren't even hiding it. Were these guys really that confident in themselves? But when he saw who came to him, the guy was slightly surprised and stood motionless for a while. It was Dante who first said that he was very sorry that their meeting was going this way, but he asked for a little time from Jean so that they could talk. He wanted to offer Jean a deal in which the guy would stand guard while Dante slept, and then they would switch roles, so he thought they could rest. Jin didn't understand why he came to him so abruptly, but Dante interrupted him and said that in fact he had been watching him since yesterday, and that's why it seemed to him that Jin was a real martial arts master. But before he could ask Jean for this favor again, Dante simply fell unconscious to the floor. Jin didn't understand what was going on here at all. It was strange for him to realize the fact that Dante hadn't been trained for endurance without sleep. But then he felt a strong smell of blood and realized that apparently the guy was simply attacked by many fighters, which is why he was not feeling his best. Besides, he realized that he was still being pursued, and when Jin came out of his room, he saw that he was absolutely right. Without thinking twice, Jin struck one of them and added that if they continued to attack them, everyone here would die. After which he said that he was very surprised that they were not aware of the rumors that everyone who entered this room left it already dead. Suddenly one of them shouted that he knew the guy. He called him Jean Grey, and as far as he knew, he destroyed everyone who was with him in the group. After which he asked Jean to calm down, because in fact they didn't come here for him. They only wanted to take Paul Meek, and if he gave him to them, then they would simply leave here. And before he could finish speaking, a crossbow was fired at Jin. But this was their main mistake that they made, because he was able to catch this arrow, and moreover, he found poison on it. Jin told them that they must be incredible monsters to go so far just to destroy a child. But now they have to deal with another problem, and this problem for them will be Jean personally. Dante woke up from fear and from not understanding what was happening. In front of him he saw Jin, who was simply standing and watching Dante sleep. Their silence was broken by Jean, who told Dante that the guys who were chasing him were subordinates of a pirate named Cyclops Joe. He also didn't forget to add that the last of them said this before his death, and according to Jin, they wanted to kidnap a guy from the Randell family for ransom. The first thing Dante did was thank Jean for saving him because they were complete strangers, but he still did it. It seemed to him that it was very noble on his part, after which he found it funny that someone could think that he was one of the run candles, because it seemed to him that he did not at all resemble one of these monsters. But then he decided to tell his savior that they were apparently hunting him because he really was from a noble family, even though he was not Runkandel. Although he could only say that he was from the noble Bement family, he could not say more, and Jin understood him perfectly, after which he thanked him again for his understanding, and now, according to him, he owes his life to Jin. And now he assured his savior that if he were in danger, then regardless of the situation, he would try to save him, even at the cost of his own life. Jin didn't even let him finish before telling him that Dante could do whatever he wanted, but now he just needed to take care of him while Jin got some sleep too. He also asked him to wake him up before the start of the match of the 13th group. Dante looked at Jin carefully while he was sleeping and kept thinking that this guy seemed too cold towards him, although he had recently fought for him. But considering all this, Dante decided that he actually had a great friend. The next day, the battle between the fighters of different groups continued, and again the fight began with Paul Mika, who again managed to defeat his opponent with just one blow. On the other side, a new strong participant appeared, whose name was Jean Grey, who also destroyed his opponents with just one blow. Jean Grey quickly gained recognition from all the spectators of this tournament, and thus quickly became a favorite of the public. Some of them even started talking about how he was probably stronger than Paul Meek, although they thought that Paul Meek was the reserve captain of the Runkandel family. The other participants were not at all happy with the fact that this year's finalists were a couple of kids, and for the same reason it was not fun at all because of these brats. How come their conversation was suddenly interrupted by another guy who couldn't believe that they were going to continue to stand by and do nothing? The big guy understood that they were strong, but he decided to remind them that there were only two of them, and if they gathered all the guys before the start of the group matches, then they would be able to destroy them and forget about their existence. But his fiery speech was interrupted by another pirate, who asked him to stop talking complete nonsense. He was going to remind them that Jean Grey was already being called the god of martial arts here, and they clearly couldn't handle him. Moreover, he did not forget to add that they were using the same room, and given this fact, he was sure that they would hardly be able to do this. But he noted that he was stopping them only because they were quite popular, and it seemed to him that it would be a problem if they died before the battles began. After listening to this pirate, they decided that it would really be better if they just left, because no one wants to die in this place. And besides, they don't have any battles with these guys on their program. All this was heard by Cosmos's assistant, who immediately told everything to Cosmos, who could not believe that these guys were capable of doing this, and essentially putting up a fake winner, because in that case he understood that then the tournament would become uninteresting and boring for the spectators. He decided that the best thing to do in this case would be to get rid of the tournament program and arrange everything in such a way that Jean Grey and Paul Meek would get to the final. Space decided that all those decent fighters who talk so much will only become victims of those two kids. He also ordered that the betting rating be increased as much as possible, and so much so that they would not be able to sleep unless they bet on the fight. Veridin was present at every fight of one of the guys and noticed that one of them shines like a blinding supernova from the first match, and the other exudes the smell of blood from the beginning of the tournament, like a true god. Therefore, with each passing second, he became more and more interested in who would win in this case. One of the warriors who was with Veridin at that time believed that Paul Meek would win this confrontation, and therefore he became interested in finding out, or did Veridin bet on the guy? But as it turned out, Veridin changed his mind at the last moment and bet 10,000 gold coins on Jean Grey. He surprised his people with this decision, because they understood that the odds on Jin were now 3, and even if he won, the pirates would hardly pay such a huge amount of money. Although Veridin believed that Cosmos was a fairly well-known pirate and had several islands that could be sold and he could be paid. Meanwhile, Cosmos came out to the center of the arena and shouted to apologize to the audience for making them wait so long, and he, as the king of the pirates, was happy to announce the beginning of the final battle. But they weren't too happy to see him, and so they started throwing everything they had at hand at him and shouting for him to quickly bring the participants into the arena and start the fight. They also wanted to see Jean Grey as soon as possible, because for them he became a new idol for whom they root. He decided to skip the long introduction and call them into the arena, and a few seconds later Paul Meek appeared in the arena. And behind him is his opponent, the gloomy swordsman from the 13th group, Jean Grey. Veradin clearly stood out from the crowd with his shouts that he had bet on Jin, and therefore wanted him to go only forward, although Jin himself did not understand where he was constantly sending him. And as soon as the guys came out and stood one in front of the other, Cosmos decided that there was no need to wait and they could start the fight right now. A few seconds later, the fight was officially underway and was expected to be the hottest fight yet. Jin didn't have time to focus on his opponent before Dante attacked him, and he had to immediately block his attack. This fight was different from all the ones they had in this tournament. Here, one attack was clearly not enough to win. Dante immediately noted that he guessed that his little trick wouldn't work on Jin, and that he would have to do something more than just one blow. Jin didn't expect Dante to take the fight so seriously, because looking at his sword, he was literally spewing energy, which clearly increased his strength. Jin decided that he shouldn't be left behind either, so he also used his energy and asked Dante to show everything he could do. They collided, and it became clear that the fight would be very interesting and exciting. Dante launched one attack after another, and so did Jin. Their lightning-fast attacks could not be seen even by the most attentive spectators. This fight was too intense for most. But after some time of this fight, Jin realized that Dante's first strike was at maximum speed, but now he controls his power and accelerates only when there is a need for it. Then Jin realized that there was really only one solution to this problem, and that was for the guy to match his pace. The spectators would never have thought that they could see such a fight in such a hole, so they tried to enjoy every second of this fight. Veradin also did not miss the opportunity to enjoy this fight. Besides, he thought that after this, no one would be able to call this fight childish. Even in such a close fight, Dante managed to talk and even give advice to Jin. He told his opponent that if he had an ace up his sleeve, it was better to use it now, because he was already going to finish this fight with the help of his incredible speed. But apparently he still underestimates his opponent, and Jin is clearly not one of those pirates he fought before. However, Dante was still a pretty strong opponent, who was able to seriously injure Jin despite him trying to block every attack. But even after he managed to do this, Dante thought about the fact that he clearly wouldn't be able to simply destroy Jin. After all, his strong point was his swordsmanship and the blessed body that made it possible. So he had the feeling that Jin was stalling for time on purpose, using his amazing abilities. But thinking about this, Dante became even more interested in finding out who his opponent really was. All these thoughts at one moment forced Dante to retreat at one moment and not to launch another attack. Veradin did not quite understand this act. What happened? As it turned out, Dante realized that if he had just thrown his punch, he would have encountered something completely different. Jin also realized at that moment that for a moment he almost released his power because he was hit hard. In any case, he was glad that it was finally his turn to go on the attack. Dante immediately felt that his opponent's attacks had become incredibly stronger and it was very difficult to repel them. He understood that this was not just a blow, because each of his attacks was as strong as the first, without a single miss. Dante realized that he was now in a very bad situation and he needed to give it his all from the very beginning. But apparently, he realized this too late, and now he had the understanding that he had lost his only chance to destroy this guy. Suddenly, Jin stopped to tell Dante not to be so arrogant, because in reality there was no one to show off in front of, and he also advised Dante to remember who he was currently fighting. He asked Dante not to make this confrontation a complete disgrace. Dante agreed with Jin with a smile, saying that he had indeed behaved unworthily, but now he had realized his mistakes and was ready to start all over again. A few seconds later, they clashed again in battle, but now it was real, the way it should have been from the very beginning. Jin spent some time just blocking Dante's attacks, and he did this in order to try to find an approach to this guy. And at one point he also went on the attack, but his attacks were clearly much more serious. No matter how hard Dante tried to fight off these counterattacks at that moment and try to strike his own blow, he did not succeed, and each time he failed. Eventually, this led to Jin finally finding the moment and being able to land a strong enough blow to Dante's body, which could be the beginning of the end of this fight. Although Jin still didn't understand how Dante was still holding on, because it seemed to him that by this time he would have already reached the limit of his endurance, but he still continued this fight. Dante Hyran is a genius that appears once in a century. He is incredibly lucky, because it is literally a gift from above. However, his naturally weak body and stamina were ill-suited to such talent. And considering everything that Jin had to go through because of his curse, the young master of the Runkandel family understood Dante very well. They were kind of brothers by chance. Jin assured himself that he understood that Dante was the man who endured the darkness and loneliness. He saw not an enemy in front of him, but a guy who was shouting that his body was weak and skinny. Jin saw how he drove himself to death just to achieve what he has now. Dante thought that before him was Jean Runkandel, the 13th son, who from birth had everything, a blessed body, incomparable talent, everything that was possible. But now Dante clearly sees how tension emanates from him. He didn't understand why his opponent was in such a state. He could only assume that it was some kind of anger because he was so weak, or maybe he was simply excluded from the list of inheritance. But still, Dante at one point realized that in fact this was not the reason, because he was trying to become the best, which is why his whole body was filled with tension. Besides, he understood that he was most likely able to endure all this, having gone through an incredibly huge number of defeats. Despair and pain, that was the only thing that was noticeable in his eyes. But even after that, he still got up and continued the fight. Jin and Dante's thoughts were interrupted when they both noticed that Dante's body was literally crumbling into small pieces, most likely due to the enormous pressure on his body. But Jin understood perfectly well that if he laid down his sword in front of him, it would most likely be an insult to him. Therefore, through the pain, he asked Dante for forgiveness, and with this thought, he struck him. But this blow was not directed at the guy, but a little to the side. Jin could only hope that Dante would understand him. The guy lost too much strength and fell down without realizing it, saying at the end that it was pretty funny. Jin immediately ordered to call a doctor to the arena who would help Dante, but suddenly he heard a voice behind him telling him not to worry. It was Veridin who promised Jin that he would definitely save Dante, although he didn't think that everything would be so serious. Jin couldn't believe his eyes, and Veridin continued to do his healing work and just told him to watch as he saved this guy's life. Although mentally even Veridin understood that it was already too late, because this was not the kind of damage that could be healed with magic. Not only his bones, but also his insides were badly damaged. Also, his aura is tearing his body apart, so in this case, magic will only increase the pain. With all this in mind, Veridin realized that they really only had one option left, but before using it, he asked Jean to listen to him carefully, because what he would do now should remain only between them. His men immediately ran up to Veridin, saying that they couldn't use things like that in places like that, but Veridin immediately shut them up and told them to just help. Their help consisted of hiding the three of them from all spectators. As soon as the cloak opened, Cosmos immediately saw the coat of arms of the Zippel family, and he clearly did not fully understand why they were here. It seemed to him that perhaps they came here in order to destroy Paul Mika, having learned that he was Runkandel. In any case, whatever it was, he understood that he was most likely finished. So he decided to somehow fix his situation and began to shout to everyone that they should close their eyes and ears. The audience and the pirates understood that it was better to listen to him, because otherwise everything would clearly be bad. Veridin was glad that the chief pirate had a good sense of his own safety. Jin wanted to know what Veridin was going to do, and he told Jin without much hesitation that his family had given him this pendant some time ago. There was Numerous's blood in it, if Jin knew what he was talking about. Numerous, all that is known about him is rumors that he is the god of hope, who disappeared due to some incident, before the founding of the sacred state of Wankel. Numerous disappeared, leaving behind 8 drops of tears and 100 drops of blood. The tears revived the dead, and the blood healed any wounds and illnesses in the blink of an eye. At that time, many were very interested in the miraculous properties of these artifacts, but only such strong people as Zippel could find and get them. Jin couldn't believe that Veridin was actually willing to sacrifice such a rare material for Dante, but according to Veridin, this is the very reason he wants to keep everything a secret. But he didn't fully understand why Veridin was doing this, because the relationship between Zippel and the Herons was far from good. Suddenly, Veridin interrupted his thoughts and said that losing a good opponent is as sad as losing a best friend. Just 1 drop of blood entered Dante's body, and his body glowed with a bright light that gave hope. And after a few seconds, he opened his eyes and even started talking. He didn't understand what was going on here at all, and why Veridin Zippel was standing over him, and Jin was just shocked that Numerous's blood instantly healed Dante, who was on the verge of death. Their thoughts were interrupted by Veridin, who laughingly reminded them that Numerous's blood was incredibly expensive. Hearing these words, Jin thought that he was from the Zippel family, and after such an act he could demand unimaginable things. And as soon as Jin thought about this, Veridin approached him, according to whom he was ready to express his wish, and he wanted Jin to join him in the bar after all this, where they would have a drink. Jin expected to hear anything but clearly not such nonsense, so his body froze. But that wasn't all. Veridin also asked the guy the next time they saw each other, not to pretend that they didn't know each other. All these requests made Jin laugh loudly. Jin always thought that Veridin was just the idiot in his family, but it turned out that he was a pretty cool idiot, so he told Veridin that he would definitely think about his requests. When they met in the evening for a glass of beer, Veridin was surprised that Jin could be so impudent, because when he was told that he could only choose one prize, he showed incredible impudence and took both prizes. Jin thought it wasn't fair that he almost died there, and they only allowed him to take one reward, and it wasn't big enough to spare. After which the young master said that in fact he did not really need these coins, so he decided that it would be better if he gave these coins to Dante. He immediately said that he did not mean that the herons did not have money. He just wanted to make it clear to Dante that he fought with dignity, and this upset Veridin a little because he believed that he also deserved a reward. The genie did not listen to him and opened the chest, in which he found a treasure map, which is the stuff of legends, and he decided to give Veridin the very chest in which this map was, even though it was an empty box. Also, Jin wanted to ask Dante one more question, in which he was interested to know why he did not use his secret techniques, because it seemed to Jin that he asked him to give it his all. In response to this question, Dante said that he did not know what Jin was hiding, but it seemed to him that hearing something like this from a person who himself was not telling the whole truth was quite offensive. Jin could only note that he had excellent intuition, although he did it mentally, and he told Dante that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. After which Dante said that if Jin thought the fight was unfair, he was always ready to fight again and not hide anything. Veridin completely agreed with him, believing that one day the three of them would lead their families and then they would have to meet again in battle, and he was actually looking forward to that day. After which he immediately said that he thought it would be better if they established friendly relations. Jin responded to this by saying that while listening to Veridin, it seemed to him that the next head of the Zippel family would be very weak, but Veridin assured him that he just had that way of speaking, and if he got angry, the conversation would be short. But now he thought that it didn't matter and told them to immediately raise their glasses. Although each of them understood perfectly well that even if they were now sitting together and drinking, someday they would inevitably bare their swords and become enemies again. But now they were friends. What a contradictory relationship. After some time of their gatherings, Dante heard many stories, but one of them clearly surprised him the most. It seemed to him that whoever it was, he was clearly not okay. Veridin completely agreed with him and could not help but add that because of what his uncle did, the family's authority had fallen. He also added to Jin that he had nothing of the sort, and that he generally believed that these were just rumors that Randell was involved in this. Jin didn't take any of this personally. He was just curious to know what Veridin was going to do with this impersonator, and according to Zippel, he needed to be caught anyway, so he was thinking of entrusting this task to special class wizards. Jin thought that this was not a good idea. He himself would use these rumors to improve public opinion. However, he also told Veridin that if he said that he was looking for a Zippel impersonator in Zippel land, it would only make everyone laugh at him and thus put him at a disadvantage. He was leading to the fact that there was clearly no need to rush this matter, and listening to this, Veridin realized that in fact this sounded quite logical, and he should clearly return home to discuss this issue. After discussing this issue, Jin suddenly stood up from his seat and said that it would be better to end their conversation here. He thought there was no point in staying here any longer, because unlike them, he still had a lot of things to do, and Veridin immediately wanted to know if these things were related to the duties of a reserve captain. Jin didn't lie or make anything up, but simply said that Veridin was thinking correctly. In response to this, Veridin told him that then they would see each other again as friends. Immediately after this tournament, Kashmir sent a report to Shiran Runkandal, in which he informed the head of Runkandal that Jin had defeated Dante Haran in the Cosmos arena. But even after this, Shiran still had the feeling that he was clearly being led by the nose somewhere. But on the other hand, he understood that it was not so important now, because Jin was still able to defeat Haran's grandson. Moreover, he was able to reach the 6th rank by this time. After which he asked Khan to tell Kashmir that he would like to have a glass of beer with the noble sword. Kashmir, sitting near the fireplace, suddenly felt an incredibly strong cold, which was strange for Jin. In any case, the noble sword asked Jin to continue telling his story, since he had interrupted him mid-sentence. Jin felt a little awkward showing it, but he still wanted to show the map to Kashmir, because he thought the man might know something about it. But as soon as he took it in his hands, he immediately said that in fact he was seeing it for the first time. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Julia, who saw a treasure map in her father's hands, which greatly interested her. But these were clearly not just games for Julia, because she glanced at this map for just a second and noticed a rather important detail. She believed that this map could help them find something incredibly important that all people had been looking for a long time. But she was so sad to realize this. The girl was so sad that she even fell to the floor and started screaming. Murakhan immediately intervened to say that her gift was extending beyond her body, and they needed to immediately summon her guardian dragon to calm her down. Latri was already in the room where Julia was a moment later and was ready to calm her down. Murakhan explained that everything went wrong when she saw something, so he told Latri that he had to do everything to help her come to her senses. Latri tried to calm her down with words and told her that he was next to her and she should take a deep breath and calm down. At this noise, Alicia also ran into this room to find out what happened and why Julia was crying. Latri immediately interrupted them and asked them to be a little quieter, because he had just managed to calm her down and she had finally fallen asleep. Murakhan immediately praised the guy, telling him that he was a great guy, and Latri responded by saying that because of this whole story, he never said hello properly. The shadow dragon didn't give a damn about it. He asked the guy to better tell what Julia saw. According to Latri, she saw the past, and he also added that if contractor Azmilla sees the past, then there was malice and obsession there. He said that this happens as soon as you see an object or place surrounded by a dark aura, and if they were even a little late, it would be too late, and everything would end up just terribly. So considering all this, Latri wanted to know what kind of place this was. The inhabitants of this land believe only in their own gods, having refused the contract with other civilizations, but thanks to this, they lived, maintaining peace, until they came. The people who suddenly appeared were magicians who said they wanted to get to know the local culture, but they were looking for something in the ground and also demanded the impossible. And one day, one of them killed a local resident's child, and from that moment, when they had nothing to hide, they began to threaten the settlers with death and ordered them to bring something. According to Latri, the magicians were looking for a sacred object that was revered by their people. Jean asked Mr. Latri to try to draw this object, if he remembered what it looked like. Latri thought that it looked like an ordinary silver mirror, but it emitted light. What Latri drew looked like a mirror to Jean, and this led him to the thought that he seemed to understand what this object was. Source: before Jin returned to the past, there was one brave journalist who told about this artifact and revealed to the world the evil deeds of Zippel. To find him, Zippel searched for Kolol and exploited its locals. He also confirmed what was done to the people there. The ancient land of Kolon, Zippel is the magicians. Then logically Jin came to the conclusion that this map shows where that very artifact is hidden. The man finished his next drink of alcohol and said that at this rate he could get used to it. Although the place where he was incredibly quiet, the taste of the alcohol was amazing. Murakhan noticed that Jin had a rather mysterious face, so he thought that the guy had some thoughts about this. Jin knew he couldn't pretend he knew anything, so he decided to say he just didn't like it. And first of all, he turned to Sir Kashmir and Alicia to ask for forgiveness for the fact that Julia had to go through all this because of him. But Kashmir immediately said that it was not Jin's fault, because if a person is a contractor, then sooner or later he will have to go through this. So he was prepared for this to happen to the girl sooner or later. Latri intervened in this dialogue to say that there was no point in Kashmir worrying, because he would always be next to Julia. No matter what happened, he promised that he would protect Julia. Kashmir told him that now they knew that the map was not an ordinary object, and first they needed to find someone who could translate the writing on the map, so he told Jin to leave it to them. The guy was glad that they themselves offered him this option, because he understood perfectly well that it would clearly not be easy to do. The people of Cologne were almost completely wiped out by Zippel hundreds of years ago, and the survivors were imprisoned in the fortress. So he began to doubt that they would be able to reach the mirror before Zippel. 2 weeks later, a drunk man was walking down the street, singing very loudly. His condition did not allow him to stay on his feet all the time, and at one point he finally fell. And when he opened his eyes, he saw in front of him the legs of another person, who told him that the guy had been pretty battered by life. It was Jin who asked him a question in which he was interested in knowing what to do when the interlocutor is in such a position. The man wanted to ask the guy who he was, but Jin interrupted him because he thought it was completely unimportant. The main thing he should know was that he was the man who had a lot of alcohol left. After some time, this man believed that this guy was just an angel savior, since he brought him food and alcohol. But Jin assured him that he just loves to help people. After which Jin decided to say that the man's skin color was very striking, and the man was not at all surprised by this, as it turned out. Their tribe is like that, and they often hear such words. He also added that in reality their homeland is quite far from here, and that is all he can say, because it actually makes him very sad. The genie, hearing this, decided to take out of his pocket something that he had brought from distant lands. He took out a card and showed it to the man, after which he said that he did not quite understand what was written there, and would like the man to tell him, if he of course understood what was being discussed here. The man's expression immediately changed, and he quickly came to his senses, because he saw what kind of sign was there, and therefore he began to understand who they were. At that moment, Murakhan and Latri approached Jin and the man, which frightened him even more. The man realized that this bastard knew that the man was from Colin, and therefore it became even more interesting to find out who Jin even is. In response to this, Jin said that he was a freeloader in the house of Taikon's protector, Captain Alicia, and those with black and green hair were dragons. Murakhan was shocked when he heard about this, because he sincerely did not understand how Jin could just tell him about this. Jin didn't understand why he was so surprised, because it seemed to the guy that they should fill this man in on the situation. But Murakhan still thought that there was no need to say everything so directly, and that he needed to be a little careful. The young master still thought that nothing bad would happen, and while they were discussing this, the man suddenly realized that they were not Zippel. And when he realized this, he immediately wanted to know why they found it. And Jin told him that in fact this map came to them by accident, after which he decided to introduce his allies in more detail, and he started with a little boy who was the dragon Azmila, and thanks to him, they were able to see the pain hidden in this card. Violence against people who looked like this man. So Jin told him that they looked everywhere for people who would know something about this map, but found no one. However, in Takana they found a man, and it was truly an accident. But the man was still sure that chance was far from chance, and now the man was not afraid of them at all. Moreover, he asked the boys to follow him, because he thought that it would be good if they met his sister. As soon as they entered the room he led them into, they saw a girl with a bandage on her face, who, as it turned out, was already waiting for them. A man from the street came closer to her, leaned over and said that he had brought guests without her permission, and therefore asked for forgiveness for this, but she assured him that in fact he had no need to ask for forgiveness. Murakhan felt like something was clearly wrong here because he didn't understand why this girl was saying that she was waiting for them. At that moment, Jin wondered whether he should call this girl a saint, because the energy he felt was not coming from this place, but from this woman. It seemed to him that she belonged to one of the most noble families of Cologne, or was chosen. But suddenly she interrupted his thoughts when she called Jin a swordsman who was chosen to be a swordsman from birth. But even with this, she did not cease to amaze him, because she said that he came with the last dragon of the Shadow clan, and next to him stood the dragon guardian of the precious child, Azmila. After which she asked Jin not to be surprised, because according to her, this was just a little trick, although Jin had already entered this state of surprise and could only think that this aura was unfamiliar to him, and given everything she had just told him, he could only assume that she might be a goddess. Laosa, that was the name of this girl, answered him that in fact she was not a goddess at all, but simply a vessel used by a divine being. In addition, she noted the fact that if she were a goddess, she would definitely not have hidden for so long, having lost her native lands. Listening to all this, Murakami came to the conclusion that she must be a vessel for the ancient god. He also noticed that she had simply amazing insight, although it seemed to him that sooner or later this power would also fade away. In response to his words, she could only say that the black dragon hurts quite painfully right to the heart, but she still hears about the ancient god of Cologne for the first time. Murakami was not going to do this, because he believed that even if he told her, she still would not believe him. Then Liora asked him to show her the map again. While Jin was doing this, he decided to ask the girl what it meant, since he was showing it to her. She started saying strange things in response, something like, "To the person who got Colin's heart, and is reading this now, don't turn away from us, come again and shout for us, because they can't. They just continue to live, and God gave them a difficult mission, but did not send them the strength to fulfill it, and it is so bitter." After reading this card, Liora added that this card was drawn by her deceased grandfather. She also added that initially she had 2 destinies, and Liora was very glad that this map did not fall into the hands of Zippel, but found a reliable owner in the person of Jean Randell. Thus it seemed to her that the prayers of the inhabitants of Cologne were heard, and in that case, she would like to offer the guys a deal. Murakami could not stand it and answered them rather rudely, saying that now, when they had lost almost all their strength, it seemed to him that it would be better to simply ask for help instead of a deal. Anyway, the Shadow Dragon told them that they would definitely be heading to Cologne. Liora at that moment thought that they should be honest with her and say that they want to help, and all because she didn't believe that they were going to help her just out of pity or compassion. After which she said that she was almost certain that he had not heard Soldred's voice for a long time, which Jean clearly did not expect to hear. Looking at his expression, Liora guessed that in that case, she could only offer one thing as a reward. She wanted to say that by using all her remaining divine power, she could summon his god, Soldred. Hearing this proposal, Murakami wanted to know from the guy what he would do, and Jin, without thinking for long, told him that he would start preparing to leave for Cologne any minute now. But he immediately told Liora that he could not guarantee that he would save them all, but she said with a smile that this would be enough. She also wanted to tell him about the situation in Cologne. She believed that this information would be useful to them. When Murakami and Kashmir approached Colin, they were met by an ominous sign, which screamed with all its appearance that they were not allowed to enter here. It seemed to Kashmir that they first needed to send a reconnaissance detachment here, but Murakami thought that this was complete nonsense, because it would not change the fact that this was a closed zone. At that moment, Jin was thinking that before his rebirth, the entrance here was not closed, and therefore it seemed to him that his appearance changed everything. He also understood that, in theory, the horrors of this place should have been revealed only after 11 years, and now it was unlikely to happen. Besides, he did not forget that they had no other choice, and his thoughts were interrupted by Kashmir, who wanted to know from Jin what they would do next. But without waiting for an answer, Sir Kashmir began to say that, as they said, if this place was intended for magical tests, they could enter, but now the situation is completely different. Although apparently no one even listened to him, because Murakami and Jin entered the territory of Cologne without any doubts, and continued to move around it, not taking into account that Kashmir told them not to do this. As they walked, Jin noticed something rather strange, that there was only one sign, no security or protective magic. He always thought that the Zippel family could be so careless here. Was that really true? Kashmir understood what Jin was leading to, and he didn't want to believe that they had already found the artifact. So this territory simply became uninteresting to them. Jin assumed that they simply gave up because they hadn't been able to find anything for hundreds of years, and Murakami agreed with the guy. He believed that this territory had become a small resort area for them. But suddenly he interrupted his speech and asked the boys to look around carefully. Murakami clearly felt a very strange energy behind him, but when they looked closer, they saw local residents there. But that was not all. In the center of this mess sat a man who had silver hair, and judging by the fact that he was drinking in broad daylight, Jin realized that it was Muran Zippel. This guy was also known as the Madman from the Tower of Magicians, and instead of becoming famous as the 6th son of Keliark, he was remembered by everyone as the Mad Magician because of his eccentric behavior. But what surprised Jin the most was that he was a purebred Zippel, but there were no guards nearby at all, and Kashmir said that he was the master of the 7th magic tower of Zippel, and he was also an 8-star magician who had many items with him, so Kashmir thought that he was a pretty confident magician. Murakan, hearing this, concluded that as soon as they destroy him, all that remains is to simply free everyone. But Jin left Murakan, saying that everything would clearly not be so simple, because their opponent was at least a purebred Zippel, and given the destruction of Andre, they could clearly have problems. So Jin believed that they needed a reason to destroy him so that Zippel could not respond. And before Jin could finish speaking, suddenly an unknown man appeared from the bushes, and it was obvious that he was very scared. He didn't notice the guys, but Jin and company saw him perfectly well, so there were no particular problems in approaching him from behind and quietly asking who he was. In a trembling voice, the man said that his name was Dino Yaglin and he was a journalist. Jin was stunned because he realized that this was the same journalist who told him about Colin in his past life. But what's even more amazing is that it only happened 10 years later, and Jin couldn't believe that he had been working alone all this time. Besides, he looked no more than 20 years old and he was so thin, and even considering all this, he still started fighting with the Zippel family? Jin was amazed by the guy's courage, but still didn't show it, so he decided to check with the journalist, or did he accidentally come here for a sensation? Dino was not one of those timid guys, although at first glance it was impossible to tell, so first he would like to find out from them where they came from. Jin, in response to this, assured him that there was no need to worry. He could think that they were just passing by and went into this place just to look at him. He also added that his friend from these places asked him to do something. But since he is a journalist, Jin assumed that they actually have the same goal. Dino suddenly raised his voice because he couldn't believe that Jin and his friends didn't know anything about the situation in Cologne. Murakan didn't understand why they couldn't just tell him everything, but Kashmir immediately stopped him and said that they needed this man. The Shadow Dragon didn't understand why they needed him, and Kashmir suggested that most likely he wanted to tell the world the truth about this place, and young Master Jin could use him as an excuse. After all, given the fact that this man is a journalist, we can say with certainty that he has already collected enough information that could be useful to them. And while Kashmir was telling all this to Murakan, the man at that moment took out a book with his notes and asked Jin to look at them. While Jin was watching all these recordings, he was telling Dino that he was a rather fearless person, because everyone knew very well what would happen to him if Zippel saw this. But the journalist unexpectedly assured him that everything was fine, because he had already become close to Muran, since he had been drinking for several days, and when the journalist talked to him, he realized that this Zippel was clearly not the type to be constantly on guard. Dino also added that he would hardly use them to interrogate him, since it would be easier for him to torture him to the point of destruction. Jin gave him his book back, after which he decided to ask Dino for one request. Meanwhile, Muran was finishing an unknown bottle of alcohol and complaining that his elders had sent him to this place just because of one joke. He spoke all these thoughts out loud, and at one point he wanted to hit his slave who was cleaning up after him, because it seemed to him that the man clearly did not agree with him. When suddenly he was interrupted by Dino, who came to Zippel to ask him if he was tired of drinking alone. Dino was carrying a huge bottle of alcohol, and Muran was clearly happy to see his favorite drinking buddy. Moreover, Muran first of all told him that he thought that he would die here because of boredom, because he didn't even have the opportunity to talk to anyone. But then he suddenly changed his mind, because he saw that today Dino did not come alone, but brought with him several guests, who, according to the journalist, were travelers, and he brought them because he thought that Muran would like them. Although he then began to apologize to Muran because he thought that he should have asked him first, but Zippel assured the guy that everything was fine and there was no point in worrying about it. He would have been better off hearing from Dino where he met them. According to Dino, he met them in the kingdom of Phaelon while he was collecting medicinal herbs, after which he asked the guys to introduce themselves, and the first to do so was Jin, who first of all said that it was a great honor for him to meet him. From the look on Muran's face, he liked how Jin called him Sir Muran. Jin knew a little more about Muran, because when they were drinking with Veridin, he told the guys that compared to Muran, the deceased Uncle Andre was not so bad. When Veridin thinks about what he did, He just gets sick, and therefore he did not understand what the elders were thinking when they appointed him the master of the magic tower. Dante was surprised that Veridin spoke like that about a man who was his brother, but Veridin didn't even think for a second when he called Muran a monster from the very depths of the abyss, and such a bright soul as Dante cannot imagine how disgusting this man is. Anyway, he told Jin that in the future, Zippel will not be able to avoid a clash with Randell, so he asked him not to get involved with Muran under any circumstances, even if it happens by accident. The best option in this case would be to escape. The first thing Muran did when he saw Jin was ask the guy to tell him a few interesting stories about the adventures that happened to them during their travels. Jin answered him with a smile that they, as Dino said, had experienced a lot of interesting things, so they had several stories. Muran heard this and said that they had worked quite well, but Jin couldn't help but point out that they would not be able to compare to the great and honorable Mr. Zippel in any case. After that, Muran turned to Dino and said that they met the guy about 2 weeks ago, and since then he was interested in finding out who the guy was, or rather, he was curious to know how some reporter could so fearlessly penetrate the forbidden zone of Zippel. Dino didn't expect to hear such words, so he immediately decided to ask him for forgiveness. But Muran said that in fact he didn't blame him for anything. He was just a little worried, that's all. But he still wanted to know why the hell Dino needed to ask the locals. Jin and Moroccan visibly tensed up because of these questions. They understood that Muran could guess who they were and why they came here. Meanwhile, Muran continued to say that when he was not around, Dino simply could not resist, and this led to the fact that Muran then had to filter out those with whom he spoke. Dino didn't quite understand what it meant to be weeded out until Muran told his silly friend straight out that everyone Dino had talked to had ended up missing. Muran called all these people pathetic insects that run around him and do not allow him to live normally. And they do all this with such confidence, as if they were the kings of this land, and all this made him laugh incredibly hard. He said all this only to finally say that he had guessed perfectly well that those guys behind Dino were actually from the Sword Garden. Moroccan understood perfectly well what was about to happen, so he immediately removed Dino from the attack. And this decision was clearly correct, because as soon as he did this, Muran literally immediately used his strength to deliver his blow. Jin expected this development of events, but it was rather strange for him that he did not sense the magic beforehand. He understood that even if the magic activator was hidden in the fire, he should still have felt its flow. Moroccan suddenly interrupted his thoughts with a shout that he needed to be careful, because magic could be hidden, but clearly not erased. After all, looking at this madman, it was obvious that he was hiding something. Suddenly, Muran himself spoke to them, saying that he immediately understood that in front of him was Jin Runkandel, who was most likely carrying out a task for the priestess who had escaped from here. Jin did not answer him, because he believed that even if they entered into a dialogue with him, Muran would clearly answer his questions. So he decided that he would just force him to talk. Muran didn't answer him, but he reminded himself and Jin that he was only a reserve captain, and so he became interested in finding out how it happened that he received such a difficult task. Was it really something personal? Jin didn't answer, but simply said once again that Muran was too noisy and his voice and laughter irritated him, so with every second he became more and more disappointed in him. Muran laughed at these words, after which he asked for forgiveness, and agreed that it would be best to start the fight and decide everything this way. After which he immediately began to attack Jin, who was barely able to dodge them. Murakhan was also not on the sidelines, and he had to dodge attacks and also carry Dino out of this battlefield. Muran decided to act vilely, and also began to attack ordinary civilians who needed to be saved. And for this, Murakhan decided to use his power, with which he could protect several dozen people at once, after which he immediately turned to Dino and ordered him to immediately take the rest of the people and leave. But as soon as Dino asked them to come to him so that they could leave here, the man realized that apparently it would definitely not be that easy, because the civilians clearly did not feel so well. When Dino saw this picture, he immediately started screaming that Muran Zippel was an incredibly vile person who needed to burn in hell. Dino literally cried and continued to shout what a bastard Muran is, because he can't even imagine how a normal person could do this. The journalist really didn't understand what these people had done to him, because at this rate they would definitely die. Muran, in response to his cries, stated that in fact this was exactly the facial expression he wanted to see. According to him, he was curious what it would be like when he saw it, and looking at it now, he really likes it. He called him a stupid dino who forgot his place. He also thought that the journalist was good for nothing. It seemed to him that he could only wag his tail and stick his nose everywhere, and it was because of this that he thought that all these people died. Suddenly his words were interrupted by Jin, who ordered him to immediately stop wagging his tongue, because at this rate, he would destroy him even faster than he could come to his senses. Kashmir, watching all this, could not believe that there was so much destruction around, and this is taking into account the fact that they attacked when Muran had relaxed his vigilance. Muran, meanwhile, was getting angrier with every second, because some kind of crap, neither magic nor aura, something like a shadow was sucking energy out of him. But then it dawned on him that apparently Soldred had broken his promise and was once again collaborating with Runkandel. In any case, for Muran it was not a big problem, and he was not going to give up. Murakan and Jin, meanwhile, again did not feel his energy, and Jin concluded that he was hiding the flows of mana, and considering this, he understood that it would be easier to fight with the expectation that he was constantly using his magic. Muran, meanwhile, continued to shout and laugh with Jin. The reason for his laughter was that he believed that Jin, even in this case, would not be able to defeat him and save all the cockroaches that remained here. Instead of talking, Jin and Murakan decided to work as a team, and the Shadow Dragon, without thinking, launched the guy straight to Muran. What Zippel clearly didn't expect was that he would have to react quickly to this decision, otherwise he would risk receiving severe damage. So without thinking twice, he used his magic and ice blocks began to emerge from the ground. But Jin didn't care at all. He continued to get closer and closer to Muran. But Muran had not yet shown all that he was capable of, and so he used several more of his spells to stop Jin. Muran believed that it was simply impossible to pass through such a magical wall, and so his face was pleased, because he was able to defeat one of Runkandel's offspring. But it only seemed that way to him at first glance, because as soon as he turned around, he immediately saw how Jin was behind him, and literally at the last moment, right before Jin's attack, he created an ice wall that was supposed to protect him, although she didn't help him either, because Jin was able to destroy this wall with just one blow, and now he only had to get to Muran. At one point, Zippel realized that no matter what he did, his opponent would immediately absorb all the magic. He couldn't believe that all this was only thanks to Soldred's energy, but in any case, he admitted that it was pretty close and Jin is still a great guy. He then used his secret technique, which created many chains that he thought were capable of binding Jin. Muran was sure that he was able to catch Jin in a mistake, but apparently, he was the only one who made a mistake when he underestimated the power of the shadow energy that destroyed his chains one by one. But even after that, he had a very pleased face, and he said that it would be so great to destroy one of the Runkandels, and all this became possible only because Jin Runkandel himself came to him, so he was so grateful to him. This dull place, according to him, will once again be able to sparkle with colors that have not visited it for a long time. Jin, looking at all this, understood that all around, these were all traps created with the help of spells, and if he went straight, he would hardly be able to dodge them all, so he decided to dodge each one. Murakan also understood perfectly well where all this was leading, so he once again ordered Dino to take all the civilians away from here. Muran believed that all their efforts were simply useless, because these magic circles would reach everywhere his gaze fell. No exceptions, no mercy, and now he says he's finally ready to have fun with Jin. The young master immediately noticed that Muran had clearly begun to use another level of magic, which was much stronger, and it would clearly be much more difficult to fight him in that case. He also noticed that he uses torn earth, which cuts the earth in two upon contact, and this could only mean one thing, that he had only one option left, and that was to move forward. But something else also worried him. He understood that such spells were clearly beyond the power of an 8th-class mage, and therefore it seemed to Jin that Muran was using some kind of artifact. Muran, watching Jin dodge his attacks, realized that his opponent clearly understood magic. After all, it was only worth remembering how he dodged the pillar of fire and at the same time did not hit the torn earth, after which he was able to disperse the pillar of fire. It was obvious to him that someone who does not understand anything about magic would definitely not have done this. Therefore, taking into account all these facts, he realized that apparently Jin is not just a swordsman, he is also a magician, which, as we know, is forbidden in Runkandel. Murin was now sure that Jin was working so well only because he himself was casting spells, and now he was more than sure of it. And now that he knows that Jin is a magician, he will fight completely differently, and Jin clearly did not expect this. Reverse magic flow is the worst symptom for creatures with magic. It is a phenomenon in which magic accumulates in the internal organs and then bursts out of them, exploding all the insides. In a battle between mages, the mage with less magical power will have a faster reverse flow, so unlike warriors, the strength of mages is easy to determine. However, Runkandel has no magical power, and therefore it was impossible to cause a reverse flow of magic in them. Even with a low-ranking one had to fight with magic. But now that Muran knew that Jin had magic, he realized that there was simply no point in him fighting and wasting time on the struggle. But he didn't take into account just one thing, that Jin also understands all this perfectly well, and he guessed that when Muran finds out about this, he will definitely do everything to reduce the distance. And so Jin, as a responsible guest of this place, prepared a gift for Muran, which he would most likely like. At least that's what it seemed to Jin. After a few seconds, Muran's body was transferred as if to another dimension in which he saw absolutely nothing. He had a hunch that it could be that same shadow force. But he quickly discarded this option, because he had completely different sensations. And he thought so at least because there was a very bright light in front of his eyes, which hit his eyes, and therefore he lost consciousness. But he also understood perfectly well that if he was right, then most likely the next attack would be directed exclusively at him. That's why he managed to react before Jin finished him off, although he didn't do it without losses. Muran realized that Jin was using ancient light magic. He couldn't even imagine that Jin knew about such a technique, the power of light and shadow in one person. It was so amazing for him. Thanks to this, Jin cut off his hand, but he was confused that even after this, Muran was able to remove the energy remaining in the wound, and all this led him to the thought that all this did not look like a magician. His feelings and reactions were like those of an animal. In any case, there was only one conclusion from this, that even if his magical power was lower than Andre's, in a fight he was a much more difficult opponent. And judging by the fact that he has a lot of experience in battles, there must be something else besides the reverse flow of magic. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Muran, who began to talk about how Jin looked at him like he was crazy, didn't even want to try to be friends, but now if he looks more closely, he can notice that they are both the same. Jin, in response to this, could only sigh and say that Muran was trying to talk some nonsense to buy some time, but all of this looked incredibly pathetic to him, and he thought that his last words sounded very pathetic. This caused the man to laugh wildly because according to him, he was not going to die yet, and besides, his wild friends were still protecting him. After which he began to say that so far, he had only used 3, but Jin did not let him finish because he wanted to immediately find out what this madman was trying to convey to him. Muran was so happy to see that Jin, as his opponent, was finally interested, because he believed that someone like him would do anything to achieve their goal, and as he could see, Muran was only an 8th rank mage, and probably already guessed that it was impossible to do such things with such a low rank. So Muran was going to show something to Jin, and thereby explain to him how he does all this. He began to talk about how these bugs, who dared to side with that journalist, are still under the protection of Zippel, but thanks to this, they are very useful for strengthening his magical power. But that's not all. He added that even though they are like corpses, they still breathe, so while they are alive, they supply him with mana. And having told Jin about all this, Muran decided to give the guy a hint that in order to destroy the magician, the guy would have to first destroy his people. Well, and in the end he finally added that he had already said that they were the same, because in order to achieve what they wanted, they would both do anything. And now Muran wanted Jin to destroy them all, after which they would finally be able to have fun fighting each other. Suddenly, from behind the bushes, a child's voice was heard, who screamed and turned to Jin that every word of Muran was a lie, because it did not strengthen the magic, and according to this child, Muran understood this. after he tortured them. These words obviously angered the magician, and he wanted this child to finally shut his mouth. But no one was going to stop there, and Jin was told that Muran simply understood how to use the divine item. Jin, hearing the word divine item, could not believe that Muran had already managed to find the mirror, because then it would be very difficult to destroy this guy. The child could not stop and continued to tell everything he knew about the fact that those who ended up here now were his compatriots who faced such a terrible fate. Muran was already tired of listening to this, so he asked this bug to finish immediately. But she simply couldn't stand all this anymore because all her relatives died, and all this because of this monster. Muran couldn't stand it and yelled at her to shut her mouth immediately, otherwise she would go to her family right away. But apparently she didn't care so much that she wasn't even going to stop. So she continued to tell that this madman enjoyed playing with people and their lives. According to her, they were all used for experiments, and then simply thrown away like a thing. And even now he lies to manipulate everyone, so she told all this so that Jin would finally destroy this crazy magician. His teeth literally cracked with anger, and he immediately called her a stupid rat who doesn't know her place. After which he was going to destroy her so that she would finally answer for the words she had spoken. He wasn't going to leave the one who was going to ruin his show alive. The screams and despair of these people whose bodies were being cut into pieces was supposed to be the main event of this night, and he only left her because she could still be used. At that moment, Dino turned to Jin and said that they must save this man because this girl is the goddess's person. She is the only support of the natives. Jin, looking at the technique that Muran used on this girl, realized that it was Zippel's secret magic technique, which was called the Blue Fire Magic Eye technique. And it seemed to him that he had already heard about this technique somewhere. It was an ability that only Zippel could use. His teacher told him about this in his past life, and according to her, with her help, you can create a blue fire, just by looking at an object, and this fire will never go out. The victim rushes around in the fire until it completely engulfs the body. Jin immediately became interested in finding out how to resist this technique in this case, and the answer turned out to be very simple. You just needed to burn it, using something that could surpass this flame in strength. Thus, you can defeat it. And the guy managed to find something that would be much hotter than this fire. He called his phoenix Tess. Muran's expression spoke for itself. He simply couldn't believe his eyes that Jin was able to summon this creature. After all, he knew perfectly well that the one Tess chose would become the greatest magician of the century and a magical swordsman at the same time. And understanding this fact made him even more angry because he understood that Jin belonged to the Randell family, and he could not even think about it. Jin liked that Muran was so nervous about this because it made him more vulnerable. But for now he needs to save this girl first, and only after that he will deal with Muran. This girl meanwhile woke up after losing consciousness and did not understand why she was inside the flames, but she was not hot at all, and the guy who was holding her also did not have a single burn. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Jin, who suddenly thanked the girl and added that if it weren't for her, this madman would have already finished with him. But she immediately shouted that now was not the time to relax, because Muran was using the power of a divine item, and although he could not find it. According to her, he tortured them to find out how to activate the divine item, but only they know where it is, and she almost immediately realized that he came here at the request of Saint Laosa. After which she told Jin without any doubt that when this battle was over, she would show him where the artifact was hidden. But before that she asked Jin to stop their suffering. Jin left the girl in a safe place and turned to Muran Zippel, saying that he finally liked the look on his face. Was he really so shocked? Just because he found out that Tess chose him. The guy also added that he was disappointed that all Muran could do was create various kinds of traps, or use one secret technique, so he decided it was time to finish with him. The genie promised him that in a little while he himself would go to hell, where punishment awaited him for everything he had done in his life. All these words angered Muran, and he decided to remind Jin that he was the one who was the favorite of the sorceress Helaram, and it was he who shared the cup with the kings of the Black Sea. And does Jin really think that after all this, he can really send him to hell? Besides, Muran hadn't yet shown him what real hell was, but he was going to fix that in a jiffy. Jin didn't respond to this and decided to just finish off this guy, who, as it seemed to him, talked too much but did little. Tess's phoenix fire was putting incredible pressure on Muran, and it was really becoming difficult for him to even endure Jin's attacks. But Jean wasn't in the best mood at that moment either, because he understood that Tess was currently very angry, and it was unclear what the matter was. Meanwhile, Kashmir wanted to ask Murakhan what they should do with the natives. But Murakhan immediately made it clear to him that now was not the best time to think about it, because he had evacuated them, and now they needed to focus on the spell to summon Orgel, the king of monsters. After all, he understood perfectly well that when Tess intervened in this process, they would need to stop him immediately. First of all, Murakhan asked him to gather all his strength and direct it into the sword, after which he sent June a shadow, which he had to step on and run from there. But before that, he needed to cut the gates to that dimension, which is what Jin did. That was the plan, but Jin had no idea it would be so difficult for him. During the fight, he realized that he was experiencing a reverse flow of magic, and this was very bad news for him. And Muran also understood this, and immediately began to talk about how, in the end, the one who ended his glorious life alone fell from the blow of Helaram's dagger. But Jin clearly wasn't going to give up just like that, and gritting his teeth, he was going to continue the fight through the pain. The realization of this also came to Muran's mind, and his expression changed the moment he realized this. Jin raised his sword as high as he could at that moment, and was about to deliver the finishing blow. At this moment, there were words in his head that even if you lift the sword 10,000 times, the effect should still be the same as it was the first time. So he was going to put all his desire into this strike, with which he will cut his opponent without any doubt. Apparently this blow will really end their battle, because Muran began to literally fall apart after such a blow. He couldn't say a word, although it was clear from his facial expression that he actually wanted to say a lot. Tess reserved the right to finish this guy off once and for all, so she created a powerful stream of fire that could incinerate even the hardest object. That's why after this, Muran's body became more like coal. At this moment, Jin was thinking that when he released the shadow, he felt something like this for the first time. It seemed to him that it was similar to the response of the sword's heart. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted when he saw how even in such a bad state, Muran was still able to grab his staff. Although after a few seconds, it became clear that this was actually all he could muster, because immediately after that, he literally fell apart. But Jin wasn't in good condition either, as he had clearly exceeded his limit, so it was pretty obvious that he had also passed out. The magic staffs of the Zippel family of mages have an interesting feature. A rune is inscribed on the tip, and when activated by the owner, the rune sends a distress signal to the Tower of Mages. That is, it is still too early to relax, and given all this, one could say that Muran was only the beginning, so it is better for Jin to come to his senses as soon as possible. And as soon as Jin began to come to his senses, Murakhan immediately opened his mouth and poured some powder into it. This disgusting taste immediately made Jin jump up, but he didn't dare spit it out yet. Murakhan had to explain to him that he almost died because of the backflow of magic, so Murakhan gave him a unicorn horn to swallow, which he thought was an excellent medicine in such cases. Jin thought that this was complete nonsense until the moment when he felt better, and the flow of mana calmed down, which unfortunately could not be said about the energy of the shadows and the aura. Kashmir was glad that Jin had finally come to his senses, and the boy immediately began to thank him for being able to get the unicorn's horn so quickly. But the man stopped his gratitude and said that in fact it was not his merit. As it turned out, this incinerated horn was given to him by the journalist and the surviving girl. Dino joined this dialogue with words about how he learned about the horn during one of his drinking parties with Muran, and he somehow mentioned that he stole it from the family home. And the girl decided that the moment had come when she should introduce herself properly. Her name is Latika Mamutika, and she is a novice of Miss Laosa. She also immediately did not forget to bow before Jin and tell him that his deeds will never be forgotten, and she will always be grateful to him for this. She also suggested that the Saint of Laos probably asked to save them. But Latika explained to Jin that she didn't mean to literally save them. She wanted Jin and his friends to help restore their sacred relic. Jin didn't expect to hear that their relic was broken. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Murakhan, who had seen 3,000 years in his lifetime, but he had never heard of any relic in these parts in his life, and in general, all this time, he was thinking that this was just a regular bluff. At that moment, he thought about the fact that the blonde Muran's strength was really enormous. Could it really be that some relic was to blame for all this? After which he decided to find out from Latika what god she worships, and according to her, his name is Klam, which even Murakhan did not know. Kashmir could only add that if all this was true, then they clearly shouldn't stay here for long, because even if it was the wilderness, it was still Zippel territory, and no one knew how quickly they would react to what had happened. After these words, Latika decided to say that they would most likely have some problems with this. According to her, in order to take possession of the relic, it must be restored, and to do this, it is necessary to break the seal with the help of the sun's rays, and this was apparently the main problem, because it was midnight outside. That's why they'll have to wait until midday and then perform the ritual with the tribe members, so they need to be returned to the city. Murakami didn't understand why things were always so complicated with these artifacts, but in any case, even he understood that they needed to hurry before Muron's kind relatives came here. Only Jin stood at that moment, lost in his thoughts and thinking that something was clearly wrong here. Something was missing in all of this, something extremely important. Thoughts began to enter his head that Muron was no longer a tenant, and that he could thank Tess for that. Moreover, this was a wilderness that even Zippel had abandoned. All this gave him the idea that they needed to go immediately to the Tower of the Magicians. Jin told them that Muron Zippel was the master of the Tower of Magicians of their family, but Muron thought that today was not the evening of obvious facts and asked to explain to them what he meant. The guy picked up Muron's staff and said that they really didn't have time because the guy's relatives would be arriving soon. Kashmir saw Jin's hand on the staff and realized that Muron was the master of the Tower of Magicians. Murakami at that moment could not understand why they were mumbling this phrase. The noble sword tried to explain to him that it was said of masters with such staves that they could summon all the lower magicians. Murakami couldn't believe it, but what surprised him most was that Jin actually knew about it. The young master responded by telling his shadow dragon that the Zippel were rapidly developing, and he was not entirely sure that this was the case, although in his mind, he thought that it was all thanks to the teacher's words spoken during his coma. After which Kashmir added that there were at least 100 members in the Mage Tower, and most of them were of the 7th and 8th rank. Moreover, Kashmir believed that they needed to protect the civilian population, and considering that they only had 50 mages, it would be very difficult for them to do so. In any case, Jin wanted to first find out from Sir Kashmir how long it would take them to get here, and according to the noble sword, the 7th tower is located in the far north of the continent, and even with the help of teleportation, they will get there in 2 hours at best. Hearing this, Genie decided to ask Sir Kashmir for one favor. After listening to everything the guy wanted from him, Kashmir was a little unsure that they would actually be able to do it. After all, Kashmir wanted to point out that at least 1 second of delay, and everyone here, including Jin, would die, and especially we are talking about them, so he believed that they would be denied this request. But Jin suddenly interrupted him to say that there was no need to worry about it anymore, because he actually already had consent, but unfortunately, they were running out of time and needed to come up with something urgently. Through his uncertainty and fear, Kashmir finally agreed and told Jin that he would do everything his boyfriend asked, and all he asked Jin in return was to hold out until that moment. After some time, Latika and other residents of these lands gathered together to begin restoring the relic. Murakami, looking at all this, thought that the idea was not entirely successful, but Jin couldn't answer him because he was coughing too much, after which he looked at his hand and said that apparently he had gone too far. All Murakami could tell him was that he was weak-minded and brave, after which he said that they were barely able to destroy one blonde Zippel, and Jin also decided to attack his 6s. Considering all this, Murakami only asked Jin to learn to accept defeat, but Jin assured him that it wasn't really that bad, because Sister Luna would help them with this, and Sir Kashmir had gone after someone, so everything would be fine. This was all clear to Murakami, but he doubted that the microbe would be able to make it in time, although Jin was sure that if he used the teleport, he would make it in time without any problems. The people of the Zippel family had almost arrived at the scene, and one of them reported that the locals were conducting some kind of ritual, and next to them were 2 unknown people who were impossible to see. One of them turned to the master and asked him to calm down, because there was still a chance that Muron was simply being held hostage. At that moment, the master only repeated that if something happened to his older brother, then everyone involved would beg for a quick death. Murakami meanwhile watched the sky and at one point noticed 6 dragons and about 30 magicians. The shadow dragon once again turned to Jin before the fight to tell the guy that if things go really badly, he will remove the transfiguration, but then they will most likely call the entire Zippel horde, so Jin must cope alone. Looking at this picture, Murakami sighed sadly, because he understood that in his best years there would have been no dust left of them. And all this is due to the injury of Tamar, who inflicted a wound directly to his heart, which still makes itself felt. And now Murakami, looking at these young dragons, did not even recognize them. He could only say that they were definitely not fire dragons, but red ones, a low-ranking type of fire dragon subordinate to Kaduna, but still, these were all his assumptions. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the cry of Midor Elner, who was the deputy master of the 7th tower of the Zippel family, and the first thing he wanted to know was where Master Muran was. Jin answered him without any doubt that they did not know such a person, and especially had not met him, and mentally he tried to remember Midor Elner, but in his past life, Jin seemed not to have met this guy. Midor interrupted his thoughts at that moment by saying that he, of course, didn't know why they came to destroy his older brother, although he didn't deny the fact that with Muran's character, it was very easy to make enemies, so it seemed to him that they were the dogs of the Randell family. Jin didn't understand what difference it made who they were. Midor was still calm, and noted that he wasn't asking them to take off their mask or drop their weapons, he was just asking who they were. But what interests him most at the moment is the question of whether his brother is even alive. After which he could not stand it and began to shout that he was his own blood, and therefore he literally begged them to tell him what was wrong with Muran, hiding behind the fact that they also clearly had their own family. And he also did not forget to say that if they told him the truth, then he promised that he would not touch their loved ones. Jin found it funny to watch all this, so at one point he finally said that the man was quite funny, and all because it was strange for him to hear something about family ties from the murderers. So he asked Midor to stop talking nonsense. These words made Midor even more angry, so he literally started spitting and shouting, "How dare they talk to him like that?" He continued to shout about how they couldn't equate the Zippel family with some insects, but suddenly he went silent when he saw the remains of his brother behind Jin. Midor realized that they were clearly too late, and not only had they not only wounded his brother, they had destroyed him. And for this, he will destroy them right here and now. So he immediately ordered his people to prepare for an attack. But first he would like to take these people alive. Each of them took out his staff and held it up, while Midor said that these people clearly did not deserve a quick death, only the excruciating agony that they were about to give them. He was going to do everything possible to make these guys beg for mercy, and thus they would avenge their brother's soul. Jin understood perfectly well that they were not ordinary Zippel mages. They were all masters of at least the 8th rank, and it would be incredibly difficult to fight them alone. And since Jin doesn't like to suffer too much and strain himself unnecessarily, he decided to call for help. Then Talaris Endorma, the master of the Ice Palace, came out of the ice gates, and behind her was her daughter. But what was even more frightening for Medora was that this woman was able to freeze 8th level magic instantly. His ally immediately realized that this was the master of the Ice Palace, and judging by his reaction, one could say with absolute certainty that things were clearly bad for them. Jin was glad that Sir Kashmir had managed to fulfill his request, and Murakami finally solved his guess, in which he could not find out who was currently occupying the place of the master of the Ice Palace, and in any case, considered it a good idea. He believes that the Ice Toad Moa can only be defeated by a select few, and Murakami would never have thought that there are people who are capable of this. Talaris began to cast a spell, and she told her daughter that she could rest for now while she had fun with these magicians. But first she approached Jean to find out if her daughter had presented the bouquet to him. The guy introduced himself, and Talaris told him that there was no need for that because she had already heard about him. But what surprised her more at that moment was that he was still standing on his feet, because inside he was nothing but mutilations. But Jin assured her that in fact there was no problem. Well, since he was able to speak, the woman then decided to ask the guy if it was true that he really destroyed her toy. Jin didn't really understand what was going on until the woman reminded the guy that he would destroy Alcaro on one of the student assignments. Now the guy realized what was going on, and he realized that apparently the daughter of the Ice Queen was unable to keep her promise and told her mother everything. Talaris interrupted his thoughts by saying that she didn't really blame him. She just wanted to remind him of that. He essentially owed her, and that's why she wanted Jean to introduce her to everyone after they were done. She especially had her eye on Muraken, whom she called a not at all suspicious big guy, which clearly pleased the Shadow Dragon. Talaris even at one point decided to invite Muraken to go with her for a cup of tea, if he didn't mind, of course. But then she remembered why she came here, and so she asked her daughter Saizeru to look after her boy while he was busy, which angered the girl, because she had already told her mother 100 times that there was nothing between them. Then the woman did not understand one thing, why the girl gave him flowers at all, to which the girl had already answered many times. According to her, she did it so that no one would destroy him before the fight with him. In any case, Talaris believed that Jean owed it to her daughter to be grateful for everything she had done for him. Besides, she once again decided to remind him that if it weren't for her daughter, she wouldn't be here either. But as soon as she finished telling him this, Jin suddenly lost consciousness and fell, saying at the end that he had managed to do it after all. Caesara caught him, and the first thing she said was that she always thought that the next time they met, they would fight again. But apparently this time we'll have to postpone this fight, because it was clear that the guy wasn't wasting his time. After which the girl decided to tell Jin that the man who brought her flowers, Kashmir if she was not mistaken, looked as if his own life depended on it. He quite boldly entered her mother's chambers and told her that the young man to whom her daughter had given this bouquet could die at any moment, and that was why he was here to ask her for help as the master of the Ice Palace. According to Caesara, he even managed to wake his mother from sleep, and all this surprised him, how faithful people can be. Jin responded to this with a smile, but he still thought that he clearly did not deserve that all people were so kind to him. The girl assured him that it was really not worth thanking, because she believed that it was her business too, because it was unpleasant for her to see how someone other than her was beating Jin. Her words were suddenly interrupted by Jin, who began to cough up black blood very heavily, and the girl immediately thought about how he had fought with such wounds, and this horrified her. At that very moment, she took out her medicinal brew and asked him to close his mouth immediately. Caesara clearly didn't understand why she was exhausting herself like that, but she still wasn't against helping him. Murakan, who was standing nearby, immediately noticed that the girl was clearly not indifferent to Jin, since she was so worried about him. Talaris, meanwhile, came out of her ice dome to finish what she originally came here for, and the first thing she noticed was that in front of her were clearly not pure-blooded Zippels, because they were not blondes. These words irritated Midor, although he understood from the very beginning that everything would clearly not be easy, so he notified the family before leaving. Well, now, all he needs to do is buy some time until the main forces arrive, and so he starts shouting that he is Midor Elner, the deputy head of the Tower of the Seven Mages, who dared to ask Talaris why she was interfering in the affairs of the Zippel family on their own territory. In response to this, the woman told them that she had not really warmed up for a long time, but she still advised them to think twice before telling her anything. But she still understood their side, so she decided to give them a chance and said that she was ready to turn a blind eye if they immediately packed up and left, to which they reacted sharply, saying that she, as the master of the Ice Palace, had no right to threaten the rightful owners of this land. Apparently these words were said in vain, because the woman was clearly angry, because she considered this far from an excuse to speak to her in such a tone, and apparently she will still have to punish them for such insolence. She just looked at the old man, and he began to choke and foam at the mouth, and all that Talaris said at that moment was that she would really like the man to choke on his own rudeness. The third elder fell unconscious after a few seconds. This was clearly a bad sign. Midor immediately ordered his men to raise the barrier, and also ordered them to make sure that the ice did not penetrate inside. But he was not going to stop there and ordered his dragons to strike at Talaris. But apparently, he didn't even think that it would be such a simple task for her. With just one wave of her fan, she blocked this attack and froze all the fire. After which she smiled and asked Midor a question, in which she was interested to know or did he really want to continue. In response, he shouted that even if they all died here, the world would still forget about her palace, but no one would ever forget about the Zippel family. After these words, A fiery seal appeared next to Talaris's head, which she didn't even notice. A second later, a terrible explosion thundered, which was quite large in scale. In this way, Midor wanted Talaris to feel the power over the flame given to him by the patriarch. Moreover, he believed that even she would not be able to dodge such a blow. But apparently, he was a little hasty with such expressions, because the woman interrupted his victorious cry with words about how scared she was and how she was afraid of him, although it was clear that this was clearly sarcasm, and she said it with a smile, although she was not really prepared for the fact that Celiac taught him how to explode space. It was unexpected for her, for which she was ready to praise him. But she also didn't forget to say that Celiac had missed one small but incredibly important detail, namely the fact that he had forgotten to tell them a little more about the Ice Palace, and now she would have to correct this little mistake, so she decided to teach him the first lesson, which was called ice. The first thing he felt after she dealt him such an attack was the wind, which did not even allow him to stand still. But apparently he was lucky, because when he turned back, he saw how all his people were frozen. Talaris meanwhile quietly crept closer to him in order to find out from him what happened and why he was so surprised. She began to wonder if it was possible that his incredible trap had disappeared in an instant, or perhaps that his pen had miraculously disappeared. Mador really didn't notice how his hand literally disappeared, and all this was because he didn't even feel pain. But suddenly, Talaris interrupted his thoughts, saying that the main problem with magicians is that they look in the wrong place when there is an enemy in front of them. A real warrior would never do such a stupid thing. He fell to the floor, not understanding how their strength could differ so much, but still did not hide the fact that it was his mistake, and he clearly did not even need to try to buy time, because even if the main forces arrived in time, even they would come to an end. All these thoughts led him to the conclusion that most likely at this moment everything was lost, and he could not do anything more. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when a huge yellow ball appeared around him, which looked like a magic seal. It was clear from Midor's face that he didn't understand what was happening. But this yellow light did not shine for long because after a few seconds it disappeared, and with it Midor and his people, which was surprising for Talaris. A few seconds later, Midor and his magicians appeared in a completely different place, where a mysterious voice told the man that he had done his job quite well, after which the same voice added that from now on the White Knight will deal with the violators, and they can rest easy. Talaris began to guess what was going on, and she began to noticeably become angry. And her worst thoughts came true. A few seconds later, a huge ship appeared in the sky. Moroccan understood perfectly well that this was not just a ship. This was a vessel that Zippel used in wars. But he did not believe that that crazy magician was such an important big shot to send such a ship for him. But it seemed to Jin that because of the destruction of Andre, Zippel decided that they would no longer be petty in protecting their people. In his mind, the guy understood that this ship was a huge problem for them in any case, and the people who were managing this ship clearly belonged to the White Knight group. This group included carefully selected magicians, who together were called the White Knights, and made up the strongest squad of Zippel. At that moment, Talaris approached Jin to tell him that she was not going to fight these guys here, so she was leaving. She also told him that she could take the locals to a safe place, and could take him along too. But his answer shocked the woman. According to the guy, he was not going to leave until the ceremony was over. In any case, Talaris told him that it was not a question, and she would definitely take him with her, because she did not care about his whining. The guy was surprised that she really didn't understand that if they didn't finish the ceremony now, then Zippel would simply be impossible to stop in the future, and the number of victims would grow every day. So he once again decided to ask her for help so that the tragedy of this place would not be repeated somewhere else. After thinking for a bit, she told Jin that she agreed to something like this, but they only had an hour to do it all. And she will do this only on one condition, that she will then exchange a few words with his parents. Latika and her compatriots meanwhile continued to perform the ceremony until Jin left them. He asked them to speed up the ceremony because the Zippels had gone on a full-scale attack. The girl responded by asking Jin to leave, and she also added that she knew what kind of ship it was in the sky, and that's why they didn't want to expose him to such danger. Besides, according to her, Jin had nothing to worry about, because they would do everything so that Zippel did not know about the relic, and she was ready to do all this for the sake of the guy who was the first one who dared to help them in a long time. Jin came closer to her in order to explain that he did not help them in order to abandon them later, after which he asked her again if there was any way to speed up the ceremony. Latika thought for a bit and said that if the Princess of Laos were here, then perhaps they could come up with something, but unfortunately, this is currently impossible to do. Cersina came up at that time, was next to Jin and thought that Laosa must have died, since this was impossible. But the guy refuted this idea, saying that in fact, Laosa is currently in Tikon, which made Cersei happy. And apparently, her smile was connected with the fact that she could help deliver Laos here, and she would do it with the help of an ice toad, which she first suggested that Jin climb on. Talaris, meanwhile, was thinking about the fact that her daughter was already using Mott without any request. Although she was not against it, she was just embarrassed by the fact that children grow up so quickly, although now was clearly not the best time to think about it, because she needed to somehow hold out for a whole hour. But apparently, she won't be the only one to take the rap, because Murakan also wasn't against warming up, which clearly made the woman happy. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice from the ship. The white warriors of Zippel immediately made it clear to the master of the Ice Palace that they would not waste time on talking. But they still offered them a deal, in which they would let her go if she handed over to them the one who was guilty of the death of Muron Zippel and the local people. Then according to them, the problem would be solved. Talaris, without thinking twice, immediately told them that if they wanted to cooperate so much, then it would be better for them to give her Keliak, and then she would think about whether to leave them alive or not. The reaction was immediate. They realized that she was not going to compromise, so they were going to start attacking. The attacks of these Zippels were clearly much more serious than Medora's, and fighting with such magicians was obviously more difficult. Although this was also a wave of fire, Talaris was able to easily block it with her magic. But this was only the beginning, because the Zippel mages were not going to give up so easily, and they began to create a new spell. Talaris decided that standing still and waiting for it to be destroyed was clearly not the best option, so she also went on the attack and began to strike this ship one after another, but it was difficult to cause any serious damage yet. While she continued to attack, one of them tried to figure out who this man was who was standing next to Talaris and how dangerous he was. After all, he didn't stand aside and also reflected part of the blow, but he didn't use aura, but did it with his bare fists. It was absolutely clear that he was clearly not someone they could just turn a blind eye to. So considering all these facts, one of them ordered to contact the base and tell them that they were going to use naval artillery. Meanwhile, Jin burst into Laos's house and started asking where she was. From his appearance, it was clear that something had clearly gone wrong. When suddenly she interrupted him, saying that in fact they had been waiting for him for a long time, Jin immediately began to say that they needed to go urgently, and on the way he would explain everything to her. But before he could finish speaking, Laosa interrupted him, and said that in fact she was already ready to go. Talaris continued to fight desperately at this time, and while her ice strikes were still effective, even she knew that this could change at any moment. Murakan also did not stand still and reflected all of Zippel's fiery attacks. He was glad to finally be back in the fight, although fending off such a stream of blows was no easy task. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Talaris, who froze his hands, which was quite incomprehensible for the shadow dragon. So she had to explain to him that it was a gift made of pure ice. She thought that it was better than nothing anyway. At that moment, Murakan couldn't feel his hands, but it seemed to him that this was even good. He immediately decided to experiment with his new gloves, and the first thing he did was lift a huge stone above himself, which he quite successfully launched into the Zippel ship. Talaris at this moment understood perfectly well that everything that had happened before this was a child's play, because she remembered perfectly well what the kid from Runkandel had said, that they needed to be here, so these guys would not use naval artillery, and all this was just a bluff. It reminded her of a situation in which none of them were ready to make sacrifices, and if everything continued in the same spirit, then they would just drag out the very time that she had promised Jean. One of the Zippels understood perfectly well what the Ice Queen was thinking about now, and this really infuriated him, because they really didn't have an order to destroy yet. He also noticed that among the red people who were conducting the ceremony, 2 suddenly disappeared, and it was completely clear to him that they could not just fight while those guys were plotting something. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his people, who suddenly called him to tell him that they had received an order from the base, which told them to carry out the complete destruction of this place. Murakami immediately noticed that those guys on the ship had clearly gone quiet. He had the feeling that they had simply given up. But Talaris clearly didn't think so, because she understood perfectly well why there was such silence. And unfortunately, she was right. Because these guys prepared a huge fireball in order to destroy all living things here. But before that, they turned to Talaris to tell her that they had just received permission, and they hoped that she understood perfectly well what this meant for them. But still, they were merciful and ready to give her a second chance. While they would count to 3, they would need to run while they could. And if they do not obey this time, then he immediately wants to warn them that he will destroy everyone who is here. As soon as this madman said the number 2, Talaris's daughter appeared behind her, along with Jin and Lausa. But it was too late to change anything, and Zippel still decided to launch this attack. Seeing the guys behind her, Talaris decided that she couldn't just stand there and watch them destroy them, so she used the maximum of her abilities to stop this attack. But the fiery stream was so huge that her ice abilities were practically useless, and they simply disappeared into thin air. But the fiery fragments from this collision began to reach the ground and explode. Caesara immediately understood that it was all because of her mother, because she knew very well that everything that her sword touched would freeze, so she asked her not to move and to move away. After which Jin and Caesara intervened in the fight, who immediately noticed that the guy had become several times stronger. She didn't even think that he would be able to keep up with her. Considering the wounds he had, Jin told her that the situation was too complicated at the moment, and therefore he didn't think that it would be easy to deliver the priestess to the ceremony site. The girl still could not believe that this ship was really opposing her mother. Now she was sure that Zippel had gotten something really powerful and serious in strength. The crew gave another warning to the Ice Palace Queen. They told her that if she did not want to cooperate, then they would simply destroy all her allies, even if it meant destroying Cologne. In response, they heard only her laughter, after which she calmed down a little and still told them that it seemed they did not even dare to think about destroying her. And she thought so because she was the mistress of the Ice Palace Talaris and Dorma, and therefore she was sure that even if they brought all their ships, they still would not be able to destroy her. In response to these words, one of them said that of course she was right. They would not be able to destroy her. But it seemed to them that the issue was different, namely that she simply would not be able to protect everyone who was near her. Therefore, they believed that they would endure a little humiliation, but she in turn would be disgraced and lose a client. She turned to Jin to clarify, or did they bring this woman specifically to continue the ritual and all she needs now is to take her there? Jin said with confidence that if the woman could do this, then they would most likely be able to win. She heard Jin, after which she asked her daughter and boyfriend to listen to her carefully. She wanted them to understand that she would block their attacks while they delivered this woman to the desired point. In this way, she was going to prove that either the Ice Castle or Zippel would definitely be disgraced today. Zippel, in turn, began to prepare cannons to wipe Cologne off the face of the earth, and along with him everyone who was on Earth at that moment.